Introduction asterisk. Having traversed into an alternate realm dominated by martial artists, where others wield unmatched strength and command the very mountains and rivers, Han Lin finds himself relegated to the status of a mere errand boy at Shaolin due to his inferior martial aptitude. At this juncture, a signing-in system activates. Sign-in successful, acquired the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. Sign-in successful, Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, level 1. Sign-in successful, acquired the Indestructible Vajra skill. Sign-in successful, acquired the I Jin Jing. Han Lin is singularly focused on his clandestine sign-ins. 20 years later, as a formidable demonic force besieges Shaolin, confronting the malevolent overlord, Han Lin quietly glances at his now 1,000-layered Dragon Elephant Prajna and calmly states, "With this punch, you may very well perish." Chapter 1. Shaolin sign-in for Dragon Elephant Prajna. Han Lin has been in this world for 7 days. It is a realm where martial artists reign supreme. Powerful warriors dominate the landscape, their might shattering mountains and commanding respect. However, that is the fate of others. Han Lin is merely a humble sweeper, hiding in Shaolin from vengeful pursuers. From the memories of the original owner, he learns that his family once birthed great warriors, instilling fear across the lands, but they were annihilated by a vendetta. Fortunately, he was taken in by the head of the Shaolin Aaron House, Qing Huan. Yet, Han Lin's martial talent is woefully inadequate, confining him to the role of an ordinary sweeper. Indeed, a sweeper without exceptional prowess. To possess the life of a sweeper, yet lack the strength of one. This reincarnation is quite lacking, he muses while sweeping the Mahavira Hall. At that moment, a voice resonates within his mind, detecting complete fusion of host's soul. System activating. Activation successful. Host may now sign in. System? Sign in? Han Lin is momentarily taken aback. Regaining his composure, he inquires within, "Can I sign in anywhere?" Within the realm, remnants of the power of laws linger, allowing the host to sign in. One sign in allowed daily. The denser the power of laws, the more bountiful the sign-in rewards. Certain locations of law may allow multiple sign-ins. The voice echoes once more in Han Lin's mind. Remnants of the power of laws? After a moment of contemplation, he grasps the essence. Places where formidable beings or artifacts once stirred the power of laws harbor residual energies that could be utilized for sign-ins. Given Shaolin's long-standing heritage and the multitude of powerful figures it has produced, it is evidently a suitable site for sign-ins. Initially, Han Lin believed his martial aptitude would lead to a mundane existence. However, the emergence of the sign-in system rekindles his hopes. With this enigmatic sign-in system, perhaps he still has a chance to ascend to greatness. Sign in. Calming his spirit, Han Lin silently recites. Sign in successful. Congratulations. Host has acquired Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. Would you like to learn it? Dragon Elephant Prajna skill? Han Lin feels a stir within. This skill was once the hallmark of the Golden Wheel Dharma King, regarded as one of the more formidable techniques among many. Each layer mastered grants the power of one dragon and one elephant. Achieving perfection across 13 layers bestows the might of 13 dragons and 13 elephants. Naturally, there is no reason to decline such an extraordinary skill. I shall learn it. Learning successful. Currently at the first layer of Dragon Elephant Prajna. Instantly, a formidable power courses from his dantian throughout his limbs and bones, a warm flow continuously fortifying his body, the entire process not only painless but thoroughly pleasurable. Crack! A punch is unleashed, resonating through the air with a thunderous sound, a potent force enveloping him. Though unaware of the exact magnitude of his newfound strength, it is clear that his enhancement far surpasses the descriptions of this technique. It seems to have undergone a transformation in this realm of excessive martial prowess. Excellent, truly formidable. Yet, he remains indifferent to this. Feeling his empowered physique brings a profound sense of satisfaction. Host's first sign-in successful. Reward. One-time removal of the skill limit. Please choose. Removal of the limit? I wonder if this could be used later. While the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill is powerful, it is not the pinnacle of Han Lin's aspirations. He is certain that he will acquire even more potent techniques in the future. This reward remains valid for 12 hours, after which it will automatically dissipate. Please choose promptly. Is this truly the only option you present? The host may choose not to use it, allowing it to fade away. Han Lin falls silent before opting to utilize the reward to remove the limit on Dragon Elephant Prajna. In that instant, he perceives a subtle shift in the world. though he cannot quite articulate what has changed. Clenching his empowered fist, Han Lin contentedly strides towards the dining area. As the sun sets, casting a fiery glow across the horizon, Han Lin quietly sweeps away fallen leaves. Despite the sign-in system, the act of sweeping remains necessary. He muses to himself, in truth, being a sweeper isn't so bad. At least it guarantees safety. Yet, no sooner does he utter this than a sinister voice interjects. Do you believe escaping to Shaolin ensures your safety? Hand over that item, and perhaps I'll allow you to keep your life intact. Turning to face the source, he sees a figure clad in black, brandishing two gleaming daggers, observing him intently, as if he had been lurking for some time. A jolt of fear courses through Han Lin. He is perplexed, having entered Shaolin empty-handed. What could these assassins possibly desire? He also worries whether the peculiarities of his recent sign-in might have been detected by this individual. Quickly shifting his thoughts, Han Lin addresses the cloaked figure. I'm surprised you managed to breach Shaolin's defenses. The black-clad figure smirks arrogantly. There is no place beyond the reach of the Qiufeng Pavilion. I advise you to surrender the item, or you shall suffer greatly. Han Lin furrows his brow. Are you not afraid that I might cry out, summoning numerous powerful figures from Shaolin to vanquish you here? The black-clad figure scoffs, and what of it? Shaolin is struggling to protect itself, and with my 8th grade martial prowess, I can easily subdue you before those monks arrive. With that, he blurs in emotion, hurtling towards Han Lin with astounding speed, daggers shimmering ominously. Not good. Han Lin internally curses. He had intended to delay, but it seems no one is aware of the unfolding situation. As the black-clad figure closes in, Han Lin steels himself, hoping that the Dragon Elephant Prajna he just signed in for might lend him some strength. With his fists clenched tightly, Han Lin feels his muscles tense, a surge of power enveloping him. He channels all his strength into a singular punch aimed at the approaching adversary. Radiant golden light emanates from Han Lin, and behind him, two ethereal shadows emerge, one of a dragon and one of an elephant. This is dire. The black-clad figure suddenly senses a terrifying aura emanating from Han Lin. The sudden appearance of the dragon and elephant shadows unnerving it. As preparations for retreat were underway, Han Lin was taken by surprise as a fist came hurtling towards him. Bang! The figure clad in black, who had raised his arms in defense, was sent flying. Boom! The dark-clad man collided with the wall, leaving a dent upon impact, and slumped to the ground, incapacitated. Han Lin approached slowly, observing the barely breathing figure on the floor, his expression revealing a trace of puzzlement. You are quite weak. Do not be so pleased. I am merely a bronze-ranked assassin within the organization. The Autumn Wind Pavilion will not let you go. The black-clad man spat out a mouthful of blood, and soon, his life force began to fade, the result of Han Lin's earlier attack. Han Lin furrowed his brow, silently gazing in the direction of the assassin's body. Autumn Wind Pavilion? What exactly do you possess? As the black-clad assassin breathed his last, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from nearby. The Shaolin rescue Han Lin had awaited had finally arrived. A group of monks wielding long staffs rushed towards Han Lin. The leader, recognizing the body on the ground, frowned and inquired, what transpired here? This was a member of the Shaolin Law Enforcement Hall, and Han Lin recognized him as Xian Cheng, a fellow disciple who had entered Shaolin at the same time as him. While Xian Cheng had ascended to the ranks of the Law Enforcement Hall, Han Lin remained merely a lowly janitor. Han Lin replied flatly, this was an assassin from the Autumn Wind Pavilion who attempted to kill me, but I dispatched him. Xian Cheng examined the corpse, and soon unearthed a badge. Indeed, a bronze-ranked assassin from the Autumn Wind Pavilion. These individuals excel at concealment, yet this one's strength appears rather lacking. One of Xian Cheng's companions remarked, although junior brother Xian Cheng lacks martial aptitude, he had some foundation before coming to Shaolin. Dealing with an assassin who has just stepped into the 9th tier is well within his capabilities. Xian Cheng nodded in agreement. Turning to Han Lin, he cautioned, Xian Cheng, you must be more vigilant in the coming days. The Autumn Wind Pavilion seems to have gone mad. The head of the courtyard has already eliminated several of their assassins nearby. If you encounter anyone suspicious, do not hesitate to call for us. And be especially cautious when venturing out at night. Han Lin clasped his fists in gratitude. Understood. Thank you, brothers, for your assistance. Xian Cheng waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formality. We are all disciples of the same school. It is only natural that we look out for one another. Please take care of the cleanup here. With that, he and the Law Enforcement Hall disciples began to remove the corpse, chatting amiably as they departed, seemingly reminiscing about happier times. Chapter 2. This world is too dangerous. Xianqing, pull yourself together. If the head of the courtyard sees you like this, you will face punishment. Han Lin groggily opened his eyes, turning to see a bald monk, his expression grave, reciting scripture alongside the head of the courtyard. Han Lin forced himself to focus, joining his companion, Xiao Hashan, in the recitation, though his face betrayed his reluctance. Even as a janitor, he could not escape the morning lessons. The monotony of these early sessions was unbearable, and the chanting of the monks often lulled him into drowsiness. All right, today's morning lesson concludes here. As Han Lin pondered, a voice rang out. Though not loud, it resonated in every ear present. This was the head of the courtyard's internal voice technique. As a fourth-tier master, it was merely a basic skill. The small monk who had previously urged Han Lin turned to him again. Phew, finally over. Xianqing, let's go eat. Perhaps due to their youthful innocence, Xianping was exceptionally enthusiastic toward Han Lin. Han Lin nodded. After enduring the arduous morning lessons, he felt a hunger gnawing at him. Everyone else may leave, but Xianqing stay behind. Just as Han Lin and Xianping were about to depart, the head of the courtyard's voice called from behind. Xianping's expression shifted slightly, worry etching his features as he looked at Han Lin. It seems they've discovered your drowsiness during the morning lesson. Just admit your fault, and the head of the courtyard likely won't punish you too severely. In contrast to the anxious Xianping, Han Lin appeared unconcerned. It was not his first time dozing off during morning lessons. Previously, no reprimands had come. This time would likely be no different. It's fine, you go ahead and eat. I'll join you shortly. After offering Xianping a few comforting words, Han Lin turned to face the head of the courtyard. This was Qing Huan, the head of the janitorial division, responsible for overseeing those Shaolin disciples lacking martial talent. Qing Huan did not hurry to leave. Instead, he remained seated, engrossed in a scripture. Perhaps sensing Han Lin's approach, Qing Huan gradually set the scripture aside, looking up with a mild demeanor. How have you been adjusting since arriving at Shaolin? Not bad. Setting the scripture down, Qing Huan rose to his feet. I heard you encountered an assassin from the Autumn Wind Pavilion yesterday. Were you harmed? Upon hearing Qing Huan's concerned inquiry, Han Lin felt a warmth in his heart. Had it not been for Qing Huan's support, Han Lin, a target of assassination with limited martial talent, might not have even been able to remain as a janitor. I'm fine. That person was not strong. Before joining Shaolin, I practiced diligently, though my talent is limited, resulting in modest achievements. Qing Huan nodded, choosing not to press further. A newly minted 9th-tier assassin from the Autumn Wind Pavilion was not a significant threat for Han Lin, despite his lack of martial aptitude. Qing Huan seemed to recall something, his expression darkening slightly as he remarked, "The Autumn Wind Pavilion has gone too far, daring to come to Shaolin at this time, as if we were to be trifled with." Noticing Han Lin still present, he calmed himself and continued, "Several waves of assassins have been discovered around Shaolin, and a few of the brothers have already engaged them in combat." Curious, Han Lin asked, what were the results? Qing Huan shook his head. While these assassins may lack strength, they possess remarkable skills in evasion. My brothers, despite their full efforts, could only eliminate a few silver-ranked assassins, failing to capture the leaders. Turning his gaze back to Han Lin, Qing Huan inquired, "It seems they are searching for something. Did your late father leave you anything? They appear to be targeting you specifically. If there is anything, do not hesitate to share. I and several brothers can devise strategies to prevent these Autumn Wind Pavilion assassins from succeeding." Qing Huan's concern was evident, his words laced with thoughtfulness for Han Lin. Han Lin lowered his head in contemplation, and, after a moment, looked up to reply, "It seems not. I arrived at Shaolin empty-handed. Had it not been for the head of the courtyard's willingness to take me in, I might have already fallen victim to those Autumn Wind Pavilion assassins." Seeing Han Lin's sincerity, Qing Huan nodded in understanding. Suddenly, Han Lin turned to Qing Huan, asking, "What is the strength of the Autumn Wind Pavilion? How could they be so audacious?" Qing Huan appeared momentarily taken aback. "Are you seeking revenge? However, given your martial talent, it is unlikely you will achieve significant accomplishments in this lifetime. Even if you cultivate some body-hardening techniques, reaching the 8th or 9th tier, or even the 7th tier, would still be far from enough against the Autumn Wind Pavilion. The younger generation merely wishes to uncover the identities of those who harmed my Han family. Thoughts of vengeance are not yet within my reach." Though he spoke thusly, Han Lin, equipped with a sign-in system, held a different perspective. Qing Huan pondered for a moment and remarked, The Autumn Wind Pavilion is one of the four major assassin sects in the martial world. Within its ranks, there are three categories of assassins: gold, silver, and bronze, corresponding to the lower, middle, and upper third tiers, respectively. In recent years, news of their activities has been scarce, leading me to believe they had disbanded. Yet, it seems they have resurfaced unexpectedly. Han Lin's expression turned to one of astonishment. Assassins of the upper third tier? It is well known that few martial artists attain the upper third tier, for the path to this level is fraught with peril, and the chances of demise are exceedingly high. Martial artists at the upper third tier in Shaolin could already serve as heads of various halls, while even the steward of the miscellaneous hall before them was merely a fourth-tier martial artist. Qinghua nodded, adding, moreover, 20 years ago, they successfully assassinated the legendary hero Chu Zhongtian, who was then ranked first tier and regarded as one of the rare supreme masters of that era. Although Autumn Wind Pavilion lost several assassins in that endeavor, their renown was solidified through that event. Han Lin could not help but gasp in astonishment. While breaking through to the third tier poses significant risks, it also presents substantial opportunities. Upon breaking through, one's body undergoes a baptism in the essence of heaven and earth, resulting in a considerable enhancement of both lifespan and internal energy. The distinction between those below the third tier and those above is akin to two different realms. Martial artists of the second tier are already considered masters of the martial arts. The abbot of Shaolin, Qing Yuan, is a second-tier martial artist. Those above the second tier, classified as first tier, are revered as grandmasters of martial arts, often referred to as holy monks within Shaolin. Above the first tier lies the celestial beings, yet there have been none of such formidable strength revealed in the martial world in recent decades. With celestial beings absent, first-tier martial artists reign supreme in the world. To think that such an invincible powerhouse could be assassinated. Han Lin, who had recently been buoyed by the emergence of the signing system, felt his spirits dampen. If even a first-tier martial artist could meet their end through assassination, what hope did he, a mere novice, possess? This world is perilous. It is wiser to remain cautious. Resolute, Han Lin decided he would not venture beyond the confines of Shaolin until he had completed his signing. After Qinghua instructed Han Lin on a few matters, he bade him farewell. As Han Lin exited the Grand Hall, he suddenly recalled that he had yet to sign in for the day. System, I wish to sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Iron Broom Technique. Would you like to learn it? Iron Broom Technique? Is this due to my time in the miscellaneous hall? Han Lin wondered, yet he opted to learn it. Learning successful. You have now mastered the basics of the Iron Broom Technique. In that instant, a multitude of insights regarding the Iron Broom Technique flooded his mind, and waves of power began to strengthen his physique. The Iron Broom Technique, also known as the Iron Leg Technique, is a form of hard martial arts, characterized by its vigorous nature and involving leg training. Once, a senior from Shaolin wielded the Iron Broom Technique to vanquish all challengers among the younger generation of the martial world, establishing a tremendous reputation for Shaolin. While Han Lin may not achieve such legendary prowess with the Iron Broom Technique, his efficiency in sweeping would undoubtedly see a marked improvement. Chapter 3. My dear benefactor, come hither. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for achieving level 1 of the Iron Broom Technique. The technique has now reached a minor completion. On the following day, upon signing in once more, the Iron Broom Technique advanced again. A plethora of insights flooded Han Lin's mind, and an inexplicable energy began to enhance his physique. In an instant, Han Lin's capabilities surged. What once took him an hour to sweep was now accomplished in merely half that time, significantly elevating his work efficiency. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for achieving level 1 of the Dragon Elephant Sutra technique. The technique is now at the second level. On the third day of sign-in, the Dragon Elephant Sutra improved again. Han Lin noticed that the existing techniques seemed to activate the reward mechanism more readily. Yet, as he gazed at the enhanced Dragon Elephant Sutra, a satisfied smile graced his face. Each level of the Dragon Elephant Sutra bestowed upon him the strength of 1 dragon and 1 elephant, and at the second level, it endowed him with the might of 2 dragons and 2 elephants, doubling his previous power. At this moment, even when confronting the assassins from the Autumn Wind Pavilion, he would have no difficulty vanquishing them, unlike before when he had to expend considerable effort. Regrettably, Han Lin's realm remained unchanged. According to the conventional wisdom of the martial world, advancing in powerful techniques would naturally propel one's martial cultivation. However, this rule did not seem to apply to Han Lin, as his realm and strength appeared to be dissociated. The power granted by the Dragon Elephant Prajna allowed him to counter the 8th grade killers of the Autumn Wind Pavilion effectively. Yet his realm had not yet crossed the threshold into the 9th grade. Despite ample training within his family and at Shaolin, his realm showed minimal progression. Never mind. He reassured himself, as long as my strength is formidable, I shall not be overly concerned with my realm. Reflecting on his martial talent, Han Lin found solace in his thoughts. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a great rejuvenation pill. Will you use it? Startled by the system's notification while clearing the fallen leaves in front of the Bodhi courtyard, Han Lin paused momentarily. This was the first time he had received a non-technique item as a reward. The Great Rejuvenation Pill was an exclusive elixir of the Shaolin Temple. Crafted in the Bodhi courtyard, it was said to possess the miraculous ability to revive the deceased, heal all internal and external injuries, and enhance one's martial prowess. Consuming it could significantly increase internal energy and elevate one's cultivation. While perhaps not as miraculous as the legend suggested, taking it would undoubtedly yield immense benefits. He recalled that there had been 9th grade warriors who, after consuming the Great Rejuvenation Pill and refining its potency, ascended directly into the 6th grade. With this thought in mind, Han Lin felt a surge of interest in the Great Rejuvenation Pill. His martial talent was not particularly strong, and a methodical approach to cultivation seemed futile. Yet, if he could harness the extraordinary effects of such a wondrous elixir, there might still be hope. After leaving the Bodhi courtyard, he found a secluded spot. With a thought, a thumb-sized red pill materialized in his hand. This was indeed the Great Rejuvenation Pill. Gazing at the pill, Han Lin could not help but feel a pang of nostalgia. Even within the hallowed halls of Shaolin, the production of the revered Great Pill is exceedingly scarce. Each year, only the abbot and a select few core disciples are fortunate enough to obtain a portion, while others, like the humble sweeper Han Lin, are unable to even catch a glimpse of it. Upon swallowing the Great Pill, it dissolves instantly, transforming into a warm stream that courses through his body. This warmth continuously fortifies Han Lin's physique, while the formidable potency of the elixir propels him to new heights in his cultivation. An enigmatic aura envelopes him, and when the medicinal power of the Great Pill reaches its zenith, a tremor courses through his being. An extraordinary presence emanates from him. He has attained the 9th rank. As he senses the surge of power and the transformation of his body, Han Lin exhales deeply. The peak potency of the Great Pill has passed. Although some residual effects linger, they are insufficient to further advance his cultivation. A look of resignation crosses his face. He never anticipated that a pill potent enough to elevate others to the 6th rank would only facilitate his ascent to the 9th. This outcome surprises him. His abysmal martial talent not only hampers his cultivation speed, but also affects the absorption rate of the elixir. Upon reflecting on the changes within him, Han Lin perceives an unusual shift. Could it be? It seems that his martial aptitude has undergone a slight transformation. As the Great Pill's potency not only enhances his cultivation, but also improves his innate potential. He breathes a sigh of relief. If this is the case, it is not so dire after all. The Great Pill is not a one-time opportunity. He can acquire more in the future. And even elixirs superior to the Great Pill are not beyond the realm of possibility. Even with a lackluster martial talent, he can still grow formidable through the signing-in system. In the following days, Han Lin's life becomes rather tranquil. After signing in each day, he engages in cleaning while also scouting the various locations within Shaolin that are eligible for signing in. The signing-in system allows for only 1 entry per day, yet he can check the suitability of locations against the rules during regular hours. This simple existence is quite enjoyable. Life flows steadily, and if given the choice, Han Lin would gladly continue this leisurely routine of signing in at Shaolin. However, there are those who are unwilling to let him be. Though his time inhabiting this body has not been lengthy, he has come to understand the burdens he bears. His family was slaughtered, a grievance that cannot be overlooked. The fact that the Autumn Wind Pavilion would go to such lengths, risking their own losses to pursue him to Shaolin, suggests he possesses something of great significance. What exactly are they seeking? Reflecting on what he still possesses, Han Lin struggles to identify anything that would warrant the Autumn Wind Pavilion's interest. Even if he did, it would likely have been safeguarded by Shaolin upon his entry. After pondering for some time, he remains perplexed about what the Autumn Wind Pavilion is after, and he finds no fragments of memory in his inheritance that reveal any significant items. It is likely that they believe the desires they seek reside within me, a mere orphan of the Han family. As I ponder this, Han Lin raises his gaze, finding himself surrounded by a dense bamboo grove, situated at the rear mountains of Shaolin Temple. Though the path here is seldom trodden, it nevertheless requires regular maintenance. In days gone by, This place was the least favored by the many sweeping monks, particularly during the autumn when the leaves fell. However, now that Han Lin has learned the iron broom technique, he is indifferent to the task at hand. With broom in hand, he adopts the initial stance of the iron broom technique, effortlessly sweeping away the dust and fallen leaves from the ground. Indeed, utilizing martial arts to clean is an entirely different experience. As he proceeds, Han Lin suddenly halts. His senses heightened, keenly observing his surroundings. His enhanced perception, gained from the advancement of his skills, informs him that something lurks in the shadows, watching him intently. Who is it? Step forth. Han Lin channels his energy, issuing a low command. The wind rustles the leaves, creating an eerie silence. Cautiously wielding the broom, he advances slowly. Though he knows he should perhaps flee to seek help from the skilled masters within Shaolin to confront this unknown assassin. Yet, such an act of retreat might only reveal more of his vulnerabilities, leading to his swift demise. Surrounded by towering bamboo, he finds himself at a disadvantage. After taking several steps forward, he is suddenly met with an unexpected sight. A small courtyard materializes before him. Gazing around, Han Lin is momentarily taken aback by the scene that unfolds, feeling somewhat disoriented. In the courtyard, a young maiden is tending to her hair. Upon sensing Han Lin's gaze, she scolds him. "You lecher, what are you staring at? Do you dare believe I want to pluck out your eyes?" Han Lin, slightly stunned, quickly realizes his indiscretion and averted his gaze. Yet, he cannot help but recall the maiden's features, her delicate chin, sparkling large eyes, and a thick ponytail. Even having encountered many beauties, Han Lin must concede that this girl is indeed strikingly lovely. "Dear maiden, please do not be angered," he begins, but is abruptly interrupted as he remains vigilant, sensing that the lurking danger has not dissipated. In fact, it has intensified. The previous feeling of being watched did not emanate from the enchanting girl before him. After all, what reason would such a beautiful maiden have to spy on him? Tightening his grip on the broom, Han Lin channels the strength of the dragon and elephant, readying himself with the initial stance of the iron broom technique, prepared to counter any ambush that may arise. Are the assassins from Autumn Wind Pavilion truly so cowardly? He scoffs into the void. With such feeble skills, how dare they approach Shaolin? It is utterly laughable. The young maiden, hearing Han Lin's words, reveals a look of confusion on her face. Yet she too assumes a defensive posture, her aura suggesting that she is indeed a martial artist of some caliber. The young man exhibits a remarkable alertness. It is no wonder that the cunning rabbit fell prey to him previously. A figure clad in black emerged from the bamboo grove beside the courtyard. Unmistakably a copper-tagged assassin from the Autumn Wind Pavilion. As he approached, he remarked, "However, I am quite different from that fellow. I have already surveyed the area, and it is unlikely that anyone else will arrive here shortly. I advise you to return with me obediently. It will spare you some physical suffering." Han Lin remained silent, keenly observing the assassin's capabilities. Noticing Han Lin's reticence, the black-clad figure continued to advance. His steps seemingly casual, yet revealing a certain rhythm upon closer inspection, indicative of a refined technique. He cast a glance at the young woman in the courtyard, exclaiming, "Well, what a surprise. A charming girl is here as well. I did not expect to find such amusement while on a mission." At this, Han Lin's expression shifted, for he was acutely aware that the assassins of the Autumn Wind Pavilion were notorious for their malevolence. Given this remark, he understood that they were likely to act upon their intentions. Though uncertain of the assassin's strength, he could not stand idly by. Han Lin called out to the young woman in the courtyard, "Mistress, come here quickly." Chapter 4. Lin Ruoshi. Initially, the girl had been angered by the black-clad figure, but upon hearing Han Lin's words, she regarded the unexpected young monk with a peculiar expression. Her countenance shifted, as if she wished to voice something, yet found herself at a loss. Ultimately, she scolded him, "You rogue! How ignorant can one be? To act so brazenly in the face of imminent peril, showing no regard for me whatsoever?" The assassin's countenance darkened further, observing the exchange between the two. The solitary assassin felt a sting of envy. "Young man, while I must bring you back alive, I can certainly ensure you experience some hardship along the way." As he spoke, the assassin's figure flickered, propelling himself towards Han Lin at an astonishing speed, brandishing two daggers that glinted ominously, likely coated with poison. Faced with the onslaught of the assassin, Han Lin felt a flicker of tension. He gripped his broom tightly, channeling the essence of the dragon and elephant, his muscles swelling with newfound strength. "Come on," he roared defiantly at the assassin, as if summoning courage from within. The assassin moved with breathtaking agility, his footwork unpredictable, embodying a profound technique, and in an instant, he was before Han Lin. "I shall sever your arm first," he declared in a low voice. his fierce eyes peering from beneath the mask, fixed upon Han Lin's left hand. With a swift motion, he flipped the dagger, preparing to strike down upon Han Lin's arm. "Be careful," the young woman in the courtyard urged softly, her expression shifting with concern. Han Lin furrowed his brow, observing the approaching assassin. Yet a sudden calm washed over him. He realized that the assassin's speed may not be as formidable as it appeared. Perhaps he could withstand the blow. With a slight shift of his body and a surge of power in his legs, Han Lin created distance between himself and the black-clad figure. Had he evaded the attack? There lies some skill within you, yet the next strike shall not be so easily parried. With a missed blow, the cloaked figure displayed little disappointment. He deftly twirled his dagger and lunged once more at Han Lin, this time with his right hand. Observing the approaching assassin, Han Lin resolved not to hold back. The Dragon Elephant Prajna surged within him, infusing his entire being with a seemingly boundless force. Employing the broom technique, Han Lin charged forward to meet the dark-clad adversary. "Are you seeking your own demise?" The assassin scoffed, for although they both bore bronze badges, he was no mere lowly hare. The aura surrounding him intensified, quickening his pace. Bang! The broom in Han Lin's grasp collided with the assassin's dagger. In that singular clash, the broom was severed by more than half. The wooden implement was no match for the dagger's fortitude. "Foolish wretch, I shan't indulge you any longer. If this drags on, those bald monks shall arrive." The assassin advanced, twisting his dagger menacingly towards Han Lin's shoulder, seemingly intent on severing his arm. Yet unexpectedly, Han Lin's form suddenly froze, and he delivered a powerful punch toward the assassin. Smack! Suspended in midair, the assassin's mind was consumed by the ever-enlarging fist, the overwhelming force snapping his nasal bone. A dull buzzing filled his head, and dark spots began to dance before his eyes. The young girl in the courtyard beamed with joy upon witnessing the cloaked figure being sent flying, exclaiming with delight, "Well done. Teach that scoundrel a lesson." Compared to this impudent rogue, the dark-clad figure was far more detestable in her eyes. Han Lin shot a glance at the girl, wishing to clarify that he was not a lecher, yet upon seeing the assassin rising from the ground, he abandoned his explanation and charged directly at him. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could you be so strong?" The assassin staggered to his feet, his vision obscured by stars and shadows, a searing pain piercing through his skull. Han Lin approached, channeling the iron broom technique, and with a mere 3/10 of his strength, he sent the assassin sprawling to the ground. With a serious expression, Han Lin declared, "Pray do not utter such words. I am merely a humble monk sweeping the grounds." He then removed the assassin's mask and softly inquired, "What is it that you seek? Why do you persistently invade Shaolin?" "Impossible, absolutely impossible. You can't be this strong." "Ah, that item must be on you. It must be." "Ha ha." The assassin's demeanor turned frenzied, perhaps in disbelief at Han Lin's remarkable prowess, or perhaps he had come to a realization. "I asked what you were truly searching for." Han Lin's countenance darkened as he delivered a sharp slap to the assassin on the ground. Ha ha. Perhaps Han Lin's slap was the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. After a few more laughs, the assassin suddenly breathed his last. Truly dead? Surely. Could it be that such an assassin possesses such lackluster skills? Upon inspecting the breath and heartbeat, it was evident that he had succumbed to his fate. Han Lin felt somewhat exasperated. Had he known earlier, he would have been more delicate in his approach. Now, the only witness had perished, leaving the plans of the Autumn Wind Pavilion shrouded in mystery. With a casual motion, he seized the cloaked figure and hurled him deep into the dense bamboo grove, simultaneously taking care to cleanse the bloodstains on the ground, as was befitting of a monk of their order. Just as he completed this task, he noticed a young maiden approaching, holding a vial. "My lady, what is your intention?" he inquired. The girl replied nonchalantly, "I am here to erase traces of the corpse. This vial contains a dissolution powder given to me by my father. A single drop will cause the body to dissolve into mere blood. How could you simply discard the body? What if someone were to discover it?" Gazing upon the maiden's beautiful visage, which now seemed less innocent than before, Han Lin felt a chill run down his spine. He explained, "This is Shaolin. These assassins intruded and were slain by the disciples here. There is no need for concealment. Moreover, purging evil and safeguarding righteousness is the duty of martial practitioners like us." The girl nodded. "Indeed, your order has a penchant for using the guise of exorcising demons to commit acts of violence. I imagine you have ample experience in such matters." Han Lin awkwardly scratched his bald head. Although he had recently joined Shaolin, being spoken of in such a manner was somewhat embarrassing. "What brings you here, my lady?" he asked, seeking to alleviate the awkwardness. "I am merely hiding here for a few days due to certain circumstances. My master will return shortly to fetch me," she replied. Han Lin thought to himself, So she is also seeking refuge, yet she possesses some skill to have gained the shelter of Shaolin. My lady, you must exercise caution while alone here. The assassins of the Autumn Wind Pavilion have recently become quite audacious, daring to pursue individuals even within the confines of Shaolin. He cautioned. The girl displayed a look of disdain. Those bumbling fools of the Autumn Wind Pavilion think they can handle me? If my master were present, a mere breath could extinguish them. Even in his absence, dealing with such petty thieves is no challenge for me. Casting a glance at the slender maiden, Han Lin felt a twinge of disbelief at her bravado, yet in a world where martial prowess was paramount, such occurrences were not entirely implausible. Regardless, it was prudent for her to remain vigilant. Observing the battered broom in his hand, he turned to the maiden and said, I have matters to attend to, so I shall not intrude upon your space any longer. The girl's face fell, revealing her disappointment. You are quite the bore, departing so suddenly. Han Lin was momentarily taken aback, then turned to her and stated earnestly, My lady, I am known as Xianqing, or you may call me Han Lin. I assure you, I am not a scoundrel. Having said this, he prepared to take his leave, for his task for the day remained unfulfilled. The young girl pouted, How boring. My name is Lin Ruashi. Please refrain from constantly calling me benefactor. It is quite irritating. Han Lin nodded. Understood, Lin benefactor. He then turned and swiftly departed, broom in hand. Without a hint of hesitation. Once Han Lin's figure faded from view, Lin Ruashi softly muttered, thick-headed. She then skipped cheerfully back to the courtyard, her hair still unkempt. Chapter 5. Little monk, will you miss me? It was said that a body of an assassin from the Autumn Wind Pavilion had been discovered on the back mountain, reportedly with half of its bones shattered. Indeed, I heard from a senior brother that it was killed by the iron broom technique, likely an attempt by the Autumn Wind Pavilion to infiltrate, only to be discovered by a particularly formidable senior brother. It seems so, but that senior brother was rather careless. He failed to notify the enforcement team about the body. There have been too many such incidents lately. Even if he had informed the enforcement team, they would probably have just sent a few cleaning monks to tidy up. Han Lin listened to the idle chatter of the Shaolin disciples while sweeping. This was the Dharma Academy, where the disciples were exceptionally gifted and possessed formidable martial talents, groomed as the next generation of Shaolin. They were also Han Lin's source of information, as their innate abilities allowed them to learn things that many cleaning monks could not. After absorbing the conversation, Han Lin concluded that the incident from yesterday was resolved. The death of a single assassin amidst the numerous appearances of Autumn Wind Pavilion's members would hardly create a stir. As he contemplated this, he suddenly remembered that he had yet to sign in. He glanced at the Shaolin disciples outside, drenched in sweat, and smiled faintly, silently reciting, Sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Dharma sword technique. Would you like to learn it? Han Lin was momentarily taken aback, feeling a sense of shock. It was said that the founder of Shaolin, Master Bodhidharma, had meditated facing a wall for 18 years, establishing several supreme martial arts that allowed him to roam the world unchallenged. The Dharma sword technique was one of these, a figure of at least transcendent strength. How could the sword technique he created be weak? With a thought, he chose to learn it. Learning successful, currently at the beginner level of the Dharma sword technique. In an instant, a multitude of memories flooded his mind. New memories of sword practice emerged, and profound insights surged within him. Though Han Lin had never wielded a long sword before, it felt as if he had been practicing for several years. Observing the long swords beside the many disciples of the Dharma Academy, he felt an overwhelming urge to swing one. However, he quickly suppressed this impulse. Completing his sweeping and preparing to leave, it was not yet the time to reveal himself. After finishing the designated area, Han Lin headed towards the back mountain, a wooden sword in hand. Rarely visited by others, especially after the incidents involving the Autumn Wind Pavilion assassins, the back mountain was even more desolate. It is worth mentioning that the lady named Lin Ruashi was the first person he encountered on the back mountain. Finding a vacant space, he set his broom aside and gently grasped the wooden sword in his hand. At that moment, a peculiar sensation surged within him, and numerous techniques related to swordsmanship as well as the Daruma sword style flashed through his mind. With a flick of his wrist, the long sword danced through the air, creating a whooshing sound. The wooden sword felt remarkably accommodating in his grip, even though it was his first attempt at swordplay. Han Lin moved with an ease that resembled that of a swordsman who had trained for 3 to 5 years. His swordplay was both powerful and agile, exuding an endless sharpness while retaining a certain grace, each move elusive like the horns of an antelope. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, and some green foliage fell from the trees. Han Lin wielded the wooden sword, twisting and shifting his body. The techniques of the Daruma sword style were employed repeatedly, as he thrust at the falling green leaves. What had initially felt somewhat awkward became increasingly fluid through continued practice. By the end of his routine, all the green leaves were impaled upon the wooden sword, none having fallen to the ground. With a light flick, he sent the leaves aside and exhaled softly, feeling an inexplicable sense of relaxation. He thought to himself that further practice of the techniques would be necessary. Although he could forcefully absorb the skills, it was ultimately insufficient for mastery. Just as he was preparing to rise and depart, a clear voice rang out behind him. I didn't expect that the little monk is not only a dandy, but also quite proficient in sword dancing. Han Lin's expression shifted. If he had been uncertain of the speaker's identity upon hearing the voice, the mention of dandy made it clear who was behind him. Miss Lin, is it truly appropriate for you to hide in the shadows and spy on a man? He recalled having taken great care to avoid that courtyard, yet here he was, unexpectedly encountering the young lady again. Hearing Han Lin's words, Lin Ruoshi chuckled lightly and replied with an air of nonchalance. You, dandy, should not speak so casually. I have not been spying. I have been here for quite some time, but you simply did not notice. I was observing you quite openly. Han Lin was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for words. Yet, he had to admit that this young lady possessed remarkable skills, for he had not sensed her presence during his time here. He mused to himself that evidently, his perceptive abilities also required some honing. Raising his head, he looked at Lin Ruoshi before saying, You may watch if you wish, but please refrain from speaking of it carelessly. Han Lin realized he could not reveal the sudden strength he had acquired. After all, he had previously assessed himself as a mere waste, devoid of martial talent. To suddenly exhibit such prowess surely concealed some secret, and he could not guarantee that the monks of Shaolin would remain indifferent should his secret be exposed. Both the Shaolin monks and the members of Qiufeng Pavilion would undoubtedly seek to confront him. Lin Ruoshi sat on a nearby stone bench, her expression one of indifference. As she remarked, This is the Daruma sword style, is it not? I have heard from my master that Shaolin-esque Daruma sword style was once one of the foremost sword techniques in the world. However, nowadays, few within Shaolin can master it. Han Lin nodded, acknowledging, Indeed, this is the Dharma sword technique. I never anticipated your knowledge would be so extensive. Upon receiving Han Lin's compliment, Lin Ruoshi's face illuminated with a smile. Of course, you haven't even inquired about my master. In the realm of martial arts, there is nothing he does not know. Observing Lin Ruoshi's self-assured demeanor, Han Lin felt a spark of curiosity. He gazed at her and asked, So, who is your master? Lin Ruoshi's smile abruptly faltered as she stared at Han Lin, momentarily taken aback. I cannot disclose that. My master has instructed me not to reveal his name to others. However, I can share his title. People in the martial world generally refer to him as the Elder of Heavenly Secrets. Han Lin murmured to himself, Elder of Heavenly Secrets? I wonder if he truly possesses the ability to divine the heavens. In his previous life, he would have dismissed such claims as the musings of charlatans. Yet in this realm, there might indeed be extraordinary individuals capable of such feats. At that moment, Lin Ruoshi suddenly turned her gaze towards Han Lin. Little monk, since I have entrusted you with a secret, why not share with me where you learned the Dharma sword technique? Han Lin nodded and replied without a second thought. My master taught me, and I do have a name. You may call me Xianxing or Han Lin. Lin Ruoshi rolled her eyes, skepticism etched on her face. Xianxing the little monk is not being honest. Nowadays, is there anyone in Shaolin Temple capable of mastering the Dharma sword technique? It is rumored that the lineage was lost over a century ago. Although some fragments have been recovered, the crucial elements are still missing. You appear quite authentic. Where did you learn this? Han Lin shot her a glance. Could it not be that I am self-taught? Lin Ruoshi's expression intensified with doubt. Do you think you are the patriarch Bodhidharma? Self-taught? Please, spare me the tall tales. If you do not wish to share, so be it. You miser. I can't be bothered with you. I shall take my leave. With that, Lin Ruoshi departed, seemingly in a huff, heading back towards the courtyard. For a moment, Han Lin considered chasing after her to clarify the origins of his sword technique, but he was at a loss for words. Standing there pondering, he ultimately decided to resume sweeping the ground, choosing to set aside his confusion. In the following days, Han Lin continued to practice the newly acquired or enhanced martial arts on the back mountain. When he encountered Lin Ruoshi, her face was once again filled with joy, as if she were unconcerned about their previous exchange. However, it was not always that he met Lin Ruoshi. At times, he would practice alone and return by himself. What puzzled Han Lin was that it seemed no one in Shaolin Temple was aware of the female disciple residing on the back mountain. Yet, it was understandable. The one who had taken Lin Ruoshi in was likely a high monk of Shaolin, who, for the sake of the temple's reputation, would prefer to keep such matters discreet. The monotony of practicing on the back mountain was alleviated by the presence of a lively young woman, which added a touch of amusement. One day, while Han Lin was practicing his swordplay, Lin Ruoshi suddenly asked, "Little monk, if I were to leave, would you miss me?" Han Lin paused, slightly taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, "Yes." A satisfied smile blossomed on Lin Ruoshi's face. On that day, Lin Ruoshi spoke extensively with Han Lin, as though she were an incessant chatterbox. Chapter 6. The 13th layer is nothing short of perfection. Since that day, it seemed that Han Lin had not encountered Lin Ruoshi again. Initially, he presumed that she wished to avoid him. However, after several months without a sight of her, he came to realize that she had likely departed. That day had been her farewell to him. Lin Ruoshi's departure indeed left Han Lin with a sense of solitude and diminished joy, yet it did not deter his resolve to grow stronger. Moreover, the occasional visits from a few assassins of the Qiufeng Pavilion provided some amusement, alleviating the tedium. One day, he unexpectedly overheard several disciples from the Bodhi courtyard discussing the retreat of the Qiufeng Pavilion. Indeed, the senior brother stationed nearby had returned, indicating that the Qiufeng Pavilion had truly vacated. It was rumored that a grandmaster had stormed their headquarters, slaying countless silver and bronze-ranked assassins, with many gold-ranked casualties as well. The losses must have been substantial, compelling them to withdraw. It remains unknown which noble figure acted so heroically. I had long regarded the Qiufeng Pavilion with disdain due to their reckless conduct. Nonetheless, their retreat allows us a measure of ease. Since that day, Han Lin had not encountered a single assassin from the Qiufeng Pavilion at Shaolin. Suddenly being free from pursuit felt quite unfamiliar. Fortunately, the continuous rewards from signing in offered him a semblance of comfort. Time passed swiftly, and 4 years flew by in the blink of an eye. During these years, Han Lin remained diligent and unassuming, faithfully fulfilling his duties as a sweeper monk, drawing no attention at Shaolin. He had heard that several disciples had been expelled for clandestinely studying martial arts. It seemed that Qing Huan had allowed him to self-study out of consideration for their past friendship, and perhaps due to Han Lin's inherently modest talent. As for the notion of leaving Shaolin, Han Lin might have entertained it previously, but now he had no desire to depart. Here, he could continuously sign in to grow stronger, a veritable treasure trove. Even if the abbot were to kneel before him, pleading for his departure, he would remain steadfast. Over the years, Han Lin leveraged the advantages of being a sweeper monk, signing in at various locations within Shaolin. At the Damo courtyard, he signed in and acquired skills such as the Damo palm, Prajna palm, and the tiger subduing Arhut fist. At the Luohan hall, he obtained techniques including the Luohan fist, divine palm 8 strikes, great stone slap, and tranquil Zen skill. At the Prajna hall, he earned abilities like iron shirt, golden bell shield, Wei Tuo palm, and mighty Vajra fist. At the Medicine King courtyard, he received top-tier elixirs, including small returning pill, great returning pill, and Bodhi pill. At the Demon Suppressing Tower, he signed in and learned the Star Absorbing Technique and 7 Injuries Fist. Among these, the Demon Suppressing Tower was the place Han Lin found most perilous. It served as a prison for formidable and malevolent beings that posed a threat to the world, as Shaolin, known for its compassion, would not casually engage in slaughter. From a distance, one could see the swirling black mist surrounding the tower, emanating from the malevolent powers of the old demons contained within. One day, while Han Lin was signing in at the Demon Suppression Tower, he suddenly heard an ambiguous, enchanting melody that left his mind in a state of confusion, as if something were beckoning him. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself standing before the grand entrance of the tower. At that moment, being merely a 6th-grade practitioner, Han Lin was thoroughly frightened, suspecting that the malevolent entities within the tower were attempting to lure him. After that incident, he refrained from visiting the Demon Suppression Tower again. The characteristics of practicing demonic arts were too conspicuous, compelling Han Lin to limit his visits. And even when he signed in for certain techniques, he chose not to employ them. However, through persistent sign-ins, the Iron Broom technique became the first martial art he perfected. The seamless execution of this perfected technique flowed with an ethereal grace, each movement resonating with an aura of Tao. It proved to be remarkably efficient for sweeping. And among the monks at Shaolin, Han Lin's sweeping speed became unparalleled. This unexpected distinction left Han Lin, who preferred to remain low-key, feeling quite remorseful. After all, humility in sign-ins was the true path. The other techniques he signed in for subsequently reached perfection as well. With the abundant supply of elixirs and the assistance of powerful techniques such as the Bone-Washing Sutra and the Muscle-Changing Sutra, he successfully ascended to the 4th grade, matching the cultivation level of his superior, the head of the miscellaneous department. Ironically, The initial success he achieved with the Dragon Elephant Prajna had seen a notable decrease in probability of advancement. After 4 years of sign-ins, he had only managed to reach the 12th level. 12 levels already. Han Lin lightly swung his fist, producing a resounding crack in the air. As it split apart before him, behind him, phantoms flickered, the 12 dragons and 12 elephants roaring, exuding an extraordinary aura. The next day, Han Lin rose early. He arrived at a site imbued with residual laws and silently recited his intention to sign in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. Dragon Elephant Prajna Level 1, current level, 13. The moment he successfully signed in, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, and the phantoms of 13 dragons and 13 elephants appeared behind him, howling towards the heavens. With a gentle fist clench, an immeasurable power surged forth. In that instant, Han Lin felt the notion that he could shatter the heavens with a single punch. With the phantoms behind him retracted, he savored his newfound strength. The Dragon Elephant Prajna was perfected, possessing the power of 13 dragons and 13 elephants. Surely, in this world, he now possessed a measure of self-defense. Eager to test his rapidly surging strength and gauge his combat prowess, Han Lin was mindful that revealing such power would contradict his low-profile nature. As he turned to survey his surroundings, he fortuitously spotted a massive, jet-black stone in the courtyard. Measuring a square yard. Perfect. He decided to use this stone to test his strength. Deep down, he understood that, given his current power, he could effortlessly lift such a large stone. Yet an inexplicable competitive spirit compelled him to give it a try. He wrapped his arms around the colossal stone and exerted himself. However, to his astonishment, the stone remained utterly unmoved. With unwavering determination, Han Lin resolved to give his all once more. Behind him, the ethereal silhouettes of 13 dragons and 13 elephants materialized, emanating an overwhelming aura from his being. At that moment, Han Lin's physique transformed. The once handsome young man standing at 178 centimeters morphed into a towering giant of 245 centimeters. His body a veritable mass of muscle. Rise, he commanded, his face flushed with exertion as he unleashed his strength. The massive boulder beneath him finally stirred. The ground trembled slightly, as if it were about to be lifted. Damn, it's too heavy. I can't do this, he muttered, gently placing the boulder back on the ground. Retracting his formidable presence and returning to his original stature. This cursed stone is excessively weighty. I clearly overestimated my capabilities. I can't even lift a rather unique rock. This world is no trifling matter. If I can't handle something as simple as this, I might very well be slain by the powerful outside. It seems I must bide my time and cultivate prudently. With that thought, he glanced down at his tattered monk's robe and dashed back to his quarters. Just as he departed, several monks, exuding a terrifying aura, appeared in the courtyard. At the forefront stood a muscular figure, robust and imposing, wielding a large Zen staff. Observing the empty yard, he furrowed his brow slightly. The formidable aura I sensed earlier dissipated here. Such a powerful presence, comparable to a second-tier master. Could it be that a self-proclaimed saint has awakened? Another monk beside him suddenly pointed to the stone in the yard. Look here. Has the position of this 9 heavens meteorite changed? Following his gesture, the others noticed that the dark, massive rock had indeed shifted slightly. One exclaimed, "This meteorite was brought back by the revered Arhut for weapon forging. Its weight is astonishing. To think someone could move it. Qing Fan, among us, you possess the greatest strength. Do you think you could?" Before he could finish, the monk named Qing Fan interjected, "I fear I cannot. Perhaps if I advance to first tier, I might be able to." The monks exchanged glances, and the leader sighed, "Truly, we are beset by troubles. Just as we faced that incident in Shaolin, the Qiufeng Pavilion has begun its incursions. And now we are confronted by an unfamiliar strongman. My fellow disciples, we must exercise caution. Let us prioritize that matter and defer others for later." One monk spoke softly. "Abbot, how shall we handle the visit from the Yuanming national master seeking enlightenment on Buddhist doctrine tomorrow?" The abbot furrowed his brow. "Do not fret. We shall proceed as we have in the past during exchanges. For now, the pressing issue remains that incident." The others nodded in agreement, and after a brief observation, they hastily departed, their expressions urgent, as if preoccupied with preparations. Chapter 7. Yuanming National Master, Sign-in Successful. Congratulations to the host for achieving the first level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique. The current mastery is at the 14th level. The following day's sign-in unexpectedly focused on the Dragon Elephant Prajna. To Han Lin's astonishment, his Dragon Elephant Prajna unexpectedly transcended the so-called 13th level of perfection, achieving an unprecedented 14th level. At that moment, he recalled that when he first acquired the signing-in system, he had received a reward that allowed him to surpass his limits, which had been granted to his Dragon Elephant Sutra. This elevation in level did not significantly alter Han Lin's capabilities. It merely augmented his already formidable power. However, the increase seemed to surpass that of a mere dragon and elephant. He continued to wield his broom, sweeping diligently. As he approached the Great Hero Hall, he suddenly noticed a cacophony ahead, bustling with activity. Several warrior monks were weaving through the crowd, busily transporting various tools, seemingly preparing for something. Surrounding the Great Hero Hall was a throng of monks, densely packed, as if something significant were afoot. Han Lin quickly scanned the crowd and spotted the familiar figure of Xianping. The young monk stood beside a warrior monk, straining to catch a glimpse of the proceedings, though his youthful stature paled in comparison to the towering figures of the martial monks. "Xianping, what is happening here?" Han Lin inquired softly, gently tugging at Xianping's sleeve. Startled, Xianping turned, and upon recognizing Han Lin, he replied, "Ah, it's you, Xianqing. I'm merely here to observe the excitement alongside them. I overheard a few senior brothers mention that some monks from the western regions are coming to exchange Buddhist teachings, and they are currently preparing the necessary tools. Is that so?" Han Lin mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Although Xianping spoke of a discussion on Buddhist doctrine, the weapons being transported by the warrior monks suggested that it might not be a mere intellectual debate, but rather a martial contest. If it were a martial competition, it would be worthwhile to witness, providing an opportunity to gauge the prowess of others. With this thought, he set aside his broom and elbowed his way into the throng. "Who is that? Don't push. There's no room in here." Despite the tightly packed crowd, Han Lin activated the power of the Dragon Elephant Sutra around him, causing those who collided with him to be gently but firmly pushed aside. It was as if he were coated in a slick oil, allowing him to slip past the warrior monks before they could react, and he soon found himself at the front of the gathering. However, the scene that greeted him was not what he had anticipated. Instead of the grand spectacle he imagined, he encountered a robust foreign monk wielding a pair of golden wheels, alongside another monk who appeared earnest, holding a long staff, likely a disciple of the earlier monk. The head of the Dharma Academy looked down at the foreign monk with discontent, remarking, "Why has the national master left his duties in the Yuanming to come to Shaolin? Does he not fear being slain by righteous individuals here, in the arena?" The Western monk chuckled softly at the various heads of the Shaolin temples on stage, saying, "There is no need for your concerns. I have long heard that the 72 unique techniques of Shaolin are unparalleled in the world. I have come here with my disciple Mengzi to seek your guidance, and I hope you will not disappoint me." Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the temple heads shifted slightly. The hot-tempered head of the Dharma temple, Qing Fan, clenched his fists, eager to charge down and teach this monk a lesson. Before the temple heads could descend, a martial monk stepped forward. "Abbot, allow me to teach this arrogant Western monk a lesson." The abbot, Qing Yuan, nodded slightly. The martial monk then clasped his fists and declared, "I practice the Shaolin iron broom technique and would like to learn from your esteemed self." The iron broom technique, also known as the iron leg technique, while convenient for sweeping, was clearly intended for combat in this instance. Observing the monk on stage, Han Lin nodded. Although this monk's iron broom technique could not compare to Han Lin's perfected skills, it had nonetheless reached a considerable level of mastery, with an impressive aura indicating he was a fifth-tier expert. Master Yuanming nodded to his disciple beside him and then stepped aside. Mengzi, filled with excitement, gazed at the martial monk. "Come at me. Let me see how formidable Shaolin's flowery fists and brocade legs truly are." "Excuse me," the martial monk said, as he launched himself towards Mengzi. The monk's internal energy surged, and his punches and kicks struck the air with a crackling sound, resonating with formidable power, as if he had unleashed all his might. However, in the face of the monk's full-force strike, Mengzi wore a disappointed expression. "Is that all?" In an instant, Mengzi vanished from his original position. When he reappeared, it was directly in front of the martial monk, and he aimed a kick at him, seemingly intent on defeating him in his strongest domain. The martial monk hurriedly attempted to defend against Mengzi's attack, but the disparity in strength was too great. With a sharp sound, the monk was sent flying by Mengzi's kick, crashing to the ground, unconscious and possibly lifeless. "Is this the strength of your Shaolin?" As Qing Fan of the Dharma temple stood up, ready to descend, he was halted by the abbot Qing Yuan, who subtly shook his head. The many martial monks below wore faces of indignation. As Shaolin disciples, they shared both honor and disgrace. The Western monk's brazen words incited a desire among them to teach him a lesson. Yet, recalling the previous monk's defeat, most felt unqualified to challenge Mengzi. "I have come to learn from your esteemed self." Another martial monk stepped forward, wielding a large knife, radiating a fierce aura that seemed even stronger than the previous fighter. Somewhat stronger than before, but still quite weak, Mengza remarked calmly, picking up a large knife himself, prepared to employ his swordsmanship to overcome this Shaolin disciple. Prepare yourself. The blade-wielding monk swung his massive sword, launching an assault. The seemingly cumbersome weapon appeared weightless in his hands, effortlessly wielded with grace. A flame seemed to envelop the blade, its fierce intensity harboring immense power that even the observing Master Yuan Meng could not help but feel a flicker of concern. However, Mengza adeptly countered the monk's strikes with his own swordplay, their blades clashing continuously, the air resonating with the sounds of metal striking metal. Is this the famed Ranmu sword technique of Shaolin? I have experienced it firsthand. Mengza laughed heartily, his sword slicing through the air. Instantly, an unparalleled force surged from his blade, crashing into the monk with devastating impact. A gasp escaped the monk as he coughed up blood, sent flying by the sheer might. Following the defeat of the blade-wielding monk, several more monks stepped forward, each having mastered a distinguished Shaolin technique. Yet, they bore little difference from their predecessors. Swiftly falling to Mengza's prowess, Master Yuan Meng surveyed the scene with a derisive smile. Is this truly Shaolin? Pathetically weak. Mengza stood amidst the throng of Shaolin disciples, a scornful grin adorning his face. Witnessing this spectacle, Han Lin turned to leave. If the encounters were merely a display of overwhelming dominance, it held little entertainment value. He might as well be sweeping the floor instead. As for the dignity of Shaolin, he deemed it a matter for the abbot to address. Just as some Shaolin disciples contemplated stepping forward for their chance, Abbot Qingyuan intervened, addressing Master Yuan Meng. Perhaps we should conclude the contest here for now? After such an extended bout, I trust the master is weary. It may be prudent to rest and enjoy some refreshments before continuing the competition. A look of disdain crossed the master's face, yet he nodded in agreement. Very well. I hope to witness the true 72 unique skills of Shaolin, and not be feigned with subpar offerings. With that, Master Yuan Meng departed with his disciples, having no intention of resting at Shaolin, planning to return later for further contests. Everyone, it seems, should disperse. As soon as the master exited, Qing Fan confronted Abbot Qingyuan. Brother, why did you stop me? Qingyuan shook his head, replying, This Master Yuan Meng is formidable. It takes considerable audacity to challenge Shaolin at this time. He is exceptionally strong, and I suspect you may not easily prevail against him. Winning would be inconsequential, but a loss could tarnish Shaolin's esteemed reputation. His disciple possesses formidable strength, likely at the pinnacle of the 5th rank, making victory for an ordinary disciple exceedingly difficult. Qing Fan paused, nodding in understanding. I see. Qingyuan's expression grew somber. We must devise a comprehensive strategy. Losing is trivial, but if others perceive Shaolin as diminished, that would pose a significant problem, especially given the recent occurrences. The others nearby nodded in agreement, their faces reflecting a trace of concern. Chapter 8 Apologies. I find myself on the 14th floor, outside the Shaolin Temple. A group of diverse monks from the western regions is gathered together, seemingly engaged in the act of consuming food and drink. Among them are the esteemed Master Yuan Meng and his disciple Mengza, who previously entered Shaolin to issue a challenge. The western monks exhibit a certain lack of reservations. The master seizes a roasted leg of lamb, takes a hearty bite, and savors a sip of wine before glancing at his fellow monks nearby. Their mission to the Central Plains is nearing completion. They have gathered ample intelligence. Yet the true prowess of the martial artists in the Central Plains remains somewhat elusive. This visit to Shaolin presents an opportune moment for insight. The master regards those around him with a grave demeanor, his expression devoid of the earlier disdain he exhibited within the temple, now replaced by a weighty seriousness. A burly monk glances at the Shaolin Temple, his face marred by disdain as he remarks, Master, your concerns are unfounded. Although tales of numerous strong warriors abound in the Central Plains, those accounts are relics of the past. The so-called strongmen may very well be mere self-aggrandizement by the locals. Our journey thus far has encountered little in the way of formidable resistance. I suspect the martial world of the Central Plains is rather unimpressive. Following this, another monk interjects. Yell speaks true. As one of the foremost sects in the Central Plains, Shaolin is indeed the most qualified to represent the martial prowess of this region. However, I conducted a brief reconnaissance and found no noteworthy experts. The strongest seems to be the second-tier abbot, and frankly, we few could easily subdue this temple. This monk, slightly more slender in stature, yet still robust compared to the average man, wields 2 curved blades, a peculiar grin perpetually gracing his lips. Upon hearing their statements, Master Yuan Meng shakes his head in disapproval. You all underestimate Shaolin. As a titan of martial arts in the Central Plains, the saying all martial skills emerge from Shaolin holds weight. Although they may appear to possess only a second-tier abbot as their strongest, it is precisely for this reason we have come to challenge them. But how can you be certain they do not have self-sealed saintly monks among them? Over the years, Shaolin has produced numerous formidable saintly warriors. If we provoke them, they may awaken those long-dormant old masters. Even if their powers have waned due to self-sealing, we would still suffer considerable losses. The other two monks pause, momentarily taken aback, seemingly at a loss for a rebuttal. After a brief contemplation, Master Yuan Ming appears to arrive at a decision and rises to his feet. He turns to the previously slender monk. Ulan Tai, I will venture into Shaolin shortly to conduct a reconnaissance. Your temperament is notably volatile. Remain here and await the appointed time. When the hour arrives, join Mingza for the duel within the temple. Exercise restraint and avoid acting impulsively. Our purpose here is merely to gauge their strength. Upon witnessing the master's earnest expression, Ulan Tai ponders briefly before nodding in agreement. Upon witnessing Ulan Tai's acquiescence, the national master exhaled a sigh of relief. This individual, known for his explosive temper, often resorted to violence over trivial disagreements, attracting considerable trouble along the way. As long as he refrained from causing chaos, the matters at hand would undoubtedly become significantly more manageable. As for Yell, there was no cause for concern. This seemingly simple and honest man was the epitome of reliability, capable of decisive actions despite his unassuming demeanor. After reiterating his instructions to the others, the national master swiftly maneuvered towards the rear mountains of Shaolin. Surrounding Shaolin, aside from a solitary path leading up the mountain, the terrain was steep and treacherous, making it nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to ascend. However, the national master was far from ordinary. Leveraging his formidable cultivation, he executed a series of agile movements and soon reached the rear mountains of Shaolin. At that moment, the monks of the Dead Dharma Institute and the sweeping monks of the Miscellaneous Institute were largely preoccupied with observing the match against the Western monks. Though the foreign monks had departed, the fervor among the monks had yet to wane. Many were engaged in discussions about the forthcoming exchanges, while those lacking the ability to participate were reluctant to leave, fearing they might miss something significant. Consequently, upon his arrival, the national master encountered not a single Shaolin disciple. Typically, there would be patrols from the law enforcement team, yet today, even they had gone to witness the competition. After a thorough search yielded no results, a sense of disappointment crept into the national master's heart. As he wandered about, he found no trace of the so-called Saint Monk's self-proclaimed domain. Could it be that my assumptions were misguided? Surely, the Shaolin, as a paragon of the martial world, could not be so feeble. The national master muttered to himself as he walked, grappling with the disconcerting notion that this martial titan appeared somewhat disappointing and unexpectedly weak. Reflecting on the rumors circulating in the martial community, the Yuan Ming national master arrived at a somber conclusion. Perhaps the Shaolin temple had indeed fallen into decline. What rises must eventually fall, and it was unforeseen that the illustrious Shaolin temple had reached such a juncture. As he pondered the once revered Shaolin temple's current state, the national master felt a twinge of melancholy. Suddenly, he spotted a sweeping monk diligently cleaning the pathway ahead. Most remarkably, he sensed a familiar aura emanating from this monk, suggesting they had trained in the same martial art. Excitement surged within him as he approached the monk. Who goes there? Han Lin, the sweeping monk, called out sharply. He had sensed a presence watching him moments earlier, but it had vanished as quickly as it appeared, leaving him puzzled. Just then, a foreign monk materialized before him. Han Lin's gaze sharpened. The robust figure radiated a commanding presence. Although he bore no golden wheels, Han Lin recognized him as the Yuan Ming national master. What brings the national master to the rear mountains of Shaolin? Having spent considerable time in Shaolin, Han Lin had developed a keen intuition, and the sight of this intruder stealthily approaching felt akin to an unwelcome stranger infiltrating one's home, leaving him feeling distinctly uneasy. The national master glanced at the monk before him, a hint of joy evident in his tone as he spoke. Might you have cultivated the Dragon Elephant Sutra skill? Han Lin nodded. It was not an extraordinary matter. The delight on the national master's face intensified. What position do you hold within the Shaolin? Surely you must be the head of one of the halls. Despite Han Lin's youthful appearance, the national master held no condescension, for there were countless examples of ancient beings who appeared young due to their peculiar cultivation methods. Perhaps the man before him was indeed an old monster in disguise. In a calm tone, Han Lin replied, I am a humble sweeper. The national master's excitement grew further, and he eagerly addressed Han Lin. The first level of the Dragon Elephant Sutra skill is quite elementary. Even the most foolish person can master it within a year or two with proper guidance. The second level is twice as profound as the first and requires 3 to 4 years. The third level, meanwhile, demands 7 to 8 years, with the progression becoming exponentially more difficult thereafter. By the time one reaches the fifth level, advancing to the next often requires over 30 years of arduous effort. However, I managed to break through the 10th level in just 20 years. I perceive you to be at the 6th or 7th level. You must have sensed the difficulty in progressing further, correct? Noticing the National Master's inquisitive gaze, Han Lin felt a chill. Difficulty? Hard to progress? Was he speaking of him? Seeing Han Lin remain silent, the National Master continued. If you were to join my tutelage, I would devote myself to your instruction. With your innate talent and my guidance, you could surely surpass the 10th level of Dragon Elephant Sutra within a decade or so. The National Master's face radiated with confidence, believing that the allure of significant advancement in power would surely entice Han Lin. To his surprise, Han Lin shook his head and replied, I am not interested. He had no desire to leave the treasure trove that was Shaolin. Whether he could secure success elsewhere remained uncertain. Upon hearing Han Lin's response, the National Master's expression froze, and he looked at Han Lin with solemnity. Are you truly certain? Yes. The National Master's demeanor shifted, a look of regret clouding his features as he regarded Han Lin. What a pity. If you were willing to follow me, in a decade's time, you could traverse the world with ease. Yet, since you have declined my offer, I cannot possibly allow a genius to remain within Shaolin. As he spoke, he approached Han Lin, and behind him, a remarkable phenomenon began to manifest. Dragons and elephants materialized. 10 dragons and 10 elephants appearing behind the National Master. Before you perish, I shall show you the might of your lifelong pursuit. I will end your life with the simple Dragon Elephant Sutra, making you aware of the opportunity you have forsaken. The 10 dragons and 10 elephants loomed behind him, his muscles bulging with immense strength. Is the 10th level of the Dragon Elephant Sutra truly formidable? The National Master hesitated, looking at Han Lin with confusion. What did you say? Han Lin met the National Master's gaze, his expression filled with curiosity as he reiterated. Is the 10th level of the Dragon Elephant Sutra truly formidable? Ha! The National Master let out a hearty laugh. What do you understand? The 10th layer is unparalleled in its might. Even if one were to break through to the third tier of innate longevity, few would expend energy on such cultivation. My prowess in the 10th layer's Dragon and Elephant Sutra renders me the foremost in this realm. An expression of profound confidence graced the National Master's face. Han Lin nodded lightly. I see, but forgive me, I am at the 14th layer. As Han Lin spoke, wondrous phenomena of dragons and elephants began to manifest behind him. 1 dragon and 1 elephant, 2 dragons and 2 elephants, 3 dragons and 3 elephants. When it reached 9 dragons and 9 elephants, the eyes of Yuanming's National Master widened in disbelief. Yet, this was not the end. Soon appeared 10 dragons and 10 elephants, 11 dragons and 11 elephants, culminating in an astonishing 14 dragons and 14 elephants. The multitude of dragons and elephants that swirled behind Han Lin dwarfed the National Master's 10 dragons and 10 elephants, which, while formidable, appeared rather meager in comparison. I cannot believe it. This is utterly impossible, the National Master exclaimed, seemingly driven to madness, as the spectacle of the 14th layer's Dragon and Elephant Sutra exceeded his wildest imagination. With a swift movement, he lunged towards Han Lin, but the outcome was predictable. Given the disparity between the 14th and 10th layers, Han Lin swung his fist, sending the National Master flying far away. The ejected National Master exhibited no desire to continue the battle, his face etched with fear as he gazed at Han Lin. You are the resurrected ancient being? So it is true. I suspected that there were still formidable individuals within Shaolin Temple, and you must be intent on seizing this opportunity to eliminate us all. As he spoke, the National Master activated his lightness skill, executing several leaps before vanishing from Han Lin's sight. Han Lin pursued momentarily, but soon relinquished the chase. For he had not yet mastered the formidable lightness skill, and his 4th-tier cultivation was insufficient to catch up to the elusive Yuanming National Master. What a pity. I should have detained him. Nevertheless, there will be other opportunities, he mused, glancing at the direction from which the National Master had fled before turning back to pick up his broom and continue sweeping the ground. Chapter 9. The National Master flees in disgrace. Is this the attitude of your Shaolin? Oolong Tai scoffed at the gathered monks outside the Great Hero Hall, his expression brimming with disdain. A grand sect, yet not a single soul dares to accept the challenge. Is this truly the way of Shaolin in the Central Plains? To shy away from even this contest? What a pack of cowards. At this moment, Mengzi stood in the midst of the crowd, brandishing a long staff, his gaze carelessly sweeping across the assembly, seemingly mocking the Shaolin disciples below. Beside Ulan Tai, Yel stood silently, yet his grip on the massive hammer tightened. His eyes scanning the prominent figures of Shaolin, ready to thwart any unseemly attacks from those lacking in dignity. How dare you speak so? It is clear that the foreign monks from the West are utterly impudent. Brothers, do not hold me back. Let me go up and slay this wretched foreign monk. Fellow brothers from the Demo courtyard hastened to teach them a lesson. These ruffians are far too arrogant. Let us show them a bit of color. They know not the heights of heaven nor the depths of the earth. Shaolin Temple is not a place for your reckless antics. The crowd outside was fervently agitated, yet no one dared to step onto the stage. Following the previous events, they had come to understand the formidable prowess of the individual up there. Although they longed to confront this foreign monk, the prospect of being defeated and thereby tarnishing the reputation of Shaolin was daunting. Losing a match was trivial. But losing face for Shaolin was unacceptable. Thus, despite their simmering anger, none were willing to act rashly. Among the throng, a few disciples from the Dharma Academy exchanged glances. They were the most gifted martial artists in the academy, the close disciples of the headmaster, possessing substantial strength. However, having not received any directive from their master on stage, they were somewhat anxious as they observed the brazen demeanor of the monk Meng Jia. The head of the Dharma Academy, Qing Fan, whispered, "Senior brother, what shall we do? I did not anticipate these rascals returning so swiftly. If we delay engaging them, it may damage the reputation of our Shaolin Temple. Though they are merely foreign monks from the West, if they are exploited by ill-intentioned individuals, outsiders might perceive us as incapable of handling even a band of monks." Standing at the center, the abbot Qing Yuan furrowed his brow, gazing at the three men below, feeling somewhat helpless. When they had first arrived, Qing Yuan had dispatched the close disciples of each academy to confront them. However, the results had not been favorable. Although they had managed to hold their ground longer than before, they ultimately faced defeat. This only emboldened the foreign monks, particularly the audacious Ulan Tai, who had replaced the national master Yuan Meng. In that moment, Qing Yuan was struck by a thought. Where had the national master gone? He turned to his companions and said in a low voice, "Their national master is missing." Qing Fan's expression darkened. Could he have stealthily infiltrated Shaolin? Today's situation seems rather dire. Should we awaken the slumbering ancestor? The others cast inquiring glances at him. Qing Yuan shook his head. In recent years, Shaolin has been lacking in strong leadership, with no first-class masters to oversee matters. Now is not the time to repeatedly rouse the ancestors, especially with the impending crisis approaching. We have yet to uncover the whereabouts of the old demon's successor. Resolving this crisis is of utmost importance. Qing Fan nodded and stepped aside. After a moment of contemplation, Qing Yuan addressed Ulan Tai below. "Recently, Shaolin has several matters to attend to. How about we consider this bout as a draw? Once we have addressed our affairs, we shall engage in a rematch and showcase the unparalleled skills of Shaolin." Seeing Qing Yuan relent, Ulan Tai's demeanor grew even more arrogant as he clashed his curved blades together, producing a sharp sound. "Your Shaolin disciples lack strength. Perhaps we should have a demonstration. So I, Ulan Tai, can witness your esteemed techniques." Ulan Tai eagerly eyed the heads of the various academies, particularly the similarly eager head of the Dharma Academy. "Foolish youth! How dare a few foreign monks challenge the might of Shaolin?" The head of the Dharma Academy gradually stepped forward, wielding a ceremonial blade. At this moment, Meng Jia had already exited the stage, standing beside Yel. This was no longer his battlefield. Ulan Tai wielded two curved blades, flexing his muscles as an aura of formidable power erupted from him, signifying his third-tier cultivation. Qing Fan wore a disdainful expression, poised to advance, when unexpectedly, a powerful anomaly emanated from the direction of the back mountain of Shaolin. The spectacle of 10 dragons and 10 elephants was visible even from the Great Hero Hall, its grand momentum striking awe into the hearts of all present. Observing this phenomenon, Qing Yuan's countenance darkened. That direction leads to the back mountain? Indeed, Master Yuan Meng harbored ill intentions. "Disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall, follow me to the back mountain," commanded the head of the Law Enforcement Hall. Rising to his feet and instructing the disciples below, he swiftly prepared to head towards the back mountain, determined to prevent Master Yuan Meng from acting recklessly within Shaolin. However, after taking just a few steps, he witnessed a transformation in the anomaly from the back mountain. An aura distinct from that of Master Yuan Meng began to manifest. Commencing with a single dragon and a single elephant, it multiplied until it culminated in 14 dragons and 14 elephants, leaving everyone astounded. The previous aura belonged to Master Yuan Meng, 10 dragons and 10 elephants, which he had indeed perfected. Have you all noticed the other phenomenon? 14 dragons and 14 elephants. Does such a thing truly exist? This is the Dragon Elephant Sutra technique, which is said to have only 13 levels of perfection. Yet this manifestation appears to indicate the 14th level? It cannot be mistaken. This aura is indeed the Dragon Elephant Sutra technique. Albeit the 14 dragons and 14 elephants are rather peculiar. What a powerful presence. It seems a clash has occurred between the two. Surely, one of our hidden saints from Shaolin has unleashed their wrath. These foreign monks from the West show no regard for rules. It is time they were taught a proper lesson. Indeed, agreed others. Even Qing Yuan found himself questioning whether that aura belonged to a revered awakened saint. Filled with uncertainty, Qing Yuan mused, but I recall that none of our ancestors practiced the Dragon Elephant Sutra technique. Nonetheless, this is ultimately a positive development, as the crowd remained in shock. The Dragon Elephant anomaly belonging to Master Yuan Ming was abruptly dispelled. Quickly retreat. A resounding voice called from the back mountain, and in an instant, a figure materialized before the crowd. It was none other than Master Yuan Ming, his face pale, seemingly shaken by some fright. He dashed onto the scene, seizing Ming Jia and casting a glance towards Ulan Tai and Yi Lu before swiftly employing lightness skills to escape. Only after they had distanced themselves did Master Yuan Ming's voice echo back from afar. Shaolin Temple truly lives up to its reputation. I am in awe, and this time, we concede defeat. His words were not solely meant for those of Shaolin, but also for the various sects surrounding the temple. In acknowledging the mercy shown by a certain Shaolin saint, Master Yuan Ming chose to express his gratitude in this manner. Master, what transpired? Upon returning to the meeting point, Ming Jia could no longer contain his curiosity, bewildered by the sudden appearance of his master and their hasty flight from Shaolin. Master Yuan Ming glanced at Ming Jia, then surveyed the others, ensuring no one else was in sight before responding. As he spoke slowly, he remarked, there exists great terror within Shaolin Temple. As long as any of us remains alive, we shall never set foot within its confines. The national master cautioned those around him, including his disciples. The others felt a vague sense of foreboding, for the extraordinary phenomenon of the 14 dragons and 14 elephants was unmistakable. Ming Jia, though somewhat bewildered, nodded in agreement, trusting that his master would not lead him astray. Beside him, Ulan Tai inquired curiously, Master, is this truly the case? The national master laughed heartily, replying, Indeed. It is true. I know you are eager for battle, but should you dare to confront them, a single strike would prove fatal. Had it not been for the merciful intent of a certain holy monk, I doubt we would have escaped. He continued, Let us depart. The entire martial world of the Central Plains has already taken notice of our presence. Remaining here serves little purpose. We must return to report to the king. The others nodded in agreement, hastily gathering their belongings before descending the mountain, eager to leave the vicinity of Shaolin behind. After the national master departed with Ming Jia and the others, the contest concluded rather hastily. Although the outset was far from ideal, the national master's retreat was genuine, bringing a sense of joy to the monks present. Once the monks were dispersed, Qing Fan approached Qing Yuan and whispered, Brother, you mentioned that it was the revival of a holy monk, but I recall that our temple does not possess any practitioners of the Dragon Elephant Sutra. Qing Yuan shook his head and replied, Do you remember the block of mysterious iron that was moved? Qing Fan's eyes widened in realization. Are you suggesting that these two are one and the same? Qing Yuan nodded. With his strength, he could easily have taken that block of iron. Yet he chose to leave it behind in Shaolin. Regardless of his true identity, we must accept him as our holy monk, and the outside world will view him as such. Qing Fan nodded, understanding the implication. After the others departed, Qing Yuan cast a glance towards the location where the strange phenomenon had manifested on the back mountain. Holy monk. It has been many years since Shaolin has seen a holy figure. 20 years? 30? Regardless of who you may be, from this moment forth, you shall be recognized as Shaolin's holy monk. With a steadfast gaze, Qing Yuan seemed to have made a significant decision. Chapter 10. The Thousand-Faced Demon Lord. Although the affair involving the national master had concluded, the atmosphere within Shaolin Temple remained tense. It was uncertain whether the embarrassment caused by the national master's disruption weighed heavily on the minds of the monks, or if other reasons contributed to the somber mood. The monks training in the Demo courtyard exhibited increased diligence, while the training in other courtyards appeared to have intensified as well, with the patrol enforcement team bolstering its ranks. Yet, none of this significantly concerned Han Lin, who continued his usual routine of cleaning. It was time to test his limits. Han Lin felt the power emanating from the 14 layers of Dragon Elephant Sutra within him. The idea of breaking through had taken root during his earlier confrontation with the national master. Despite his lackluster martial arts aptitude, with the continuous aid of various elixirs. Even the most obtuse individual can transform into a prodigious talent. A year prior, Han Lin had already reached the pinnacle of the 4th rank, sensing an imminent breakthrough. However, he had forcibly suppressed this urge at that time. The transition from the 4th rank to the 3rd is fraught with peril, distinctly different from other rank advancements. This evolution resembles a metamorphosis of life itself, wherein one's lifespan extends from the mundane limit of 150 years to 250. Furthermore, the infusion of celestial energy purifies the body, shedding all impurities, transforming the acquired physique into a natural one, resulting in a dramatic surge in internal power and combat prowess. These advantages come with significant risks. Should one's foundation be insufficient or one's physique lacking in resilience, the journey towards the 3rd rank could very well be fatal. This explains why, among the many 4th rank monks in Shaolin, only a select few, primarily the abbots, have ascended to the 3rd rank. Previously, Han Lin may have harbored doubts, but now, the formidable presence of the Dragon Elephant Prajna on the 14th level instills him with immense confidence. Moreover, these resources greatly enhance his probability of success. Gazing at the array of elixirs stored within the sign-in system, Han Lin's expression reflected satisfaction. While Shaolin regards the Great Return Elixir as a precious treasure, he has consumed it like candy over the past few years, along with various other potions that bolster cultivation and refine the body. After sensing his surroundings and confirming his solitude, Han Lin proceeded towards the back mountain. He wished to avoid being discovered during his breakthrough, as any misunderstanding by the Shaolin abbot could lead to unwarranted complications. Finding a secluded spot, Han Lin settled cross-legged. He emptied his mind and relinquished the constraints of his body, prepared to embrace the long-awaited yet previously restrained opportunity for breakthrough. The surrounding spiritual energy began to coalesce around him, with the ethereal semblance of the dragon elephant flickering behind him. A warm current coursed through his body, seemingly reinforcing his physical form and cleansing it of impurities. This sensation was exceedingly pleasant. As the warmth dissipated, Han Lin rose, attuned to the palpable vitality within him. His body felt transformed. Could this be the 3rd rank? Observing his altered self, Han Lin found it hard to believe that the transition to the 3rd rank was not as arduous as the rumors suggested. He scarcely sensed any danger, even experiencing a degree of comfort. It seemed that the fortification provided by the Dragon Elephant Prajna had rendered the peril of breaking through to the 3rd rank a mere trifle for such a robust physique. His overall strength had significantly escalated, yet this did not lead Han Lin to arrogance. At this moment, he was merely at the 3rd rank, while Shaolin still housed an abbot and a head of the Daimo Academy who surpassed him. Furthermore, one must not forget the revered saints slumbering within the sacred grounds of Shaolin. They represent the true depth of Shaolin's legacy. After this seemingly simple breakthrough, Han Lin tidied up a bit and made his way back. During the descent, I unexpectedly encountered a considerable number of monks. Their expressions hurried, as if they were searching for something. Upon returning to the servants' quarters, a gathering of individuals was engaged in fervent discussion. It was rumored that recently, a demon had escaped from the demon suppression tower. What nonsense, one exclaimed. It was merely the release of an old demon's malevolent energy, which controlled a few less skilled disciples, but they were swiftly subdued by the enforcement team. Ah, I see, another mused. It seems such occurrences have happened several times recently. Indeed, while I was cleaning around the demon suppression tower, I noticed it appeared to be shaking. I can hardly imagine what sort of demon resides within. We should exercise caution during our future cleanings. The demons inside the tower are quite formidable. Hearing the monk's discourse, Han Lin could not help but smirk. He had visited the demon suppression tower several times recently, yet he had not witnessed any such phenomena. After elevating his Dragon Elephant Prajna to a higher level, the seductive voices he once heard seemed to have vanished. At that moment, the head of the servants' quarters, Qing Huan, emerged from a room and addressed the assembled monks. Enough of this discussion. If you have tasks left unfinished, hurry to complete them, lest you squander time. Qing Huan's expression was troubled, as if burdened by some concern. Han Lin approached and gently inquired, "Master, what is happening lately? Many of the senior brothers seem unusually solemn." Qing Huan glanced at Han Lin, favoring him over the others. His fondness was not solely due to Han Lin being the son of an old acquaintance, but also because he recognized Han Lin's diligent work ethic over the years. Unlike others who sought to cut corners, Han Lin's industriousness endeared him to many. Upon hearing Han Lin's question, Qing Huan pondered for a moment, then lifted his head as if having reached a decision. "This matter pertains to Shaolin. After I share it with you, it must remain confidential. Otherwise, do not blame me when I hand you over to the enforcement team." The assembled monks nodded in agreement, their faces alight with curiosity. Clearing his throat, Qing Huan continued, "This tale must begin several centuries ago, when Shaolin was a premier sect in the Central Plains, brimming with formidable practitioners, including numerous first-class masters and even arhats." At this revelation, the monks' interest peaked considerably. It is well known that the arhats of Shaolin are equivalent to the transcendent beings of the martial world, mythical figures, indeed. Qing Huan went on. The Arhat patriarch once took on a disciple of extraordinary talent, who, within a few years, mastered all of Shaolin's ultimate techniques. Many disciples were no match for him, and he could even engage with senior uncles, becoming the head of a courtyard at a young age. However, unexpectedly, this prodigious disciple seemed unsatisfied. He yearned for more. One fateful night, in the scripture pavilion, he was discovered preparing to steal Shaolin's supreme martial art, the Rulai Divine Palm. The master, in a fit of rage, reprimanded his disciple, who, rather than showing remorse, brazenly launched a surprise attack. In a furious response, the Arhat master engaged in a fierce confrontation with the disciple, vowing to cleanse the sect. A perplexed monk inquired whether the traitorous disciple had met his demise. Qing Huan shook his head, clarifying that the situation unfolded differently. After the Arhat master's assault, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The disciple managed to stand his ground, even exhibiting formidable prowess. When other eminent monks from Shaolin joined the fray, the disciple's true identity was unveiled. He was none other than the infamous villain of the martial world, the Thousand-Faced Demon Lord. It was said that the Thousand-Faced Demon Lord could assume any guise, which enabled him to infiltrate Shaolin. Ultimately, the Arhat master, in alliance with numerous esteemed monks, succeeded in subduing the Thousand-Faced Demon Lord, imprisoning him in the depths of the Demon Suppression Tower. However, the Arhat master, gravely injured from the battle, soon passed away, leading to a gradual decline in Shaolin's power. The suppressed Thousand-Faced Demon Lord possessed a unique ability to fragment his soul, and every 60 years, he would seduce a disciple to become his successor. This successor would rapidly gain strength and seek revenge against Shaolin. Now, the time was nearing for the 8th successor to emerge, which explained the heightened vigilance within the temple. Upon hearing Qing Huan's words, the crowd quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, and even those who were initially bewildered understood the imminent danger. Among the throng, Han Lin lowered his head in contemplation. If this was the case, then the voice that had previously tempted him belonged to the Thousand-Faced Demon Lord? Han Lin couldn't help but recall the voice he had heard years ago within the Demon Suppression Tower, which was also the reason for his infrequent visits there. To be able to contend with an Arhat master likely indicated a formidable strength. Even if weakened by confinement, he would not be easily trifled with. I must enhance my own strength. This world is fraught with peril. Han Lin clenched his fist tightly and quietly withdrew from the crowd. Chapter 11. Indestructible. A slight increase in security, sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Indestructible Divine Skill. Would you like to learn it? A flicker of joy crossed Han Lin's face. The Indestructible Divine Skill was originally a Shaolin martial art, regarded as one of the 5 greatest skills throughout history. Renowned for its unparalleled defensive capabilities, mastery of this skill would render the practitioner's exterior akin to golden armor, capable of withstanding all external assaults. It would fortify the body into a golden form, impervious to blades and fire, bestowing an indomitable physique that could produce a tremendous counterforce, far more resilient than iron or stone. Moreover, upon reaching a state of perfection, the practitioner would radiate a golden glow, resembling a golden Arhat. A monk, having perfected the indestructible skill, once matched a 3rd-tier warrior without faltering. With the enhancement of inner strength, his defensive capabilities would undoubtedly be further amplified. In such a profoundly unsettling atmosphere, this defensive martial art was naturally Han Lin's paramount choice. As Han Lin embarked upon the journey of mastering the indestructible diamond technique, a faint golden radiance began to emanate from him, appearing remarkably otherworldly in the light of the rising sun. Behind him, the silhouettes of 14 dragons and 14 elephants subtly materialized, seemingly reflecting a transformation within the technique itself. Channeling his internal energy, he unleashed a formidable force within, significantly enhancing his physical defenses. This newfound resilience instilled a slight increase in his sense of security. Yet, this was merely the initial stage. True mastery of this art required relentless dedication. Determined to progress, Han Lin, a humble monk tasked with menial chores, found himself idling after completing his sweeping duties. This marked his first earnest attempt at cultivating a martial art, Previously, he had merely deepened his understanding of the techniques acquired through diligent practice. Wary of an unchecked surge in power, the memories of various training methods were etched firmly in his mind, and now he merely needed to follow them. Taking a deep breath, Han Lin assumed the proper stance, directing his energy to his dantian. With the poise of a Bodhidharma lifting a heavy cauldron, he embraced the moon within his grasp, channeling the fierce spirit of the great sage. Finally, he brought his palms together to conclude his practice, unleashing his internal force, causing beads of sweat to evaporate instantly while a thick mist enveloped him. My martial talent has indeed seen a significant enhancement. After just a brief period of training, Han Lin already sensed marked changes. If he continued in this manner for 7 or 8 more years, he would be poised to enter the next stage. 7 or 8 years. It might be more prudent to await the rewards of my daily check-in. Han Lin grimaced slightly at this realization, feeling somewhat dissatisfied with the timeline. Nevertheless, this pace was commendable. Many would struggle to reach such a level, and some martial practitioners with lesser talents might never even attain the entry level. 7 or 8 years to progress was, in fact, quite respectable. Resolute to not rely solely on the check-in system, Han Lin repeated the movements he had practiced earlier. His body, now robust and resilient, would not suffer from a few additional training sessions. After diligently repeating this regimen for 7 days, his progress accelerated beyond initial expectations. Where 8 years once seemed necessary to reach the next level, it now appeared he would require only 7 years and a month. Truly, diligence is rewarded, and justice favors my endeavor. If this continues, the timeline to advance will be significantly reduced. While reflecting on his progress, he completed his daily check-in at the Dharma Institute. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. Your indestructible diamond technique has reached level 1. Current mastery, minor achievement. Momentarily taken aback, Han Lin dropped the broom he was holding. What use is this technique to me? Xianqing, what happened? Why have you thrown the broom? A fellow disciple from the service hall inquired, puzzled by Han Lin's actions. Han Lin inhaled deeply and waved his hand dismissively at the onlooker. It's nothing, just a minor sting to my hand. He then picked up the broom from the ground and resumed his sweeping duties. In the afternoon, Han Lin ventured to the back mountain once more to practice the indomitable technique of the Vajra. Although he understood that the system could grant mastery in an instant after several years of diligent effort, he knew that without personal practice, he could not fully harness this formidable power. One evening, a shadow quietly stood outside the formation of the 18 bronze men. This formation was not designed to repel foes, but rather to assess the disciple's strength. Within the formation, there were not only 18 bronze figures, but also formations of 36 and 72 bronze men, culminating in the ultimate formation of 108. Having discovered this place long ago, Han Lin felt it was time to test the culmination of his indomitable technique now that he had perfected it. In his daily routine of sweeping the courtyard, he had observed younger disciples testing their abilities here, finding joy in their endeavors. Although he recognized they were not of his caliber, to avoid detection, he chose to come at night when no one was around. With a swift motion, Han Lin activated the indomitable technique, a faint golden aura enveloping him, a hallmark of its perfected state. As he stepped into the formation, the 18 figures advanced towards him. The 18 bronze men. With a flicker of movement, Han Lin unleashed his technique, sending the bronze men reeling backward. Many of the figures shattered under his casual strike, and within moments, the formation was dismantled. Furrowing his brow, Han Lin thought they were somewhat lacking. He pressed forward into the 36 bronze men formation, a place of greater challenge where only a 7th-grade martial artist could barely defend themselves, and only a 6th-grade martial artist might pass through with confidence. However, this was not a concern for Han Lin. Even considering his current 3rd-grade cultivation, the perfected indomitable technique made him exceedingly formidable. As 36 bronze figures surrounded him, they launched their attacks. Yet, within 5 breaths, they lay scattered, reduced to mere scrap metal. They were still too weak. This level could not adequately test his strength. Han Lin had ceased the use of his internal energy, relying solely on the indomitable technique to fend off his foes. Yet, the bronze figures remained no match for him, falling effortlessly under his strikes. Persisting deeper into the formations, he approached the even more formidable 72 bronze men and the final 108. Han Lin's expression remained neutral. He hoped for a pleasant surprise. As he entered the 72 bronze men formation, a flurry of coordinated attacks ensued from the bronze figures. Their strikes more relentless and their physical strength considerably enhanced compared to before. Nevertheless, they still proved inadequate against Han Lin. After 5 breaths, he exhaled, observing the fallen bronze men in silence. He hadn't even warmed up yet. His gaze shifted towards the innermost formation of 108 bronze men. The final challenge awaiting him. He stepped into the 108 bronze men formation, and just as he entered, a fist the size of a sandbag came barreling towards him. Han Lin met the attack with a powerful punch, repelling the bronze assailant. The power emanating from the fist bore a subtle resemblance to the strength of Han Lin, suggesting a notable enhancement in this place. Han Lin's expression brightened as he observed the gathering bronze figures around him, offering a faint smile. Without resorting to his third-tier cultivation, he charged towards the bronze figures, relying solely on the indestructible nature of his technique. As he activated the invulnerable art, Han Lin's figure darted amidst the bronze statues. The resounding clashes echoed, thud after thud. With each encounter, Han Lin grew more valiant, the golden radiance enveloping him intensifying. As the battle progressed, he radiated an aura of brilliance, resembling a descending Buddha, with each punch and palm infused with immense power. What a thrill! Han Lin beheld the fallen bronze figures around him, experiencing an indescribable sense of satisfaction. The invulnerable technique, now perfected, exhibited an even greater mastery through this confrontation. Suddenly, a resonant chime reverberated through the bronze formation, echoing throughout the Shaolin temple. Han Lin's expression shifted slightly. This bell toll likely signified the breaking of the bronze array and the destruction of the figures. I must depart swiftly. Encountering the abbot would be difficult to explain. At this moment, he felt no desire to face Qing Yuan or the other heads of the academies. His sole concern was the completion of his sign-in. After taking a few steps, Han Lin abruptly halted. No, I cannot leave without leaving something behind as compensation. Observing the chaos around him, a twinge of guilt stirred within him. He retrieved a tome from his robe, his notes on the invulnerable technique. While much of his progress stemmed from the sign-in system, the manuscript contained some unique insights that could prove beneficial to them. After placing the tome carefully, Han Lin departed swiftly into the night, lest he encounter the abbot. Shortly after his departure, Qing Yuan arrived with several heads of academies at the bronze formation. Gazing upon the completely ravaged array, Qing Yuan's expression darkened. The esteemed monk Qian Xian remarked, "Brother, that golden light just now must have been the invulnerable technique. Such a potent glow suggests it has reached perfection. Ever since a portion of the manuscript was lost, no one in Shaolin has achieved such mastery in a long time. Could it be someone of significance?" Qing Yuan nodded gently, falling silent as he meticulously examined the damaged bronze figures, seeking any traces of the perpetrator. At that moment, the head of the Dharma Academy, Qing Fan, approached with a book in hand. "Abbot, what do you make of this?" Narrowing his eyes, Qing Yuan leaned in to observe the book, which bore the somewhat crooked inscription of the invulnerable technique. "Quick, let me see." Upon receiving it, Qing Yuan perused the pages, a look of delight gradually spreading across his face. "This is indeed the manuscript of the invulnerable technique, perfectly complementing our temple's collection." The faces of those around him lit up with astonishment. This was certainly a boon for the current state of Shaolin. As Qing Yuan perused the text, a frown creased his brow. Who penned these annotations? He pondered, suspecting they were the musings of some disciple of a venerable monk. Such simplistic insights were a veritable affront to this sacred tome. Truly, the esteemed monk seemed indifferent to these writings. With a twinge of sorrow, Qing Yuan gazed at the manual in his hands, his expression one of lament. "Achoo! Who dares to insult me?" Han Lin, poised to take a respite, suddenly sneezed. His eyes filled with bewilderment. Chapter 12. A Gentleman's Revenge. For years not too late the following day, Han Lin rose early. Though he was uncertain why he had sneezed several times the previous night, for one of his cultivation level, a sleepless night was hardly significant. After performing a set of Luohan fist, he felt invigorated. His back no longer ached, and his legs were free of pain. The head of the auxiliary hall, Qing Huan, called out to Han Lin, saying, "Xianxing, today you shall oversee the cleaning of the bronze man formation. Their efficiency is unsatisfactory, and I am concerned. You must supervise." Turning with feigned ignorance, Han Lin replied, "Head, the bronze man formation is typically utilized by the brothers of the Demo Institute and the Luohan Hall for practice. Surely, such a task does not require so many hands." Noticing Han Lin's perplexed gaze, Qing Huan paused momentarily before explaining, "For reasons unknown, the bronze man formation malfunctioned last night. It presents an opportune moment for a thorough repair." Han Lin nodded, unable to suppress a smirk at this flimsy excuse. Upon reaching the bronze man formation, he found that most of the bronze components had already been removed, leaving only remnants behind. The materials were still salvageable, while the Shaolin temple was vast and prosperous. It could not afford wanton waste. After 2 hours of diligent cleaning alongside his fellow disciples, they finally restored the Bronze Man formation to order. Their involvement concluded there, as the disciples of the auxiliary hall mostly harbored low cultivation levels and were of little assistance for the tasks that followed. As Han Lin walked towards his designated task area, his mind was consumed with contemplation. It has been over 4 years since I fled. A gentleman's revenge is not delayed by time. It is high time to settle the scores of the past. Each day, the memory of the affronts he suffered at the hands of the Qiufeng Pavilion gnawed at him, igniting a desire for retribution. To be struck without retaliation was not Han Lin's nature, especially in the face of such a grievous grudge as the annihilation of his family. Yet, the disparity in strength had left him with no choice. Confronting them head-on would have led to certain demise. Against an adversary capable of assassinating even a first-rate expert, Han Lin felt as insubstantial as a reed in the wind, surviving only under the aegis of Shaolin. However, he was no longer the man he once was. With a third-tier martial arts cultivation, the 14th layer of Dragon Elephant Prajna, perfected Indestructible Vajra skill, and other consummate Shaolin techniques, he now possessed the confidence to face the world. Yet, Han Lin harbored some concerns within his heart. Venturing out like this might hinder his timely return. Should he delay his check-in and cleaning duties, it would be quite troublesome. As he pondered, he stood outside the Great Buddha Hall to complete his check-in for the day. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have achieved the first level of silent snow treading, and your current mastery is complete. In that fleeting moment of achieving complete mastery of silent snow treading, a profound sense of enlightenment enveloped him, a mystical feeling blossoming in his heart. His grasp of silent snow treading seemed to ascend to a new pinnacle. The manipulation of his internal energy and the execution of silent snow treading appeared to have doubled in swiftness. Although the primary reason was that Han Lin had never been particularly fast, this enhancement was significant for him. With such speed, he might just make it back in time. And it was unlikely he would discover the headquarters of the Autumn Wind Pavilion in one attempt. After descending the mountain, he decided to first visit the ruins of the Han family. Han Lin had steeled himself for a protracted engagement with the Autumn Wind Pavilion. Even if he could not confront them directly, with his current third-grade cultivation, he could outlast them. The invulnerability of his complete mastery would serve as his primary support in this venture, while the perfected silent snow treading resolved his mobility issues. Very well. I shall set forth after completing the cleaning and check-in tomorrow, Han Lin resolved quietly. Silent snow treading truly lives up to its reputation as a premier lightness skill, indeed facilitating rapid travel. The following day, after finishing his cleaning and check-in, Han Lin seized the opportunity to leave the Shaolin Temple from the back mountain while it was still sparsely populated. Although the back mountain was steep, it posed no challenge for Han Lin, now at the third-grade level. His limited interactions with others alleviated any concerns of being discovered. Even if they did not find him, they would likely assume he was merely practicing martial arts, as his mission had already been accomplished. Once he stepped beyond the confines of Shaolin, Han Lin felt an instant release of tension. Apart from the memories inherited from his previous self, this was his first genuine encounter with the world. After 4 years of furtive check-ins at Shaolin, stepping out felt somewhat disorienting. He resolved to return to the Han family ruins first. After all, it was the place where his previous self had grown up. The distance from the Han family estate to Shaolin was considerable. For an ordinary person, it would likely take over half a month to traverse. However, Han Lin was no ordinary individual. With his abundant internal energy and the unparalleled speed of perfected silent snow treading, even those of the second or first grade might struggle to keep pace with him. As he journeyed towards the direction etched in his memory, an inexplicable mix of excitement and melancholy welled up within him. He was nearing that place, the site of his upbringing, which also bore witness to his tragic memories. Along the way, he changed into the clothes he had previously prepared. Naturally, he could not approach in the garb of a monk. It was far too conspicuous. However, once Han Lin had meticulously prepared everything, he found himself at a loss. He had seemingly lost his way. As Han Lin gazed at the unfamiliar scenery ahead, a sense of confusion enveloped him. Although he was traversing a path etched in his memory, the vistas before him bore no resemblance to what he recalled. Once, a tea house had stood here, offering refreshment to passers-by. Now, however, desolation was all that met his eyes. Could I have taken a wrong turn? Continuing onward for several miles, he finally encountered a man laboring in the fields. Han Lin approached him amiably. "Good sir, may I trouble you for a moment? I have a question to ask." The man, with a countenance of simple honesty, set aside his work and raised his gaze to Han Lin. "What is it?" Observing the man's puzzled expression, Han Lin articulated his inquiry. "Might there once have been a tea house a few miles from here?" The man nodded. "Indeed, but it vanished several years ago. It seems two factions of wandering fighters clashed, gravely injuring the proprietor, and thus the tea house was lost. Han Lin nodded in understanding. He pressed on with another question. Is there a Han family in this town? He sought confirmation, for the Han family of Ur had been a formidable clan, renowned across hundreds of miles. If they were indeed present here, their existence would surely be common knowledge. The man nodded again, a contemplative look crossing his face. Yes, there is a Han family. But they were wiped out 4 years ago. It is said that not a single one of their hundreds of members escaped. It was a tragic affair. May I inquire why you seek this Han family? Han Lin hurriedly replied. I came to visit relatives. My father had sent me to pay my respects. I had no idea they had been exterminated. No wonder I have not received any correspondence for several years. Thank you, kind sir. Regardless, I must go and see for myself, if only to provide my father with some closure. With that, Han Lin bid the man a courteous farewell and proceeded towards his destination at the pace of an ordinary martial artist. Little did he expect that as his figure vanished from sight, the once diligent farmer abruptly set down his tools and sprinted with remarkable speed in a particular direction. His demeanor suggested he was, in fact, a martial artist of considerable prowess. Chapter 13. I shall offer you a choice, esteemed guest. What may I offer you? A meal or a room for the night? Upon entering the town, Han Lin stepped into an inn, where a young attendant hurried over, his face alight with enthusiasm. I do not require lodging. I merely seek some information. Staying overnight was out of the question, as he had to return promptly to report back. Generally, inns are known to be repositories of information, and the staff often go to great lengths to gather it. Hearing Han Lin's request, the attendant eagerly proclaimed, If it is information you seek, you have indeed come to the right place. In this town, if I, Yuan Shower, were to claim second place in the realm of information gathering, none would dare claim the first. Whether it be the latest edicts from the Lord's manor or trivial matters of the town, I can assure you satisfaction. With a grin, Yuan Shower rubbed his thumb and forefinger together, exuding confidence. The benefits will undoubtedly not elude you. Han Lin retrieved a piece of broken silver from within his garments. After spending so many years at Shaolin, he certainly had some savings. During the days when devotees offered incense, Han Lin had set aside a portion, and now it was finally put to use. Yuan Shower turned to survey the surroundings before quietly inquiring of Han Lin, What would you like to know, esteemed guest? In a hushed tone, Han Lin replied, I seek information regarding the Han family of Qingfeng City. The Han family? Yuan Shower's face displayed skepticism, and with a grave countenance, he said, Might I ask what your connection to the Han family is? Han Lin's expression stiffened, and he coldly retorted, Surely. This is irrelevant to the inquiry. Such conventions do not exist in this line of work. Yuan Shower quickly clasped his fists in apology. I beg your pardon for my presumptuousness. Allow me to share what I know. It seemed Yuan Shower was lost in thought, and after a moment, he lifted his gaze to Han Lin and said, I do possess some knowledge about the Han family, though it pertains to old matters long past. Few remain who remember them now. The Han family was once the most formidable clan within a radius of several hundred miles. The head of the family, Han Qin, was a 6th-grade warrior, renowned and feared in all directions, a true local tyrant. However, for reasons unknown, they incurred the wrath of the Qiufeng Pavilion, and in a single night, assassins from the pavilion annihilated the entire clan. It is said that the Han residence was stained crimson with blood the following day. As hundreds of souls were mercilessly slaughtered, the city lord expended considerable effort to manage the aftermath of the carnage. Regardless of whether your quest is for vengeance or kinship, I fear you shall find disappointment. The Han residence now lies in ruins. Han Lin nodded, I see. My purpose in visiting was to pay respects to my father. Yet I had no inkling that the Han family had been obliterated. No wonder there has been no correspondence for several years. Is there truly no one left of the Han family? Yuan Shower shook his head. It is said that all the bodies were accounted for, and if any survived, they would likely not dare to reveal themselves. Han Lin, satisfied, offered the piece of broken silver to Yuan Shower. Thank you, esteemed guest. Would you like to inquire about anything else? Han Lin declined with a shake of his head and exited the inn, making his way towards the Han residence from his memories. Within the inn, Yuan Shower watched Han Lin's retreating figure and then glanced at the piece of silver in his hand, his gaze flickering as he pondered something. Ultimately, he sighed at Han Lin's silhouette before returning to attend to other patrons. As Han Lin traversed the familiar streets of his memories, he found it difficult to recapture the sentiments of the past. Having spent 4 years at Shaolin, he now felt an overwhelming sense of change. What am I thinking? These are merely the memories of the original body. They bear no relation to me. Han Lin shook his head, casting aside the distractions in his mind, and continued resolutely towards the direction of the Han residence. The Han family, once the mightiest clan within 100 miles, perhaps out of confidence in their own strength, had chosen not to construct their estate within the confines of the city. However, possessing a mere 6th-grade martial prowess in this realm is indeed formidable. Common thieves would scarcely dare to tread here. After traversing several miles from the city, I beheld a scene that stirred memories within me. The surrounding trees and pathways felt so familiar. Yet, the destination was no longer the opulent Han residence, but rather a heap of crumbling bricks and dilapidated tiles. Alas, your home has fallen to such a state. What a pity. But it matters not. A house can be rebuilt after its ruin, Han Lin mused. Seated upon a fractured wall, conversing with himself. Are you not a bit disappointed? I shall extinguish the autumn wind pavilion, for your sake and my own. Your father likely left you some grand treasure, yet I have not unearthed it. Nonetheless, I am now quite formidable. As Han Lin sat alone, his ramblings took on a semblance of dialogue, as if he were conversing with an unseen presence. He could not discern to whom he spoke. The sights around him merely prompted a yearning to express something. Mid-sentence, he suddenly sensed a peculiar emptiness, yet upon closer inspection, he found no alterations. Have you been lurking there all this while? Do you not intend to reveal yourselves? Han Lin queried, abruptly glancing towards a better preserved structure nearby, presumably the main house. No sooner had he spoken than several figures emerged from behind the wall. These individuals were clad in black attire, their faces obscured, rendering their features indistinct. However, the glaring emblem of the autumn wind pavilion emblazoned upon their garments betrayed their allegiance, perhaps indicating that they cared little for concealment. 5 assassins, armed with daggers and short blades, emerged stealthily. They likely arrived only upon discovering his presence at the Han estate, yet one among them elicited Han Lin's surprise. Though this individual wore a wide-brimmed hat that obscured his visage, Han Lin recognized him instantly. Han Lin's brow furrowed slightly. You? I was pondering where I had exposed myself. It appears you were the one who alerted them. This man was none other than the peasant Han Lin had encountered earlier on his journey, whom he had assumed to be a simple, honest farmer, only to discover he was an operative of the autumn wind pavilion. The man brandished a long knife, and upon realizing that Han Lin had recognized him, he lifted his head to meet Han Lin's gaze directly. Now that you are aware, I know you have been inquiring about the Han family. Regardless of your connection to them, I must take you with me. Should you divulge all that you know, I can offer you a choice regarding your demise. Han Lin paused, momentarily taken aback. So, even if I reveal everything, I shall still meet my end? Why would I share anything with you? The man scoffed coldly. And what of it? I possess ample means to extract the truth from you. The young scion of the Han family cowers within the Shaolin temple, unwilling to emerge. We are at an impasse, but seeing your concern for the Han family, you are likely closely tied to them. Capturing you may very well lure that young wretch out. First, we shall sever your limbs. The man swung his long knife, issuing commands to the 5 black-clad assassins. Several assassins sprang into action, one of them charging directly at Han Lin, while the others vanished from sight, seemingly employing some form of swift movement technique. Han Lin noticed that the insignias worn by these assassins differed from those of the ones he had previously slain. These were likely the silver-ranked assassins of the Autumn Wind Pavilion. With a swift motion, Han Lin activated his perfected lightness skill, treading on snow without a trace, and instantly appeared beside the dark-clad assassin. Although he wielded no weapon, his fists, empowered by the Dragon Elephant Prajna and the indomitable Vajra invulnerability, were harder than iron. With a single strike, he unleashed a force capable of shattering mountains and splitting stones. The assassin was sent flying by Han Lin's blow, his back caving in. Eyes void of life, it seemed he would not survive. The famed silver-ranked assassin of the Autumn Wind Pavilion had been dispatched in one move. The man furrowed his brow slightly. Impressive martial prowess, to have slain a silver-ranked assassin in one blow. However, I must inform you that the one you just killed was merely a 1-star silver assassin, capable only of ambushing 6th-tier martial artists. The remaining assassins are all at least 2-star killers, capable of targeting 5th-tier martial artists. With a mocking glance at Han Lin, the man continued. That strike you just delivered must have been your utmost effort, correct? To think that with such a display, you'd instill fear in us. While your intentions are commendable, the Autumn Wind Pavilion is not to be trifled with. His expression darkened. Sever his hands and feet, and take him back. I have plans for him. A cruel smile played on his lips, as if he had already devised a scheme for Han Lin. Meanwhile, Han Lin appeared somewhat dazed. Utmost effort? He mused, looking at the man with a hint of amusement. That was merely a fraction of my strength. To think you perceive it as my full power is truly laughable. The man's demeanor remained icy, unfazed by Han Lin's words. You can only rely on your tongue. Soon you will witness the brutality of the Autumn Wind Pavilion. Just as Han Lin was about to retort, four figures materialized around him, the four silver assassins who had previously vanished. After the death of their comrade, they had refrained from striking. Now, with Han Lin distracted, it was the perfect moment to attack. The four launched their assault simultaneously, cutting off all avenues of escape for Han Lin. The daggers in their hands appeared to be stained with a potent poison. Observing this, Han Lin chuckled resignedly. In that case, allow me to demonstrate what true strength looks like. Drawing upon his third-tier cultivation, Han Lin swiftly activated the Vajra invulnerability and the 14 layers of Dragon Elephant Prajna. Instantly, a golden aura enveloped him, his form expanding significantly, resembling a descending Buddha. Behind him, the ethereal figures of 14 dragons and 14 elephants materialized, exuding an earth-shattering presence that instilled fear merely by being observed from afar. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. With a low exhale, Han Lin unleashed his formidable aura, a powerful wave of energy radiating outward from his center. The four assassins surrounding him were instantly sent flying, blood streaming from their orifices as they fell lifeless to the ground. After effortlessly dispatching the four, Han Lin turned to regard the man beside him. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back and a smile gracing his lips, he inquired, "Now, tell me, how do you wish to meet your demise? I shall offer you a choice." Chapter 14. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Upon witnessing the golden radiance enveloping Han Lin and the ethereal figures of 14 dragons and 14 elephants materializing behind him, the man dropped his blade in terror. He promptly knelt before Han Lin, exclaiming, "My lord, I was wrong. I am guilty." Faced with such a terrifying presence, even the thought of resistance failed to arise within him. As a covert operative of the Autumn Wind Pavilion, he was well aware of the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique, a legendary skill few could master beyond the 10th level. Yet, this man before him had evidently transcended that limit, having cultivated it to the 14th level. Regardless of its authenticity, the overwhelming pressure emanating from Han Lin was unmistakable. "How could you be mistaken? The fault lies with me," the man stammered, as Han Lin nonchalantly retracted the ethereal figures and dispelled the impenetrable state of invincibility. In an instant, all extraordinary manifestations vanished, and Han Lin reverted to an ordinary man devoid of any remarkable features. "Spare me, I beseech you. I shall not dare to offend again. You possess a noble heart. Treat me as inconsequential and allow me to live. I have elders above and young ones below. I cannot perish here." The man continuously bowed in supplication, his hat having fallen away, revealing a visage streaked with tears and snot, epitomizing his utter disarray. In that fleeting moment, fear gripped him. Sometimes, those who are killers are even more terrified of death. Han Lin regarded the kneeling man with interest. "Perhaps you could lead me to the headquarters of the Autumn Wind Pavilion. I find myself quite intrigued by your elite assassins." Unexpectedly, the man shook his head vigorously, as though recalling some dreadful memory. "No, absolutely not. If I were to take you there, my superior would certainly kill me. It cannot be done." His pupils dilated, haunted by unwelcome recollections. Han Lin's brow furrowed slightly. "Yet, should you refuse to take me, I shall be forced to end your life." The man bowed his head even more fervently, crying out for mercy, his forehead bloodied from repeated contact with the ground, leaving a significant pool of crimson before him. Nevertheless, despite his desperation, he remained steadfast in his refusal to lead Han Lin to the Autumn Wind Pavilion's headquarters. "I truly wonder what compels your unwavering resolve. However, as you previously mentioned, even if you remain silent, I possess numerous means to extract the information I seek from you." Han Lin shook his head, advancing a step closer and placing his hand upon the man's head. In an instant, the man stood frozen, not merely due to Han Lin's formidable prowess, but also from the profound fear that gripped his heart. Observing the man's state, Han Lin maintained an expression of indifference, channeling his energy as dark internal force surged into his palm. This is a magical technique acquired by Han Lin through signing in at the Demon Tower, known as the soul-searching method. Under favorable conditions, it allows the user to delve into the memories of others using their internal energy. The formidable man before him, although possessing a robust strength at the 5th rank, pales in comparison to Han Lin, who, despite being of only the 3rd rank, is as unyielding as adamantine. Black smoke infiltrates the man's 7 orifices, permeating his mind. "No, stop," the man exclaims, seemingly sensing something amiss. Yet, how could a 5th-rank warrior resist Han Lin? With a gentle coaxing of his 3rd-rank power, the man finds himself immobilized. He reflects ruefully that he should have signed in more times to achieve mastery. However, even a rudimentary skill would suffice in this instance. During his time at Shaolin, he had never anticipated learning such dark arts. reluctantly accepting them only due to their covert nature. Now, he finds his proficiency insufficient for full utilization. Nonetheless, the rudimentary soul-searching method proves adequate for the situation at hand. Amidst the man's anguished cries, Han Lin's internal energy penetrates deeper into his mind. Fragments of memories arise in Han Lin's consciousness. These are the man's recollections, some even forgotten by him, now revealed to Han Lin. After a quarter of an hour, Han Lin withdraws his internal energy from the man. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he exhales a sigh of relief. It is his first attempt at the soul-searching method, and he remains somewhat unpracticed. "What have you done to me? You demon! You dare to practice such wicked arts!" The man, appearing frantic, begins to piece together the situation, feeling a piercing pain in his head. The black smoke he had encountered earlier hints at the dreadful reality he most fears. Han Lin, unfazed by the man's outburst, frowns as he processes the information gleaned from the man. The man's rank is not particularly high. As an operative within the organization, he ranks above typical assassins, but is merely equivalent to a 3-star silver badge. Such a silver badge does not penetrate the core echelon of the Autumn Wind Pavilion. Thus, the information he possesses is exceedingly limited. However, after careful consideration, Han Lin manages to extract some insights regarding the Autumn Wind Pavilion. It is one of the 4 major assassin organizations within the martial world. The internal structure is rather loose, with countless bronze badge assassins, allowing nearly any martial artist of modest skill to join their ranks. The number of silver badge assassins is also considerable, with over 1,000 actively engaged. Among the gold badge assassins known to the man, there are approximately a dozen. These individuals are capable of eliminating those of the 3rd rank and above. The 12 most powerful gold badges are referred to as the 12 hours, each having successfully assassinated one or more formidable opponents of the 3rd rank. They are astonishingly formidable. If the entire Autumn Wind Pavilion were to mobilize, they would not need to regard Shaolin's authority, as even the abbot of Shaolin, along with the heads of various halls, would not stand a chance. Contemplating this, Han Lin suddenly feels a chill of trepidation. Had a gold badge assassin been dispatched by the Autumn Wind Pavilion 4 years ago, he would have certainly perished, likely already captured by now. Han Lin harbored a suspicion. Perhaps what they truly feared was not the multitude within the Shaolin Temple, but the slumbering Saint Monk of Shaolin. If they were to provoke the temple to awaken the Saint Monk, the Autumn Wind Pavilion would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Additionally, he recalled that a formidable first-tier expert had once founded the Autumn Wind Pavilion, likely due to such matters that they had temporarily refrained from confronting him within Shaolin. Contemplating this, Han Lin found himself wavering from his original plan. He had initially intended to engage in a war of attrition against the Autumn Wind Pavilion, gradually depleting their available forces. Yet, upon recognizing their true strength, he hesitated. This was not a mindless plot from a novel. The enemy would not simply send their members to their demise one by one. Should he reveal himself, he would only face a relentless assault from all the gold-tier assassins of the Autumn Wind Pavilion. Han Lin compared himself to that first-tier expert who had boldly infiltrated the pavilion's stronghold. Though he had attained the 14th level of the Dragon Elephant Sutra and perfected the Indestructible Vajra technique, his true prowess was merely a notch above the average 3rd-tier warrior. Faced with the onslaught of over 10 gold-tier assassins, Han Lin concluded he could very well perish. Thus, a decision crystallized in his heart. "You, fiend, I shall confront you." The despairing man seized the long knife from the ground and charged at Han Lin. With a swift motion, Han Lin sent the man flying with a resounding slap. As he walked towards the direction of Shaolin, murmuring to himself, "It is said that a gentleman avenges himself. 10 years is not too late. This is merely a strategic withdrawal, nothing more." The man gazed at Han Lin's receding figure, his eyes gradually losing their spark. Chapter 15. A decade to achieve the 1st tier. By the time Han Lin returned to Shaolin, the sky had darkened. During his recent excursions, he had maintained a low profile, managing to go unnoticed. He felt little disturbance regarding the previous battle. After entering the upper 3rd tier, his essence of life had significantly elevated, and his cultivation had surged. With an increase in lifespan, his combat style had undergone a profound transformation. Below the 3rd tier, one relied solely on internal strength in battle. However, warriors stepping into the upper 3rd tier transcended the innate limitations, bridging the connection between heaven and earth. Each strike could harness the power of the cosmos, delivering not just personal strength, but also formidable celestial force. Every upper 3rd tier warrior could contend with dozens, if not hundreds, of mid-tier adversaries. This represented a qualitative disparity. As Han Lin made his way back to the servants' quarters from the back mountain, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. He recognized the monk's name. It was Xian Yi. Xian Yi stood alone, gazing vacantly towards the back mountain, his demeanor appearing somewhat dejected. Why did he seem so peculiar? Upon noticing Han Lin's approach, Xian Yi turned and departed. Han Lin was not particularly concerned. He and Xian Yi had no social ties. Xian Yi was a prodigious disciple of the Dharma Academy, with a bright future ahead, potentially destined to become the headmaster in the years to come. Yet Han Lin was merely a humble sweeper, a stark contrast to the elevated status of his peers, rendering any form of interaction between them virtually impossible. He recalled that his only connection to Xian Yi was their shared lineage as disciples of the Xian character, both having entered Shaolin at the same time. To join Shaolin, one must cast aside all ties to the past, yet it seemed that Xian Yi was unable to do so. Upon returning to the miscellaneous disciples' quarters, Han Lin discovered that others were engrossed in discussions. It was said that senior brother Xian Yi from the Dharma courtyard had recently become quite peculiar, having reportedly injured a junior disciple during training. Indeed, senior brother Xian Yi had always been a tranquil individual, greeting everyone warmly. However, when Han Lin encountered him yesterday, he was chillingly indifferent, his gaze as frigid as ice. It was baffling how he had transformed so drastically. I have some insights regarding this matter. I overheard that senior brother Xian Yi experienced a calamity at home, with his entire family brutally slaughtered by passing demonic martial artists. I have also heard about this incident. It is said that the abbot had even summoned him for words of consolation. Consolation? What use is comfort when one's entire family has perished? Alas, how tragic. Perhaps we should refrain from speaking too much on the subject, lest we provoke him. Indeed, listening to their discourse, Han Lin began to understand the reasons behind Xian Yi's current state. Even he could not escape the human tendency for vengeance. Having gained considerable strength, he sought retribution against the Qiufeng Pavilion. Nevertheless, he was not yet prepared to launch a full-scale assault on the Qiufeng Pavilion and intended to remain at Shaolin for a while longer. As time flowed on, Han Lin resumed his daily routine of sweeping and signing in, traversing various locations to mark his presence. Over the years, numerous areas within Shaolin had become inaccessible for signing, which was hardly surprising given the frequency of his visits. Their resilience indicated the profound heritage of Shaolin. Only a handful of places, such as the Mahavira Hall and the Bodhi Courtyard, alongside previously daunting locations like the Demon Ceiling Tower, remained available for signing. In the blink of an eye, 5.5 years had passed. Before the scripture depository, Han Lin held his broom, watching as leaves gently drifted down. Throughout these 5 years, he continuously signed in for various heavenly treasures and miraculous elixirs, ultimately attaining the realm of a first-grade grandmaster. This level of mastery was sufficient to command respect in the world, at least on the surface. In the present martial arts realm, with no celestial beings emerging, a first-grade grandmaster stood as the pinnacle of strength. One need only recall that the headquarters of the Qiufeng Pavilion was once challenged by a single grandmaster, who faced them alone. The number of first-grade grandmasters is not extensive. For instance, the formidable national master of Yuanming has also reached this status. Furthermore, there is Zhang Zhenren, the head of Longhu Mountain, making the total of renowned first-grade grandmasters merely a handful. In this generation, Shaolin boasts not a single first-grade grandmaster. The strongest within Shaolin is merely the second-grade abbot, Qing Yuan, alongside the head of the Dharma courtyard, Qing Fan, while other heads of various halls barely reach the third grade. Although Shaolin is regarded as a top-tier sect, it currently lacks a first-grade master to guard its legacy. Were it not for the esteemed heritage of Shaolin, it is likely that the temple would have long been expelled from the martial community, considering the great interest many hold in the sutra repository of Shaolin. A decade has passed, sighed Han Lin. Since his entrance into Shaolin, more than 10 years have elapsed. His cultivation has transformed from that of a mere practitioner of the 9th rank into a formidable first-rank grandmaster, arguably the strongest of this generation within Shaolin. Achieving the first rank in merely 10 years is nothing short of mythic within the contemporary martial world. Should word of this reach the wider community, it would undoubtedly stir considerable upheaval. Throughout these years, the head of the miscellaneous department, Qing Huan, has made numerous attempts to promote Han Lin, all of which he has declined. It is no jest. Only the sweeping monks of Shaolin enjoy the freedom to traverse its various halls, allowing them to sign in joyfully. Should he ascend, the constraints would multiply significantly. One cannot expect a disciple of the Dharma Pavilion to roam indiscriminately. Moreover, being a sweeping monk serves to effectively conceal his profound cultivation, as the higher echelons of Shaolin are unlikely to spare attention on a humble sweeper. The Dragon Elephant Sutra, which has captured Han Lin's keen interest, has not seen substantial progress. In recent years, he has merely elevated the Dragon Elephant Prajna to the 21st level. Yet, the power gained is far more intricate than simply 7 dragons and 7 elephants. Presently, Han Lin remains uncertain of the destructive force he could unleash at full capacity. While he diligently swept the ground outside the sutra repository, an unexpected aura intruded upon his perception. This presence was faint. Had he not attained the status of a first-rank grandmaster with heightened sensitivity, it would have gone unnoticed. "Come forth," Han Lin murmured, noting that no one else was around. The aura seemed to emanate from within the sutra repository. However, upon his utterance, the presence suddenly diminished, retreating further into concealment. Even with his grandmaster-level perception, he could discern little more than a trace. "Visiting my Shaolin under the cover of night, yet unwilling to reveal yourself?" Han Lin's tone turned slightly irritable. The owner of that aura showed no inclination to emerge even after Han Lin's second call. "If that is the case, do not blame me for being impolite." Han Lin's expression hardened as he unleashed a surge of inner strength into the void. The golden-hued energy shot forth, striking seemingly nothing, yet resonated with a dull thud. Suddenly, a mouthful of blood appeared from nowhere, and then a man cloaked in black materialized before Han Lin. This individual bore a bulging pack on his back, suggesting it was filled with numerous items. Struck by Han Lin's blow, the man collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief. "It is inconceivable, absolutely implausible. How could you possibly discover my presence? You are merely a humble monk, and the Shaolin Temple has not seen a first-grade saint in many years. My breath-concealing technique has been perfected, and only a grandmaster of the highest caliber could trace my whereabouts. This is utterly impossible." A flicker of fear surfaced in the man's eyes as he struggled desperately, yearning to flee. However, Han Lin's previous strike had gravely injured him, rendering escape a mere fantasy. A smile crept across Han Lin's lips. "Such audacity for a mere 4th-grade thief to dare steal from Shaolin. Your courage is remarkable." The man on the ground, his face etched with despair, gritted his teeth and rose to his feet, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect towards Han Lin. "I am Jiang Jinghao, the eldest disciple of the thief sect. I have offended you greatly this time, and I hope you might show mercy and spare me." Jiang Jinghao clenched his jaw, suppressing the agony coursing through his body. He possessed healing elixirs within his robe, yet dared not reach for them. Han Lin's expression remained indifferent. "Why should I show you mercy?" Jiang Jinghao lowered his head and continued, "I am willing to serve you, to toil as your servant. As long as you spare my life, I am of use to you." Han Lin nodded in agreement. "Very well, but you must return the items you took from Shaolin." Jiang Jinghao's face brightened with hope as he hastily replied, "Of course." Just as he prepared to comply, he noticed Han Lin's hand coalescing with inner strength, revealing a frost-cold token in his grasp. Jiang Jinghao's expression shifted to one of shock. "The Frostfire token?" Han Lin commended him. "Good eye. Indeed, it is the Frostfire token. Our trust is tenuous, so this shall ensure your loyalty. Rest assured, my methods are unparalleled. No one else can unravel this." Upon seeing Jiang Jinghao, Han Lin had resolved to employ the demonic technique he had long contemplated but not yet mastered. Previously, he feared that learning such dark arts might expose him. Yet now it served perfectly to bind Jiang Jinghao, preventing any treachery. Jiang Jinghao's face reflected his inner turmoil. The Frostfire token bore a notorious reputation in the martial world, and he never anticipated that a mere Shaolin monk would wield such demonic powers. Noticing Jiang Jinghao's hesitation, Han Lin softly inquired, "Are you willing?" "I am willing," Jiang Jinghao replied. Observing Han Lin's increasingly grim demeanor, he steeled himself and approached, merging the token with his being. Upon its integration, he immediately felt a binding force. The master of this power could dictate his life and death. Yet, compared to the prospect of immediate demise, this was somewhat more palatable. "Retrieve your health, return the stolen items, and accompany me tomorrow to attend to certain matters." Han Lin tossed Jiang Jinghao an item before departing. As for being discovered, he had nearly concealed his first-grade cultivation. Surely, others would remain oblivious. A great recovery pill? 5 of them. As Jiang Jinghao gazed at the great recovery pill in his hand, a wave of unease washed over him. The dire fate he had envisioned had not materialized. Instead, he had received 5 potent healing elixirs, stirring a tumult of emotions within him. Perhaps following this individual is not entirely disadvantageous, Jiang Jinghao murmured to himself, consuming a large elixir and shouldering his substantial pack as he made his way once more towards the scripture pavilion, intent on returning all these items. Chapter 16. The Gold Medal Assassin. Nothing more the next day dawned early, as he first headed to the Demon Suppression Tower to sign in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. The Ice Saint Fire token is now at level 1. Current mastery of the Ice Saint Fire token is minor. With the attainment of minor mastery, the control over the sacred fire grew considerably stronger, allowing him to command a greater number of targets, and in his mind, he sensed an inexplicable connection. Following that connection, Han Lin found Jiang Jinghao in the back mountain. Jiang Jinghao emerged from the shadows and clasped his fists in salute, addressing Han Lin as my lord. Han Lin waved his hand dismissively. From now on, simply call me young master. Jiang Jinghao paused momentarily, then responded, yes, young master. Although he sensed that the individual before him might be a century-old anomaly, Jiang Jinghao felt little resistance within. After consuming the elixir, Jiang Jinghao's condition had markedly improved since the previous day, though his injuries had yet to fully heal. How proficient are you in lightness skills? Han Lin inquired, regretting the question as soon as it left his lips. Could anyone's lightness skills surpass his own? After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Jinghao replied, in our line of work, lightness skills are essential. Not every endeavor allows for stealth. Often, one must rely on their own legs to flee. With my current 4th-tier cultivation, ordinary 4th-tier martial artists cannot catch up to me, and most 3rd-tier practitioners, unless they have honed their lightness techniques, would find it difficult to match my speed. Jiang Jinghao's tone held a hint of flattery, and he spoke in detail. Yet he was acutely aware that his speed was akin to that of a tortoise in the eyes of a 1st-tier figure. Very well, accompany me down the mountain shortly, Han Lin said, wielding a broom as he swept the ground. Despite the need to descend for significant matters, the task of sweeping still required completion. Jiang Jinghao's expression turned curious. Might I inquire about the purpose of our descent? Perhaps I could be of assistance. Do you know where the headquarters of the Autumn Wind Pavilion is located? Han Lin suddenly turned to Jiang Jinghao, aware that someone of his background might possess the information he sought. As soon as Han Lin finished speaking, a flicker of intrigue crossed Jiang Jinghao's face. As if recalling something. Regarding the Autumn Wind Pavilion, I indeed possess some knowledge. In the realm, aside from myself, few outsiders are aware of its headquarters. I once discovered a base in a valley. At the time, I had no particular thoughts and merely intended to execute a job and depart, only to realize that it was the renowned headquarters of the Autumn Wind Pavilion. At that time, the guardian at the base, the boar of the 12 hours, acted decisively. By then, the boar had already 1 foot in the 2nd tier. Had it not been for my hidden cards and swift escape, I might have lost my life that day. Should they not have relocated, I would certainly know the whereabouts of the Autumn Wind Pavilion's headquarters. Well then, let us depart. Han Lin nodded, the day's task accomplished with remarkable efficiency despite his mere 1st-tier cultivation. Casting a glance at Jiang Jinghao, he proceeded towards the cliff of the back mountain. Although he currently possessed 1st-tier abilities, he preferred to remain inconspicuous. Humility was his nature. Young master, shall we descend from here? Jiang Jinghao asked, peering down into the seemingly bottomless cliff, surrounded by drifting white clouds, his heart filled with trepidation. Indeed, this location will not attract the attention of others. As he spoke, he prepared to grasp Jiang Jinghao and leap down. Jiang Jinghao hurriedly interjected, actually, I know of a concealed path leading up the mountain. I came this way previously. Perhaps we should descend from here instead. Although he was unsure why this holy monk sought to avoid other monks, it was evident he was reluctant to jump from such a great height atop Shaolin Mountain. Surely such a leap could be fatal. Very well. Is this the headquarters of Qiufeng Pavilion? It appears rather unremarkable, Han Lin remarked, observing the structures in the valley below. Jiang Jinghao, his face pale, seemed somewhat dizzy from being whisked away by Han Lin. His 4th-tier physique struggled to endure the pace of a 1st-tier cultivator. Regaining his composure, he continued, if I am not mistaken, what lies below is indeed the headquarters of Qiufeng Pavilion. For assassins like us, the headquarters serves merely as a point of contact. It need not be opulent. In fact, excessive grandeur could easily lead to exposure. Given the appearance, even if this is not their headquarters, it is likely a significant branch. If it is a branch, capturing a high-ranking individual could swiftly reveal the location of the headquarters. Jiang Jinghao quickly returned to normal, calmly strategizing for Han Lin. Han Lin, intrigued, regarded Jiang Jinghao. Are you not curious as to why I seek Qiufeng Pavilion? Jiang Jinghao shook his head vigorously. Not in the least, not even slightly. Han Lin ignored him, gazing at the buildings below, a smile curving his lips. With a powerful leap, he plunged downward. Qiufeng Pavilion, I, Han Lin, have come to seek you. His voice echoed throughout the valley, reverberating with a thunderous resonance as he channeled his inner strength, making it sound as if the heavens were collapsing. Jiang Jinghao glanced at the considerable height, hesitating for a moment before choosing to descend obediently. Who dares to intrude upon the headquarters of Qiufeng Pavilion? Dozens of flying darts shot towards Han Lin alongside the voice. Before Han Lin's feet even touched the ground, figures emerged from the buildings below. As Han Lin appeared, Qiufeng Pavilion also took notice of him. A continuous stream of assassins exited from their rooms. These were individuals temporarily resting or returning to report on missions. To think there would be such a brazen individual daring to storm the headquarters of Qiufeng Pavilion alone. Who do you think you are? A reckless young fool. Today you shall learn the consequences of overstepping your bounds. No one shall obstruct. This lad belongs to me. Grandfather, I shall flay him alive. A multitude of assassins swiftly adjusted their demeanor, brandishing weapons as they surged towards Han Lin. Gazing around, it was evident that each individual bore at least a silver badge, indicating that every one of them was a silver-ranked assassin capable of hunting middle-tier martial artists. Their prowess formidable. In the blink of an eye, dozens, if not hundreds, of assassins encircled Han Lin. Any ordinary person would likely feel trepidation upon witnessing such a scene. Yet, who is Han Lin? The monk of Shaolin, a grandmaster of the first rank. An unparalleled warrior, unconcerned with the silver-ranked assassins before him. Han Lin hovered momentarily in midair. Although flight is a feat reserved for celestial beings, he was able to momentarily suspend himself with his formidable inner strength. So, this is the famed silver-ranked assassin of Qiufeng Pavilion? Allow me to demonstrate the exquisite Shaolin technique, the diamond palm. Channeling his inner energy, he executed the perfected diamond palm. Enormous golden palm prints, each spanning several feet, were unleashed towards the silver assassins. Boom! Countless palm prints manifested in the valley. Anything in their path, be it silver assassins or structures, was instantaneously obliterated. Though Han Lin merely wielded a casual strike, it was an insurmountable force for those of the 6th or 5th rank. Excluding a few martial artists who had cultivated formidable physiques, hundreds of silver-ranked assassins amassed during this time were swiftly vanquished by Han Lin. As he descended to solid ground, he stood firm, harboring not an ounce of sympathy for the devastation around him, but rather a sense of relief. Young master, you're Zhang Jinghao, witnessing the ruins and severed limbs scattered about, found himself at a loss for words. What do you wish to say? That I am too bloodthirsty? That I am a monster? Han Lin glanced back at Zhang Jinghao before stepping forward. Are you aware of what they have done? My Han family, comprising 567 souls, has been annihilated, leaving no one alive but me. Regardless of whose orders these were, today, none from Qiufeng Pavilion shall escape. Han Lin's voice faded into the distance as he pressed onward. The silver assassins attempting to ambush him along the way were nothing more than fodder, utterly incapable of hindering his advance. So, it is the Han family. No wonder, Zhang Jinghao murmured to himself. The massacre of the Han family had caused quite a stir in the martial world, but due to the influence of Qiufeng Pavilion, no one dared to stand up for the deceased, and the matter ultimately fizzled out, with even the eminent monks of Shaolin choosing silence. Seeing Han Lin's figure vanish from sight, Zhang Jinghao hurried to catch up. However, after only a few steps, a figure suddenly flew out from a nearby building. To be precise, it was someone who had been struck and sent flying. Is this the gold-ranked assassin of Qiufeng Pavilion? How feeble. The Golden Killer is nothing extraordinary. Ha ha ha. Chapter 17. The 12 Zodiac Hours. As the words left his lips, Han Lin suddenly leaped out of the building, appearing directly before Zhang Jinghao. Lying prostrate on the ground was a clearly marked Golden Killer, unmistakably a member of the Qiufeng Pavilion. Golden Killers from Qiufeng Pavilion are typically regarded with trepidation in the martial world, for the very notion of attracting their attention instills fear. Yet now, he lay on the ground like a defeated dog, unable to rise. His bones had been shattered, and he clung to life solely through a thread of inner strength. Upon hearing Han Lin's voice, the man on the ground spat venomous words. Do not revel in your triumph. I am merely a one-star killer from Qiufeng Pavilion, capable of dealing with only ordinary third-tier warriors. Killing me is no great feat. When the 12 Zodiac Hours arrive, you shall descend into hell, and I will take you with me. With an expression devoid of emotion, Han Lin approached and planted his foot upon the man's body, pressing down with force. The ground buckled beneath him, creating a small crater, and the man within had already lost all vitality. No amount of physical prowess could sustain his life any longer. This is merely the beginning, Han Lin remarked coolly. His gaze was profound as he surveyed the chaos before him, lost in thought. Behind him, Zhang Jinghao remained silent, standing still and wordless, his eyes fixed on Han Lin, seemingly awaiting his command. Casually, Han Lin found a chair to sit upon, undisturbed by the scattered limbs around him. He retrieved a pill from his robe to restore his inner strength. Leaning back in the chair, he closed his eyes slightly, his demeanor serene, as if awaiting something. A quarter of an hour later, Han Lin opened his eyes, gazing into the distant sky, and spoke softly, "They have arrived." No sooner had he spoken than a figure materialized in the sky, radiating potent violet inner strength that suffused the valley above with a crimson hue. "Who dares to destroy the headquarters of Qiufeng Pavilion? Do you not value your life?" he demanded. "If you withdraw now, Qiufeng Pavilion will not hold it against you. Otherwise, you shall become our mortal enemy." Beneath him lay what appeared to be a treasure, allowing him to hover mid-air. The man exuded a formidable aura, wielding a ghostly blade that emanated a chilling presence, a weapon that had claimed countless lives. Standing to the side, Jiang Jinghao gazed in astonishment at the figure above. This is the Tiger of the Yin Hour, ranked third among the 12 zodiac hours, a second-tier master. His ghostly blade is immensely powerful, favoring direct confrontation when executing his tasks, vanquishing foes with sheer strength. His tone carried a hint of surprise. After all, the pursuer he had once faced was merely the lowly pig of the high hour. Now, a significantly more powerful adversary stood before him. Stirring a sense of dread within his heart, Han Lin rose from his chair, his eyes fixed upon the tiger hovering in the air. Softly, he remarked, "I dislike speaking to others while looking up. You might as well come down." Yanhu laughed heartily. "Who do you think you are? Merely a dying soul. Yet you dare to boast here. Observe my clamor." Before Yanhu could finish his sentence, Han Lin let out a low hiss. Suddenly, a colossal golden hand materialized above Yanhu. This was not the Buddha's palm. Han Lin had yet to master that, but rather a manifestation of his internal energy. In Yanhu's eyes, the golden hand seemed to encompass the entire sky, rendering him defenseless. He struggled mightily. Yet the force emanating from that hand was beyond his capacity to withstand. A tremendous power surged forth from the palm. Boom! Yanhu was struck down to the ground, leaving a massive handprint crater with him at its center. Blood gushed from his mouth, disbelief etched in his eyes. "Impossible. Who are you?" "There is no such figure in the martial world." Han Lin shifted, executing the flawless snow without traces technique, instantly appearing before Yanhu. He delivered a punch towards Yanhu. As if dragons and elephants encircled his fist, the sounds of their roars resonating in the air. Puffed. Blood spurted from Yanhu's mouth as he was sent flying. His once mighty physique crumbled before Lin Hong, leaving him with no choice but to endure a few more blows. "Not dead yet. Quite a sturdy body, I see." Observing the barely conscious Yanhu suspended in midair, Han Lin's eyes shone with admiration. To withstand a punch from him at the second rank was indeed impressive. Though it was not his full strength, the 21st level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna was no trifling matter. Han Lin would never commit the folly of allowing his enemy to escape. He activated his internal energy and pursued Yanhu. "Stop! Impudent!" Two voices emerged from the distance. Accompanied by their weapons, two flying daggers and a meteor hammer came hurtling towards him. "Attempting to ambush me? Dream on." Han Lin channeled his internal energy, a radiant golden light enveloping him, his skin transforming to gold as his physique expanded considerably. The flying daggers and meteor hammer were effortlessly deflected by his fists. The two who had just caught the descending yin, who stared in astonishment at Han Lin, now aglow with golden light. "Is that the Vajra indestructible skill of Shaolin? Wasn't he thought to be lost?" one remarked. "It appears he has mastered it to perfection. How is this possible? Shaolin no longer possesses complete texts." Yanhu swallowed a medicinal pill, barely stabilizing his injuries, and mustered his will to shout at the two. "Hurry, you are no match for him." One of those wielding the daggers replied, "Yanhu, do not panic. The organization has summoned all of us. In no time, the 12 hours will gather here, and our elder brother will return. Not even this freak who has cultivated the indestructible Vajra will survive, let alone a first rank." Upon hearing his companion's words, a semblance of joy flickered across Yanhu's face. However, the man wielding the meteor hammer furrowed his brow, urging, "Enough of your idle chatter. While your words hold some truth, we must first survive the onslaught of this monstrous henchman." As they beheld Han Lin gradually advancing toward them, a sense of dread gripped their hearts. It was evident that someone capable of inflicting such damage upon Yin who was not a foe they could contend with. Especially since they were merely a band of assassins, direct confrontation was never their forte. "Let us retreat. I refuse to believe his speed can match ours." In a moment of urgency, they exchanged glances, seized the injured Yanhu, and swiftly employed their lightness skills to flee in unison. Han Lin observed their vanishing figures and murmured, "Who informed you that my lightness skills were lacking?" With a swift motion, he activated the flawless technique of stepping on snow without leaving a trace, leaving behind an illusory shadow while his true form appeared several hundred meters away. Suddenly, A voice echoed in the ears of the fleeing duo. Your speed is truly lacking. The man with the flying daggers felt a surge of panic as he hurled a dozen daggers toward Han Lin while darting in another direction. The sounds of clanging echoed ominously, for his daggers could not breach the impenetrable defense. Seeking death. The meteor hammer wielder bellowed as he swung his weapon fiercely at Han Lin. He believed that even if he could not harm Han Lin, he could at least buy himself some time. With a resounding thud, Han Lin grasped the incoming meteor hammer, applying a slight pressure that began to distort the weapon in his grip. Then, with his other hand, he seized the man's throat and violently slammed him to the ground. The tremendous impact left a sizable crater, particularly deep where the man's head had struck. Your vitality is remarkable. It seems there is something shielding you, Han Lin observed silently. His curiosity piqued as he gazed upon the man, whose already deformed head still clung to life. Within their bodies, there appeared to be a potent force of vitality, which was the very essence that had prevented their swift demise. Yet, such resilience had its limits. With a subtle exertion, he crushed the man's skull, extinguishing the breath of life. The vital force that had sustained him vanished as if it had dissipated into thin air. Turning his gaze, Han Lin noted that the dagger-wielding man and Ian who had already escaped, evidently taking advantage of the moment he had taken to eliminate the previous opponent. Observing the direction of their flight, he scoffed. What a disappointment. With that, he activated stepping on snow without leaving a trace and pursued them at a rapid pace. The man with the flying daggers proclaimed, as long as we can hold out until our elder brother arrives, we shall survive. Ian who glanced back with a sigh, replying, leave me and flee. You cannot escape with me in tow. No, if we are to go, let us go together. As soon as the two spoke, a voice materialized beside them. How disappointing. After all this time, you have only managed to reach this point. Turning around, they beheld Han Lin's figure looming next to them. A colossal fist appeared in his sight, magnifying as if he could hear the roar of dragons and the trumpeting of elephants. With a thunderous clap, this punch summoned an immense force from the heavens and the earth, creating a profound chasm behind the two. The man wielding the flying daggers and the tiger, Ian Hu, had already succumbed to lifelessness. Grasping their lifeless forms, Han Lin strode towards the headquarters of the Autumn Wind Pavilion, not forgetting to pick up the man wielding the meteor hammer along the way. He cast the three corpses among the other Autumn Wind Pavilion assassins, returned to his previous seat, and closed his eyes slightly, resuming his prior demeanor. Chapter 18. You are too weak. Jiang Jinghao quietly approached Han Lin. The valley was now devoid of any remnants, with not a single foe left unaccounted for. Han Lin nodded and continued to recline in his chair. What remained in the valley were merely a group of defeated soldiers. Jiang Jinghao, a fourth-tier master, could easily handle them, even if some were slightly stronger. They were now heavily wounded. Instead, the task of transporting the corpses consumed a considerable amount of time. Standing beside Han Lin, Jiang Jinghao's expression appeared calm. Yet the astonishment concealed deep within his gaze was unmistakable. The corpse atop the pile was unmistakable. It was Ian Hu, the formidable third member of the Autumn Wind Pavilion's 12 Hours, who had been ruthlessly slain. Alongside him had fallen a member of the Noon Horse and a gold-ranked assassin. Ah, you wretched scoundrel, what have you done? A furious voice soon echoed from the valley's entrance, accompanied by a powerful aura. This presence was far more formidable than that of the deceased Ian Hu, seemingly surpassing a certain threshold. Following the sound, they beheld over 10 figures emerging, each adorned with the emblem of the Autumn Wind Pavilion's gold-ranked assassins. At the forefront stood a man wielding a long sword, exuding an aura of malevolence. Unmistakably a ruthless killer. Jiang Jinghao explained calmly. The leader among them is Zishu, their boss. Except for the two you have slain, all members of the 12 Hours have gathered here. The remaining few are likely other gold-ranked assassins. Be cautious, my lord. This Zishu appears quite formidable. Merely a first tier. Do not be alarmed, Han Lin replied, lifting his gaze to observe Zishu, who stood prominently ahead. In Han Lin's perception, Zishu stood out like a massive fireball. With a swift motion, Zishu appeared before Han Lin, thrusting his sword forward, aiming directly for Han Lin's throat. Han Lin let out a cold snort, activating his indestructible form, transforming his stature into one exceeding 2 meters, his body radiating a faint golden light. As the Dragon Elephant Prajna surged within him, layers of dragon and elephant phantoms manifested beside him. The formidable will surged forth, the fist striking against the long sword with a resounding clang. The collision produced a sound reminiscent of metal meeting metal. Nearby, Jiang Jinghao was swept away by the overwhelming auras of the two combatants, flying a considerable distance before regaining his footing. Undeterred, the rat-like figure launched another assault, his sword slicing through the air. Han Lin retaliated, each strike executed with precision to withstand the onslaught of his opponent. Under the fortification of techniques such as the immutable diamond and the golden bell shield, Han Lin's physical prowess had reached the caliber of divine weaponry, enabling him to confront his adversary directly. The sky blazed with crimson hues. With a sweeping motion, the rat's sword unleashed a potent strike towards Han Lin. Han Lin's expression hardened as ethereal projections of 10 dragons and 10 elephants emerged behind him, channeling immense power into his fist. He thrust forward with a powerful punch. The air erupted explosively, creating a void before his fist. The forces of nature, invoked by his attack, collided with the rat's strike. In that fleeting moment, the rat sensed an irresistible force emanating from the sword, just as he prepared to counter. He was abruptly hurled away by this overwhelming energy. Regaining his balance, he stood before his comrades, his aura still unsteady, indicative of his recent ascension to the first tier. The rat cast a puzzled glance towards Han Lin. "Are you Han Lin? You must be the one who killed the third brother." Behind him, the other members of the 12 Hours displayed expressions of confusion. The reinforcements that had arrived were high-ranking officials from the Autumn Wind Pavilion. Just as Jiang Jinghao suspected, the valley they had just traversed was not their headquarters, but merely a ruse to conceal their true location, which lay not far from there. Upon receiving the news, they hastened to the scene, only to be met with this unexpected tableau. The tiger among the corpses was unmistakably identifiable. Han Lin nodded affirmatively. "That would be me." The rat scrutinized Han Lin once more, a sudden glimmer of joy illuminating his face. "I never thought the rumors were true. Your father truly bestowed that item upon you. A decade to reach the first tier. Had I possessed that artifact, I could have transcended into the heavens by now. To have it in your possession is nothing short of wasteful. I presume your ascension to the first tier is quite recent, yet here you are, eager for vengeance. I've been searching for you all these years, but alas, your revenge may be futile. Do you know why my subordinates are known as the 12 Hours? I command a battle formation that amalgamates the strength of 12 individuals. Under my control, even a first-tier martial artist stands no chance, especially now that I have also ascended to the first tier." As the rat spoke, his enthusiasm grew, a euphoric expression taking over his countenance. Han Lin furrowed his brow. "Your chatter seems excessive." The rat paused momentarily, then erupted into hearty laughter. "Perhaps so, but the thought of surpassing the heavens has stirred my excitement. Young one, let me now show you the consequences of recklessness." As he spoke, a radiant light enveloped the rat. Meanwhile, the other members of the 12 shifts also radiated a brilliant light, as an intricate formation materialized beneath their feet, seemingly merging their strengths into a singular force. The aura surrounding Zishu surged dramatically. Han Lin remarked, "It appears your numbers are insufficient." Zishu let out a cold laugh. "The 12 shifts do not denote a fixed few. Anyone I desire can become one of the 12 shifts." As his words faded, the remaining members stepped forward, filling the last few gaps in the formation. Han Lin smiled slightly. "Quite intriguing, yet I do not intend to grant you the opportunity to prepare." With a powerful thrust, he created a large pit in the ground. Han Lin's form surged towards the formation, his golden body radiating an extraordinary might. Surrounding his fists were ethereal images of 10 dragons and 10 elephants, their roars echoing in the ears of Zishu and the others. Clang! His fist struck the edge of the formation. Dragon and elephant wisdom. Unfortunately, only at the 10th level. Such feeble power cannot breach my defenses. Is the 10th level insufficient? Then, Han Lin was about to elevate his strength further when a sudden flash of white light erupted, and Zishu and his companions vanished from view. When the light receded, a towering figure over 3 meters tall appeared before Han Lin, a giant radiating immense pressure, a force beyond the grasp of an ordinary practitioner. In that moment, Zishu resembled a deity. Han Lin stared vacantly at the floating giant, muttering, "You are still so weak." The giant spoke slowly, "Ignorance." It was Zishu's voice, indicating he was in command of this colossal being. Zishu flickered and instantly appeared before Han Lin, his massive fists swinging with a force that seemed to tear at the very fabric of space. But it is merely this. Han Lin summoned dragon and elephant wisdom to counter, with 10 dragons and 10 elephants swirling around his fists, while the shadows of the 11th dragon and 11th elephant readied for action. Smack! A figure soared through the air. Han Lin. The giant Zishu taunted, "Your power is but a trifle. Soon, I shall uncover your secrets." Han Lin, suspended in the air, rolled his neck and replied softly, "Is this your full strength? You truly are pathetic. I haven't even unleashed half of my power. Since that is the case, allow me to reveal the complete dragon and elephant wisdom." As he spoke, the ethereal images coalesced behind him. When fully formed, 13 dragons and 13 elephants emerged, heralding the culmination of dragon and elephant wisdom. Complete dragon and elephant wisdom? Such a technique can achieve perfection? It seems that item has greatly aided you. You should hand it over to me. Observing Han Lin's burgeoning strength, Zishu felt no fear. Rather, he was exhilarated. The more formidable Han Lin became, the higher his anticipation for that object rose. Dream on. Han Lin charged forward with a punch. The giant mouse swung its fist in defiance. However, this time, it was he who was repelled. As the mouse was driven back, Han Lin remained steadfast, seizing the opportunity to advance. The mouse's face still radiated confidence, asserting that despite Han Lin's strength, he would not be defeated. Han Lin was momentarily taken aback. Then his body swayed. Behind him, a new dragon and elephant phantasm gradually materialized. Once the phantasm coalesced, he had manifested 14 dragons and 14 elephants. What now? He declared, launching a punch towards the mouse. It was impossible. The dragon elephant prajna could only reach 13 levels of perfection, not 14. The mouse began to panic, reluctant to believe. Yet the palpable surge of power was undeniable. Han Lin charged forward, delivering a punch that sent the giant mouse flying. I told you, you are simply too weak. Chapter 19. Henceforth, the autumn wind pavilion shall cease to exist. The mouse's brilliance flickered as disbelief clouded his eyes. Impossible. How can there be 14 levels of dragon elephant prajna? You cannot possibly wield such power. The mouse murmured to himself, attempting to convince his own mind, retreating in haste. No longer wishing to provoke Han Lin, Han Lin closed the distance, landing a punch squarely on the mouse's chest. The mouse crashed to the ground, creating a significant crater. There is nothing impossible. It is merely your understanding that is too shallow. With that, he launched another relentless assault on the fallen mouse, who was utterly defenseless before him. In the distance, Jiang Jinghao observed the 14 dragons and 14 elephants behind Han Lin, his gaze flickering, lost in thought. The mouse was continuously forced back, its radiance appearing increasingly unstable. As Han Lin advanced once more, the mouse coldly declared, "You have pushed me to this point." The light surrounding the mouse began to fluctuate violently. What are you planning to do? What does this mean? Curse you. Are you intent on annihilating me? Brother Mouse, please don't. A series of anguished cries erupted from the giant's body, which seemed to lose control for a moment. However, following the mouse's series of maneuvers, the massive fluctuations gradually subsided. The 12 hours formation merges. With a soft exhale from the mouse, the colossal figure began to shrink. It diminished from over 3 meters, accompanied by a chorus of wails from within, until it finally stopped at nearly 2 meters. At this point, the light figure revealed the mouse's visage, or rather, he appeared as an enlarged version of the mouse. The cries from the other 12 hours were no longer audible, and the mouse's aura surged dramatically, instantly overpowering Han Lin's 14 dragons and 14 elephants. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. As Han Lin's assault approached once more, the mouse's transformation complete. The little rat murmured, "Brothers, do not blame me. It was this fellow who pressed too hard." He then turned to Han Lin, exclaiming, "It's all your fault. You wretched creature. If you had simply handed over what I wanted, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Why must you be so obstinate? You are the reason my brothers perished. Today, I shall avenge them by taking your life." With that, the little rat charged at Han Lin, moving with astonishing speed and reaching him in the blink of an eye. His massive fist struck Han Lin, colliding with the golden aura surrounding him and creating ripples upon impact. The sudden force sent Han Lin staggering back several steps, though that was the extent of its effect. "You despicable wretch, I will avenge my brothers." Perhaps encouraged by Han Lin's retreat, the little rat's eyes glinted with madness as he unleashed a flurry of punches. For a moment, Han Lin found himself pushed back by the relentless barrage. "I am deeply disappointed in you. I had thought that after sacrificing so many for this power, you would be formidable, yet you are merely this." Observing the frenzied attacks from the little rat, Han Lin's expression betrayed his disappointment. "Do not be too arrogant. You are merely riding on the coattails of your words. When I shatter your shell, it will be your end. Surrender that item, and I might grant you a complete corpse. Otherwise, you shall witness my true capabilities." The little rat's tone was venomous, and his attacks accelerated further. Han Lin, maintaining a calm demeanor, effortlessly defended himself, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. With a cold laugh, he declared, "Since you are so stubborn, allow me to show you what true strength is." Han Lin summoned his might, delivering a forceful slap that sent the little rat sprawling back. He growled, "Let me demonstrate the true essence of the dragon elephant prajna technique." The little rat, initially dismissive, suddenly halted in his tracks, terror flickering in his eyes as if he had witnessed something horrifying. Behind Han Lin, spectral images of dragons and elephants began to materialize. His physique transformed, growing from approximately 2 meters to an imposing 2 meters and 3, a feat he controlled deliberately. His enormous muscles radiated explosive power, and his fists seemed to harbor the strength to annihilate the world. Most notably, behind Han Lin, the phantoms of 21 dragons and 21 elephants emerged, their roars echoing as if true dragons and ancient elephants were raging before him. What is this? How can such martial prowess exist in this world? The little rat's eyes widened in shock, and in an instant, he desired nothing more than to flee. The overwhelming pressure emanating from Han Lin nearly rendered him breathless. At that moment, all thoughts of ambition vanished, replaced solely by the instinct to survive. Flee, I must escape. The little rat turned and, without a moment's hesitation, propelled himself away, channeling all his inner strength to execute his lightness technique. Having witnessed my full power, you still wish to escape? How naive! With a cold chuckle, Han Lin suddenly exerted his strength, creating a large pit beneath him. In an instant, he reappeared over 1,000 meters away, activating his stealth technique. Within a few breaths, Han Lin spotted the fleeing Zishu. With a swift motion, he materialized behind Zishu and delivered a powerful punch. The impact sent Zishu crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The landing site formed a substantial crater, and Zishu, feeling weak and barely able to rise, looked at the menacing figure beside the pit and felt no urge to escape. There was no chance of evasion. Suddenly, Zishu knelt before Han Lin. Spare me, please. I am willing to serve you. I have connections within the Qiufeng Pavilion and can be of great assistance. Even if you demand I become a mere dog, I will comply. Han Lin glanced at the kneeling Zishu and replied nonchalantly, I have no interest. Fear flickered in Zishu's eyes as he frantically exclaimed, My lord, I am incredibly useful. I am a first-class master and can assist you in many endeavors. Besides, you have already accepted the disciple of the Thieves' Guild. I am far more valuable than he. In the distance, Jiang Zhenghao, hurrying towards them, changed expression upon hearing these words and discreetly cast a wary glance at Han Lin. Feeling quite anxious, I have every reason to eliminate you, and I find you quite distasteful. Despair washed over Zishu as he contemplated what to say next, but found himself at a loss for words. Han Lin regarded him and said, Of course. There is still a chance for redemption. I wish for you to reveal why you sought to annihilate the Han family and pursue me. What exactly are you searching for? Zishu raised his head, a hint of amusement in his eyes as he looked at Han Lin. You truly do not know what that thing is. Fear not. I will reveal that those seeking it are not from our Qiufeng Pavilion, but rather from even more formidable figures. I have already relayed the information, and you will surely accompany me to the grave. Ha ha ha. Zishu laughed maniacally, but Han Lin realized he could glean no further valuable information from this individual. Hence, he decided it was time to grant him a swift end. Han Lin stepped forward, preparing to deliver a lethal punch. Unexpectedly, Zishu erupted with a surge of internal power, seemingly resolved to fight to the death. With a mere flick of his wrist, Han Lin unleashed a casual punch, obliterating Zishu's head and extinguishing his life. At that moment, a purple light suddenly emanated from Zishu's body, soaring into the sky. What is that? Han Lin swiftly reacted, channeling the immense force of the heavens and earth to bind the purple light. However, the light moved with astonishing speed, evading his grasp before he could encircle it. Perhaps this was his means of communication. Han Lin was taken aback by this hidden tactic. Though wary of the purple light, Han Lin was not overly concerned. Grasping Zishu's lifeless body, he made his way toward their headquarters in the valley, casting the lifeless body of the mouse atop a mound resembling a small hill of corpses. Han Lin was suddenly enveloped by a profound sense of relief. Gazing upon the remains before him, it felt as though some weight had been lifted from his heart. Perhaps the soul of the original had indeed been watching, or perhaps not. Nonetheless, upon vanquishing all the elite members of the Autumn Wind Pavilion, Han Lin experienced an unexpected surge of tranquility. Young master, most of the high-end combatants of the Autumn Wind Pavilion are present here, along with several hundred silver-ranked assassins and an unknown number of bronze-ranked ones. Should we dispose of them? Jiang Zhenghao inquired from behind Han Lin, his hand mimicking a gesture of slaying. With a mere command from Han Lin, he was determined to hunt down the remnants of the Autumn Wind Pavilion. Han Lin waved his hand dismissively, stating, No need for that. Those individuals may be spared. The true culprits are the high-ranking officials. Furthermore, I lack the time to pursue them. As a disciple of the thieves' sect, you should understand the value of certain treasures. Jiang Zhenghao appeared puzzled but nodded in agreement. Han Lin continued, Utilize your skills to scour this place for riches. I aspire for you to establish a formidable intelligence network within the martial world. Are you on the brink of achieving this? Jiang Jinghao hesitated momentarily before responding. It should not pose much of a problem. With a casual flick of his wrist, Han Lin scattered a collection of elixirs, potent concoctions such as the Great Recovery Pill and the Bodhi Pill, renowned in the martial realm for their ability to restore and enhance one's cultivation. Here, however, they lay in a modest pile, seemingly insignificant. How about this? Han Lin inquired, observing Jiang Jinghao, for he possessed an abundance of such treasures in his system's repository, and at this stage, they held little value to him. Jiang Jinghao's eyes sparkled with excitement. I shall not disappoint your expectations, young master. Han Lin nodded. Let us hope so. Once Jiang Jinghao completed his scavenging, the two emerged from the valley. Han Lin controlled his form, leaping into the air, where the spectral image of a dragon and elephant coalesced around him. An immense power radiated from his being. In an instant, he harnessed the celestial energies surrounding him and unleashed an assault upon the valley below. With a thunderous roar, countless colossal hand and fist imprints surged towards the valley. The earth trembled as if the heavens themselves were collapsing, stirring up vast clouds of dust. When calm returned, the valley lay in utter ruin, resembling a scene of cataclysmic disaster. Surveying the desolate remnants of the valley, Han Lin remarked coolly, from this day forth, there shall be no more Autumn Wind Pavilion. Chapter 20. A shocking event in the martial world, have you heard? The Autumn Wind Pavilion was obliterated yesterday. Is that true? Such a formidable force as the Autumn Wind Pavilion could be eradicated? They must have angered a powerful figure who came to teach them a lesson. No. This time, it is genuine annihilation. It is said that the bodies of the 12 timekeepers and numerous gold and silver-ranked assassins have been found, neatly arranged in the valley. A truly terrifying sight. There exists such a matter. The Autumn Wind Pavilion has always wielded formidable power. It is likely that even a martial arts master would find it challenging to extinguish them. Perhaps a certain master has intervened. It is difficult to ascertain. If the 12 hours were to unite, even a grand master might not stand a chance against them. Nevertheless, this ultimately signifies a swift resolution, serving to eliminate a peril from the martial world. Indeed, let us drink. A few hundred miles away from the Autumn Wind Pavilion, within an inn, several men resembling gallant heroes were fervently discussing matters pertaining to the pavilion. Their faces were alight with excitement and admiration as they drank heartily, seemingly filled with joy. In a corner, two individuals sat facing each other, one of whom remarked, "Young master, news of the Autumn Wind Pavilion has already spread." The man opposite him nodded in acknowledgement. I see. This individual was Han Lin. The rapid dissemination of this news was undoubtedly his doing. Following the resolution of the Autumn Wind Pavilion's affairs, Han Lin had sought information elsewhere. However, the ultimate outcome was somewhat disappointing, perhaps due to the pavilion's relatively recent establishment. There was no suitable location for sign-in at their headquarters. As he prepared to return to Shaolin, Han Lin was imparting his final instructions to Jiang Jinghao. You must establish an organization to investigate information at the swiftest pace possible. Should you find yourself lacking in resources, do not hesitate to approach me. If you encounter insurmountable obstacles, I shall assist you. My only requirement is this. Within 3 years, you must form a network of spies to explore the world. Do you comprehend? Gazing calmly at Jiang Jinghao, Han Lin spoke softly. Jiang Jinghao paused momentarily, then replied earnestly. I shall undoubtedly live up to your expectations and complete this within 3 years. Very well, Han Lin said, casting a final glance at Jiang Jinghao before embarking on the path back to Shaolin, for he still had to return to sweeping duties. Jiang Jinghao remained seated, momentarily lost in thought. Contemplating Han Lin's instructions, he felt an inexplicable surge of ambition. With access to such potent elixirs and martial arts tomes, it seemed that nothing in this world would be beyond his reach. The thought of one day leading such an organization ignited a fervor within him. With his first-grade cultivation, he activated his skill, stepping on snow without a trace. In half a day's time, he returned to Shaolin Temple. Just as he descended from the rear mountain, he encountered the head of the miscellaneous work department, Qing Huan. Qing, where have you been? I have searched for you for quite some time. Qing Huan looked at Han Lin with evident urgency and a hint of concern. Upon witnessing Qing Huan's worried demeanor, Han Lin felt a touch of gratitude. After all, Qing Huan had taken great care of him during his years at Shaolin. I want to tidy up the rear mountain and have only just returned. May I ask why the head is looking for me? Han Lin replied softly, holding a broom in his hand, as if he had just come from sweeping. Qing Huan, without harboring any doubts, nodded upon hearing Han Lin's response and said, Well then, I have a significant matter to discuss with you. Han Lin nodded, adopting a posture of attentive listening. Qinghuan continued, I wonder if you still recall the Autumn Wind Pavilion from a decade ago? Han Lin was momentarily taken aback, expecting a different topic, but upon recognizing the subject, he nodded, his expression transforming into one of barely contained fury. Of course I remember. I still yearn to exact vengeance on all the assassins of the Autumn Wind Pavilion. Until they are eradicated, my heart shall remain unsettled. Suddenly, Han Lin's countenance darkened, as if recalling some sorrowful memory. Qinghuan gazed at Han Lin and conveyed, the matter I wish to share is indeed related to that Autumn Wind Pavilion. It appears they have offended a certain grandmaster and were utterly annihilated yesterday. It is said that all the gold-ranked assassins and a significant portion of the silver-ranked ones perished in the battle last night. Thus, your vendetta has been avenged. It remains a mystery which grandmaster intervened. The Autumn Wind Pavilion has plagued the martial world for many years, and the abbot had once contemplated their eradication. However, our Shaolin lacked the capability to confront them directly. Now that the Autumn Wind Pavilion has been extinguished, it is indeed a fortunate turn of events. As Qinghuan recounted the events of the previous night, Han Lin experienced an extraordinary sensation. He pondered how delightful it would be to reveal that Grandmaster was I. Yet he ultimately refrained from doing so. After all these years of perseverance, it would be unwise to disclose his identity now. They still remained. With many silver and bronze assassins at large, Han Lin spoke softly, clarifying that his failure to pursue the silver and bronze assassins was not due to leniency, but rather a lack of time. Ironically, it was these silver and bronze assassins who had slaughtered his entire family, with the majority being bronze assassins. Given that the head of the Han family was merely of the 6th rank, Han Lin had no intentions of sparing them. Observing Han Lin's demeanor, Qinghuan shook his head. Xianxing, you still cannot let go, can you? Han Lin lifted his gaze to meet Qinghuan's. Master, how could I possibly let go? That was over 500 lives. Had my father not sent me away, my family would have been completely obliterated. As long as I draw breath, I shall not abandon my quest for vengeance. Witnessing Han Lin's unwavering resolve, Qinghuan felt at a loss for words. Recalling the martial talent assessment from a decade prior, he sighed softly and chose to remain silent. Alas, foolish child, Qinghuan murmured, patting Han Lin's shoulder before turning to depart. As he reached a distance, he suddenly looked back and remarked, now that the upper echelon of the Autumn Wind Pavilion has been eradicated, the remaining assassins will no longer pose a threat to you. As for vengeance, opportunities will arise in due time. A monk should not dwell too much on the mundane affairs of the world. Han Lin remained silent, standing firmly with the broom in hand. After Qinghuan had left for some time, he raised his head, gazing towards the direction of the Autumn Wind Pavilion's headquarters. Murmuring to himself, they cannot escape for long. As the news continued to spread, the martial world was abuzz with the shocking revelation that the Autumn Wind Pavilion had been eradicated. In contrast to the tranquility of Shaolin, the news of the annihilation of Qiufeng Pavilion has stirred unrest in other regions, particularly among the 3 other assassin organizations. These organizations, ranked among the 4 most formidable, share similar strengths. The Grandmaster's sudden obliteration of Qiufeng Pavilion suggests that dealing with them would not pose a significant challenge. Consequently, communications among the 3 factions have intensified, and the number of patrolling personnel outside their headquarters has multiplied several times. Upon investigating the scene, other sects have confirmed that this new Grandmaster is not one of the known figures among them. Some individuals harbor divergent thoughts regarding this newly emerged Grandmaster, leading to an exchange of perspectives among various sections. The once quiet martial world seems to have come alive with the advent of this ascendant Grandmaster. Chapter 21. A storm approaches. Qinghuan departed in haste, leaving Han Lin with a lingering sense of confusion. In the ensuing days, Shaolin Temple appeared indifferent to the news of Qiufeng Pavilion's destruction. Not only did the higher-ups refrain from discussion, but even the disciples seemed to show little interest in the matter. An eerie atmosphere engulfed the temple, with each individual wearing a tense expression, and familiar monks merely exchanging casual greetings. The sight of solitary monks had become rare, with even the sweeping monks now appearing in pairs, save for Han Lin. Han Lin sensed that something significant had transpired on the day of his departure. Xianping, come here. While lost in thought, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure and paused his task to call out softly, Brother Xianxing, why do you summon me? Xianping turned, holding his broom in confusion. A decade had passed, transforming the once innocent boy into a 26-year-old young man. Yet, Xianping remained as amiable as ever, one of the few friends Han Lin had within Shaolin. With a smile, Han Lin remarked, recently, others have been pairing off, yet you wander alone. Have you been ostracized? Scratching his head, Xianping replied, regarding what you mentioned, their pairing began 5 nights ago when someone was murdered. The people in the courtyard claimed it was an ambush by demonic martial artists, while others suggested the heir of the demon lord had arrived. They thought it wise to venture out together for mutual support in case of trouble. However, I figured this is Shaolin Temple, where many experts reside. Surely, the heir of the demon lord would not dare to stir chaos here. Besides, my luck cannot be that dismal. Listening to Xianping's words, Han Lin was momentarily taken aback. He had only caught the mention of the demon lord's heir, neglecting most of the other details. Shaolin had been preparing for the emergence of the demon lord's heir for several years, initially believing that after such a long time, the heir would likely not appear. It was unexpected that they had arrived at this juncture. Upon reflection, Han Lin understood why Shaolin exhibited no concern regarding the affairs of Qiufeng Pavilion. With such a significant matter unresolved, there was little inclination to divert attention elsewhere. This was a crisis that threatened the very legacy of the temple. It is crucial to acknowledge that the demon lord sealed within the demon suppression tower was a celestial being. After contemplating this, Han Lin turned to Xianping and said, "Indeed, caution is warranted." He held a favorable impression of Xianping, and, should a disciple of the demon lord truly target Shaolin, he certainly did not wish for Xianping to become the scapegoat. Xianping nodded and smiled, responding, "Indeed, brother Xianqing, while luck is unlikely to be so dire, it would be prudent to remain vigilant in these times." With that, Xianping took up his broom and departed, appearing to harbor little concern. Observing Xianping's retreating figure, Han Lin continued to sweep his area, though turmoil brewed within his heart. After tidying up, he practiced some unfamiliar martial techniques in the back mountain. And as dusk began to envelop the sky, he contemplated the unsettling news of the demon lord's descendant. Han Lin resolved to return. Although he presently held the rank of a first-tier grandmaster, the demon lord was a formidable celestial power. An insurmountable chasm separated them. Just as he prepared to leave, a sudden scream echoed from a distance, originating from the vicinity of Xianping. Han Lin's brow furrowed, and an ominous feeling surged within him. He needed to investigate. Activating his skill, he moved swiftly and silently, his first-tier grandmaster prowess allowing him to remain undetected by anyone in Shaolin. In mere moments, he arrived near the source of the cry. From a distance, he observed Xianping seemingly slumped on the ground, while a shadowy figure launched an attack upon him, bringing them to a critical juncture. "How dare you?" Han Lin exclaimed, plucking a leaf from a nearby tree. Infusing it with his formidable energy, he executed the flicking finger technique, sending the leaf hurtling towards the dark figure. The leaf shimmered with a faint golden light, crossing the intervening distance in an instant, striking the shadow's shoulder. A low, furious growl emanated from the figure, who appeared to sustain a serious injury. Casting a glance in Han Lin's direction, it swiftly retreated into the woods. Trying to escape, Han Lin contemplated pursuing, but noticed Xianping had already collapsed, evidently having been attacked. "You shall be spared this time." With a resentful glare at the retreating shadow, Han Lin recognized that, having dared to harm others within Shaolin, this individual would undoubtedly return, and next time, he would ensure their demise. He hurried to Xianping's side. At that moment, Xianping lay unconscious, a gaping wound visible on his chest, surrounded by a dense black aura. This was the essence of demonic energy. Its pure potency would relentlessly erode his body. Were an ordinary martial artist to suffer such an injury, they would likely not only face death, but also be left with lasting repercussions. Han Lin furrowed his brow. Such was the formidable power of these insidious, demonic techniques. It was akin to his ice sacred fire token, which, when wielded as a weapon, would leave the afflicted feeling as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. Fortunately, I possessed this. Han Lin produced a golden-hued elixir, and the moment it appeared in his hand, a delightful fragrance wafted forth, invigorating his senses. While others might find themselves in a predicament under such circumstances, Han Lin had an abundance of antidotes in his system space, having merely spent time searching for the one to counteract the poison. He placed the elixir into Xianping's mouth, and as its potency was gradually absorbed, the dark aura surrounding him began to dissipate. His injuries healed at a visibly rapid pace, soon returning to a state of normalcy. Indeed, the effects are more pronounced when one's strength is lower. Had I consumed this elixir, the results would not have been as remarkable. As he spoke, Xianping had already sat up, cradling his head. With a pained expression, he inquired, "Xianqing, how is it you? I recall encountering a shadow just moments ago. Did you happen to see it?" That figure must have been the demonic assailant who had previously attacked Shaolin, repelled by the temple's adept. "I only arrived after hearing your agonized cries." Xianping nodded, suddenly noticing his healed chest. "Wait, I distinctly remember being gravely injured by that scoundrel. How am I completely well now?" Han Lin pondered for a moment and replied, It is likely that one of our esteemed elders administered an antidote to you. Allow me to assist you back to rest. Indeed, with such a throbbing headache, it would be best to seek repose. Supporting Xin Ping, the two made their way back to the servant quarters, step by step. Along the way, several senior brothers and uncles inquired about them, but upon seeing that Xin Ping's injuries were not severe, they offered no further comment. Within the servant quarters, upon learning that Xin Ping had been attacked, everyone grew resolutely determined to travel in groups. Some even approached Han Lin with invitations to join them, yet he politely declined. Upon returning to his quarters, Han Lin observed that the Shaolin temple was brightly illuminated. It seemed yet another sleepless night awaited the monastery. Disquiet arose as dawn broke. Someone had been murdered. A loud commotion outside roused everyone in the courtyard. Han Lin donned his garments and stepped outside, where a throng had gathered, engaged in fervent discussion. A grave incident has occurred. It is said another victim has fallen. What transpired? Hasn't the head instructed us to travel in pairs? How could someone still meet such a fate, especially with the law enforcement patrolling at night? Surely, no thief would dare be so brazen. The victim was a member of the law enforcement team. Reports indicate that among them was an esteemed elder of the same generation, possessing fifth-tier cultivation, with one foot already in the fourth tier. Is it truly that terrifying? Such a powerful elder has fallen victim. These assailants must be exceptionally ruthless. Do you think it could be the heir of the demon lord attacking Shaolin? Upon hearing the words heir of the demon lord, the multitude of monks fell into a profound silence. After a brief pause, a young monk timidly spoke. Surely not. It is said that the heir of the demon lord always arrives accompanied by a throng of followers, nearly toppling Shaolin, yet each time he is suppressed. The one from last night could not have been the heir. Perhaps it was merely that martial artist from the demonic path who harbors animosity toward Shaolin. Indeed, that could very well be the case. Those damned practitioners of the demonic path, echoed the others. They do nothing of worth and ought to be eradicated completely. Suddenly, the monks became animated, fervently condemning the wicked and malevolent, speaking with such bravado that one could believe they would slay the demon lord if he stood before them. Cough, cough. The head of the miscellaneous hall, Qing Huan, stepped forward, clearing his throat. Gentlemen, he addressed, prompting the others to bow in respect. Let us cease this discussion and break our fast before returning to our duties. Yes, the monks replied in unison. At Qing Huan's behest, they did not linger, dispersing promptly. Standing at the entrance, Han Lin observed Qing Huan, whose brow was furrowed in contemplation. After breakfast, news began to spread through the other halls of individuals meeting untimely ends. While many reports echoed the same tragedies, the number of casualties was significant this time. Nevertheless, the heads of each hall enforced strict discipline among their disciples, and the patrols of the enforcement teams became increasingly rigorous. The atmosphere in Shaolin grew palpably tense, akin to a storm brewing on the horizon. Chapter 22. Heir of the Demon Lord. In the days that followed, despite the intensified patrols of the enforcement teams, more and more individuals continued to meet their demise. The ambience within Shaolin had reached a peak of tension. Weaker monks hesitated to venture into sparsely populated areas. The heads of the halls, normally composed, now wore troubled expressions and hurried about, preoccupied with their concerns. Yet among these hurried figures, Han Lin remained unchanged, diligently sweeping and signing in as he always did, his life proceeding without alteration. Miscreant! A voice of rebuke shattered the night's tranquility, emanating from the Dharma Hall. Soon after, a vast surge of demonic energy poured forth from the hall, swiftly engulfing a significant portion of Shaolin Temple. The malevolent aura was overwhelming. Even Han Lin, stationed far in the miscellaneous hall, felt a suffocating weight upon him. Ha ha ha! Old fool Qing Yuan, you have grown feeble. Your vitality waning. What do you think of my latest technique? In the heart of the swirling black mist stood a young man, his demeanor audacious, as an unending stream of demonic energy radiated from him. Opposite him stood the senior members of Shaolin, the heads of each hall. At the forefront, the abbot Qing Yuan bore a dark mark upon his chest, his aura diminished as if he had sustained grave injuries. Beside him, the head of the Dharma Hall, Qing Fan, regarded the young man with ire. Shen Yi, how dare you? The abbot has treated you well, yet you exhibit such treachery. The young man before them was none other than the prodigy of the Dharma Hall, Shen Yi. A quarter of an hour prior, he had gathered the esteemed leaders of Shaolin Temple under the pretense of having discovered the whereabouts of the Devil Lord's heir. Little did they expect that he would launch a surprise attack on the abbot and succeed. Enough! Abbot Qing Yuan gasped, clutching his chest. His expression strained as he raised his head to gaze at the enigmatic Shen Yi, his face etched with disappointment. You are indeed the heir of this generation's Devil Lord. Ever since the infamous devilish cultivator, the thousand-faced devil lord, was sealed by the Arhut patriarch several centuries ago, a successor has emerged periodically, their sole ambition being to release the thousand-faced devil lord, imprisoned at the deepest levels of the demon suppression tower. The thousand-faced devil lord, having mastered formidable dark arts, possesses the ability to manifest countless faces. Even after being sealed, he can still divide his demonic thoughts to escape the tower, luring the weak-minded into the abyss of darkness. Such individuals become the heirs of the devil lord. These heirs typically grow in power at an alarming rate, and, upon reaching a certain level of strength, begin their assaults on Shaolin. There were instances when they nearly breached the demon suppression tower. Fortunately, a cadre of venerable monks fought valiantly to protect it, sacrificing their lives to stave off disaster. Yet, 40 years ago, the last living saint of Shaolin passed away. Now, the strongest among them is merely Abbot Qingyuan, a second-tier monk, alongside the recently elevated head of the Dharma Academy, who has just entered the second tier. Indeed, I am the heir of this generation's devil lord. Xian Yi paused momentarily, then boldly acknowledged his identity without a hint of concealment. The revelation of his status cast a heavy silence among the gathered. Although they had long suspected as much, hearing Xian Yi's voice it left many with a look of profound dismay. The profound heritage of Shaolin has been threatened, and if not for the sporadic emergence of the devil lord's heirs over the decades, the last saint would not have been driven to his demise. To this day, Shaolin has yet to see a new first-tier saint arise. Xian Yi, Shaolin has treated you well over the years, imparting its profound skills. How dare you? The head of the Dharma Academy glared at Xian Yi, his teeth clenched, as if flames would erupt from his eyes. Xian Yi had been his disciple, a prodigy of the Dharma Academy. For the past decade, he had regarded Xian Yi as family. Never did he imagine that he would commit such an egregious act. In times past, he had often guided Xian Yi's cultivation. Now, he wished he had vanquished this wretch at that time. Treated me well? Xian Yi scoffed coldly. What was Shaolin doing when my family was slaughtered? My senior brother offered me comfort, the head of the academy consoled me, and even the abbot came to soothe my grief. But do you know what I truly needed? It was not consolation. Shaolin, with its lofty ideals of righteousness and morality, does it only know how to offer platitudes? As Xian Yi continued to speak, the demonic aura surrounding him intensified. Such sanctimonious rhetoric, uttered by the hypocritical Shaolin, deserves to be extinguished. As Xuan finally spoke, his voice seemed somewhat ethereal, as if another presence was entwined within his words. Concurrently, the demonic energy emanating from him grew increasingly formidable, enveloping his entire being in a shroud of darkness. The abbot of the Bodhi Institute, incensed, declared, "Do you not realize that your elder brother, in pursuit of vengeance for you, brazenly broke the precepts, descending the mountain alone to hunt the perpetrator for 3 months, ultimately slaying him in the western vast sea? Enough. There is no need for further discourse." The abbot of the Dharma Institute, Qing Fan, composed himself and turned his gaze toward Xuan. The heir of the demon lord represents the greatest threat to Shaolin, and to engage in such heinous acts is unforgivable. As your master, I shall personally cleanse this transgression today. A faint golden sheen began to surface on Qing Fan's skin. As one of the foremost authorities on the indestructible body technique of Shaolin, he had not yet achieved mastery, but was perilously close, his physical prowess exceptionally formidable. With a second-tier martial arts cultivation, he stood as the most powerful figure in Shaolin, aside from the abbot. Coupled with Shaolin's various extraordinary skills, he was no weakling even among the martial arts masters of the realm. The perpetrator has been slain? Xuan momentarily faltered, but then a crimson glimmer flashed in his eyes, and he responded in a frenzied tone, "And what of it? Can my entire family of 18 be resurrected?" Utterly incomprehensible. Qing Fan scoffed, charging towards Xuan. As he activated the indestructible body technique, a faint golden glow radiated from his form. With several strides, Qing Fan reached Xuan, brandishing a large blade, the unique Shaolin technique known as the wood blade method. Qing Fan's execution of this technique surpassed that of ordinary disciples. As he swung the blade, flames erupted from thin air, sealing off all of Xuan's escape routes, even consuming a portion of the dense demonic energy surrounding him. Preposterous. Were I not fully prepared, would I confront you? Xuan retorted with a cold laugh, extending his hand in a claw-like fashion directly towards Qing Fan's blade. The demonic energy swirled around his hand, rendering Qing Fan's flames seemingly ineffective. Clang! Xuan's claw met the blade, or rather, he grasped it firmly. Qing Fan summoned his inner strength to wield the blade, yet found himself ensnared as if trapped in quicksand, unable to advance even an inch. How is this possible? Qing Fan's eyes widened, the indestructible body technique reaching its zenith, the golden radiance intensifying. Nevertheless, this did not alter the situation. The blade remained firmly gripped by Xuani. There is nothing impossible. Xuani scoffed disdainfully, the demonic energy coursing through him as he exerted force, causing the sturdy blade to fracture into two pieces. Altogether now, let us vanquish this demon. The other abbots advanced, intending to join Qing Fan in their assault. Do not approach. Retreat at once. Qing Fan swiftly backpedaled, his eyes warily fixed on Xuani. Gazing at Xuani, who stood unmoved, Qing Fan's expression was one of astonishment. You have actually stepped into the first tier. Xian Yi let out a cold laugh. Though he had only just stepped into the first rank, it was more than sufficient to deal with you insignificant beings. After tonight, the Shaolin Temple will become the second sect to perish following the Autumn Breeze Pavilion. Hearing Xian Yi's words, the onlookers couldn't help but gasp in shock. The first rank. That is a title reserved for Grand Masters, revered as holy monks within the Shaolin. If achieving the first rank were truly so effortless, Shaolin would not have been without a new first rank for so many years. Form the formation. Abbot Qing Yuan channeled his internal energy, seemingly employing some secret technique to temporarily suppress his injuries. He positioned himself before the sect leaders, each taking their place to form a formation. Instantly, a golden light shield emerged around them, enveloping everyone within. Do they really think this will stop me? Surely, they are being exceedingly naive. Xian Yi sneered as he charged forward, clenching his fist for a strike. Bang! The collision between his fist and the light shield produced a deafening sound, causing the surrounding walls to tremble and collapse. Crack! A small fissure appeared on the surface of the shield, indicating it would not hold for much longer. Is that all you've got? I wonder how much longer you can endure. Xian Yi grinned wickedly and charged again. The hearts of those within the formation sank completely. At this rate, the shield would soon be shattered. When that happens, everyone here will be slain by Xian Yi. The thought of the Shaolin Temple's millennia-old legacy potentially crumbling at their hands filled Qing Yuan with despair. Was there truly no hope for Shaolin? In the distance, within the disciples' courtyard, Han Lin gazed indifferently towards the swirling demonic energy surrounding the Dharma courtyard, curling his lip. This cannot happen. I still have to sign in. I cannot allow you to destroy Shaolin. With that, he picked up a leaf from the ground, infused it with internal energy, and flicked it towards the Dharma courtyard. Chapter 23. Tempting me? No way. Crack. The fissures on the shield surrounding the sect leaders expanded further, swaying precariously as if it would shatter completely at any moment. Ha! Today shall witness the complete annihilation of Shaolin. Xian Yi, engulfed in demonic energy, unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks upon the shield. The head of the Dharma courtyard gritted his teeth and spoke softly. Abbot, if this continues, we will soon be unable to hold on. Perhaps I should go out and fight to buy you some time to escape. Watching Xian Yi's increasingly ferocious onslaught, he was consumed by fury and despair. Although Xian Yi's fighting style appeared ordinary, the immense power he wielded was undoubtedly that of the first rank. Such unmatched strength could only be confronted by a holy monk within Shaolin. Otherwise, there was no one capable of resisting him. A holy monk? Suddenly, a realization flashed through Qing Fan's mind. He turned to Abbot Qing Yuan beside him. Brother, do you remember that individual from a few years ago? Qing Yuan's eyes lit up. Are you referring to the holy monk who mastered the Dragon Elephant Sutra and repelled the master Yuan Meng with a single strike? However, despite our numerous searches afterward, we have been unable to uncover his whereabouts. Perhaps he merely passed through Shaolin temporarily. Qing Fan paused momentarily, then nodded in agreement. Indeed, if he truly belonged to the Shaolin lineage, they would undoubtedly intervene to prevent this demon lord's heir from destroying Shaolin. His lack of action suggests he was merely a passerby that day. Qing Fan sighed, the spark in his eyes dimming. The other heads of the institutes also sighed softly, as they were well aware of the situation, given the commotion that day. Outside, Xian Yi launched another attack. Bang! This time, the wavering barrier could no longer withstand the force and shattered completely. Die, Qing Yuan, you bald monk. Breaking through the barrier, Xian Yi charged at Qing Yuan, his hands claw-like, surrounded by a thick, dark demonic aura that exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure from afar. How dare you? The head of the Damo Institute, Qing Fan, bellowed, activating his indestructible Vajra technique, a faint golden light enveloping him. Channeling his inner strength, he clenched his fist and surged towards Xian Yi, his punch reminiscent of a roaring tiger, a display of formidable martial prowess. Smack! What an annoyance! Xian Yi disdainfully regarded Qing Fan, who was sent flying with a single slap, his expression filled with contempt. He then resumed his advance towards Master Qing Yuan, seemingly intent on attacking him. Uft! Qing Fan spat a mouthful of blood, growling at Xian Yi. Bold disciple, cease your arrogance. Gathering his remaining strength, he attempted to obstruct Xian Yi. Yet, in his injured state, he could no longer match his previous speed. And Xian Yi was a first-tier grandmaster. Master Qing Yuan attempted to rise and confront the demon, but as he stood, his wounds flared up once more. A torrent of demonic energy enveloping him, hindering his progress. You demon, Shaolin is not a place for your rampage. The other heads of the institutes gathered to form a formation, with the head of the Luohan Hall as the focal point, appearing quite formidable. Bang, bang, bang. The powerful formation created by the heads was shattered by Xian Yi's subsequent strike, sending everyone reeling back. A few of the weaker cultivators even fainted, their fates uncertain. Die, Qing Yuan, old monk. Xian Yi raised his palm, gathering a thick concentration of demonic energy, as if the very heavens and earth were pressing down upon him. Whoosh! Just as Xian Yi's attack was about to descend, a sudden flash of golden light surged towards his back. Who dares? In an instant, Xian Yi sensed an intense threat. The sudden attack seemed to pose a danger to his very life. Redirecting his palm, initially aimed at Qing Yuan, he struck backward, channeling immense inner strength to augment this counterattack. The ambush from behind left him feeling profoundly unsettled. Uft! The golden light effortlessly pierced through Xuani's palm and continued to penetrate his chest. After breaching his body, the golden light flew a short distance before falling to the ground. Upon closer inspection, it was clearly a leaf, its fresh hue suggesting it had just been plucked from a tree. Such an attack, was it from a first-grade holy monk? Hadn't the Shaolin already lost all of their first-grade monks? A sudden wave of inexplicable panic surged within Xuani. No, I cannot remain here any longer. I have yet to reach my full potential, and I can become even stronger. One day I shall return to Shaolin to settle accounts with those bald monks. The elusive holy monks of Shaolin shall undoubtedly be no match for me. Resolute in his thoughts, Xuani circulated his internal energy to suppress his injuries and swiftly vanished into the night. A few remaining conscious heads of the courtyard approached the abbot, channeling their internal energy to help him fend off the encroaching demonic aura. With excitement, they exclaimed, "It must be some holy monk who has intervened." The abbot, Qing Yuan, also revealed a smile. Since a holy monk has intervened, the ensuing matters are no longer a concern. However, I fear my time is limited. Qing Yuan glanced at his injuries. Although the demonic aura had been temporarily suppressed, his body could no longer endure such torment. I am of advanced years. I shall attempt to break through to the first grade. Should I succeed, perhaps I can harness that vitality to survive. If I fail, Qing Fan, you shall become the next abbot of Shaolin. Meanwhile, the head of the Damo courtyard clutched his chest, wiping away the blood from his lips. His eyes reddened as he said, "I will seek out that holy monk. He must have a way to save our brother." Qing Yuan's expression changed. Nonsense. It is already a great fortune that he has intervened. Do not seek more than what is given. Enough of this. My decision is made. You shall remain here to protect the Dharma. With that, Qing Yuan sat cross-legged, beginning to cultivate, while retrieving some elixirs from his robes, evidently preparing to attempt a breakthrough to the first grade. Outside Shaolin Temple, Xuani was rapidly fleeing while clutching his chest. At that moment, a wound on his chest emitted a golden glow, starkly contrasting with the dark demonic aura surrounding him. That was the injury left by the earlier strike. The residual internal energy continued to erode his body, making it impossible to eradicate in an instant. Damn it, how could such a formidable presence exist within Shaolin? This is certainly no ordinary first grade. Xuani murmured to himself, glancing back at the Shaolin Temple, his eyes filled with malice. Though he yearned to destroy Shaolin at that very moment, the pain in his chest warned him that he was up against a force beyond his capabilities. Gritting his teeth, Xuani declared fiercely, "Once I recover from my injuries and fully assimilate the Demon Lord's legacy, I shall assault Shaolin once more, and then rivers of blood shall flow." If he so desires a river of blood from Shaolin, why not act upon it now? Xian Yi was speaking when suddenly a voice emerged beside him. Who is it? What skill is there in being sneaky? Xian Yi, vigilant, scanned his surroundings, his demonic energy stirring, always ready to strike. The renowned heir of the Demon Lord appearing in such a manner was indeed a great disappointment. Han Lin stepped forward, observing the somewhat disheveled Xian Yi, and couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity. After all, he was the first to notice the changes in Xian Yi. He had once seen him alone on the back mountain, exuding an unusual aura. At that time, lacking the strength, he failed to detect the remnants of the Demon Lord within him. If he wasn't mistaken, Xian Yi before him had likely ascended to the first rank in less than 6 years, which, it seemed, was even faster than the remarkably gifted Han Lin. Are you Xianqing? Xian Yi's eyes revealed disbelief. Gazing at Han Lin, he suddenly felt a wave of confusion. Han Lin spoke calmly. Indeed, it is I? Shaolin has treated you well. I never anticipated you would commit such acts. More importantly, you intend to destroy Shaolin. For reasons of both sentiment and justice. I must eliminate you here. A look of panic crossed Xian Yi's face. Xianqing, I know you harbor great secrets as well. People like us cannot be accommodated by Shaolin. Why not join forces? Once I unleash the thousand-faced demon lord, we shall be invincible. Xian Yi's eyes brimmed with madness, seemingly envisioning a radiant future. Yet, Han Lin discerned that the Xian Yi before him was not the same person he had previously known. He appeared transformed into someone entirely different. The thousand-faced demon lord? Han Lin inquired tentatively. As expected, Xian Yi's expression faltered, gazing at Han Lin in confusion. Then, his demonic energy erupted, and he fled into the distance. Han Lin scoffed. Can you escape? Activating the Snowless Traces technique, he vanished from his position in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with Xian Yi, launching a punch toward him, with a Dragon Elephant Phantom coalescing behind him, the surrounding forces of nature being fiercely summoned. In that moment, Xian Yi faced not only Han Lin's fist, but also the immense power of the surrounding environment. As though the very heavens were pressing down upon him. Boom! A massive crater the size of several dozen feet formed where Xian Yi stood. At the center of the pit, Xian Yi's aura waned, his bones shattered, stripped of the ability to move. I never imagined Shaolin harbored such a formidable warrior. I concede defeat. However, the seal of the Demon Suppression Tower cannot hold much longer. When my true form emerges, we shall meet again. I hope you will still be alive. Xian Yi's voice turned cold, for he was no longer Xian Yi but the remnant consciousness of the thousand-faced demon lord, suppressed at the bottom of the tower. With a wave of his hand, a surge of energy struck Xian Yi. The life force within him extinguished entirely. Simultaneously, a dark light erupted from his being, fleeing into the distance. Thinking of escaping? With a wave of Han Lin's hand, the forces of nature were summoned, and the black radiance was instantly seized in his grasp. Just as he grasped it, a thought emanated from within the darkness. The moment the boy spoke, Han Lin extinguished the black glow with a decisive grip. Attempting to seduce me? Not a chance. Chapter 24. The celebration of Yuan enters the first grade after swiftly quelling the fragmented thought of the thousand-faced demon monarch. Han Lin hastened back to Shaolin. Upon nearing the temple, he sensed a formidable aura emanating from within. This overwhelming pressure appeared to belong to a newly ascended first-grade master. However, the energy was exceedingly unstable, teetering on the brink of collapse, and the life force of the one exuding this aura was alarmingly frail. It must be Qing Yuan attempting to break through to the first grade. Realizing this, Han Lin quickened his pace towards the Dharma Academy. From a distance, he could see the awakened monks, yet they were all blocked by members of the Dharma Academy and the enforcement team, likely fearing that their entry would disrupt Qing Yuan's breakthrough. I cannot reveal myself in this guise. Just as Han Lin was about to approach, he abruptly halted. Silently, he activated his perfected bone shrinking technique. His form began to transform subtly. This advanced technique allowed for significant alterations, nearly imperceptible to the eye. In the blink of an eye, Han Lin morphed from a robust youth into an unremarkable middle-aged man of average build. His monk robe remained unchanged. After ensuring there were no flaws in his disguise, Han Lin employed the snow tracking technique, breaching the blockade and entering the Dharma Academy. Who dares to intrude upon the Dharma Academy at this hour? A chorus of startled voices arose from the heads of the academy, the enforcement team, and the disciples, all converging upon Han Lin. Stop right there. At that moment, Qing Fan, the head of the Dharma Academy, burst forth, gazing at the unassuming Han Lin. A look of speculation flickered in his eyes. Was it you who just made a move? Qing Fan inquired tentatively. Han Lin nodded. It was I. Qing Fan stepped forward and grasped Han Lin's hand earnestly. Holy monk, I implore you to save the abbot. Very well. He then gently pushed Qing Fan's hand away and proceeded toward Qing Yuan, having no habit of holding onto a man for too long. As he entered the courtyard, a frail old man appeared before him. Qing Yuan seemed even more aged than when Han Lin had last seen him. A dark mark marred his chest, a remnant of the wound inflicted by Xian Yi. Han Lin instantly recognized that Qing Yuan's vitality had severely diminished. His attempt to forcibly break through to the first grade was likely futile. The chaotic aura surrounding him indicated that demonic energy and Qing Yuan's internal power were clashing, simultaneously wreaking havoc upon his body. Sensing the presence nearby, Qing Yuan paused momentarily, his aura becoming even more disorderly. Steady your breath. I am here to assist you. Han Lin stepped forward, channeling his internal energy towards Qing Yuan. His power stemmed from the rigorous training of the Shaolin orthodox techniques, inherently linked to Qing Yuan, thus enabling him to assist in repelling the demonic energy. At this moment, Han Lin's cultivation stood at the first rank, with his internal energy being both profound and pure. In contrast, the demonic energy wielded by Xian Yi, although also at the first rank, was vastly inferior in both quality and quantity, merely relying on the bizarre legacy of the Demon Lord. Under Han Lin's relentless assault, the demonic energy retreated steadily, soon vanquished. In no time, the demonic energy enveloping Qing Yuan was entirely dispelled, and his complexion visibly lightened. However, despite resolving the issue of the demonic energy, Qing Yuan remained in a precarious situation. Han Lin furrowed his brow and remarked, "Your current condition is perilous. Your body can no longer withstand a forced breakthrough to the first rank. If this continues, you will surely perish." Qing Yuan struggled to respond, "I do not care. The Shaolin is already being targeted by many. Without a first-rank protector, its demise is inevitable. I have no choice but to take this gamble." Han Lin fell silent. He then retrieved a pill from his robes. "This is the Nirvana pill. Take it. I shall administer additional pills afterward. Once you absorb the essence of the Nirvana pill, your body may regain the strength needed to assimilate the other pills. At that point, you might still possess a fighting chance, though I cannot guarantee your ascension to the first rank." Qing Yuan nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Han Lin administered the Nirvana pill along with the other medicinal pills. Upon ingestion, a surge of vitality enveloped Qing Yuan, yet his breath gradually diminished. Whether he would experience rebirth and transcend to the first rank or succumb to death now hinged upon fate. Han Lin, merely a first-rank martial artist, could do no more. The rest was left to destiny. Do not allow anyone to approach him. We shall know the outcome within a day or two. Should he endure, the Shaolin will gain another first-rank saint. Han Lin instructed Qing Fan, the abbot of the Dharma Institute, and the others before turning to leave. Watching Han Lin's retreating figure, Qing Fan hesitated, words unspoken. What has happened? The abbot is unharmed, right? As soon as Han Lin departed, the heads of the other temples gathered around, expressing their concern. He should be fine, they murmured, observing Qing Yuan's stabilized yet peculiar state, unsure of how to articulate their thoughts. Regardless, we shall remain here, waiting for the abbot to awaken. We must ensure no one approaches. The temple heads nodded in agreement. We understand. On the following day, the large punch marks and the corpses found nearby Shaolin temple sent shockwaves not only through the temple, but rippled throughout the entire martial arts world. To one's astonishment, Xian Yi has truly met his demise at the hands of a certain holy monk. It is worth noting that a first-grade master occupies an unparalleled position in the world. Apart from other first-grade experts, few possess the capability to contend with him. Moreover, there have been no reports of any first-grade fatalities in recent decades. This is likely the first instance. Upon receiving the disciple's message, Qing Fan could not help but feel a twinge of melancholy. Just last night, they had faced Xian Yi, who had rendered them powerless, and yet he was so effortlessly dispatched. The response from the martial world has been significant. Many factions are likely to place greater faith in the notion that our Shaolin possesses a holy monk who refrains from intervening lightly. This, in itself, is not without merit. As the heir to the Demon Lord has been eradicated, as long as Master Fong does not encounter any troubles, our generation has eradicated the Demon Lord's successor at minimal cost. Suddenly, the group fell into silence as they directed their thoughts towards Qing Yuan, who had not changed in the night that had passed. Were it not for the faint flicker of life still present, they might have assumed he had already attained nirvana. The atmosphere was heavy with unspoken words. Within the martial world, the attitudes of various factions towards Shaolin Temple have undergone a remarkable transformation. A faction bolstered by a first-grade master is an entirely different entity than one lacking such strength. Shaolin Temple has now rightfully earned the title of the world's true orthodox sect. Another day has elapsed. On this day, an abrupt disappearance of aura enveloped Qing Yuan in the Dharma courtyard, and his vitality seemed to vanish. Just as everyone presumed, he had reached nirvana. A formidable power erupted from his being. This force was so potent that it altered the very skies above Shaolin Temple, exemplifying the immense influence wielded by a first-grade master, capable of directly commanding the forces of nature. Han Lin, situated in the auxiliary courtyard, beamed at the direction of the Dharma courtyard. The heads of the various courtyards hurried to the Dharma courtyard. Qing Fan gazed at the emerging Qing Yuan with delight and exclaimed, "Congratulations, Master Fong, on your breakthrough to the first grade." Qing Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "I attribute this fortunate turn to the holy monk's elixir. Otherwise, I might have already passed on. However, now that I have transcended to the first grade, I can safeguard Shaolin for several decades to come. Joy illuminated the faces of the crowd, the shadow cast by the air of the demon lord having been lifted. Although the other disciples were unaware of the intricate details, the presence of an additional first-grade holy monk within Shaolin was undoubtedly a cause for celebration. Yet, the implications of Qing Yuan's ascension to the first grade extend far beyond this. Chapter 25. The Martial Arts Conference in the Martial World. The might of Qing Yuan has once again stirred the waters. Previously, the discovery of Han Lin's whereabouts had merely heightened the martial community's regard for contemporary Shaolin. However, the emergence of Qing Yuan has indisputably dropped a bombshell within the martial realm. Shaolin Temple seems poised to reclaim the heights of its former glory in an era where few can contend, with 2 first-grade masters at its helm. The sect can now be regarded as one of the pinnacle powers in the world. In the Central Plains, within a stately mansion, a middle-aged man meticulously perused the intelligence presented by his subordinates. After examining the message several times, he placed the letter upon the table before him. The middle-aged man glanced to his side, where a young swordsman stood beside him. This youth was tall and adorned in splendid attire, possessing a handsome visage, though his hands bore thick calluses that somewhat marred his aesthetic appeal. "What are your thoughts on the affairs of Shaolin, Chu Tian?" the middle-aged man inquired slowly. Stroking the stubble on his chin, the young man, Chu Tian, paused momentarily, contemplating before responding. "There is something amiss with the matters concerning Shaolin. Abbot Qing Yuan, whom you once introduced me to, was in a state of decline at that time, his vitality waning, rendering it improbable for him to ascend to the rank of a first-class monk in this lifetime. Furthermore, it is widely acknowledged that there is no first-class saint monk currently presiding over Shaolin. The sudden emergence of one, alongside Abbot Qing Yuan's successive breakthroughs, is indeed hard to believe." The middle-aged man nodded, then continued, "Could it be that they have awakened some slumbering saint monks?" Chu Tian pondered briefly before shaking his head. "That seems unlikely. According to historical texts, Shaolin has indeed produced numerous masters of the saint monk caliber. When the faceless demon lord invaded Shaolin, it inflicted severe losses upon them. The subsequent generations of the demon lord's heirs have further left Shaolin in a state of disarray. Even if there were dormant saint monks, they would not awaken casually. Once awakened, their days would be numbered. My adoptive father, these sects still regard you as an outsider. They have not even informed us of the demon lord's heir." A hint of discontent colored Chu Tian's tone. The middle-aged man sighed, saying, "These prominent sects ultimately do not consider me one of their own. In their eyes I, Chun Daonan, the leader of the martial arts world, am merely a tool for communication with the court, useful when needed, yet disregarded when not. Perhaps the saint monk of Shaolin has long been in place, only forced to reveal himself due to this latest heir of the demon lord." As the ostensible leader of the martial arts world, Chun Daonan's status was not as glorious as one might imagine. The title of martial arts leader merely served as a bridge between the martial world and the court, leaving him in a precarious position of needing to please both sides, yet satisfying neither. He hailed from humble beginnings, having discovered a manual that enabled him to ascend to the first-class rank, which did not endear him to these sections. Although the court sought to win him over, they did not hold him in high regard. After a moment of reflection, Chun Daonan cleared his mind of distractions and turned to Chu Tian. "Let them proceed as they wish, it matters little to me. The martial arts conference is approaching, and it would be prudent to gather representatives from the various sects to discuss matters." Chun Daonan produced paper and ink, preparing to compose a letter, while Chu Tian approached to assist him with the ink. Suddenly, Chun Daonan seemed to recall something, raising his gaze to Chu Tian. "Your strength has reached a bottleneck. It is time for you to venture out. Perhaps this martial arts conference will provide you with the inspiration needed for a breakthrough." As Chu Tian paused momentarily, a light chuckle escaped his lips. "Given my capabilities, it would be rather unfair to engage in battle with them. Those so-called disciples of the sects are merely of the 5th and 6th ranks. To contend with them would be sheer folly. I shall refrain from participating." Chun Daonan, picking up his pen, remarked while writing, "Do not underestimate the heroes of the world. While it is true that many disciples from various sects may not match your prowess at this age, some from the prominent sects possess formidable strength. Notably, there are Chun Qingji from Longhu Mountain, Su Qinghue from Amei, and Zhao Qian from the Valley of the Divine Sword, all remarkable talents. Chun Qingji and Su Qinghue have both attained the 4th rank, and battling with them would undoubtedly be immensely beneficial for you." Noticing Chun Daonan's inclination to elaborate further, Chu Tian hastily interrupted, all right, I understand. I shall go, no need to be so verbose." Observing Chu Tian's reluctance to listen, Chun Daonan smiled, and shook his head, returning his focus to the letter. Within the Shaolin temple, Abbot Qing Yuan held a letter in his hand, addressing the assembled heads of the various halls. Esteemed colleagues, he began. This letter is from the leader of the martial arts world, Chen Daonan. It states that the upcoming martial arts conference will be held at Baiwa Mountain Villa, where certain matters will be discussed. The head of the Demo Hall, Qing Fan, was the first to speak. This must be a gesture of goodwill upon learning that you, Brother Abbot, have broken through to the first rank. They have not always been so amicable in the past. Although the martial monks of the Demo Hall were powerful, their straightforwardness often led to blunt remarks. Qing Yuan cast a thoughtful glance at Qing Fan but chose to remain silent, observing the reactions of the others. The hall heads fell into a contemplative silence, as the intricacies of such matters were not their forte. At last, the head of the Bodhi Hall rose and addressed Qing Yuan. It is imperative that we attend this gathering. Qing Yuan nodded in agreement. They had previously missed the martial arts conference due to concerns about potential attacks on their prodigious disciples, stemming from the affairs surrounding the Demon Lord's heir. With those issues resolved, it would be unwise to decline the invitation. The head of the Bodhi Hall continued. While our participation may not yield significant results, placing in the top ranks seems unlikely, there are still opportunities to contend for subsequent placements. This serves not only to hone our disciples, but also to demonstrate to the world that Shaolin remains a force to be reckoned with, undeterred by the likes of the Demon Lord. After listening, Qing Yuan turned to the others and inquired, "Do you have any additional thoughts?" The hall heads exchanged glances before ultimately shaking their heads. "Our views align with yours, Brother Abbot." Qing Yuan nodded. "Then it is settled. However, I propose that while sending out disciples, we also allow a few to accompany them to broaden their horizons. Each hall may dispatch one representative." With that, he addressed the heads of the halls. "Very well, proceed with your preparations. The time until the martial arts conference is drawing near." The heads of the halls responded in unison, "Yes, Brother Abbot." Perhaps it was due to the resolution of the Demon Lord's heir and the recent breakthrough of Qing Yuan into the first rank. Presently, everyone at Shaolin radiates joy. Some disciples, engaged in their training, appear to possess newfound motivation, for a sect with a first rank is fundamentally different from one without. However, this development bore no relevance to Han Lin, who continued to live his previous life, attending to mundane tasks such as sweeping and sleeping. His days were exceedingly pleasant. Yet, this tranquility was soon to be interrupted. "What did you say? The head of the wishes to see me?" Han Lin asked, gazing incredulously at Xianping. Disbelief etched across his features. Recently, he had been quite compliant. It seemed illogical for the head to summon him. Xianping nodded, panting slightly, and replied, "Indeed. The head specifically requested your presence upon returning from the abbot. He instructed me to find you immediately. I surmised you would be here on the back mountain." "Understood. I shall finish here and then go," Han Lin replied nonchalantly, though his mind was preoccupied with thoughts about the reason behind Qing Huan's summons. Despite the connection through the Han family, the kindness Qing Huan had shown him over the years was already considerable, and he typically wouldn't reach out to Han Lin without cause. Whatever the case, he reasoned, now that he had attained the first rank, what could possibly challenge him within Shaolin? Resolute, he turned and made his way toward the miscellaneous work courtyard. "What? You want me to attend the martial arts conference?" Inside the miscellaneous work courtyard, Han Lin stared at Qing Huan in bewilderment. This request had taken him completely by surprise. His mind raced through countless possibilities, yet he had not anticipated this one. Qing Huan nodded, explaining, "The abbot has instructed each to select a representative for the martial arts conference. You were the first person I thought of. Though the strength of our miscellaneous work may be lacking, it would be worthwhile to experience the event. We cannot remain confined within Shaolin forever. We must venture out and witness the world." Observing Qing Huan's earnest demeanor, Han Lin found himself at a loss for words. It was evident that Qing Huan genuinely cared for him, wishing to broaden his horizons. However, Han Lin was reluctant. He simply desired the simplicity of his daily routine, signing in and sweeping. Faced with Qing Huan's earnestness, he struggled to articulate his refusal. Perhaps sensing the conflict in Han Lin's expression, Qing Huan sighed and said, "If you truly do not wish to go, I will not press the matter further. I had planned to mention the illustrious history of Baiwa Villa, renowned for its unparalleled sword-making techniques, hoping to inspire you to witness it. But if you choose not to go, then so be it." Han Lin's body tensed slightly, as if he had caught a hint of something significant. "Head of the, what did you just say?" Qing Huan, slightly perplexed, responded, "I said if you do not wish to go, then you need not." Han Lin shook his head. "No, I meant the initial part of what you said." Qing Huan's face bore a thoughtful expression. "The illustrious history of Baiwa Villa?" Han Lin nodded decisively. "Head of the, I have made up my mind. I am willing to accompany you and witness the world. Qing Huan finally revealed a smile, saying, "This is well. Let us return and prepare. Tomorrow, we shall set off with the others." Han Lin quickly responded, "I understand, master." On the following day, after tidying up and completing the sweeping early, Han Lin performed his check-in, and his cold ice sacred fire order had reached perfection. He had acquired this technique quite some time ago, but had refrained from practicing it due to its association with demonic arts. Now, however, he felt no fear and deemed it only appropriate to check in at the demon suppression tower several times to achieve completeness. Han Lin had no intention of learning other demonic techniques unless necessity arose. The assembly of the group took place before the Great Hero Hall, and by the time Han Lin arrived, a considerable crowd had already gathered, though most were merely there for the excitement. "Xianqing, come over here." Suddenly, someone in the crowd waved at Han Lin. The face looked somewhat familiar, yet Han Lin momentarily struggled to recall who it was. Nevertheless, seeing the person's enthusiastic demeanor, he jogged over. "I knew Master Qing Huan would send you. You were his favorite in the servants' courtyard. If you had not been so resolute in your refusals, you might have already advanced to other places by now." The man spoke with an air of familiarity, his expression indicating a close rapport with Han Lin. After a moment of reflection, Han Lin finally remembered him. "Are you Xianqing?" Han Lin inquired. Xianqing nodded. "Indeed. Xianping often mentions you." Although Han Lin and Xianqing had little interaction, the same was true a decade ago, as it is now. However, Han Lin's friend Xianping was quite familiar with Xianqing, which made this connection not entirely surprising, as Han Lin was known for his diligence in the servants' courtyard. Curiously, Han Lin asked, "Are you representing the law enforcement hall in this battle?" Xianqing affirmed, "Yes, the other senior brothers are too old. Among our generation, my strength is considerable. The other junior brothers are still at the 7th and 8th ranks. Transitioning from the lower 3 ranks to the middle 3 ranks is indeed a small hurdle." As Xianqing elaborated on the reasons for his participation, he did not inquire about Han Lin's cultivation level. He was well aware of Han Lin's martial talent. Han Lin paused momentarily, although he had not sensed any difficulties previously. He nodded in agreement. After a brief exchange with Xianqing, others began to arrive one after another. The team leader for this expedition was a disciple from the Dharma Academy named Xiankong, reputed for his mastery of the Dharma sword technique, which was said to be exceptionally powerful. Furthermore, he had also grasped the fundamentals of the Indestructible Vajra technique, boasting formidable defense and exhibiting a semblance of the stature of Master Qing Fan. The number of participants for this journey was not large. Aside from the dozen or so disciples departing, there were representatives from other academies. Those of greater strength, like Xianqing, would have the opportunity to engage in discussions and battles later on. Han Lin and his companions truly ventured forth merely to broaden their horizons. On the surface, Han Lin appeared the weakest among them. This time, the martial arts conference was to be led by the abbot of the Bodhi Institute, accompanied by several esteemed elders. "It is my hope that all of you will exert your utmost, demonstrating the formidable prowess of Shaolin's unique techniques. However, remember that in competition, camaraderie takes precedence over rivalry. Do not recklessly take lives without cause. Do you all comprehend this?" The abbot of the Bodhi Institute continued his admonitions ahead. Initially, it was intended for the abbot of the Damo Institute, Qing Fan, to lead the group, given his second-tier cultivation, which promised stability. Yet, Qing Fan was rather brash. The martial arts conference was not merely a battleground. Ultimately, it was decided that the more astute abbot of the Bodhi Institute, Qing Yin, would take the lead. Several 4th-tier elders from the Qing lineage accompanied them to safeguard the disciples. Understood, the crowd below responded in unison, their spirits high and brimming with vigor. "Very well. Let us depart." With a commanding voice, Qing Yin led the disciples out of Shaolin. Although they were Shaolin disciples, their mode of travel was unremarkable, relying solely on their own 2 legs. The abbot, Qing Yin, even referred to it as a means to strengthen the willpower of his disciples. Nonetheless, even on foot, they surpassed ordinary steeds significantly. With the operation of their 8th-tier lightness technique, not even the swiftest horse could hope to catch up. Initially, there were concerns regarding Han Lin's low cultivation level, fearing he might lag behind, but to their surprise, Han Lin's speed was remarkably swift and his rhythm steady. "Xianqing, I expected you would struggle to keep pace. I did not anticipate that your lightness skill would flourish so much during your years at Shaolin. At this speed, you could rival a 7th-tier martial artist, perhaps even evade some 6th-tier practitioners. Previously, Qing Huan entrusted me with your care, yet it seems that will no longer be necessary." Qing Yin remarked, astonished by Han Lin's performance. At that moment, Han Lin exhibited merely 8th-tier inner strength, yet his speed rivaled that of 7th-tier practitioners. perhaps even surpassing it. Han Lin nodded, opting not to clarify that he was, in fact, first tier. Nor did he disclose that he was executing the perfected version of the snow without traces technique. No, he was merely putting on a show. This was not his style. Once Han Lin's speed reached, or even exceeded the average, the pace of the group quickened once more. From a distance, one might observe a throng of martial artists racing down the main thoroughfare. The journey was surprisingly safe, devoid of bandits or other threats, which left the Shaolin disciples, eager to rid the world of evil, feeling somewhat disheartened. However, thoughts of the upcoming martial arts conference ignited a fervor within them, as if they had been invigorated. Strangely, it seemed that the forces of evil had conspired, for on their way to Baiwei Mountain Manor, the Shaolin group encountered no significant disturbances. They paused for rest along the way for 2 days. This was a funded expedition, and their accommodations were quite pleasant. In the dead of night, while the others lay soundly asleep, Han Lin quietly slipped away from the inn. Summoning his profound cultivation, Han Lin activated his stealthy technique, treading on snow without leaving a trace, and returned to the Shaolin temple within the span of an hour. After successfully signing in, he exhaled in relief, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Fortunately, he had made it back in time. Otherwise, he would have missed a significant opportunity. He then employed his technique once more, slipping back to his bed unnoticed, allowing himself a well-deserved slumber. At the break of dawn, Xiancheng approached Han Lin, inquiring, "Xianqing, how did you sleep last night?" "Quite well," Han Lin replied, his heart buoyed by the fact that he had not missed the sign-in. Xiancheng leaned closer and confided, "I had a restless night. I suspect this and might be haunted. In a daze, I thought I saw something float by, but when I blinked, it vanished." Han Lin felt he could surmise the nature of the apparition. He patted Xiancheng on the shoulder, suggesting, "Perhaps it was merely your imagination, a result of fatigue from our day's journey." Xiancheng shook his head in disagreement. "Surely, I could not have misjudged twice." A couple of hours later, I saw something else flit past me, too swift to grasp. I genuinely believe there might be something unusual lurking here. Han Lin furrowed his brow slightly. It is likely just a stray cat roaming about at night. There are no such things as ghosts or spirits in this world. Do not frighten yourself unnecessarily. Besides, we shall be departing soon, and even if there were a ghost, we would not encounter it again. Upon hearing Han Lin's words, Xiancheng nodded in agreement. However, as they prepared to leave, Xiancheng cast a peculiar glance at the inn. It seemed prudent to avoid such places in the future. Having successfully placated Xiancheng, Han Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was exhausting even to sign in. After several days of arduous travel, the group finally beheld the so-called Baiwei Villa. Nestled between two towering mountains, this grand estate was more akin to a small city than a mere villa. Qing Yin pointed toward a distant mountain peak, declaring, "Ahead lies Baiwei Villa, and that scar upon the mountain was said to be left by a legendary sword saint who shattered the void. Within it lies his unparalleled legacy." Qing Yin continued to elaborate on the tale, but Han Lin was oblivious, his mind consumed by the alert from the sign-in system. Discovery of a location imbued with residual law power. Does the host wish to sign in? Yes, sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the divine sword Qiyang. A fiery red longsword materialized within Han Lin's system space. Although he could not yet retrieve it for inspection, he could sense its sharpness and the searing heat emanating from it. What a treasure! This marked his first acquisition of a tangible weapon through sign-in. Previously, he had only obtained manuals and elixirs. Were it not for the multitude of people around him, he would have eagerly taken it out for a closer look. "Xianqing, what are you standing there for, lost in thought? Are you taken aback by this massive sword scar?" Xianqing nudged Han Lin's arm. Han Lin looked up and noticed that everyone else had moved forward a considerable distance, leaving him alone in a daze. As he walked, he mused aloud, "Indeed, the sword scar seems to encapsulate the profound truths of the universe. I have a premonition that if I can grasp its essence, I might be able to master a powerful sword technique." Xiancheng scratched his head, "Perhaps, but it is said that many come here each year to admire the sword scar, yet very few have ever comprehended any sword techniques from it. As for me, I lack that capability. While I can practice martial arts, the idea of comprehension is beyond me." Xiancheng's face reflected his reluctance, perhaps recalling something specific. Although he possessed decent martial talent, his aptitude for Buddhist practices was considerably lacking. This was why he had been assigned to the law enforcement hall, where mere martial prowess sufficed. As Han Lin and the others drew nearer to Baiwei Villa, the sword scar became increasingly distinct before them. Beneath the scar, numerous individuals were indeed engaged in contemplation. Some sat cross-legged, others held swords for observation, while some practiced swordplay on the spot. attempting to harness the energy to derive powerful techniques. However, it was apparent that those beneath the sword scar were yielding little success. As they approached Baiwa Villa, the pace of their group slowed. Perhaps noticing the disciples' attention captivated by the sword scar, Qingyan turned to address them. There is a similar sight within Shaolin, a vast palm imprint from which the founding patriarch comprehended the Buddha's palm. Moreover, Master Bodhidharma derived numerous martial skills from beneath it. If you contribute to Shaolin's glory, you too may earn the chance to contemplate there. I am not afraid to disclose that all who have sought understanding have, at the very least, broken through to the upper third rank, with many achieving the status of first-grade grandmasters. Qingyan's continuous discourse captivated the minds of these newly initiated young monks. Even Xiancheng beside Han Lin exhibited a glimmer of interest. Xiancheng turned to Han Lin, explaining, "I am not seeking enlightenment. I am merely curious." Han Lin nodded in understanding. For Qingyan's words, others might find great allure, yet for Han Lin, the attraction was considerably diminished. After all, he could directly learn any martial art he desired simply by successfully signing in, followed by a substantial period of consolidation to fully master it, without the need for arduous contemplation. "Ah, Master Qingyan of Shaolin, it is a pleasure to finally meet you." Just as they were nearing Baiwa Villa, a group of individuals approached from a distance. Leading them was a man with a sincere demeanor, clad in fine attire, a long sword sheathed at his waist, accompanied by numerous servants. This must be the designated host from Baiwa Villa, who warmly welcomed Han Lin and his companions upon their arrival. At first glance, it seemed like an old friend not seen for ages. However, the abbot of Bodhi Temple, Qingyan, was no ordinary person. Seeing Bai Qingping's warm enthusiasm, he immediately approached him. This must be Bai Qingping, the second in command of Baiyu Manor, who was reputed to have expanded the Bai family's business to a scale rivaling nations. Indeed, he exuded an extraordinary demeanor. Although Shaolin Temple is a place devoted to the study of Buddhist teachings, it requires a certain cunning in dealings with the secular world. Qingyan was precisely that kind of astute individual, which was why Abbot Qingyuan entrusted him with leading the delegation. Master Qingyan jested, remarking that they were among the first to arrive. With several days remaining until the Wuling conference, some venues were likely not fully prepared, and he hoped the masters would be understanding. "Not at all, Master Bai, you are too considerate," responded Bai Qingping. The two old foxes exchanged pleasantries as they led the group into Baiyu Manor. Although referred to as a manor, Baiyu Manor resembled a small city. Its expanse comparable to that of a minor town. Nestled on the mountainside, its various structures were beautifully arranged, creating a striking aesthetic. Bai Qingping quickly arranged accommodations and meals for the Shaolin monks. Being ascetics, their sustenance was simple, and their lodgings did not need to be lavish. After all, it would be inappropriate to let them indulge in extravagant feasts. As Xiancheng observed his surroundings, he turned to Han Lin and remarked, "This Baiyu Manor is truly vast. It rivals the size of those small county towns below, and the buildings here are far more exquisite." His eyes sparkled with curiosity and admiration for the place. While Shaolin Temple was also magnificent and grand, its architectural style was uniform, too solemn and serious, which, after so many years, could become monotonous. Han Lin did not counter Xiancheng's excitement. These structures were equally novel to him. Despite having seen many skyscrapers in his past life, the ancient architectural ensemble still left a profound impact on his spirit. Qingyan instructed the disciples, "All right, you may explore the surroundings for a while. As promised, I will not confine you, but do remember to avoid causing trouble in the outside world. Baiyu Manor is currently a gathering place for heroes from all corners, so do not provoke others unnecessarily. However, should anyone dare to bully us, do not let them go unchallenged." Compared to other abbots, Qingyan spoke less of lofty principles, his words devoid of excessive Zen nuances. The disciples responded affirmatively. Qingyan then followed Bai Qingping away, seemingly to discuss some matters. "Xianqing, let us wander about," Xiancheng said excitedly, looking at Han Lin. "My cultivation is rather lacking, and I feel somewhat fatigued from the journey. Why don't you join the other senior brothers instead?" "I wish to rest for a while," Han Lin replied, internally wishing to decline 1,000 times. At this moment, he was solely eager to see his divine sword and had no intention of wandering about. As for feeling tired, could such a modest journey tire a master of the highest caliber? Xiancheng nodded in agreement, acknowledging that your cultivation level was somewhat lower, and thus, this arduous trek might indeed prove taxing. "I have a few elixirs here. Take one to restore your energy." He produced a vial of elixirs from his robe and handed it to Han Lin before departing with his fellow disciples, his eyes brimming with curiosity for the novel experiences ahead. As Han Lin gazed at the vial of elixirs in his hand, a warmth surged within him. Though he now regarded such elixirs with indifference, they remained somewhat precious to Xianchang. Once he accessed the system space, Han Lin glanced around to ensure he was alone. Channeling his internal energy, an uncanny wave of transformation enveloped him. In mere moments, he metamorphosed into an entirely different person. After retrieving the garments he had previously stored, he donned them, completely altering both his appearance and aura, leaving no trace of his former self. Indeed, with this disguise, he need not fear exposure. As he beheld the unfamiliar reflection in the mirror, satisfaction gleamed in Han Lin's eyes. Activating the technique of silent snow, he vanished from the room. Upon reappearing, he found himself several dozen miles away from Bayou Villa. Although this distance still bore risks, a cursory examination suggested it sufficed for the moment. With a mere thought, he summoned the Qiyang Divine Sword from the system space. Instantly, a fiery red longsword materialized in Han Lin's grasp. The blade radiated a vibrant crimson hue, rippling with what appeared to be flames. Measuring over a foot in length, the sword's fiery body contrasted with the coolness of its hilt, which emanated a chill, seemingly sourced from the jade stone upon its tassel. What a magnificent sword! Its mere appearance revealed it to be an exceptional treasure. The sword's sharpness induced a sense of trepidation, as if it could effortlessly slice through one's neck in an instant. The violent crimson waves along the blade hinted at an insatiable desire to ignite the world. Gripped in his hand, the longsword beckoned him to wield it. With a gentle flick forward, the air before him was forcefully displaced, creating a vast vacuum around the sword's center. It seemed as though nothing had occurred, yet paradoxically, everything had changed. In that moment, the sword appeared to possess a life of its own, imbued with a spirit. "Do you wish to battle?" Han Lin inquired, lowering his gaze. Receiving no response, he noted the crimson waves upon the sword intensifying with fervor. He initiated the Dharma sword technique, gripping the long sword tightly, unable to resist the urge to wield it. The perfected Dharma sword technique was sufficient to command such a blade, without employing his internal energy. Han Lin simply executed the swordplay with natural grace. With each swing of the long sword, an extraordinary wave of energy radiated from him, extending farther and farther until it reached the sword marks several dozen miles away. For centuries, countless swordsmen have pondered over the unchanging scars of the sword. Yet in this very moment, a transformation has occurred. A formidable sword intent suddenly emanates from the scar, overwhelming the nearby swordsmen. Those of superior cultivation struggle to maintain their stance, while the weaker ones are forcefully brought to their knees. As the aura of the sword scar permeates the air, the entire sky seems to dim. A radiant orb emerges from the scar, adorned with various enigmatic runes that seem to embody profound truths. Dark clouds swiftly gather, obscuring the sun, and within them, the rumblings of thunder seem to brew. The extraordinary nature of the orb's contents has provoked the heavens, inciting a wrathful response. What could be unfolding? It appears that something has resonated with this scar. I sense a potent sword intent emanating from it, suggesting the presence of a formidable inheritance. This inheritance is so powerful that even the heavens are inclined to unleash thunderous destruction upon it. Such a mighty legacy must belong to me. I must possess it. Indeed, a great secret lies within this scar. Fortune favors me. Regardless of who has stirred this sword intent, the inheritance from this scar shall undeniably be mine. The onlookers below gaze longingly at the orb in the sky, each pair of eyes reflecting a profound desire. Not only those near the scar, but also the individuals within the Baiwa Manor have been stirred by this phenomenon, with many formidable warriors hastening towards the source. They may be oblivious to the circumstances, but they are aware of one truth. The legacy of the Sword Saint has emerged. Chapter 28. Who agrees, who disagrees? The changes occurring dozens of miles away have captivated many. However, this does not include Han Lin, who is engrossed in his swordplay. As he continues to execute the Demo sword technique, he feels an ever-deepening connection with the long sword in his hand, which has transformed from a mere tool into an extension of his very arm. The perfected Demo sword technique has also seen subtle advancements, enhancing his mastery over the blade. Soon, he arrives at the final move of the sword technique. With a flourish, he swings his sword towards the heavens. A blade of sword energy materializes out of thin air, cleaving towards the sky. Although he does not channel his inner strength, the completion of the technique naturally invokes the power of the heavens. The sword energy grows increasingly potent, its aura becoming ever more formidable. With a resounding whoosh, the colossal sword energy slices through the sky, creating a rift in the tumultuous clouds. A beam of sunlight cascades through the opening, bathing him in a warm glow. Why are there so many dark clouds? Is it about to rain? Noticing the dense clouds above, Han Lin instinctively prepares to depart. While he could circulate his internal energy to remain unscathed by ordinary raindrops, he prefers to avoid getting drenched. Look, it appears as if the sky has been cleaved open. Such immense power is on display. Even a first-tier grandmaster would find it challenging to accomplish such a feat. Certainly, it must be a change in the celestial phenomena, undoubtedly caused by this inheritance. Amidst a fervent discussion, the crowd grew increasingly envious of the inheritance suspended in midair. Yet, at that moment, no one was willing to be the first to step forward, for doing so would surely invite a fatal onslaught from all present. Wait, look, that inheritance seems to be flying away. Indeed, it appeared to be soaring towards the earlier celestial anomaly. I told you, that anomaly was summoned by it. Everyone, pursue it. We must not allow this inheritance to escape. Let me be clear. If the inheritance chooses to reveal itself, we must refrain from reckless attempts to seize it, lest we damage what is precious. As swordsmen, we must not engage in such disgraceful acts. Upon hearing these words, many nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in his statement. Nevertheless, the majority quickened their pace in pursuit of the inheritance. Some even unleashed secret techniques to multiply their speed several-fold in an effort to catch up. Yet, even the swiftest among them remained a considerable distance from the inheritance. Several dozen miles away from Bayou Mountain Manor, Han Lin was traveling alone. With the technique of stepping on snow without leaving a trace, he moved with remarkable speed. Each stride covered hundreds of meters. Ordinary individuals would scarcely perceive more than a fleeting breeze, and by the time they regained their senses, Han Lin would be far ahead. What is that? As he continued forward, a luminous orb suddenly charged toward him. Uncertain of its nature, Han Lin's senses initially failed to detect it, and by the time he realized, it was too late to evade. Attempting to ambush me? Not a chance. With a swift motion, he wielded the Red Sun Divine Sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy. Simultaneously, he positioned the sword to intercept the orb's path. Should it be an ambush, this strike would certainly thwart it. However, to Han Lin's astonishment, the orb passed straight through the sword energy. It then continued on, directly penetrating the Red Sun sword and rushing toward his head as if the blade were insubstantial. Just as the orb was about to invade Han Lin's mind, a massive hand reached out. This hand radiated with golden light, seemingly blessed by a true Buddha, and effortlessly seized the orb. This was the formidable power derived from Han Lin's mastery of the Indestructible Diamond and the Dragon Elephant Prajna techniques. Despite the orb's peculiar nature, it was powerless against such overwhelming strength. The reason the sword had failed to defend itself earlier was not due to an inability to do so, but rather a deliberate concession. Unexpectedly, the moment the orb was grasped, it shattered, its fragments gradually merging into Han Lin's consciousness. In an instant, a torrent of memories flooded his mind. Ah, now I understand. Han Lin exhaled, finally grasping the situation. This was the legacy of a sword saint, a powerful being who had shattered the void, and his treasured sword was none other than the Red Sun Divine Sword in Han Lin's grasp. Naturally, holding the Red Sun Sword, Han Lin was deemed the most suitable successor by the legacy. Within these memories lay numerous cultivation techniques and a formidable swordsmanship manual known as the Red Sun Sword Technique, sharing its name with the Divine Blade. Mastering it to its pinnacle would even allow one to cleave through the void with the sword. Han Lin expressed his regret, lamenting, "What a pity. My innate talent for swordsmanship may not suffice to comprehend such a profound technique. What has happened? Why has the inheritance vanished? I distinctly recall it soaring in this direction. Indeed, it must be this way. My tracking arts indicate it lies nearby. Everyone, search diligently and leave no corner unexplored." Just as Han Lin absorbed the memories, a cacophony of voices erupted ahead. Subsequently, a procession of sword-wielding swordsmen emerged before him, their gazes flitting about, seemingly in pursuit of something elusive. Some scrutinized their surroundings intently, while others appeared to be channeling some arcane art. Each was fervently engaged in their search, largely indifferent to Han Lin's presence. One of the swordsmen approached Han Lin, inquiring, "Hey, lad over there, have you seen a luminous orb pass by?" Han Lin replied coldly, "I have not." As Han Lin prepared to depart, a warrior stepped forward, blocking his path. "You say you haven't seen it? I might suggest that you have taken it instead. Furthermore, as I converse with you, you maintain such aloofness. Should you fail to provide an explanation today, it may not be so simple for you to leave. Perhaps you might find yourself missing a limb or two." The man who had previously questioned Han Lin glared at him menacingly, or more precisely, at the sword he held. Noticing the man's avaricious gaze, Han Lin felt a spark of intrigue. "Are you enamored with my sword?" A flicker of greed crossed the man's features before he masked it with a semblance of normalcy. "Do not misconstrue my words. I merely seek an explanation from you. However, should you be willing to part with your sword, I would have no objections. After all, I am known for my benevolence and would not wish to cause you any trouble." Upon hearing the man's words, the other swordsmen abruptly ceased their activities, turning their attention towards Han Lin. When they beheld the sword in his possession, a glimmer of desire shone in many of their eyes. Despite the distance, a fine sword was easily discernible to these seasoned swordsmen. With a mere glance, they recognized it as an exceptional weapon, a truly remarkable blade. "Pansy, you are lacking in brotherhood. How can you possess such a fine item and not share it with your comrades? Indeed, Pansy, how selfish of you to desire all the glory for yourself. Such a magnificent sword, nearly hoarded by you alone. The quality of this blade must surely be of the finest grade. It is indeed a treasure." The previously questioned man, referred to as Pansy, wore a grim expression. What was once his now faced the prospect of being shared with others. Yet, in the presence of these individuals, he could only muster a forced smile. Standing silently to the side, Han Lin, somewhat surprised, glanced at the group that had gathered near Pansy. "So, you all desire my sword as well?" one individual remarked. "If you are willing to part with it, that would be ideal. However, if you are reluctant, we shall not compel you. At worst, we may just get a bit of blood on our hands, which is of little consequence." Despite the pretense of nonchalance, the undertone was rife with menace. Han Lin smiled faintly, finding the situation rather amusing, as he had unexpectedly become the target of a robbery. Just as he was about to retaliate against the group, a swordsman engaged in a secretive search suddenly exclaimed, "I have found it. I know where it is." The others, upon hearing this, began to converge towards him. The sword cultivator wielded a compass, relying on it to locate the legacy of the sword saint. The compass spun incessantly, seemingly having detected something. The man, brimming with excitement, declared, "It is nearby. Everyone pay attention." The crowd focused intently. Even those who had previously fixated on Han Lin shifted their attention. Right here. The compass finally came to a halt, and the man eagerly pointed in a direction. The onlookers followed his indication and beheld a swordsman standing there. At that moment, they finally recognized the long sword in Han Lin's grasp. The legacy is with him? How could that be? There must be a mistake. It is impossible. My secret technique cannot be erroneous. Yet, if that were the case, the legacy might indeed reside with him. Had they truly overlooked such a splendid opportunity? Alas, not necessarily. We can simply capture him and extract his memories. In that way, we can all attain the legacy. Some appeared hesitant, but that contradicts our prior agreement. We had clearly stated that whoever acquires the legacy would not be contested. While that may be true, this individual is not one of us. Thus the previous rules do not apply to him. Indeed, that is correct. I observe that the long sword he wields is quite an impressive item. It could very well be an accompanying artifact of the legacy. We must not let this scoundrel slip away. In mere moments, the group had orchestrated Han Lin's fate, as if he were not a living being, but rather an object at their disposal. Han Lin's expression turned sardonic. "How peculiar. I stand here quite unharmed. Yet you have so readily arranged my demise." The crowd paused momentarily to glance at Han Lin before resuming their discussion about the spoils, utterly disregarding him. Han Lin continued, "Undeterred, the legacy is indeed in my possession, and I have no need for it. However, I shall not relinquish it to you, since it is in my hands. It rightfully belongs to me. Who is in favor, and who opposes?" No one acknowledged Han Lin. Some even approached, preparing to subdue him. With a swift motion, the long sword was brandished, and a surge of sword energy manifested from thin air. Before Han Lin stood dozens of individuals, instantly pierced by a surge of sword energy. Their eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the scene before them. After a brief moment, their heads or bodies separated from their other parts, blood gushing forth from their lifeless forms. Damn it! How could he be this powerful? A fifth-tier warrior was annihilated with a single strike. Such terrifying prowess must have already crossed into the upper echelons of the third tier. Moreover, among the deceased were fourth-tier warriors. Though third-tier fighters are formidable, they cannot achieve such a feat. Could he be a grandmaster? A sudden wave of panic swept through the crowd. Han Lin retracted the blazing red sword and turned once more to address the assembly, inquiring, "Who is in favor and who is against?" Chapter 29. The grandmaster named Lu Li. The crowd fell silent, their voices stifled. Among them were several formidable fourth-tier warriors, and faintly, a few third-tier fighters could be discerned. After all, those of lesser strength would not aspire to comprehend the legacy from the sword marks. Yet, at this moment, they remained utterly mute, many eyes reflecting terror as they gazed upon the man wielding the fiery red longsword. "Did you not hear me? I asked who is in favor and who is against." The man's voice rang out again, imbued with an almost enchanting power. As his voice echoed, a palpable sense of panic spread across the faces of those present. Since this legacy has been acquired by you, it is a clear indication of your destiny with it. We have no justification to seize it from you. Indeed, as the saying goes, treasures are bestowed upon those worthy of them. Given your prowess, it is only natural that you should inherit this legacy. Your might is unparalleled, senior. Such a treasured sword legacy can only rightfully belong to you. In unison, the group began to lavish praise upon Han Lin, smiles plastered across their faces. Fearful that he might suspect them of ulterior motives. Simultaneously, they began to retreat, eager to make their exit. Allow me to congratulate you, senior, on acquiring the legacy. It is getting late, and unless there are other matters to discuss, we shall take our leave. Han Lin regarded the last man with confusion. Though it was the height of midday, the sun was nowhere to be seen, yet time could not be mistaken. Others were equally taken aback. Han Lin looked to the crowd and softly inquired, "If that is the case, does it mean there is no one opposed?" "Of course not. If you have no further matters, we shall take our leave," the crowd hurriedly responded. However, not all were so sycophantic. A faction of stronger swordsmen stood aloof, coldly observing. Yet, after witnessing Han Lin's might, they too could only sigh and depart. Agreement is all well and good, but who said you could leave? Han Lin regarded the assembly with a calm demeanor, particularly focusing on the man who had mentioned the late hour. The man's expression shifted, and he turned to Han Lin, asking, "What do you intend, sir?" "Nothing much, merely returning to you what you had prepared to inflict upon me." Han Lin raised his long sword, channeling his internal energy, and the blade blazed as if engulfed in flames, creating a formidable wave of pressure. With a swift motion, he unleashed a surge of sword energy. In an instant, a wide arc was swept, resulting in the demise of most swordsmen in its path, leaving only a few formidable survivors. "Are you intent on exterminating us all?" inquired a swordsman, nearly unscathed amidst the carnage, whose aura revealed him to be a third-tier warrior, renowned within the martial world. He had merely come to comprehend the intricacies of swordsmanship, and Han Lin's casual strike was insufficient to claim his life. "No, wait. I shall make a move, and how many of you survive will depend on your own prowess," Han Lin replied, unwilling to engage in debate. With a fluid motion, he levitated into the air, buoyed by the forces of nature. He prepared to execute the techniques of the Demo sword art, emanating an overwhelming aura that seemed to threaten the very heavens themselves. Such a level of internal power suggested he was likely a first-tier grandmaster. The lightness of his skill is also formidable. "He is doomed," some muttered. "What of it? Even with a scar as large as a bowl, one can still be a hero after 18 years. Today, I shall test the skills of this unrivaled grandmaster." Indeed, many swordsmen, unlike their disheartened counterparts, displayed a fierce determination. They brandished their long swords, channeling their internal energy to unleash their most proficient techniques against Han Lin, defying the might of a first-tier grandmaster. "Facing death, I shall live. Pray, master, allow me to demonstrate my stroke, the stunning swan." They invoked the sixth style of the Tsang Song sword technique, with each swordsman embracing their fatal resolve. Launching their attacks toward Han Lin, their combined efforts coalesced mid-air, forming a torrent of sword energy, a cacophony of destructive forces colliding with one another, seemingly imbued with annihilating power. "Come forth." Han Lin's expression was one of exhilaration. The swordsman's onslaught instilled within him a rare sense of threat, a feeling long absent since his weaker days when assassins from the Chofing Pavilion had evoked similar sensations. He fervently channeled his internal energy, consolidating it within his long sword. The surrounding natural forces surged, as if the very realm were pressing down upon the swordsman. A colossal, crimson sword energy erupted from before Han Lin, hurtling towards the incoming assault. With a thunderous clash, the two forces collided, producing a sound akin to the shattering of the earth and sky. The violent whirlwind generated by the impact uprooted trees in the vicinity, laying waste to the landscape. A formidable shockwave radiated outward, as if the very earth beneath was scraped away. Weaker warriors were directly hurled into the air. Thick clouds of dust rose from the ground, obscuring the view within. As the dust settled, a vast pit, several hundred meters wide, emerged at the center. Within this chasm, numerous swordsmen still held their long swords aloft, their gazes resolute as they regarded Han Lin, seemingly expressing their defiance. Yet, they were now at the end of their strength. A third-tier warrior spat out a mouthful of blood, having borne the brunt of the pressure. The overwhelming shockwave had shattered his internal organs. Thud, thud. The frail warriors were obliterated by the force of the shockwave, their bodies bursting apart as the assault ceased. In despair, one swordsman lamented, "Is this the power of a first-tier grandmaster? Such overwhelming strength. I felt the might of that sword. Perhaps this is what I should pursue in my life. Perfection. Perhaps he is the true swordsman. Indeed, to have witnessed such a sword strike, this life has not been in vain. My friends, let us face death together. So it was. The remaining swordsmen wore expressions of resignation, yet having witnessed that sword strike, their hearts were devoid of significant regrets. However, after a brief moment, the death they awaited did not arrive. Turning to look, they found the formidable figure had already departed. Had he spared them? It seemed so, after all. In the eyes of a first-tier grandmaster, they likely resembled mere children, foolishly thinking themselves as adversaries. Did you notice? It seems those who perished were the ones who harbored greed. Indeed, it appeared that way. I thought he was indiscriminately slaughtering. A grandmaster would never commit such an error. Their mastery over power is complete, and they can choose whom to kill. It must be acknowledged that we were at fault. Had we not entertained some unworthy thoughts, we would not have found ourselves in this situation. A sense of shame washed over the crowd. One swordsman called out boldly, "Senior, I have yet to inquire your name. Might you kindly share it?" Han Lin, slightly taken aback, glanced at the long sword in his hand and replied, "Call me Lu Li. This is Qiyang. Qiyang. Perhaps this is the name of the senior's long sword." Lu Li, another renowned figure, is about to emerge in the world of martial arts. After a brief discussion, the remaining swordsmen resolved to return to their original places. They had come to comprehend the legacy of the sword marks, and with the legacy now lost, it was only natural for them to depart. Not long after their departure, another group arrived at the scene. This group, comprised by Qingping from Baiwa Manor and Xian Yan, the leading monk from Shaolin. Bai Qingping spoke, "It seems a fierce battle has erupted here." Observing the devastating aftermath, with a radius of several thousand meters ravaged and a central pit of several hundred meters, it was hard to believe that such destruction could be wrought by human hands. Qin Yan furrowed his brow, contemplating the implications of a third-rank master communicating with the bridge of heaven and earth. Such an individual could harness the forces of nature. An ordinary third-rank martial artist could easily split mountains and shatter stones with a single strike. However, such destructive power could only be wielded by a first-rank grandmaster. Furthermore, the traces left at the scene suggested a clash between two forces. Bai Qingping, visibly perplexed, inquired whether it was a battle between two first-rank grandmasters. Qin Yan shook his head, stating that conflicts among first-rank grandmasters were not easily provoked. If they were to engage in battle, it would not conclude so swiftly. He observed that one of the forces was an exceptionally powerful sword technique, while the other consisted of numerous attacks intermingled, possibly a combination formation. It appeared to be merely a brief encounter. As Qin Yan surveyed the unfolding events, his gaze flickered, deep in thought. He pondered whether these occurrences would affect the upcoming martial arts conference. However, he concluded that it would not. First-rank grandmasters were few and far between, and they would not idly roam about aimlessly. The lesser figures among the martial world would certainly unite with others to suppress any disturbances, and Bai, the head of the Bai clan, need not worry. Bai Qingping finally relaxed his expression, reassured by Qin Yan's words. After a thorough inspection, the group decided to depart, as time was of the essence with the martial arts conference imminent. The aftermath of the battle was swiftly resolved. While its impact seemed significant, it ultimately bore little consequence. Nonetheless, rumors regarding Master Lu Li began to circulate throughout the martial world. On that day, every swordsman would remember the formidable figure known as Master Lu Li. Chapter 30. The Divine Sword Valley. Zhao Qian inquired, "Xian Qing, where have you been? I knocked on your door earlier, but there was no response." Upon returning to the Bayou Manor, Han Lin opened the door to find Xian Cheng waiting at the entrance. Taken aback by Xian Cheng's question, Han Lin replied, "I suppose I was just too exhausted. I tend to sleep deeply and rarely wake easily." He sheepishly scratched his head. Seeing Han Lin's demeanor, Xian Cheng wore a look of regret. "What a pity. If you had been here just now, you would have witnessed something extraordinary." Master Qin Yan mentioned that a first-rank grandmaster had made a move, creating a massive pit that extended hundreds of meters, and the trees within 1,000 meters were utterly destroyed. I had no idea the power of a grandmaster was so formidable. Furthermore, that colossal crimson sword energy that appeared in the sky must have been the grandmaster's attack. Such immense sword energy could only be unleashed by a grandmaster, and its overwhelming pressure was palpable even from this distance, truly terrifying. As he listened to Xian Cheng, who seemed to be an eager disciple, rambling on, Han Lin found himself at a loss for words. Could it be that the individual just now was actually me? Or perhaps it was not merely a casual strike, but rather one executed with a significant portion of my internal energy. Ultimately, Han Lin chose silence, occasionally nodding in agreement with Xian Cheng's views. On the following day, Han Lin, under the fervent invitation of Xian Cheng, ultimately accompanied him for an excursion. Perhaps due to their encounter the previous day, Xiancheng exhibited a tempered enthusiasm towards the myriad of novel sights outside. Yet he remained eager to introduce Han Lin to various attractions. The Bayou Mountain Manor was not merely a simple estate. It appeared to be divided into numerous taverns and shops. Each year, martial artists seeking to forge weapons would flock to Bayou Mountain Manor, thereby cultivating a vast industrial demand and supply. As they strolled, an individual suddenly stood before them. "Friend, that longsword of yours is quite impressive," he exclaimed, pointing at the Qiyang sword in Han Lin's possession. Accompanying him were several companions, their eyes reflecting a keen interest in Han Lin's weapon. Despite Han Lin sheathing the Qiyang sword, its exquisite aura remained unmistakable. A connoisseur could instantly discern that it was a fine blade. Han Lin merely nodded in acknowledgement. "I have a fondness for this sword," the man continued. "I wonder if you would part with it. I am willing to offer a price that would satisfy you." "Not for sale," Han Lin replied succinctly. The man's brow furrowed. "What do you mean by that?" "I believe my intentions have been made abundantly clear. Offering to buy it is a courtesy, and do you not inquire about my reputation as one of the 7 swords of Songshan? Truly, you are unaware of your own insignificance. Which minor temple do you represent? Has your master not taught you to avoid creating discord in public?" The man's tone bore an unmistakable threat, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword at his waist. Observing closely, Han Lin realized that there indeed appeared to be 7 individuals present. Just as he was about to respond, Xiancheng interjected, visibly displeased. "I did not expect the Songshan sect to behave in such a manner. Master Qingyan had advised us to refrain from unnecessary conflicts, yet if we are bullied, we must retaliate to uphold the dignity of Shaolin Temple." As he spoke, he assumed a fighting stance, his fists emanating a faint glow, a technique from the Luohan fist style. I did not anticipate such audacity, daring to impersonate Shaolin disciples. Who does not know that Shaolin has not attended the martial arts assembly for several generations? Perhaps they are preoccupied with dealing with the heir of the demon lord. They certainly have no time to be here. It is evident you are mere impostors," the man asserted, adamantly claiming them as frauds. Xiancheng, filled with urgency, retorted, "You speak nonsense. I am a genuine disciple of Shaolin." The man, undeterred, continued, "I have the utmost respect for Shaolin. My master has often spoken of the noble demeanor of its monks. What I detest most are those who falsely flaunt the Shaolin name, deceiving others wherever they go." His righteous indignation would lead any observer to believe he was a paragon of virtue. Yet, his subsequent words revealed his true intent. "Today, I shall teach you counterfeit practitioners a lesson on behalf of the esteemed monks of Shaolin. That sword you wield is surely a plundered treasure. I shall confiscate it, ensuring that you deceitful rogues understand the consequences of your actions." Upon reaching this point, Xiancheng comprehended the ulterior motives of these individuals. He had previously handled the sword in Han Lin's possession, recognizing it as a fine weapon. However, Han Lin had mentioned it was a family heirloom, and thus he had not pondered further. The audacity of these individuals attempting to seize the long sword, particularly in light of the recent obliteration of Han Lin's family, incited an inexplicable fury within Xiancheng. "You wretched scoundrels! Not only do you malign my Shaolin, but you also dare to covet Xianqing's sword. Today, I shall teach you a lesson." With that, he turned to Han Lin and urged, "Xianqing, flee swiftly. I will hold them off. Seek assistance from our fellow brothers." Without hesitation, he launched himself toward the so-called 7 swords of Songshan, his fists raised. The aura of his 6th grade cultivation exuded, stirring a refreshing gust of wind. This transformation did not escape the notice of others. The majority of the sects gathered at Bayou Mountain Manor to participate in the martial arts assembly observed the scene without intervention, merely watching with intrigue. To them, this resembled a prelude to a grand sect competition. "How bold, you monk! Your deceit has been unmasked, and you dare to engage in physical conflict," one man shouted angrily, also wielding a long sword and revealing his own 6th grade cultivation, as Xiancheng swung his fists, executing the Arhut fist technique. The man with the sword found himself at a disadvantage, retreating repeatedly under the onslaught. "Help me," he bellowed to his companions. Hearing this, the remaining allies drew their swords and advanced upon Xiancheng, showing no shame in their numerical superiority. Attempting to overwhelm with numbers, Han Lin felt a surge of indignation. With a slight curl of his fingers, he unleashed the flicking finger technique, releasing 3 bursts of internal energy. The trio of the so-called 7 swords of Songshan was sent sprawling to the ground, curling up like limp shrimp. The remaining 3 were not out of Han Lin's unwillingness to act. Rather, someone had already engaged. A young man wielding a long sword had swiftly subdued the 3 assailants. Meanwhile, The adversary battling Xiancheng, distracted, fell victim to an opportune strike and was knocked to the ground. In martial combat, resorting to overwhelming numbers is a disgrace to the swordsmanship. The fallen man's expression shifted. Who are you? By what right do you meddle in the affairs of Song's Han? The youth appeared disheveled, seemingly neglecting his appearance for some time. However, his eyes sparkled with vitality. With a gentle smile, he replied, I am Zhao Qian from Divine Sword Valley. Were it not for your master's reputation, I would have dispatched you on the spot. Today, I shall sever one of your hands as a minor reprimand. Should you find this unacceptable, your master may come to Divine Sword Valley to contest my judgment. With that, he wielded his sword, severing one hand of each of the 7 fallen men. Zhao Qian from Divine Sword Valley? Cursed be it. The countenance of the 7 swords of Song's Han turned ashen, and they refrained from speaking, enduring their agony as they struggled to rise, casting venomous glances at Xiancheng and Han Lin. In their view, had it not been for these 2 individuals today, they would never have provoked a figure like Zhao Qian. Is this resolution satisfactory to you both? Let's consider it a favor for me. And let today's events be forgotten. Just when everyone thought Zhao Qian would depart, he unexpectedly approached Han Lin and his companion, inquiring. Xiancheng was momentarily taken aback. Glancing at Han Lin, uncertain of how to proceed, he turned and pointed at Han Lin, saying, My junior brother Xianqing is the aggrieved party. His consent is my own. Very well. As for the outcome, Han Lin was not particularly concerned. He had already inflicted a hidden force upon the 7 individuals, effectively crippling their martial arts careers for life. Seeing Han Lin nod in agreement, Xiancheng also inclined his head. He then turned to the group from Song's Han and declared, Why are you still here? Depart at once. The 7 swords of Song's Han cast a cold glance at Han Lin before turning to leave, but their expressions suggested they were far from placated. I am Zhao Qian from the Divine Sword Valley. And you two are? Xianqing, a disciple of Shaolin. Xiancheng, a disciple of the lesser Shaolin. Zhao Qian's face expressed surprise. I did not expect you to truly be Shaolin disciples. My apologies. It has been quite some time since Shaolin participated in the martial arts assembly. Xiancheng clasped his fists and replied, Thank you, Zhao, for your intervention. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhao Qian took his leave due to pressing matters. The disturbance caused by the 7 of Song's Han had dampened their spirits, and they lost the desire to continue their stroll, returning to their lodgings after a brief walk. Chapter 31. Hush, lower your voices. The events of that day did not conclude so simply. Upon their return, news of the incident reached Qin Yan. Learning the details, Qin Yan did not cast blame upon them. Rather, he single-handedly confronted the Song's Han faction at their stronghold, clashing with their leading elder. It was said that many surrounding buildings were left in ruins, and ultimately, Song's Han had to relent and compensate for the damages to restore peace. It must be said that Baiyu Mountain Manor displayed remarkable skill in construction, as the devastation seemed to have been repaired almost overnight, making it nearly impossible to discern that a battle between 2 third-grade experts had taken place there. With the arrival of various sects, the martial arts assembly commenced with great urgency. A large arena was constructed in the center of the manor, designated for the disciples to compete. Other disciples of Shaolin were also busily preparing for the upcoming battles, including Xiancheng. Meanwhile, Han Lin, a disciple of the miscellaneous court, found solace in the tranquility. For the miscellaneous court was not adept at conflict and would not participate in the contests this time, allowing Han Lin to relish his leisure. Xianqing, are you going out again? Just as Han Lin stepped outside, a voice called from behind. Turning around, he saw Xiancheng, drenched in sweat. Han Lin smiled and said, I am merely going for a stroll. Staying indoors is quite dull. If it weren't inconvenient, I would even like to pick up a broom and tidy up. Xianqing nodded, comprehending Han Lin's restless spirit. He advised, indeed, but be cautious as you venture out. The Song's Han sect has faced retribution from Master Qin Yan, and they may target you. I understand. Although my strength pales in comparison to yours, my speed is commendable. If I cannot defeat them, I can certainly escape. Han Lin replied. A smile of approval illuminated Xiancheng's face. Should they dare to bully you, inform me, and I shall rally my brothers to exact vengeance. Han Lin nodded and stepped out of his dwelling. Once outside, he observed that the Baiyu villa was bustling with a multitude of visitors. Nearly the entire young generation of the martial world had gathered there. The sect competition was not merely a contest between major factions. It also attracted wandering heroes and disciples of reclusive masters, all drawn by the allure of fame and the coveted divine weapons of Baiyu villa. Today, Han Lin found it much easier to navigate the environment on his own. However, to his disappointment, as he roamed the villa, he failed to find any designated area for registration. The villa struck him as peculiar, devoid of any sense of antiquity, as if it had been established only recently. The formations within the villa seemed equally new. Though somewhat disheartened, he felt fortunate to have acquired the Qiyang Divine Sword and the accompanying sword techniques. Even if he could not fully comprehend them, the insights gleaned would be invaluable. Despite the absence of a registration point, he felt content with his acquisitions. As he contemplated returning to the forest for registration, he realized that, while he could manage it with his speed, it seemed unnecessary. Suddenly, Han Lin sensed a prickle of scrutiny, as though someone was watching him. Expanding his awareness, he discerned several familiar figures. How intriguing, they dared to approach. Han Lin mused with a slight smile, shifting his direction away from his dwelling and toward the outskirts of Baiwei Villa. Exiting the villa, he noted a significant decrease in the number of people around, although foot traffic remained considerable. After surveying the surroundings, he made his way towards a secluded grove. Not long after he stepped outside, several figures advanced in his direction, their path becoming clearer as they honed in on his location. Brother Wu, where has this brat disappeared to? Has he spotted us? In the shadowy grove, a group of 7 wielding long swords hacked through the thorns obstructing their path, progressing deeper into the woods. Impossible, my soul-chasing incense cannot be mistaken. He is undoubtedly nearby. Yet, how curious that I have not seen any trace of his passage. Perhaps his lightness of foot is commendable. Watch closely and ensure he does not escape, one of them cautioned. The others nodded in agreement, understood. These were the 7 swords of Song's Han, who had previously clashed with Han Lin and had now somehow tracked his movements. The individual who had previously posed a question spoke once more. Fifth brother, is this truly the right course of action? They are indeed disciples of Shaolin, and their leading instructor has previously sought us out. Are we not risking exposure by proceeding in this manner? Fifth brother smiled faintly and replied, rest assured. I have thoroughly investigated this matter. This lad is merely an ordinary sweeper monk from the Shaolin Temple, and his presence here is merely due to an introduction. He is simply here to broaden his horizons, with a skill level at most of the 8th rank. As for the Shaolin Temple, there is no cause for concern. Rumors abound that the abbot has advanced to the 1st rank, but such tales are likely fabrications. The disciple of the demon lord has yet to be dealt with, and they will not seek unnecessary conflicts. Besides, he is just an ordinary sweeper monk. They would not mobilize forces over him. As fifth brother spoke, confidence swelled within the hearts of the onlookers, and their expressions grew resolute. I must say, you seem surprisingly well informed about the Shaolin Temple. Perhaps I should commend you. He added, just as they reveled in their pride, a voice suddenly echoed from behind them. Turning to look, they found Han Lin standing there unexpectedly. Upon seeing Han Lin, expressions of surprise lit up their faces, and none considered how he had approached them so quietly. Curse that scoundrel, we have finally caught you, one of them exclaimed. We cannot contend with that fellow named Xin Chong, but a mere sweeper monk like you is within our grasp. Indeed, today is simply a matter of misfortune for you, as you have chosen this very moment to emerge. We shall execute you here to avenge past grievances. Before your demise, we will certainly make you experience our tormenting methods. In these days when martial artists gather, even if we were to slay you here, none would be the wiser. They continued to speak, effectively sentencing Han Lin to death. Their swords clenched tightly, eager to spring forth and sever his head from his shoulders. Observing their excitement, Han Lin smiled. Such amusing little rascals you are. Do you not wonder why I am here alone? You perceive this as your opportunity, yet is it not also my chance to eliminate you? Upon hearing Han Lin's words, the group fell silent for a moment, exchanging glances before erupting in laughter. Who do you think you are? You are merely an 8th rank sweeper monk. While we are all at the 6th rank, we could crush you with a single hand. Indeed, with our 6th rank prowess, we could extinguish your life with but a spit. You are woefully ignorant of your own limitations. Perhaps you have become dazed from sweeping floors at the Shaolin Temple. What a pitiful little monk you are. Today, let us brothers send you on your way, for this world is far too troublesome for you. They cackled menacingly, brandishing their swords, prepared to attack Han Lin. With a swift movement, Han Lin evaded their onslaught, a cold smile gracing his face. How foolish you are. Observing your dim-wittedness has uplifted my spirits considerably. Perhaps I should show you something extraordinary? As the members of the Song's Han school pondered in confusion, Han Lin suddenly snapped his fingers. A sharp crack echoed, and among the 7, the youngest felt a surge of energy violently expand within his body. 2 explosive sounds rang out amidst the group, enveloping them in a thick mist of blood, while fragments of flesh and blood littered the surrounding trees. When the crimson haze dissipated, only 5 of the originally 7 Song's Han swordsmen remained. The other 2 had vanished, leaving behind mere heaps of shredded flesh. Fifth brother, in a fit of rage, demanded, "What have you done? Damn it. What have you done to the 6th and 7th? Have you captured them? Release them at once, or I shall make you pay." Despite his bluster, a flicker of fear crept into his eyes, mirrored by the slight retreat of his companions. They were acutely aware that their brothers had not been taken away, but had been transformed into the grisly remnants scattered about. A sudden, inexplicable dread began to pervade their hearts. Remaining here would mean certain death. The thought to flee surged within them, and in unison, they commenced their escape. However, just as they turned, Han Lin snapped his fingers once more. The sound resonated ominously in their ears, and with a thunderous bang, they felt a weakness beneath them, as if their lower bodies had lost all sensation. Turning to look, they discovered that their legs had vanished, replaced by a gruesome array of flesh on the ground. A shriek escaped the youngest among them, overwhelmed by the agony and terror that shattered his reason. Suddenly, an icy chill enveloped his body, accompanied by an immense pressure, as though the entire world were bearing down upon him. Han Lin placed his finger to his lips and whispered, "Shoo, keep it down. I do not fancy loud noises." Instantly, the young man fell silent, acutely aware that any further cries would lead to his demise. Han Lin nodded with satisfaction. "Now, that is more like it." Fifth brother gritted his teeth against the searing pain, crawling before Han Lin and kneeling upon his bloodied, mangled lower half, desperately bowing his head. "Senior, you are a figure of great renown. We were foolish to provoke you. Please, show us mercy. My 2 companions have perished, and we have learned our lesson. If you are displeased, I shall sever my hands and those of my companions, if only to appease you." Fifth brother was resolute, bowing repeatedly while attempting to vent Han Lin's wrath, using himself and his companions as bargaining chips. Observing this, his remaining comrades also began to bow, indifferent to the blood streaming from their foreheads. Sensing Han Lin's silence, fifth brother spoke again. "Senior, if you seek to vent your anger, your objective has been entirely achieved. Continuing this course would be detrimental to you. We are the elite disciples of the Songhan sect, and if we were to meet our demise here, it would undoubtedly provoke an investigation by the elders of our sect. Should you be exposed, it would undoubtedly tarnish your reputation." In making his point, fifth brother invoked the name of the Songhan sect as leverage. For an ordinary individual, this might have been convincing, but who was Han Lin? A master of unparalleled prowess, an invincible being in this realm. Could the mere Songhan sect pose a threat to him? Han Lin regarded fifth brother with a perplexed expression. "What you say indeed presents a conundrum, yet I find myself quite inclined to eradicate you. Pray tell, what should I do?" With gritted teeth, fifth brother appeared to make a resolute decision. "If the senior would permit, you may entrust this matter to me. As long as you spare my life, I assure you, I can manage the scene adeptly, ensuring that no one will discern your involvement." "What do you mean, fifth brother? Are you contemplating betrayal? How despicable. We regarded you as a brother." The words of fifth brother incited immediate discontent among the others, who erupted in verbal condemnation. However, they swiftly turned to Han Lin, stating, "Senior, do not heed his nonsense. It is we who typically handle such matters. He has never lifted a finger. I am far more skilled at this than he. I too possess superior craftsmanship. I can ensure it is handled flawlessly, leaving no trace of what transpired here." While denouncing fifth brother, they simultaneously promoted their own capabilities. Han Lin observed this spectacle with amusement. Once they had finished, Han Lin remarked, "In truth, there is no need for such intricacies. If the Songhan sect dares to trouble me, it will merely be a matter of who will slay whom. Why bother with cleanup? Moreover, turning you into a pile of minced flesh would attract the mountain's beasts, who would consume every last bit in no time. Besides, with the martial arts conference approaching, would it not be entirely normal for your deaths to go unnoticed? What? You scoundrel!" One of them shouted in anger, preparing to hurl insults. With a snap of his fingers, Han Lin suddenly erupted, transforming him into a shower of flesh, more accurately, a fine mist of meat. I noticed he was about to curse me. I had intended to dislocate his jaw, but alas, I miscalculated the force. "My sincerest apologies," Han Lin said, though his expression betrayed no hint of remorse. Fifth brother's demeanor abruptly shifted to calm as he raised his gaze to Han Lin, questioning, "Is it truly amusing for you to toy with and slaughter us? You, a third-tier powerhouse, bullying us mere sixth-tier warriors seems rather unbecoming." Han Lin waved his hand dismissively. "And what of it? Were you not intent on bullying a tier 8 like me previously?" Fifth brother fell silent. After pondering for a moment, he continued, "Surely, you must have noticed our pursuit quite early, esteemed senior. With your formidable prowess, you could have eliminated us at any time. Why come here instead?" This was the greatest question lingering in his mind. Han Lin contemplated briefly before responding, "Because I find myself rather idle, and your presence is genuinely irksome." As he spoke, he raised his hand, preparing to snap his fingers once more. The expressions of those behind fifth brother morphed into sheer terror. They attempted to vocalize their fears, but found themselves unable to produce a sound. Fifth brother's face registered a dawning comprehension as he murmured, "So that is the case." Soon after, their bodies erupted violently, transforming into a gruesome array of flesh. Only the 7 long swords they once wielded remained on the ground, undamaged despite the tremors of Han Lin's internal force, as they were of decent quality. What a pity, he mused, for such items do not appeal to me, and their craftsmanship leaves much to be desired. With a subtle grasp of his hand, the 7 swords levitated, only to be twisted into a chaotic mass by an overwhelming force. He cast them aside, their destination unknown. A sweeping motion of his hand summoned a colossal force of nature, rendering the surroundings unrecognizable as if swept away by a tempest. As for the remains scattered across the ground, Han Lin could not be bothered. It would not be long before small creatures claimed them. Upon re-entering the Baiwe villa, his mood lifted considerably. Whistling a cheerful tune, Han Lin strolled through the estate. On the following day, Han Lin was roused from slumber by Xian Cheng's incessant knocking. Long before dawn, Xian Cheng was fervently hammering at the door of the sect. Were it not for the sturdy construction of the Baiwe villa's entrance, it might have been reduced to splinters by now. "Here we go," Han Lin said leisurely as he opened the door. "Xian Cheng, what seems to be the matter? You nearly shattered my threshold." Xian Cheng regarded him with utmost seriousness. "Xian Qing, I must share something with you. This information is something I have learned by chance, and I cannot vouch for its authenticity. You must not disclose it to anyone else." Intrigued by Xian Cheng's enigmatic demeanor, Han Lin felt a spark of curiosity. To warrant such an early awakening, it must pertain to something of considerable interest. It appears the 7 swords of Songshan have vanished, and it is rumored that someone discovered remnants of their swords. The Songshan sect mobilized their entire force last night in search, Xian Cheng divulged. Han Lin nodded, a twinge of disappointment gnawing at him. He had anticipated news of greater novelty, not this. After all, the perpetrator responsible for the demise of the 7 swords was standing right before them. Nevertheless, Han Lin inquired, "What are the developments? I recall our previous altercation with them. Might the Songshan sect direct their ire towards us?" Xian Cheng shook his head. "That is highly improbable. They possess no evidence against us. Our Shaolin temple is no minor sect, and without proof, they would not dare to disturb us. Furthermore, the abbot has attained the 1st rank, and typically, others refrain from provoking our Shaolin." Han Lin nodded, reassured by his words. Although he harbored no fear of the Songshan sect, it was indeed prudent to avoid unnecessary troubles. Xuanqing continued, "Today marks the commencement of the sect's grand competition. Let us arrive early to secure a favorable position." "Certainly," replied his companion. "But do you not have a match to prepare for? Why not engage in some training?" Xuanqing scratched his head awkwardly. "My skills are somewhat lacking. Our duel is part of an inter-sect exchange that will occur after the current assembly of young prodigies concludes and the top 3 are determined. For now, let us observe the prowess of others." Chapter 33. The grand competition commences. "Ah, why are there so many people? We certainly rose early," he exclaimed. By the time the 2 arrived, the area surrounding the arena was already teeming with spectators. Though the competition had yet to commence, the audience's enthusiasm was palpable. Some young martial artists, despite not participating, seized the rare opportunity to witness the clashes of youthful geniuses, which could greatly enhance their own skills. "Fear not, for there is a way to enter," Han Lin reassured Xuanqing with a smile, just as he prepared to channel his internal energy to discreetly guide Xuanqing inside. Several individuals from the Baiwe villa approached them, saying, "You 2 must be masters from the Shaolin temple." Xuanqing nodded. "Indeed, we are disciples of Shaolin." A look of delight spread across the face of the Baiwe villa representative. "Our headmaster has instructed us that Shaolin is a prestigious sect, and should you have any requests, we should endeavor to accommodate you. Surely, you wish to enter and observe? With your capabilities, you might even have the chance to spar with other esteemed figures from the martial world." Xuanqing scratched his head again. "We came out quietly, and our fellow disciples have yet to arrive. Might you arrange some seating for us?" "Of course, please follow me," the representative replied. Under the guidance of the Baiwe villa's attendant, the 2 successfully entered through a passage, avoiding the throngs of martial artists waiting outside. This area was designated for various sects, although it was anticipated that not many would attend the preliminary rounds. "Should you require anything, feel free to call upon the attendants nearby," he added. Xuanqing clasped his hands together. "Thank you, kind sir. No need for formalities," the man responded before departing with a knowing smile cast back at Han Lin and Xuanqing. The competition arena boasted multiple platforms, each prepared for combat, though no battles had yet begun. With nothing to do, the 2 settled down. nibbling on the fruits laid out before them. After a while, Xuanqing suddenly smacked his forehead, saying, "How remiss of me. I completely forgot to inquire about the name of that kind gentleman who assisted us so greatly. Should we encounter him again, I must express my gratitude." Han Lin cracked a sunflower seed and remarked, "No worries. I believe he must be a steward from the Baiwa villa. We have ample time to inquire further during our subsequent encounters." Xianqing nodded in agreement, then shifted his gaze towards the arena. At that moment, the first match was already prepared, and it seemed that others had also taken to the various stages. The arena was divided into 16 platforms. An expansive setup dedicated solely to ordinary contests, a testament to the substantial resources of the Baiwa villa. The 16 platforms appeared to be arranged in a formidable formation, exuding an impressive aura. The first duel featured Zhang Jun from Qingzhou facing Chen Feng from Yunzhou. The matches had already commenced, and Han Lin and his companions occupied a prime vantage point, allowing them to observe all 16 arenas without the need to shift their focus from one stage to another. Brother Zhang, Brother Chun, the two combatants exchanged respectful gestures before drawing their swords, unleashing their inner strength. Both were at the 7th rank of cultivation. While this level may not seem remarkable to Han Lin, it was still commendable within the martial world. At around 20 years of age, achieving such prowess marked them as promising talents, with a chance to ascend to the mid-3rd rank if they exerted themselves. Zhang Jun was the first to strike, his form shifting as he lunged toward Chen Feng with a swift motion of his sword. Chen Feng, not to be outdone, raised his own sword and executed his techniques. Their swordplay flowed seamlessly, akin to the elusive dance of antelopes, making it difficult to anticipate their moves. The two engaged in a flurry of exchanges, their swords clashing with fervor, each deftly altering their techniques, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Xianqiang, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Xianqing, whom do you think will ultimately prevail?" Han Lin offered a casual glance and replied, "I believe Chen Feng has the advantage. His swordsmanship appears remarkably steady, rivaling that of some of the seniors from the Demo Academy." Xianqing chuckled, "I almost overlooked that detail. You have indeed witnessed many duels and sparring sessions. However, I recall that Zhang Jun has a higher winning probability. While skill is significant, inner strength is paramount. Chen Feng's cultivation is merely at the late 7th rank, whereas Zhang Jun seems to be at the peak, just a step away from the 6th rank. This advantage in inner strength is likely to overwhelm his opponent." Xianqiang wore a confident expression, seemingly assured in his assessment. Han Lin chose not to contest his viewpoint and simply continued to watch the match. Meanwhile, other platforms had begun to host a number of martial artists, though their levels were notably inferior, lacking in both inner strength and technique. The prominent figures from the martial world had yet to make their appearance, which was understandable considering that none of his Shaolin seniors had taken to the field just yet. The battle between Zhang Jun and Chen Feng indeed unfolded as Xianqiang had predicted. The more powerful Zhang Jun effortlessly subdued Chen Feng. Were it not for Chen Feng's somewhat exquisite swordsmanship, he would have already been thrown off the stage. Nevertheless, even so, he found himself continuously retreating, and defeat appeared to be merely a matter of time. Xianqiang pointed at the dominating Zhang Jun and remarked, "See, I told you that Zhang Jun was the stronger one." Han Lin furrowed his brows slightly and replied, "The matter is not yet concluded. Do not be hasty." Just as Zhang Jun was about to deliver a blow that would send Chen Feng off the stage, Chen Feng suddenly swung his sword, unleashing a surge of inner strength as he advanced toward Zhang Jun. His movements were extraordinarily elusive, and with a few leaps, he found himself in Zhang Jun's blind spot. With a gentle thrust of his sword, he aimed at Zhang Jun's neck. "Alas, I concede my defeat," Zhang Jun sighed, relinquishing his sword and turning to Chen Feng with cupped fists. Chen Feng reciprocated the gesture, saying, "You were merely careless. My inner strength cannot match yours. Had I delayed even a moment longer, I would have been unable to hold on. Ha ha ha, delightful. Let us go drink." The two, who had just been fiercely battling on the stage, now seemed to have become good friends, walking off the stage with their arms around each other's shoulders towards the crowd outside. Chen Feng of Yunzhou received a point. The people from Baiwa Villa were busy registering below. Hearing this, Han Lin turned to inquire, "What is the purpose of this scoring?" "I am unsure," came the reply. "But I have heard from my senior brothers that this scoring system seems to be a new concept introduced by Baiwa Villa. Points can be exchanged here for weapons or to commission the crafting of weapons. It is said that the first prize is a custom-made divine weapon." Han Lin pondered. So that is how it is. In the subsequent matches, the competitors were mostly on par with Zhang Jun and Chen Feng. Warriors of the 6th rank made rare appearances. And even when they did, they vanished after a single match. The primary focus of the duels remained on the battles of the 7th rank. The contests were expedited, as the combatants on stage seemed eager to conclude their fights swiftly. By midday, over 1,000 individuals had participated in the matches. Most were disciples of small sects or wandering martial artists. Upon gathering with his senior brothers after lunch, Han Lin learned that all 16 stages were designated for 7th-rank battles, while the 6th-rank warriors merely sought to earn points. Unfortunately, this method was not recognized by Baiwa Villa. Beyond the 7th-rank arena, there existed a 6th-rank stage and ultimately, a grand competition stage. These arenas were designed to delineate the varying levels of strength among participants, rendering the contests more meaningful. Otherwise, a 7th-rank contender facing a 5th-rank one would yield no substantive experience or insights. Our primary objective at Shaolin this time is to focus on the 6th and 5th-rank stages. As for the 7th rank, if Shuqing is interested, he may give it a try. Your lightness of foot is commendable and could be a chance to broaden your horizons. The grand competition shall commence the day after tomorrow, when the true clash of titans will unfold. The esteemed head of the Bodhi courtyard, Qing Yan, while partaking in a vegetarian meal, addressed his numerous disciples. As he concluded his remarks, one disciple stepped forward to inquire. Senior brother Xiankong possesses 5th-tier strength. Might he secure a commendable position in the upcoming grand contest? The eyes of many disciples turned towards him, for this was a matter of shared concern. Simultaneously, the gaze of the crowd settled upon a monk amidst them, whose unassuming demeanor and a bun in hand rendered him somewhat bewildered by the attention. This individual was none other than Xiankong, the foremost warrior of the Shaolin Temple in this sect competition, a young disciple of the Dharma courtyard, boasting 5th-tier cultivation. Qing Yan regarded Xiankong and then shook his head, saying, "It is difficult to ascertain. Although Xuankong's talent is the finest I have witnessed in decades, there are still many prodigies among the other sections. It is said that Chun Qingji of Longhu Mountain has also ascended to 4th tier, and Zhao Qian from the Divine Sword Valley, while 5th tier, possesses strength that rivals even 4th tier warriors. They are formidable opponents, each a rarity within their respective sections." Xiankong swallowed a few bites of his bun and replied to Qing Yan, "Uncle Master, do not fret. While they are indeed powerful, the outcome remains uncertain until we engage. My indestructible Vajra technique has been cultivated for a considerable time, granting me formidable defenses. They may not be able to breach my guard, and even against Chun Qingji of Longhu Mountain, I may yet have a fighting chance." Qing Yan nodded. "The outcome will depend on your performance. For now, seek out a platform that suits you for the competition. Remember this, during the match, do not take lives lightly. However, if others strike first, let them witness the prowess of our Shaolin disciples. Never allow yourself to be vanquished without a fight. One's martial prowess must be formidable, and one's understanding of Buddhist teachings must keep pace." As Qing Yan flexed his muscles, the disciples nodded in agreement. Chapter 34. The arrogant Zhang Tianzhong. After Qing Yan concluded his analysis, Xuanqing turned to Han Lin and said, "In that case, I shall also participate in the competition. Xianzhong, you may wander about. If you are interested, you might try your hand at the 7th-tier platform." Han Lin nodded in acknowledgement. However, despite his outward agreement, he felt little enthusiasm. If he were still a mere sweeping monk of 7th or 8th tier, these contests would hold great allure. Yet for him, now a 1st-tier practitioner, such battles seemed as trivial as children's games. After bidding farewell to Xuanqing, Han Lin made his way to the platforms to observe the matches. Initially expecting a lack of thrilling events that day, he was surprised to discover something intriguing upon reaching the 6th-tier arena. The 6th-tier platforms were fewer in number than the 7th, totaling only 8, yet they appeared larger and more robust. At that moment, one individual stood guard atop one of the platforms. In the realm of martial arts, achieving 3 consecutive victories is deemed a true success. One must endure without respite, battling adversaries of equal stature. Such a feat is far from facile. "Come forth. What ails you? Is this the extent of your courage? Step up and challenge me, you timid souls." The man upon the stage brandished a formidable blade, his robust physique a testament to his strength, every muscle a declaration of power. The previous contender had only just risen from the ground, wiping the blood from his lips, begrudgingly vacating the arena. Though he could seek combat on other platforms, his condition rendered him incapable of doing so. The assembly of martial artists below remained silent. Some wore expressions of displeasure, contemplating whether to confront him. However, upon reflecting on their own capabilities, they hesitated. Observing the lack of challengers, the man on stage continued his taunts. Who would have imagined that a gaggle of cowards would deign to participate in the martial arts tournament? With such meager resolve, perhaps you should return home, marry, and procreate. The world of martial arts is too perilous for you vermin. The members of Baiwa Mountain Manor appeared unfazed. Their sole concern seemed to be recording the victor. How dare you speak in such a manner? Does possessing strength grant you the license to act with impunity? You, a disgrace, have no right to partake in this tournament. A chorus of indignation arose from the crowd, yet none dared to ascend the stage. Just as the man prepared to speak again, a figure surged onto the platform, calling out, "Is this the infamous blade master Zhang Tunjing, who preys upon mere 6th-rank warriors? Show your mettle against me." The newcomer, clad in a flowing blue robe and wielding a long sword, possessed a handsome visage and an air of graceful sophistication. The crowd from Baiwei Mountain Manor exclaimed, "Zhang Tianzhong from Chongzhou faces the swordsman Wan Qing from Yunzhou." Zhang Tianzhong scoffed, disdain evident in his voice. "With those spindly arms and legs, you're likely to be cleaved in two with but 2 strokes." Wan Qing's expression hardened as he retorted, "Enough of your prattle. I am here to send you down. You, a man devoid of virtue, do not deserve to linger on this stage. Allow me the honor of escorting you." With that, Wan Qing brandished his sword, vanishing from sight in an instant. Like a fleeting specter, he closed the distance and thrust his sword forward, channeling his inner energy. His blade radiated a sharp, piercing aura, as if intent on piercing all before him. Unperturbed by Wan Qing's sudden assault, Zhang Tianzhong remained stoic, swinging his large blade toward him without a hint of defense against the incoming strike. Damn it, Wan Qing's heart sank. Such a reckless exchange of blows was particularly vexing for a swordsman. "Let us see if you can withstand my strike." Gritting his teeth, he quickened his pace, his sword thrusting forward, and with a resounding clash, the duel commenced. An unexpected event transpired for Wan Qing, as his longsword struck the body of Zhang Tianzhong, resembling the sound of steel meeting stone, emitting a crisp clang and failing to pierce even slightly. Wan Qing's pupils widened in astonishment. Had he achieved the pinnacle of horizontal cultivation? At that moment, Zhang Tianzhong's great blade swept towards him. With a single strike, Wan Qing was sent tumbling from the ring. "Impressive physique," Han Lin remarked, unable to withhold his admiration as he observed Zhang Tianzhong on the stage. However, to him, it was merely commendable. Having perfected his indestructible body technique, he found little intrigue in Zhang Tianzhong's evidently inferior horizontal cultivation method. With a sweeping motion of his blade, Zhang Tianzhong surveyed the audience. "Who dares to challenge me?" Silence enveloped the crowd, and the martial artists on other platforms seemed to sense the situation. Yet no one ventured forward. A pack of cowards. Is merely achieving the pinnacle of horizontal cultivation enough to instill such fear in you? I shall test your prowess. Another challenger ascended the stage, this time a robust man wielding 2 hefty hammers, his build even more imposing than Zhang Tianzhong's. Chongzhou's dominant blade, Zhang Tianzhong, faced off against Zhongzhou's falling wind hammer, Zhou Yuan. The giant Zhou Yuan charged at Zhang Tianzhong, his movements noticeably slower than Wan Qing's, yet imbued with formidable weight. Each step resonating with a dull thud upon the platform. Zhang Tianzhong scoffed. Utterly ridiculous. As he spoke, he lunged forward with his longsword, his muscles taut and brimming with explosive power. Bang! The 2 titans collided, the sound reverberating as their strengths clashed. "You are still too weak," Zhang Tianzhong sneered, his arms bulging as he summoned his might, stepping forward. Zhou Yuan was immediately forced back, stumbling several steps. Zhang Tianzhong pressed the attack, swiftly driving Zhou Yuan off the stage. Yet even had it not been so, Zhou Yuan could not have lasted much longer. Fuming, Zhou Yuan exclaimed, "You cheat to win. I refuse to accept this." Zhang Tianzhong, with an air of indifference, retorted, "If you refuse to accept it, then come again." Zhou Yuan snorted in disdain and turned to leave. As Zhang Tianzhong prepared to indulge in his customary taunts, he suddenly paused, as if receiving some news. His expression turning serious. Addressing the crowd below, he declared, "This shall conclude today's events. I am utterly disappointed by this martial arts assembly. Not a single worthy opponent among you. Truly, you are all far too weak." With a hearty laugh, he leaped down from the stage. A few members of the Baiwei Villa exchanged contemplative glances at the departing Zhang Tianzhong. They proceeded with their registration, calling out to the surrounding martial artists. "The challenger has departed. The competition continues." Seeing Zhang Tianzhong leave, Han Lin followed closely behind, finding a flicker of interest in this place. As he activated his first-tier cultivation, he ensured that none within Baiwei Villa could detect his presence. However, the whereabouts of Zhang Tianzhong proved difficult to locate. By the time Han Lin found him, Zhang Tianzhong was engaged in conversation with several peculiarly dressed individuals, and their dialogue seemed to be approaching its conclusion. One of them remarked, "Is everything handled on this end?" Zhang Tianzhong replied, "The arrangements are in place. We merely await the arrival of Deputy Envoy Yang to commence our plans." Then we shall have a grand confrontation with those righteous martial artists. The individual who had spoken earlier cautioned, do not be careless. If anything goes awry, both our heads will be on the line. Understood. Enough with the incessant chatter, Zhang Tianzheng retorted. After a final exchange of reminders, the group turned to leave. Zhang Tianzheng surveyed his surroundings, and seeing no one, he departed the scene. Han Lin emerged from the shadows, murmuring to himself, righteous martial artists? It seems I have stumbled upon something intriguing. Chapter 35. The final arena begins after Zhang Tianzheng's disappearance. The arena remained as fervent as ever. However, for Han Lin, it had lost much of its allure. After casually observing a few bouts, he decided to leave the Baiwei villa. He had not checked in for 2 consecutive days and felt as though something was amiss. Given the villa's reputed long history, it surely harbored locations fitting for his purpose. He refused to believe that only the Sword Saint Scar was the sole place for check-ins. I refuse to accept that there isn't a single spot for check-in in Baiwei villa, he thought, clenching his fists. Activating the snowless tread technique, he advanced at remarkable speed, his consciousness extending outward to scan the vicinity. Despite his words, hope had begun to dwindle within him. If the check-in locations were so easily found, he would not have traversed the entire journey without encountering a single one, especially in such a vast Baiwei villa where only the Sword Scar allowed for check-ins. As Han Lin utilized his first-grade cultivation to execute the snowless tread, a fleeting white streak was all that remained visible. His figure was nearly imperceptible. His speed was indeed commendable among first-grade practitioners. This place seems oddly familiar, he mused, suddenly recognizing a location below that sparked a sense of déjà vu. He halted and scrutinized the area. It appeared to be a smaller version of Baiwei villa. Concealing himself, Han Lin carefully observed this estate. Compared to the previous Baiwei villa, this one resembled a miniature version and lacked many of the facilities. The sounds of clanging echoed from within, suggesting that someone was forging weapons. This must be their weapon crafting site, he deduced. The distance to the earlier Baiwei villa was merely a few dozen miles, and he did not dwell on it. The venue for the martial arts assembly was undoubtedly not suitable for weapon forging due to the incessant noise. After a long-distance observation, Han Lin lost interest in lingering further. Though there exists a location reminiscent of Baiwei villa, Han Lin harbors little interest in forging. However, just as he took a few steps, preparing to depart, a voice resonated within his mind. Discovery of residual power of the laws. Does the host wish to sign in? Han Lin's expression brightened. System, proceed with the sign-in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Jutian Han Tai. With a mere thought, a chunk of dark iron, radiating a bluish glow and roughly the size of a human head, materialized in Han Lin's palm. As the Han Tai appeared, the surrounding temperature plummeted, and even Han Lin, a first-grade grandmaster, felt a chill. The weight was of little consequence, as with his current cultivation at the 21st level of the Dragon Elephant Sutra, few materials posed a challenge to him. Upon grasping the Han Tai, a wealth of information flooded Han Lin's mind, detailing its properties and applications. This Han Tai is among the finest forging materials in the world. Even a mere pinch can suffice to create an unparalleled weapon. The Qiang Divine Sword in Han Lin's possession was forged with just 1 kilogram of Jutian Xian Tai, and the value of the Han Tai in his hand was on par with that of the Xian Tai. The Han Tai he held likely weighed over 100 pounds. Ample for crafting a formidable weapon. A splendid find, yet regrettably, the sign-in could only be performed once. Contentedly securing the Han Tai, he turned to glance at the smaller Baiwei villa before making his way back to the original Baiwei villa. His excursion was motivated by boredom, for he held little interest in uncovering the secrets of others. Shortly after Han Lin's departure, individuals emerged from the smaller Baiwei villa, converging upon the spot where Han Lin had stood. One among them wore a grave expression. It seems someone has been here. The leader furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing. No matter, Baiwei villa's reputation precedes us. The weapons we forge are sought after by martial artists across the realm. Even if outside factions draw attention, many still recognize this place. Perhaps it was merely a wandering martial artist seeking our craftsmanship. The others nodded in agreement. Noting the chilling aura that lingered, this person's strength appears considerable. Such pure energy likely belongs to a third-grade master. Though this posed a concern, Baiwei villa has forged weapons for many years, earning the goodwill of numerous experts. This unknown powerhouse should be aware of that. As long as he retains his reason, he would not act recklessly. One individual, languidly, remarked, "Well, let us return to forging. We have yet to prepare for the upcoming martial arts tournament, though it's likely to end in failure." The leader quickly covered his mouth. Do not speak carelessly. If overheard by the wrong ears, it would spell trouble. Understood, understood. After surveying their surroundings, the group returned to the villa, and soon the familiar sounds of forging filled the air anew. In a distant place, within the White Mountain Villa, the infuriating Zhang Tianzheng was once again bullying some martial artists from the Jianghu, which greatly vexed Xiancheng. As evening fell, Xiancheng entered the door, grumbling under his breath. Upon hearing Zhang Tianzheng's name, Han Lin's eyes lit up, and he eagerly inquired, "Have you encountered that Zhang Tianzheng as well?" Han Lin was puzzled. He had thought Zhang had already departed, only to discover he had returned yet again. Xiancheng shook his head. "Not quite. I heard about Zhang Tianzheng from others. This man is exceedingly arrogant, provoking numerous martial artists in the arena, his words dripping with audacity. Had I been present, I would have surely taught him a lesson." Xiancheng's face was flushed with righteous indignation, his fists clenched slightly. Han Lin scrutinized Xiancheng and nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, I saw it myself. This fellow's demeanor is exceedingly arrogant. Fortunately, he did not cross paths with you, senior brother Xiancheng. Otherwise, he would have faced dire consequences." Han Lin then added, "However, this individual seems to possess some degree of strength. Senior brother Xiancheng, should you encounter him, take care to remain vigilant and do not be careless." In truth, Han Lin believed that Xiancheng would not be a match for Zhang Tianzheng, but it would not be prudent to voice such doubts and dampen Xiancheng's spirits. Despite Zhang Tianzheng's atrocious attitude, he was indeed formidable, ranking among the elite of the 6th tier. Han Lin recalled that even when he himself was at the 6th tier, had he not employed the Dragon Elephant Sutra, he might have struggled against Zhang. Encouraged by Han Lin's words, Xiancheng's expression brightened. "You speak the truth. How was your day of battles, senior brother Xiancheng?" he asked with a smile. Xiancheng replied, "Today, I gained much from several matches. Once I digest these experiences, I believe my strength will ascend to new heights, perhaps even leading me to the threshold of the 5th tier." Han Lin observed Xiancheng and noted that his internal energy was reaching a state of perfection, his aura beginning to recede. A sign that he was close to mastering his powers. Xiancheng was not far from the 5th tier, perhaps merely a step away. Han Lin clasped his fists in a gesture of respect. "Then allow me to congratulate you in advance, senior brother." "Oh, not at all. I must take my leave now. Tomorrow marks the day of the grand competition, which promises to be even more thrilling." With that, Xiancheng departed for his quarters. In truth, Han Lin was not overly concerned with Xiancheng's remarks. After all, it was merely a gathering of 4th and 5th tier fighters, hardly a spectacle worth his attention. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of joy in his heart. Although the 9 heavens cold iron was not currently of use to him, one could never have too many treasures. On the following day, the sounds of commotion reached Han Lin early, and upon stepping outside, he saw the inhabitants of White Mountain Villa busily transporting the equipment needed for the grand competition. The arenas for the 7th and 6th tiers continued, but a final grand arena had been added. This arena was, in principle, exclusive to those of the 5th tier. However, confident 6th tier fighters could also participate, as the restrictions were not overly stringent. The only requirement for 6th tier participants was to prove their strength, be it through defending a position or challenging one of the 5th tier guardians of White Mountain Villa. "Let us proceed, Xiancheng. We must secure a favorable position." As Han Lin opened the door, Xiancheng appeared before him. Han Lin, puzzled, inquired, "Are you not participating?" Xiancheng shook his head. "I possess a modicum of self-awareness. My cultivation pales in comparison to that of senior brother Xiancheng and the others. Although I could utilize the Shaolin's exceptional techniques to contend with some of the weaker 5th tier practitioners, I currently stand at merely the 6th tier, thus falling short of the qualifications to partake in the grand competition. It would be an embarrassment to show up unprepared." Han Lin nodded in understanding. The two then proceeded towards the grand competition arena. This arena for the sect competition was truly exceptional. Its dimensions were more expansive, constructed from superior materials, and significantly sturdier. Surrounding it was a circle of spectator seating and private boxes, which were furnished with fruits and snacks, accompanied by attentive service. Upon their arrival, the attendants of Baiwe Villa guided them to their seats among the audience, while maidservants presented an array of fruits. They had not arrived particularly early, and by this time, the stands were already populated with a considerable number of spectators. The diverse attire worn by the attendees indicated they hailed from various sects, though amidst them were some in more disheveled clothing, representing the wandering heroes of the martial world. Suddenly, Xiancheng pointed towards the arena, exclaiming, "It appears someone has taken the stage." Han Lin turned to see a tall figure standing atop the platform, Wang Luan, the foremost disciple of the Kongtong sect. Below, the attendants of Baiwe Villa announced his arrival with heightened enthusiasm. This signified the commencement of the ultimate arena, where the finest disciples from each sect would compete. Chapter 36. Talents of each sect. I am Wang Luan of the Kongtong sect. Who amongst you shall be my opponent? Please come forth without delay, Wang Luan declared softly, drawing his long sword and gesturing towards the assembly below. The participants for this final contest were notably fewer. Typically, each sect would send forth one or a few representatives. Some smaller sects had youths without even fifth-tier cultivation, including representatives from the major sects and wandering practitioners. There were merely 20 to 30 individuals. They would draw lots to determine the order of combat, ultimately leading to the selection of the top 16, 8, 4, and the ultimate youth champion. The final contest would only crown one victor. Aside from the champion, the rewards for the top 4 would be identical, with only the strongest martial artist deserving of the weaponry tailored by Baiyu Villa. No sooner had Wang Luan finished speaking than a figure gracefully descended onto the stage. Han Lin focused intently, recognizing Zhao Qian, a disciple from the Sword Valley, whom he had encountered previously. As Zhao Qian took the stage, the crowd below exclaimed, "Zhao Qian from the Sword Valley, stepping up to compete. I am Zhao Qian. I kindly request you to draw your sword," Zhao Qian stated nonchalantly, arms crossed behind him, seemingly in no hurry to strike, patiently awaiting Wang Luan's engagement. Wang Luan's expression darkened slightly. "Zhao Qian, you are the prodigy from the Sword Valley. I did not anticipate facing you in the opening match." Zhao Qian smiled faintly. "Indeed, that is I." Wang Luan let out a cold snort. Everyone claims that the Sword Valley has produced a once-in-a-century genius. Today, I shall see what abilities you, Zhao Qian, possess. As he spoke, Wang Luan shifted his stance, channeling his internal energy, and lunged towards Zhao Qian. The energy converged upon his sword, emanating an impressive aura. However, as the attack approached, Zhao Qian deftly sidestepped Wang Luan's strike with ease. Wang Luan launched multiple attacks, yet Zhao Qian effortlessly evaded them, maintaining a posture of nonchalance with his hands clasped behind his back. In a fit of anger, Wang Luan swung his sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that rippled through the air for several paces. Yet, these assaults failed to reach Zhao Qian. With a glare, Wang Luan demanded, "What do you mean by this?" Zhao Qian casually glanced at him and replied softly, "I have a habit of allowing weaker opponents to strike 3 times, lest they suffer defeat too swiftly. I do not require your mercy." Wang Luan, fueled by rage, swung his sword again, his aura erupting with a newfound intensity, accelerating his attacks significantly. Nevertheless, Zhao Qian remained unfazed, dodging effortlessly while saying, "Your 3 strikes have passed. Now I shall unleash one of my own. Should you manage to withstand it, you will witness my true prowess. Bring it on. Today, I shall show you the consequences of underestimating me. We are merely at the 5th rank. What is there to be so arrogant about?" With that, Wang Luan distanced himself, adopting a defensive stance, his presence more solid than before. Zhao Qian took a deep breath, gripping his sword firmly. Noticing that Zhao Qian merely pointed the sword sheath at him without drawing the blade, Wang Luan inquired with confusion, "Why do you not draw your sword?" Zhao Qian shook his head, saying, "The divine sword is fierce. Should I draw it, I may not be able to restrain myself, and you could perish." Enraged, Wang Luan retorted, "I do not need your pity. Come at me. I doubt this so-called genius of the Sword Valley is merely a braggart, incapable of mastering the sword techniques." Zhao Qian remained unmoved. He lifted his gaze to Wang Luan, then raised his arm, pointing the sword sheath at him. In an instant, Zhao Qian's figure shifted, vanishing like a wisp of smoke. When he reappeared, it was behind Wang Luan. "You have lost. You are no match for me." Withdrawing his sword, Zhao Qian turned away, hands clasped behind his back as he walked towards the edge of the arena. Wang Luan, seething with anger, spun around. "What is this? Merely a faster speed? Do you think?" Suddenly, he halted, feeling a chill at his neck. Reaching up to touch it, he found blood staining his fingers. A shallow cut marred his skin. "I have been defeated. Zhao Qian of the Sword Valley truly lives up to his reputation. I, Wang Luan, willingly concede." Upon noticing the wound at his neck, Wang Luan abandoned any further thoughts of resistance, recognizing it as futile. Just moments ago, he could leave bloodstains upon his neck, indicating that he could indeed sever his head. To have reached this point, he is no fool. In the first match, Zhao Qian from the Divine Sword Valley triumphed, advancing to the top 16. With the conclusion of the initial bout, the audience erupted with excitement. Among them, several voices shouted encouragement, presumably fans of Zhao Qian. However, the majority engaged in discussions about the clash, praising Zhao Qian's formidable swordsmanship. Qiancheng could not help but exclaim, "His sword is incredibly swift." Han Lin nodded in agreement, acknowledging Zhao Qian's impressive skills. This individual was undoubtedly a prodigy in the art of the sword. while Han Lin could replicate his attacks. He relied solely on the mastery of various sword techniques and profound cultivation. If it were solely based on talent, he might never reach such heights in his lifetime. Why dwell on such thoughts? His strength lies in his innate talent, while mine resides in the signing-in system. Why compare my shortcomings to another's strengths? With this system, I shall inevitably become an unparalleled powerhouse, Han Lin mused. At this moment, the second match commenced. The next contest featured Chen Qingji, the foremost disciple of Longhu Mountain, against Zheng Chong from the Tianhua sect. Han Lin suddenly heard a familiar name. Chen Qingji? It seemed that he had heard Uncle Qin Yan mention him before. Xian Cheng nodded, stating, Uncle Qin Yan mentioned that Chen Qingji is the strongest among the younger generation of Longhu Mountain disciples. It is said that he has already entered the 4th rank. Perhaps even the 5th by now. I cannot fathom how these individuals cultivate. They seem almost like beasts. Han Lin was momentarily taken aback. If the 4th rank equated to being a beast, did that not make him a great beast? Clearing his throat, he remarked, perhaps others have expended countless efforts and possess remarkable innate talent. Xian Cheng nodded in agreement. That must be the case. If I had his talent, I might have reached the 4th rank by now. However, I am close. Upon returning, I will digest my battle insights. And perhaps I will ascend to the 5th rank. 4th rank is not far from me. Han Lin nodded in full agreement. At this juncture, both competitors had taken to the stage. Chen Qingji, clad in a Taoist robe, possessed a handsome countenance and an honest demeanor. At first glance, he appeared to be a sincere practitioner of the Tao, yet the number of demon-slaying cultivators from Longhu Mountain was no less than that of Shaolin. Thus, this practitioner was far from peaceful. Upon taking the stage, Zheng Chong inquired, "Are you Chen Qingji?" Chen Qingji nodded, replying, "If Longhu Mountain has no other Chen Qingji, then it must be me." Zheng Chong sighed and declared, "I concede." With that, he simply exited the stage. Chen Qingji was momentarily taken aback, then also descended from the platform. In this second match, Chen Qingji emerged victorious, advancing to the top 16. This individual seemingly possessed considerable strength. Why then did he concede so readily? As a martial artist's cultivation progresses, the disparity becomes increasingly pronounced. Although he and Chen Qingji are merely 1 rank apart, this singular difference is insurmountable. Moreover, Chen Qingji possesses formidable strength, and rather than being ousted by others, it is wiser to conserve his energy, as there may still be opportunities to elevate his standing. This is indeed true. After all, encountering such monstrous talents from the very beginning is no small feat. However, there is no need for alarm, as the number of such prodigies is relatively limited. Following Zheng Chan's concession, the audience below buzzed with discussions. Nevertheless, the competition continued in an orderly manner. In addition to Zhao Qian and Chen Qingji, there were 2 other formidable contenders. One was Xian Kong, a disciple from the Shaolin Temple, whose exceptional indestructibility and 5th-tier cultivation rendered him nearly unassailable by most. After a tentative skirmish, Xian Kong also successfully advanced. The other was a man named Chu Tian, reputed to be the adopted son of the Wulin Alliance leader, boasting a similarly impressive 4th-tier strength. Upon realizing his prowess, his opponent, like the others before him, conceded defeat. Excluding these 4, the subsequent battles among others proved to be far more exhilarating. The fighting styles of 5th-tier martial artists were resplendent and diverse, characterized by intricate techniques and robust inner strength. The same moves in their hands unleashed even greater power. As the talented disciples from various factions engaged in combat with fervor, akin to having been invigorated by a potent elixir, much to Han Lin's amusement. Chapter 37. Xian Kong in a predicament. Next came the clashes between the various sections. Compared to facing individuals like Chen Qingji and Zhao Qian, their duels held a certain allure. Despite their 5th-tier ranks, they executed their techniques with remarkable finesse. The on-the-spot reactions displayed on the arena were astonishing, and had their cultivation been even more formidable, they might have stood a chance against figures like Chen Qingji. The 4 individuals widely regarded as the strongest were Xian Kong from Shaolin, Zhao Qian from the Divine Sword Valley, Chu Tian, the Wulin Alliance leader's adopted son, and Chen Qingji from Longhu Mountain. Through several bouts, their prowess gained unanimous recognition, and they became the last individuals that the various sects wished to encounter. Should these 4 avoid clashing with one another, their entry into the top 4 would be virtually assured. Among the 4, Xian Kong faced the most arduous battles. Although his strength was indeed formidable, being at the pinnacle of 5th-tier cultivation allowed him to rival the 4th-tier champions. However, Xian Kong's strengths lay in his defense. While his offensive capabilities were powerful, others could still manage to withstand them. Xian Chong, concerned, remarked, "Brother Xian Kong may not be able to hold out much longer." Observing Xian Kong descend from the arena after his recent battle, Xian Qing's expression darkened as he noted that whenever disciples from other sects encountered Xian Kong, regardless of their chances of victory, they would invariably expend a portion of his stamina. Han Lin nodded and replied, they likely intend to target Xian Kong, as his strength is the weakest among the four. If they employ a strategy focused on exhausting his stamina, and should one of them manage to defeat Brother Xian Kong, their sect's reputation would experience unprecedented enhancement. Upon hearing this, Xuanqing also came to a sudden realization, and as he gazed at the other sects, a hint of displeasure crossed his countenance. Humph, Xian Kong scoffed, what a naive assumption. If they were ordinary individuals, they might indeed succeed. But Brother Xian Kong has cultivated the indestructible diamond technique, which not only grants formidable defensive capabilities, but also unparalleled endurance and recovery. If they believe they can wear him down, they are gravely mistaken. Han Lin nodded in agreement. As someone who had reached the pinnacle of mastery, he was most qualified to speak on the invulnerability of the indestructible diamond defense. However, regarding endurance and recovery, he felt somewhat uncertain, since over the years, he had encountered no adversary worthy of prolonging a battle, let alone one capable of inflicting wounds that would necessitate the use of recovery. Qing Yan also sensed something amiss and advised Xian Kong, be cautious in the upcoming battle. Do not expend too much stamina. Xian Kong nodded and resumed restoring his internal energy. Indeed, as they had anticipated, on the arena, opponents facing Chun Qingji and Zhao Qian typically surrendered immediately. Those who did not were swiftly defeated, while only Xuan Kong's adversaries fiercely launched attacks, not with the intent to vanquish him, but merely to delay him. As the disciple of Shaolin, Xian Kong prepared to face Luo Qingshu from the Qingcheng sword sect. Barely had the words left his lips when a young man clad in green stepped onto the stage. Bowing slightly to the audience, I am Luo Qingshu from the Qingcheng sword sect, here to learn from the esteemed monk Xian Kong. I hope the master will graciously impart his wisdom. Xian Kong ascended the arena slowly, pausing slightly at Luo Qingshu's words, his lips twitching before falling silent. He approached the stage and declared, please enlighten me. Both Xian Kong and Luo Qingshu wielded long swords. Xuan Kong's most formidable technique was the Dharma sword technique, while Luo Qingshu excelled in the Qingqing sword technique. Luo Qingshu softly proclaimed, the Qingqing sword technique has reached a level of profound mastery. You must be practicing the illustrious Dharma sword technique of Shaolin, and today we shall see whether my Qingqing sword technique prevails or if Shaolin's esteemed art surpasses it. Below, Qing Yan felt a sudden pang of trepidation, thinking, here it comes. On stage, Xian Kong furrowed his brows, remaining silent. Yet the tightened grip on his long sword spoke volumes about his resolve. Master, I shall make my move, announced Luo Qingshu, sweeping his long sword and charging toward Xian Kong, his blade dancing with an ever-changing array of techniques. Before him, ethereal images of blue lotuses began to materialize, seemingly conjured from thin air, surrounding Xuan Kong's form. The arena transformed into a veritable sea of blue lotuses, presenting a strikingly beautiful spectacle. Beneath this exquisite facade lies a far more perilous swordsmanship. Impossible. A fifth-tier warrior could never wield such formidable techniques. Qing Yan furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the long sword held by Luo Qingshu on the platform. Is that the Qinglian sword? You dare to display such a treasure. What a cunning strategy indeed. With a cold sneer, Qing Yan glanced toward a specific area in the audience. Master Qing Yan, you jest. Weapons are indeed an integral part of a warrior's prowess. Since we possess such divine arms, it is only fitting that we entrust them to our disciples rather than leave them in obscurity, remarked a middle-aged man in a blue robe, evidently the leading elder of the Qingqing sword sect. Casting a chilling glance at the blue-robed elder among the crowd, Qing Yan chose silence and redirected his focus to the perilous situation unfolding on stage. At that moment, Xian Kong found himself in dire straits. He had not anticipated that his adversary would open with a lethal strike. The myriad Qinglian blossoms, each concealing a potent threat, could easily inflict wounds and lead to his downfall if he were not cautious. Indestructible Vajra technique. Xian Kong roared, channeling the energy of the technique. His skin gradually transformed to a golden hue, a faint golden glow emanating from his body. Gripping his sword tightly, he swung it repeatedly to fend off the onslaught of Qinglian. Luo Qingshu's figure had vanished amidst the sea of Qinglian, only to occasionally reappear to strike at Xian Kong before disappearing once more. The Qinglian seemed inexhaustible. Could a fifth-tier warrior truly possess such vast inner strength? As Xian Kong continued to defend, doubt began to creep into his mind. But soon, the truth became evident. Is this the power of heaven and earth? These Qinglian appeared to be generated by the forces of nature, but how could a fifth-tier warrior wield such might? Little monk, there is so much you do not comprehend. Luo Qingshu's figure reemerged, thrusting his sword towards Xian Kong's back. In a sudden twist, Xian Kong retaliated, forcing Luo Qingshu to retreat. Yet, the attack seemed imbued with an extraordinary force, draining a tenth of his inner strength with a single blow. If this continued, defeat was merely a matter of time. That sword is problematic. After repelling Luo Qingshu, Xian Kong sensed an unusual fluctuation. This is bad. Turning to counterattack, he found himself a moment too late. With a swift thrust, Luo Qingshu's long sword sliced through Xian Kong's skin, inflicting a deep wound. The indestructible Vajra he so proudly possessed faltered before the razor-sharp Qinglian sword. On the platform, Qin Yin witnessed this scene with gritted teeth, his gaze fiercely directed toward the Qingqing sword sect, at a loss for words. Perhaps it is time to concede. My Qinglian sword is exceptionally sharp. If your esteemed master from the Demo Institute were to arrive, with his imminent mastery of the indestructible Vajra, he might withstand it with ease. But against your skills, it falls woefully short. The voice of Luo Qingshu emerged amidst the boundless blue lotuses, seemingly casual, yet unmistakably brimming with arrogance. Xian Kong furrowed his brow, focusing intently, yet no change ensued. These numerous blue lotuses not only possessed astonishing lethality, but also obstructed perception, making it arduous for him to detect his foe. He struck back relentlessly. Yet the wounds upon his body multiplied, flesh and blood writhing, as if a formidable regenerative power was at work. However, an unseen force seemed to hinder the healing process. A disciple from Shaolin inquired, "It appears that Brother Xian Kong's recovery ability has diminished." Qin Yin replied solemnly, the azure lotus sword aura accompanying the Qinglian sword, upon injuring the enemy, continuously ravages their body, making healing exceedingly difficult. With a surge of inner strength, Xian Kong unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, sending forth waves of sword energy that shattered the blue lotuses surrounding him. Yet, these lotuses swiftly reformed, as if unaffected by the onslaught. Was defeat imminent? The multitude of wounds on Xian Kong bled profusely, and his consciousness began to wane. I cannot lose. Gritting his teeth, Xian Kong summoned nearly exhausted inner energy, standing resolutely. Chapter 38. The most dazzling figure in the arena beside Han Lin, Xiancheng shouted loudly, "Brother Xian Kong, hold on. You've done exceptionally well. It is merely that his weapon is too formidable. Indeed, brother, you have performed admirably. We shall have another opportunity. Brother, it may be best to concede." Initially, many disciples wished for Xian Kong's victory, but upon seeing the multitude of wounds adorning his body, their sentiments shifted. Observing Xian Kong, clearly on the brink of collapse, yet still striving to gather inner strength, the hearts of the monks grew heavy with emotion, wishing they could rush forth to fight in his stead. In that moment, thoughts of winning or losing dissipated. Their sole desire was for Xian Kong to descend the platform safely. Among the crowd, Qin Yan's mouth slightly parted, brows knitted in concern. After a moment's deliberation, as if making a decision, he called to Xian Kong on the platform, "If it becomes too difficult, concede. I will take the blame this time and reclaim honor in the future. I shall not lose. I still possess the strength to battle." Xian Kong's eyes blazed with fervor as he shouted defiantly, "This cannot happen." Below, Han Lin's brow furrowed as he regarded the faltering Xian Kong. I must do something. Yet, in that moment, even Han Lin found himself at a loss. He could easily defeat Luo Qingshu or anyone else present, but ensuring Xian Kong's victory over Luo Qingshu posed a significant challenge. A spark ignited within him. He had a plan. Han Lin's expression hardened as he flicked his fingers towards Xian Kong. A surge of energy materialized, soaring towards Xian Kong and, in an instant, entering his body. The various elders present seemed to sense something amiss, yet upon closer inspection, found no anomalies. Suddenly, Xian Kong on the stage felt a formidable power surging from within his body. "Master Xian Kong, are you intending to concede?" Luo Qingshu couldn't help but mock as he noticed Xian Kong abandoning his defensive stance. "Humph," Xian Kong snorted coldly, "you must be dreaming. Since you are so eager to force my hand, allow me to demonstrate the true might of the Shaolin's ultimate techniques." With a firm stamp of his feet, the entire arena seemed to tremble, an overwhelming aura emanating from his being. Such theatrics, Luo Qingshu scoffed, then swung his Qinglian sword towards Xian Kong, determined to bring this battle to an end. However, to his astonishment, a brilliant golden light suddenly radiated from Xian Kong, his momentum surging dramatically. A Shaolin disciple gasped. "Is this the initial mastery of the indestructible Vajra technique?" Qin Yin shook his head. "It seems more than that. it is still evolving. The aura surrounding Xiankong continually transformed, progressing from the basic level of the indestructible Vajra to its initial mastery, peak mastery, and ultimately reaching the grand completion of the technique. At that moment, Xiankong was enveloped in a halo of golden light, his entire form radiating a resplendent golden hue, more complete than the manifestation previously displayed by the head of the Dharma Institute in Shaolin. Clang! The Qinglian sword struck Xuankong's body, producing a crisp sound. This is the unparalleled Shaolin technique, the indestructible Vajra. I invite you to experience it, Xiankong proclaimed, eschewing his sword in favor of his bare hands to strike at Luo Qingshu. With a pair of golden-hued hands that stirred the air with a roaring wind, he launched an attack imbued with the power to shatter mountains. Luo Qingshu attempted to parry with his sword, but was met with a tremendous force from Xuankong's palm, causing him to be forcefully repelled. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Dread filled Luo Qingshu's eyes as he swiftly retreated, his sword dancing in a flurry, conjuring a tempest of Qinglian to shield himself, hoping to slow Xuankong's advance. Ha 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 ha, the Qinglian sword is but a trifle. Xiankong laughed heartily, sweeping his palm to disperse the surrounding ethereal figures of Qinglian, which had once posed a significant threat but now struggled to breach his defenses. Glancing at his hands, Xiankong cast aside his long sword, relinquishing the Dharma sword technique he excelled at, opting instead to unleash his attacks through the indomitable strength of his corporeal form. It was not arrogance that fueled his confidence, but rather the overwhelming power surging within him. Do you wish to experience the essence of my Shaolin techniques? The indestructible Vajra is here. I invite you to challenge it. Bolstered by his formidable physique, Xiankong relentlessly charged across the arena. With each sweeping motion of his hands, the ethereal figures of Qinglian within several yards were shattered. Should he catch sight of Luo Qingshu, the fierce gusts generated by his palms could inflict grave harm. Luo Qingshu's face was a mask of terror. Damn it, this is impossible. Your indestructible Vajra technique is merely at the introductory level. It cannot reach this magnitude. Having just endured a strike from Xuankong's palm, he was unwilling to face the agony of such devastation a second time. Humph, there is much you remain unaware of. Could it not be the indelible mark planted within me by my master? Ignorance is indeed the most formidable foe. Xiankong gazed at Luo Qingshu with palpable disdain, his form advancing steadily, swiftly closing the distance between them. Luo Qingshu, his face flushed with anger, evaded Xiankong's attacks while vociferously retorting, "Your words are pure folly. Your master, the head of the Dharma Institute, has merely reached the pinnacle of minor achievement, a mere step away from major success. Pray tell, how could the indelible mark of major achievement manifest in one of minor accomplishment?" Bang! Xiankong struck the arena with an open palm, leaving an imprint the size of a person upon the sturdy platform. Luo Qingshu trembled in fear, hastening his evasion. Xiankong, displaying contempt, declared, "The profound skills of Shaolin are immensely powerful, beyond your comprehension." Though he too felt a flicker of confusion, he was determined to exact complete retribution for past grievances. The elder leading the Qingqing sword sect shouted, "You are cheating." Qi Yuan shrugged nonchalantly. Isn't the indelible mark a reflection of one's own strength? If you possessed formidable elders, they too could leave marks upon their disciples. The elder of the Qingqing sword sect glared at Qi Yuan, ultimately snorting disdainfully before taking his seat. While the two combatants on the stage exchanged words with little regard, the spectators below held a different perspective, especially the elders leading various sects. All masters of the third rank possessed a wealth of knowledge. Qi Yuan's expression bore a contemplative air, as if a realization dawned upon him. Indeed, Shaolin had manifested an indestructible being of the first rank, and judging by the mark, it appeared to be complete. Such defensive prowess would likely be insurmountable even among the first-rank grandmasters. Shaolin truly is the foremost sect in the land. It seems they are destined to rise in prominence over the next several centuries. It is difficult to ascertain, but the esteemed Zhang Jinren from Longhu is reputed to possess formidable strength, allegedly having glimpsed a hint of the celestial mysteries. Yet, does it truly matter to us? Regardless of who leads, the outcome remains the same. Indeed. The crowd below buzzed with excitement, while the battle on stage unfolded spectacularly. Despite Luo Qingshu's relentless evasion, he was soon entangled with the significantly enhanced Xiankong. Xiankong's golden-hued palm relentlessly struck towards Luo Qingshu, each blow forcing blood from his lips. Meanwhile, the Qinglian sword in Luo Qingshu's hands proved ineffective against Xiankong, with the best effort merely managing to breach the surface, only to be mended by Xiankong's formidable recovery. "Go on, brother Xiankong, let him witness our might." "Ha ha ha, well done, Brother Shin Kong. Brother Shin Kong is truly magnificent. The disciples of Shaolin shouted with fervor, rallying behind Shin Kong. Xian Qing too, flushed with excitement, gazed eagerly at Han Lin. As the battle on stage neared its conclusion, a smile crept upon Han Lin's lips. Impossible, I cannot be defeated. Luo Qingshu roared in fury, yet was abruptly interrupted by Xuan Kong's fist. With a spurt of blood, Luo Qingshu felt his vitality wane considerably. I have not yet lost. I possess a hidden card, and I shall triumph over you. His eyes blazed crimson as he gazed at the Qinglian's sword in his grasp, seemingly poised to unleash something formidable. Just as Shin Kong was about to channel his inner strength for an assault, a figure suddenly appeared on the stage, striking Luo Qingshu on the neck with a palm. Luo Qingshu's body immediately slumped, succumbing to unconsciousness. Qing Yan stepped forth onto the arena. What is the meaning of this, Luo Bing? The elder of the Qingqing sword sect. Luo Bing spoke softly, we concede. Sighing, Luo Bing gently escorted Luo Qingshu down from the stage. Thus, the ultimate victor was Shin Kong, a disciple of Shaolin. Advancing to the top four, Shin Kong beamed with joy. Upon Luo Bing's concession, his aura also began to diminish, yet it remained significantly stronger than before, as if he had entered a nascent stage of mastery. Feeling a newfound strength coursing through him, Xuan Kong's face glowed with surprise. I have triumphed. He approached his fellow Shaolin disciples, a smile gracing his features as he spoke softly. In that moment, he appeared to be the most radiant presence in the arena. Chapter 39. Shin Kong vs. Chu Tian. Xuan Kong's victory stirred considerable excitement among the Shaolin disciples, many even idolizing him. However, for other sects, this outcome was anticipated. Aside from the unexpectedly formidable imprint, Shaolin's success was hardly extraordinary. Following Xuan Kong's exploits, the lesser sects had relinquished their ambitions of competing for the top ranks. The quartet continued to effortlessly vanquish their opponents, which not only prevented boredom but also heightened the audience's anticipation. They were eager to witness the clash between any two of these four prodigies, Chen Qingji, Chu Tian, Zhao Qian, and Shin Kong, all revered as exceptional talents seldom seen in a century within their respective sections. Their battles were of utmost interest, and the vast number of martial artists in the realm were desperate to ascertain the true extent of their prowess. As the quarterfinals concluded, the four victors emerged: Zhao Qian from the Divine Sword Valley, Chen Qingji of Longhu Mountain, Shin Kong from Shaolin Temple, and Chu Tian, the adopted son of the Wulin Alliance leader. A steward from Baiwa Mountain Villa stood upon the arena, channeling his inner strength to announce loudly, "Let the matches commence." We can hardly contain our excitement. Indeed, let us not dawdle, others chimed in. Let us witness just how formidable these so-called geniuses truly are. The audience below buzzed with enthusiasm, eagerly anticipating the forthcoming contests. At that moment, there were few battles occurring on the lower echelons of the arena, as those who could attend had already gathered. Consequently, Baiwa Mountain Villa had even added numerous additional seats, yet still, many were unable to witness the competition. The steward of Baiwa Mountain Villa felt a surge of excitement within, suppressing his emotional fluctuations. Now, I invite the four contestants to the stage to draw lots and determine the order of the competition. The four individuals approached the arena from different directions. Shin Kong wore a smile, with a faint golden radiance emanating from him, indicative of his incomplete mastery of the indestructible diamond technique. Zhao Qian appeared rather unremarkable, yet upon closer observation, he resembled an unsheathed divine sword. Despite being sheathed, one could still perceive the sharpness gleaming in his eyes. Chen Qing, clad in a Taoist robe, exuded an air of serenity, as though he were transcendent and detached from the mundane world. A closer look revealed a depth in his eyes that seemed to encompass the universe. In contrast to the other three, Chu Tian appeared more ordinary, with an honest demeanor. However, his robust physique and powerful muscles left no doubt about his strength. A mere glance conveyed the dominating aura that surrounded him. In front of the Shaolin team, Qing Yin cast a glance at Chu Tian and quietly remarked, "It seems that Chu Tian has embarked on a path entirely distinct from that of his adoptive father." His voice was barely audible, leaving one to wonder whether he was speaking to someone or merely contemplating aloud. The method of drawing lots was traditional, involving a box containing two colors of tokens. Those of the same color would face each other as opponents. Although this was a rather rudimentary approach, the spectators were indifferent to such trivialities. After the drawing, the results were communicated to the steward of Baiwa Mountain Villa. The first match of the top four would feature Shaolin disciple Shin Kong against the Wulin Alliance's Chu Tian. The other two contestants exited the stage, leaving only Shin Kong and Chu Tian. Chu Tian clasped his fists and addressed Shin Kong. "I am Chu Tian. Master Shin Kong, Your indestructible diamond technique is formidable. Had this been in the preliminary stages, I would have been quite confident in my ability to defeat you. However, with your current proficiency, I find myself somewhat uncertain. I kindly ask for your guidance in the upcoming bout. His voice was deep, yet his tone conveyed sincerity, creating an agreeable ambience. Xian Kong reciprocated the gesture, saying, I am Xian Kong, the foremost disciple of the Dharma Institute at Shaolin Temple. My primary expertise lies in the Dharma swordsmanship. While the indestructible diamond technique is a blessing from the revered monks of our temple, a confident smile graced Xian Kong's face as he mentioned the sacred monks. Chu Tian's lips twitched slightly before he steadied himself, fists clenched and poised for battle. I tread the path of physical refinement and domineering fist techniques, relying on my robust physique in combat. Although my martial arts may not rival the Shaolin's indestructible diamond, I have achieved considerable mastery. My fist technique, a fragmented art, is what I call the Overlord Fist. Master, prepare yourself. I am coming. With a light exhale, Chu Tian's muscles tensed, and his internal energy surged. His fists suddenly turned black, shimmering with a faint blue-black glow. Channeling his strength into his legs, he left a deep imprint on the solid arena. In an instant, Chu Tian appeared before Xian Kong, a pair of iron fists aimed directly at him. Xian Kong took a deep breath, channeling his internal energy, as his entire being transformed into a radiant golden hue, emanating a soft golden light from his surface. The perfected indestructible Vajra state was activated, and he gripped his long sword tightly, executing the familiar Dharma sword technique. Clang! The sound of Xian Kong's sword colliding with Chu Tian's fist resonated like the clash of iron, as if two formidable weapons had met in combat. Ripples of disturbance spread through the air around them, and those in the audience could even feel the gusts of wind sweeping from the arena. The wind stung their faces, akin to fine sword energies slicing through their flesh. Only warriors of the 6th rank or above could completely disregard it. For ordinary individuals, the aftermath could potentially cleave their bodies, leading to their demise. Bang! Chu Tian unleashed a punch, immediately following it with another. Xian Kong swung his sword to defend. Yet the tremendous force transmitted through the blade made it difficult for him to withstand, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. After their exchange, the two distanced themselves. Observing the multitude of tiny wounds on his fist, Xian Kong could not help but admire. Indeed, the Dharma sword technique of Shaolin Temple lives up to its reputation. It can injure me even wielding such a weapon. Were you to possess a divine weapon, I might not withstand it. Xian Kong shook his head. This monk's strength is still insufficient. If the Dharma sword technique were to reach perfection, perhaps I would possess the strength to contend with you. Nonetheless, even so, I shall give it my all. Be cautious, Chu. As he spoke, the golden light enveloping his form intensified, and his muscles appeared to swell significantly, exuding an aura of immense strength. However, this bulging musculature did not render Xian Kong cumbersome. With a firm grip on his sword, his entire demeanor suddenly transformed into that of a light-footed swordsman, his sharp gaze fixed intently on Chu Tian. Chu Tian exhaled. In that case, I shall unleash my full power. I have another opponent awaiting, and I cannot afford to expend my stamina here. He too summoned his internal energy, his formidable techniques in motion, causing his body to undergo a transformation. Yet, unlike Xian Kong, his physique did not expand, but rather contracted slightly. This contraction did not signify a diminishment of strength. Instead, his muscles grew denser, taking on a dark, steel-like appearance. Master Xian Kong, be careful. This is something I have painstakingly cultivated and comprehended over 3 years. I call it fist radiance. A faint white glow enveloped Chu Tian's fist, shimmering unsteadily, seemingly ordinary at first glance, akin to a mere visual effect. As he uttered these words, the elders from various sects present were visibly taken aback, as if they had heard something momentous. Although Xian Kong could not fully grasp the implications of this white light, he sensed an overwhelming threat emanating from it. Please, Chu, unleash your full strength. Chu Tian's body was taut with energy, and with a thunderous sound, his figure vanished from the spot. In the place where he had stood moments before, a deep crater formed. A substantial portion of the sturdy arena trampled underfoot. Chu Tian's fist surged forward towards Xian Kong, accompanied by a resounding roar, waves of air rippling around him. Impressive, Xian Kong marveled inwardly. Yet his movements remained swift as he raised his long sword. His gaze sharpened, emanating an enigmatic aura, and as he wielded his blade, it seemed as though the very fabric of the world pulsed in harmony with his motions. With a swish, the sword sliced through the air beside Xian Kong, producing a sound reminiscent of the wind's breath. This sound differed from Chu Tian's. His was the explosive force of raw power, while Xuankong's echoed the very breath of the universe. Boom! The two assaults collided, unleashing a powerful shockwave that shattered the arena beneath them into dust. A fierce gust of wind radiated outward, toppling martial artists below the 6th rank and causing even those of the 6th rank to struggle for stability. After a moment, as the dust settled, the silhouettes of the two combatants emerged, formidable fist energy radiating from Chu Tian, and overwhelming intent in his strikes. Xiankong, his golden aura dimmed, found his sword riddled with cracks as he labored to withstand Chu Tian's blows. You are formidable as well. Were it not for the inferior quality of this sword, you might have endured longer, Chu Tian remarked, his own aura slightly diminished yet still formidable. The balance of power had become evident. With a surge of strength, Chu Tian's fist shattered Xuankong's sword into countless fragments. Xiankong was propelled backward several yards, struggling to regain his footing, a trace of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Bowing respectfully, Xiankong addressed Chu Tian, I concede. When I ascend to the 4th rank, I shall return to seek your guidance. His internal energy depleted, his indestructible defense shattered. He felt a pang of reluctance, yet acceptance of defeat was inevitable. Chu Tian offered a slight smile, returning the gesture with a bow, agreed. Thus concluded the first match, with Chu Tian of the Wulin Alliance emerging victorious, advancing to the top 2. Below, Han Lin smirked, casting a glance at the somewhat dejected Xiankong, his heart untroubled. The previous bout had been marred by deceit, but this loss was just. Chapter 40. Chen Qingji versus Zhao Qian. Chu Tian leaped down from the arena, yet his robust form touched the ground with remarkable lightness, leaving it unscathed. The first battle had reached its end, and Chu Tian moved aside to rest and recuperate, preparing for the forthcoming contest. Due to the damage sustained by the arena, the next match would take place on a different platform. The steward of Baiwe Mountain Manor stepped onto the heavily damaged arena, calling out loudly. Just as he was about to depart, a voice emerged from behind him. That's unnecessary. Let it be here. The steward turned in confusion to see Zhao Qian slowly ascending the arena. On the other side, Chen Qingji also approached, wielding a long sword. His gaze fixed intently on Zhao Qian across from him. The steward cast an inquiring glance at Chen Qingji, as if to ask, what do you mean? Chen Qingji nodded. Let us proceed as he suggests. Let the contest begin. The steward, contemplative, nodded in agreement and addressed the two combatants, since both of you insist on this. The second match shall commence. Chen Qingji of Longhu Mountain shall face Zhao Qian of Xinjian Valley. With that, he gracefully departed the arena, leaving the stage to the two warriors. Zhao Qian, with a composed demeanor, softly declared, I am Zhao Qian of Xinjian Valley. Chen Qingji, maintaining his nonchalant air, responded casually, I am Chen Qingji of Longhu Mountain. I have come down the mountain to secure victory for my master, so do hurry. After this, you must also contend with that brutish fellow. How arrogant. Zhao Qian scoffed coldly, brandishing his sword and charging at Chen Qingji. His footwork shifted continuously, creating multiple illusions that dazzled the onlookers, rendering it nearly impossible for ordinary fighters to discern his true form. Oh, curiosity finally flickered across Chen Qingji's face. Are you still not drawing your sword? At that moment, Zhao Qian continued to attack with the sword sheath, as he had against his previous opponent. Despite Chen Qingji's status as a 4th-tier master, Zhao Qian showed no inclination to alter his approach. Zhao Qian advanced relentlessly, stating calmly, there is no need. My sword is far too sharp. If I were to unsheath it, I fear I might wound you. Intrigued, Chen Qingji replied, how interesting. Since you prefer not to draw your sword, allow me to assist you. With that, he summoned his internal energy, the aura of a 4th-tier master radiating throughout the arena, exerting pressure on all present. As he propelled himself towards Zhao Qian, the air around him crackled with sound, as if accompanied by the roaring of wind and thunder. Is this the wind thunder step? Chen Qingji marveled, realizing that Master Zhang had entrusted him with such a technique. The wind thunder step, said to be conceived by the founder of Longhu Mountain, embodies the essence of wind and thunder, enhancing one's speed while simultaneously disrupting the enemy. Observers from various sects gasped in awe, whispering to those beside them. Zhao Qian, witnessing this, felt a slight change in expression, quickly replaced by a surge of fierce combat spirit. Bang, bang, bang. The clash of Chen Qingji's long sword against Zhao Qian's sword sheath reverberated, and in terms of swordsmanship, neither could gain the upper hand for the moment. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed as Zhao Qian's sword sheath shattered into fragments. Chen Qingji, grinning, remarked, see? Now you have drawn your sword. At this moment, the crowd finally beheld the long sword in Zhao Qian's grasp. It was a pitch-black blade, with what appeared to be a black dragon coiling along the sword's length, emanating a chilling, resilient gleam that seemed sharp enough to cut skin merely by gaze. Chen Qingji looked on in astonishment. The Black Dragon Sword? Zhao Qian nodded, acknowledging, indeed, it is the Black Dragon Sword. Now that the sword has been drawn, the ensuing events are beyond my control. If, by chance, I inadvertently harm you, I beg your forgiveness. Chen Qingji waved his hand nonchalantly. No worries, no worries. In a contest, injuries are inevitable. Zhao Qian raised his gaze, scrutinizing Chen Qingji intently, and stated solemnly, what I mean to say is, you might meet your demise. Chen Qingji paused, seemingly taken aback by this response. However, his expression soon transformed into one of heightened intrigue. What a coveted fate. To hear the Tao at dawn and perish by dusk is acceptable. A smile graced Zhao Qian's face, for he recognized that the man before him was akin to himself. So be it, then let me demonstrate the might of the Black Dragon Sword. An aura of battle surged within Zhao Qian, and at that moment, his presence sharpened dramatically. He stood upon the arena like a formidable long sword, exuding an energy that even the most ordinary warriors would feel as an assault upon their senses. Such powerful sword intent. What a pity that I am not a pure swordsman, yet I shall unleash my strongest attack. Suddenly, Chen Qingji's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. As the winds and thunder roared around him, arcs of lightning dancing in his vicinity. With a swift motion, he vanished from sight. In the next instant, he reappeared before Zhao Qian, his long sword thrusting toward him. The blade, enveloped in wind and thunder, contained immense power that was difficult to withstand. Zhao Qian seemed to anticipate Chen Qingji's assault, as he moved swiftly, lifting his own sword to counter. His strike appeared to yield no immediate consequence. However, the myriad of sword scars that marred the arena attested to the force of his blow, which etched numerous marks upon the ground. These were merely the repercussions of his attack. Chen Qingji remained at the eye of the storm. Around Chen Qingji, the winds and thunder surged ceaselessly, as if he were under relentless assault. His garments were shredded into tatters, cleaved apart by the residual sword energy. With a resounding clash, their swords met, unleashing a tempest of force. Observers were caught in the fray, with some sustaining injuries from the sword's energy, as their blades collided. The tempestuous power of Chen Qingji's sword surged toward the Black Dragon, swiftly advancing toward Zhao Qian's form. Though this wind and thunder energy was merely a manifestation of internal force, lacking the true essence of tempest, should it strike, it would surely paralyze and incapacitate him. Zhao Qian, however, would not allow such an occurrence. His aura erupted, enveloping him in a protective flow that repelled the tempest outside. Upon closer inspection, this was not merely a gust of air, but rather a swirling tempest of sword energy encircling his form, continuously dissipating the force of the wind and thunder. The arena echoed with the cacophony of their clash. The two figures moved like phantoms, continuously altering their positions, while their long swords clashed with relentless fervor. Zhao Qian's techniques morphed fluidly, akin to the elusive horns of an antelope, rendering him difficult to anticipate. The immense sword intent and mastery of the sword art he wielded were formidable. However, Chen Qingji was no weakling either. With a cultivation level of the 4th rank, he unleashed the wind and thunder steps, his form shifting unpredictably as he deftly evaded Zhao Qian's lethal strikes. Simultaneously, he wielded his sword with vigor, unleashing the power of wind and thunder against Zhao Qian. The arena had transformed into a tempestuous ocean of sword energy and the forces of wind and thunder. The air was thick with the potent energies, and the once sturdy platform began to crumble under the weight of their fierce combat, marked by scars left from their relentless assaults. As Chen Qingji attacked, he remarked, I must conserve my inner strength for dealing with Chu Tian. Let us settle this with one decisive strike. Zhao Qian replied with a smile, that is precisely what I wish to convey. They both retreated, creating distance between them and positioning themselves at opposite ends of the stage. Then, they summoned their inner energies, their auras surging dramatically. The dissipating sword energy surrounding Zhao Qian abruptly coalesced, gradually concentrating upon his Black Dragon Sword, intensifying the sharpness of his presence. As he raised the sword, a colossal shadow of a black dragon seemed to materialize above him, coiling and roaring, its oppressive might instilling awe throughout the arena. In contrast, Chen Qingji summoned the wind and thunder, which had previously danced around his body, now expanding outward. The formidable forces struck the ground, leaving behind deep craters, and ultimately, this energy was channeled into the sword he held. At this moment, Chen Qingji was enveloped by the power of wind and thunder, rendering his form nearly invisible. This strike of mine is named the Black Dragon, Zhao Qian declared as he propelled himself towards Chen Qingji. his sword raised to deliver a decisive blow. Chen Qingji laughed heartily in response. I shall unleash the ultimate technique of the wind and thunder swordsmanship, converging the forces of wind and thunder. Their forms collided with a resounding impact. Zhao Qian's shadow of the black dragon clashing against Chen Qingji's tempestuous energy. The black dragon constricted around the power of wind and thunder, while the latter continuously eroded the sword energy. The intensity of their battle left Han Lin, watching from below, utterly astonished, murmuring to himself, indeed. Someone has spoken their grand move before unleashing it. The dramas are not deceiving us. With a thunderous roar, the battered arena could withstand no more and finally collapsed. The center of the stage was enveloped in a magnificent spectacle, rendering the lower-ranked martial artists unable to discern the unfolding events. When the phenomenon dissipated, the figures of the two combatants emerged before the onlookers. Zhao Qian knelt on one knee, his black dragon sword planted in the ground, barely maintaining his stance, while remnants of the wind and thunder still raged around him. Although Chen Qingji remained standing, his robes were tattered, and he bore numerous small wounds across his body. Chen Qingji nodded, acknowledging, a formidable sword indeed. Had you been of the 4th rank, I would not have stood a chance against you. Zhao Qian, struggling to his feet, spoke in a hoarse voice. The essence of swordsmanship lies in the triumph of the weak over the strong. You are indeed powerful, and my defeat is not without merit. Soon, the individuals from the Divine Sword Valley approached to assist Zhao Qian down from the nearly vanished arena. The steward of Baiyue Villa, emerging from an unknown location, proclaimed loudly, in the second match, the victor is Chen Qingji of Longhu Mountain, advancing to the top 2. He then glanced at the completely destroyed arena and continued. We will reconvene at a new venue in 2 hours. As the fleeting 2 hours passed, both Chen Qingji and Chu Tian regained a measure of their strength. Although they had not reached their zenith, they could still wield a significant portion of their combat capabilities. However, when the anticipated final competition did not materialize, the representatives from Baiyue Villa delivered the disappointing news that the match would be postponed until the following day due to the condition of the arena. We sincerely apologize for this oversight, which has caused inconvenience to all. As compensation, we have arranged for fine wines and delicacies, all complimentary for your enjoyment. Moreover, Baiyue Villa will provide certain conveniences in weapon crafting for everyone. In response to the crowd's inquiries, the steward of Baiyue Villa repeatedly expressed apologies while promising various benefits. Despite the eagerness for the final competition, most attendees settled down in light of Baiyue Villa's offerings. Many martial artists gradually dispersed, leaving only the major sects awaiting further explanations from Baiyue Villa. Xian Cheng scoffed, turning to his companion Han Lin. This Baiyue Villa is utterly incompetent. How could such an important matter go awry? Han Lin replied softly. Perhaps they did not anticipate the extraordinary strength of the earlier competitors, which led to the destruction of the arena. Before long, Bai Qingping, the second-in-command of Baiyue Villa who had previously attended to Han Lin and the others, arrived promptly, accompanied by several stewards. Esteemed guests, I sincerely apologize. The fault lies entirely with me. If any of you harbor grievances, direct them at me without hesitation. I bear no resentment. Bai Qingping immediately began to apologize to the various sects, his demeanor earnest and his expression sincere, leaving no room for dissent. A sheen of sweat adorned his forehead, indicating that he had rushed over upon receiving the news. Elders familiar with Bai Qingping hastened to reassure him, Brother Qingping, you are being too hard on yourself. We are merely puzzled as to why the final competition has been postponed until tomorrow. Other elders from different sects shared similar expressions of concern, showing a keen interest in the matter. Bai Qingping wiped the sweat from his brow and, after careful consideration, addressed the assembly. The matter is thus. Our previous designs for the arena were based on past competitions. However, we did not anticipate the formidable strength of the Final Four. The arena is simply incapable of withstanding such turmoil, and the preparations we had made are insufficient. Consequently, it is challenging to construct a quality arena in a timely manner. Should we mobilize additional resources, it would require a considerable amount of time, leading us to postpone until tomorrow. Bai Qingping tirelessly elucidated the situation, ultimately clarifying the circumstances to the assembly. Although there was a lingering discontent among the crowd, they found Bai Qingping's demeanor persuasive and chose to acquiesce. Among the throng, a robust elder from a sect spoke up. In that case, it would be better to forego the arena altogether and simply select a venue. Why complicate matters? As soon as he spoke, another retorted, You truly are a simpleton. The martial arts tournament is a formal event. If we could merely pick any location, it would hardly be a tournament at all. I have no objections to the postponement until tomorrow. Indeed, I have no objections either, many echoed, expressing their agreement. Ultimately, their attention turned to the two principal figures of Longhu Mountain and the Martial Alliance, for they were the competitors in the grand contest. Chen Qingji maintained a calm demeanor. I have no objections. Meanwhile, Chu Tian appeared to have departed for quite some time. As the crowd's gaze shifted, a member of the Martial Alliance quietly remarked, "Our young master has stated that he has no objections." A faint smile finally graced Bai Qingping's face as he addressed the assembly. "Since everyone is willing to grant me, Bai, this favor, let us proceed to the mountain villa. I have already prepared fine wine and delicacies there. Today, let us indulge in exquisite food and drink, and once the arena is ready tomorrow, we shall hold the final contest. What do you all think?" "Certainly. I have long heard that your Bai family's second master possesses a collection of century-old vintage. I look forward to experiencing it today," Bai Qingping replied with a smile. Naturally. Ultimately, under Bai Qingping's guidance, the group departed in high spirits, momentarily setting aside their concerns about the competition. However, not everyone was content. For instance, Xiancheng continuously grumbled beside Han Lin. The two lagged at the rear of the procession, with Xiancheng incessantly voicing his discontent. "I find their handling of this situation rather unsatisfactory. They are well aware that we practitioners of the monastic life abstain from meat and, moreover, from alcohol. Their offerings are of no use to us. This Baiyu Mountain Villa is truly despicable. If there isn't a sumptuous feast awaiting us, I shall make them pay. By the way, Xianqing, why do you appear so indifferent? Shouldn't you be advocating for something in times like this?" Xianqing suddenly regarded Han Lin with confusion. Han Lin blinked in slight surprise. "Am I? You must be mistaken. Besides, it's not as if we cannot partake. We simply refrain from unnecessary slaughter. If you wish to eat, we can disguise ourselves." Han Lin understood well that Xianqing's complaints stemmed from a desire to indulge while being too timid to act on it. The Shaolin monks are not entirely abstinent from meat. It is improbable that they could build strength solely from the treasures of heaven and earth, especially given the rigorous training that martial monks undergo. They consume substantial quantities of meat during their cultivation, yet they refrain from taking lives unnecessarily. Speaking of which, the culinary skills in the Shaolin Temple's kitchen are quite commendable. Han Lin had the fortune to savor the dishes prepared by the monks of the Dharma Hall, which were truly delectable. Xiancheng leaned closer to Han Lin's ear and whispered, "Is it truly permissible? Will Uncle Qing you not discover our actions? It should be fine. But you ought to go alone," Han Lin replied. "I have other matters to attend to." Xiancheng appeared puzzled. "You genuinely want to accompany me?" Han Lin shook his head. "No, I have other commitments." Xiancheng pouted. "In that case, I shall indulge alone. If convenient, I shall bring some back for you." Han Lin chuckled heartily. "You ought to be cautious. If Uncle Qing Yin catches you, you will surely face dire consequences." "Nonsense. You must have faith in my abilities," Xiancheng proclaimed confidently, patting his chest. Han Lin nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Upon returning to his quarters, Xiancheng vanished, presumably to prepare his disguise. As evening approached, Han Lin suddenly felt an intuitive spark, as though he sensed something amiss. He strolled back to his room and, with a subtle flicker, disappeared from sight. When he reappeared, he found himself several miles beyond Baiyu Mountain Manor. His formidable first-grade cultivation concealed his presence, rendering him undetectable to the manor's strongest, who were merely a few hidden second-grade practitioners. In a hushed tone, Han Lin addressed the surrounding silence. "You may reveal yourself. The others cannot perceive you." The area was tranquil, the rustle of falling leaves distinctly audible, as if nothing was amiss. Just then, from behind a tree emerged a figure, none other than Jiang Jinghao, the chief disciple of the thieves' sect, who had parted ways with Han Lin after leaving Qiufeng Pavilion. Jiang Jinghao approached and bowed. Jiang Jinghao pays his respects to the young master. Han Lin furrowed his brow. "The time for the ice holy fire talisman I bestowed upon you should still be far from expiration. Why do you seek me now? Have you already completed the tasks assigned to you?" Han Lin felt perplexed. He had previously instructed Jiang Jinghao to establish an intelligence network to gather information for him. Despite providing Jiang Jinghao with numerous techniques and elixirs, accomplishing substantial results within a mere year seemed improbable. Jiang Jinghao then produced a black token from his bosom, presenting it with both hands. "This is the Dark Master's token of the Dark Stab organization. Any member who sees this token will recognize it as a decree from the Dark Master and can be commanded to undertake any task. Over the past year, I have leveraged some connections within the thieves' sect, along with the techniques and elixirs you provided. The Dark Stab organization has significantly expanded, and now the intelligence on the surface of the world is firmly within our control." Han Lin took the token into his hands. It was quite heavy. seemingly containing intricate designs that eluded his understanding. However, observing Jiang Jinghao's demeanor, he sensed no deceit. He was astonished that within the span of a year, such a vast organization had been established. Indeed, have you come to seek resources from me? With such rapid development, I presume the elixirs I previously provided you have been nearly exhausted, he remarked, tossing a collection of elixirs to Jiang Jinghao. These were the ones he had deemed inferior, now piled like a small mountain within the confines of his system space. And if they could aid in the expansion of power, they would serve their purpose well. Jiang Jinghao stared in bewilderment at the small heap of elixirs on the ground. Wait, I haven't even finished the ones you gave me last time. The pile contained rare and exceptional elixirs, such as the highly coveted Great Rejuvenation Pill, yet these potent items now lay on the ground like mere candy. Put them away. Now, tell me what brings you here, Han Lin instructed. Naturally, he had no intention of reclaiming those discarded items, had he not feared offering too many undesirable ones. He would have given all of them to Jiang Jinghao. Once Jiang Jinghao had collected the elixirs, he turned to Han Lin with a serious expression. I have come to report on two main matters. Firstly, I wish to provide an update regarding the Dark Stab organization, and secondly, I would like to discuss the White Mountain Manor. White Mountain Manor. Han Lin's brow furrowed slightly. He was pleased with the updates on Dark Stab, but the mention of White Mountain Manor piqued his interest. Previously, he had sensed something unusual about this manor, though he could not pinpoint the reason. According to the information we've gathered, it appears that numerous demonic entities from various continents have vacated their strongholds, seemingly summoned by an unknown force, Jiang Jinghao continued. Han Lin remained perplexed. And what does this have to do with White Mountain Manor? Our intelligence indicates that White Mountain Manor was only recently established. Jiang Jinghao paused momentarily before elaborating. Moreover, after these demonic warriors congregated, they appeared to be heading toward White Mountain Manor. Chapter 42. An ominous change. The enveloping array. Han Lin murmured to himself. No wonder I discovered two White Mountain Manors. This one is newly built, which explains why it cannot be registered. Jiang Jinghao looked puzzled. Han Lin waved his hand dismissively. Never mind that. Please continue discussing the movement of the demonic forces towards this area. Jiang Jinghao nodded. Although Dark Stab is widespread, it is still relatively young and lacks deep-rooted foundations. Consequently, we are unable to acquire certain in-depth information. The details regarding the movements of the demonic forces are conclusions drawn from multiple sources, and once they congregated, we lost track of them. I thought it prudent to inform you of these matters, given your presence here along with the Dark Master token. After listening, Han Lin pondered for a moment, ultimately failing to discern any connection between the two subjects at hand. I comprehend your directive. There is no need to dwell on it. Our primary focus must remain on the continued development of the Dark. Merely acquiring superficial information is far from sufficient. I require knowledge of every occurrence within the realm. For Dark must uncover all happenings. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I wish to be informed. My subordinate acknowledges this, surmising that they may intend to ambush the returning sects following the conclusion of the martial arts conference. After all, such treachery has been executed by those of the demonic path on previous occasions. Jiang Jinghao increasingly views himself as a subordinate, even without the holy fire order of ice. He may hesitate to depart. Through the extensive consumption of medicinal pills, Jiang Jinghao has ascended to the third rank. Although his combat strength may be the weakest among the third rank, he remains a formidable upper-tier martial artist. It matters not, as long as they do not provoke me. Are there any of our people at Baiwa Villa? Jiang Jinghao nodded, saying, yes, though not many. Our spies do not possess exceptional strength. Recently, we have been training a batch of assassins to serve as the external unit of the organization. Han Lin's eyes glimmered with appreciation. Indeed, such matters should be entrusted to those specialized in them. Were he to undertake it himself, he would have long since faltered. That is well. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. As long as it pertains to the development of the organization, I shall fully support you. For the next few days, remain here and see if you can recruit some local martial artists to join our ranks. Han Lin harbored a keen interest in the many martial artists present at the conference. It is worth noting that these individuals represent the most gifted of the younger generation in the martial world. Should we successfully absorb them into our organization, they may become a cadre of elite martial artists in the future. Jiang Jinghao frowned slightly, but ultimately nodded. Young master, I understand. I will strive to recruit some individuals. After conveying additional instructions, Han Lin returned to his quarters. As for Jiang Jinghao, he would undoubtedly devise a means to infiltrate. A third-rank martial artist from the thief sect could hardly be obstructed within the martial world. That night, Baiwa Villa was bustling with activity. One cannot help but acknowledge the villa's considerable wealth, as many ordinarily expensive dishes and fine wines were presented for the enjoyment of the numerous martial artists. Perhaps it was indeed an act of atonement. After this incident, the martial artists bore no lingering resentment, for one cannot bite the hand that feeds. The entire villa seemed to be enveloped in a festive atmosphere, with joy radiating from every countenance. However, it was curious that the staff of Baiwa Villa appeared to remain uninvolved, merely attending to the guests. On the following day, Han Lin was roused from slumber by a cacophony of anguished cries. Upon closer inspection, it was the voice of Xiao Cheng. "Qingyan, you must allow me to explain." "I will not listen, I will not listen." "Take this." A resounding punch followed, accompanied by the sound of a wall shattering. Han Lin hurried over, just in time to witness Xuanqing being thoroughly beaten by Qingyan. Although the scene appeared alarming, it was merely painful and posed no mortal threat. Upon inquiring with others, it became apparent that Xuanqing had ventured out the previous night for indulgence, not only indulging in rich feasts, but also returning with evidence of his escapades. Most notably, his transgressions were discovered by Qingyan, resulting in a renewed bout of punishment. Upon hearing this, Han Lin was suddenly struck by an ominous feeling. Xuanqing, who had just endured a beating, turned to Han Lin and implored, "Junior brother Xuanqing, you must testify on my behalf. Just yesterday, you assured me that everything was fine, and I even brought back some treats for you." As soon as Xuanqing finished speaking, Qingyan's gaze shifted toward him. Simultaneously, the eyes of other senior brothers also fell upon Han Lin, who had unwittingly become the center of attention. Clearing his throat lightly, Han Lin glanced at the pleading Xuanqing and replied, "What are you saying, senior brother Xuanqing? I am utterly perplexed." He feigned confusion while directing a questioning look at the others. "Ah, Xuanqing, how audacious of you. You wish to drag Xuanqing into your mischief after your blunder? Today, I shall teach you a lesson. Witness my Luohan fist." "Ah, Xuanqing, you lack integrity." Han Lin pretended not to hear and discreetly slipped away, opting for ignorance. At noon, the members of Baiyu Villa finally arrived to announce the commencement of the grand competition. Qingyan led the disciples toward the new arena. At the back of the line, Xuanqing, bruised and battered, cast a resentful glance at Han Lin. "It's all your fault. Had you not incited me, I would never have gone." Han Lin, wearing a mischievous grin, turned and whispered, "So, what do you think of the chef's culinary skills at Baiyu Villa?" Xuanqing's expression shifted, and he cautiously glanced at Qingyan at the front of the line before leaning closer to Han Lin and confiding, "The flavors were indeed exquisite. Were it not for the fear of being caught, I would have loved to sample that fine brew. Alas, I was ultimately apprehended by Uncle Qingyan." Xuanqing pouted and licked his lips as if savoring the meal from the night before. After pondering for a moment, he added, "However, while the cuisine at Baiyu Villa is delightful, I do feel somewhat weakened afterward, as if my strength has been sapped." Han Lin, skeptical, retorted, "That is likely a result of Uncle Qingyan's thrashing, isn't it? Why bring that up? I have no desire to engage with you." Taken aback, Xuanqing turned his face away. The newly constructed arena was situated right in the heart of Baiyu Villa, featuring a vast expanse. Despite the previous day's fierce battles causing considerable destruction, it seemed that no one had given this matter a thought, as many wore expressions of exhilaration. Upon entering the competition arena, the crowd was taken aback. Aside from a massive platform in the center, there was a conspicuous lack of any surrounding arrangements. Compared to the previous luxurious seating, a sense of disappointment began to brew among the attendees, with some displaying visible dissatisfaction. As the crowd grew restless, Bai Qingping stepped forward, addressing everyone, "Esteemed guests, please be understanding. This arena was hastily assembled, and certain ancillary facilities are still incomplete. We have only prepared the area for the two contestants to engage in battle. We ask for your patience and understanding." Although the crowd harbored grievances, having benefited from the villa the previous day, they refrained from voicing their complaints. As someone urged, "Since that is the case, let us commence without delay." A smile graced Bai Qingping's face as he responded, "Please do not be anxious. We shall begin shortly." At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened, as if an unseen force had veiled it. Accompanying this was a dense, inky fog that emanated from Baiyu Mountain Manor, enveloping it like a shroud. "What is happening? Bai Qingping, what trickery is this? Is this your hospitality at Baiyu Mountain Manor? Had I known, I would have never permitted you to host the martial arts conference." The crowd began to stir, some calling out Bai Qingping's name in protest. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Wait, look, Bai Qingping seems to have vanished." It was then that the assembly realized that Bai Qingping, who had been speaking before them moments ago, had utterly disappeared. Not only him, but the rest of the Baiyu Manor staff had also vanished, leaving the various sects and numerous martial artists alone in the ominous fog. The encroaching darkness felt peculiar. It seemed to align with some arcane formation. This fog appears to sap our strength. Everyone, be cautious, warned one of the onlookers. As the words left their lips, crimson symbols began to materialize in the sky and upon the ground, intertwining to form bizarre patterns. With the emergence of these symbols, the very landscape around them began to shift, as if the earth beneath their feet was rearranging itself. The fog thickened, limiting visibility to mere meters around them. There is something amiss. We must break through, someone proposed, and soon many rallied in agreement. The various sects and wandering martial artists charged in unison towards a singular direction, striving to escape before the fog enveloped them entirely. Shaolin Temple, too, began its retreat under the leadership of Qin Yan. At that moment, Han Lin discreetly separated from the Shaolin ranks, employing a disguise to alter his appearance. He found a chair to sit upon, gazing out towards the black veil that obscured the sky. Before long, Zhang Jinghao approached with several young warriors in tow. Zhang Jinghao took his place beside Han Lin, asking, "What shall we do, my lord?" "Fear not. Merely await. Something intriguing is about to unfold," Han Lin replied. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jinghao visibly relaxed, while those behind him, who had recently joined the organization, exchanged puzzled glances, speculating on Han Lin's true identity. Chapter 43. The emergence of malevolence and the onset of carnage. Everyone, be wary. This black fog seems to induce weakness. Those in front should not venture too far. It appears to suppress our senses significantly. Have you found an exit? I do not know. The surroundings are shifting rapidly, making it impossible to discern our direction. As numerous martial artists continued to break through, and the encroaching black mist persisted. Ultimately, the multitude of warriors found themselves ensnared within its depths. Once the black mist enveloped the entirety of the Bayou Villa, and the Great Formation was activated, it appeared that not a single soul managed to escape. Following the initiation of the formation, the gathered crowd felt a disorienting whirl, rendering them incapable of discerning east from west, let alone finding an exit. At this juncture, visibility within the formation plummeted. Even third-tier masters could scarcely see beyond a short distance, and their perceptive abilities extended only to a radius of several dozen meters. Where was Xianqing? Who has seen Xianqing? Suddenly, Xiancheng from the Shaolin team shouted. The foremost Qian Yan halted, turning back with a puzzled expression. "What is the matter?" Xiancheng hastily replied. "Xianqing has vanished. I distinctly remember him being beside me just moments ago." Qian Yan furrowed his brows, seemingly contemplating a solution. Someone nearby suggested, "Perhaps it is due to the density of this black mist, and our rapid pace caused us to lose him along the way. Especially since Xianqing is the weakest among us." This sentiment was met with consensus, and anxious expressions spread across many faces. In their hearts, they felt a sense of obligation to protect Han Lin, the weakest disciple in their ranks, and with his disappearance, guilt and self-reproach began to take root. Qian Yin raised his head to address the group, gesturing for calm. "There is no need for alarm. The formation, for the time being, does not pose an absolute threat. It merely disorients us and suppresses our senses. We cannot disregard Xuanqing's disappearance. Since we were unable to exit before the formation was fully set, we must search for Xianqing while devising a way to escape from here." As the head of the Bodhi courtyard, Qian Yan's few words were sufficient to stabilize the anxious disciples. He subsequently divided them into smaller groups, sending them in various directions with the primary objective of locating Han Lin, followed by seeking an exit. Meanwhile, within Baiwei Villa, Zhang Jinghao stood silently beside Han Lin, observing the indifferent demeanor of the latter. He could not help but inquire, "Young master, shall we simply remain here and do nothing? This black mist seems rather peculiar." At that moment, a few individuals behind Zhang Jinghao chimed in. "Indeed, after coming into contact with this black mist, our strength appears to have diminished somewhat. We can only exert 8 or 9/10 of our full capacity." The others nodded in agreement, having experienced similar conditions. Unlike the other martial artists frantically searching, their stillness made them more acutely aware of their own changes. Zhang Jinghao wore a perplexed expression. Diminished strength? Listening to the conversation behind him, Han Lin remained silent, unsure of how to respond. For him, the black mist posed no significant threat. Although his vision was slightly blurred, he could still see clearly. As for his perception, it was utterly unobstructed, allowing him to sense everything within and beyond the formation. At this moment, beyond his perception, he sensed numerous formidable auras approaching the Great Formation. After a brief contemplation, Zhang Jinghao suddenly lifted his head and remarked, "Perhaps the issue lies in what you have consumed." In an instant, he discerned the crux of the matter. The previous day, in his eagerness to recruit several young martial artists into the organization. He had abstained from indulging in the exquisite wines and delicacies of the Baiwei villa, which set him apart from the others. The martial artists behind Jiang Jinghao were momentarily taken aback, and one individual's expression shifted to one of fury. How dare the Bai family commit such an act? This black mist is likely connected to them. Once I emerge, I shall make them pay. Shoo. Han Lin suddenly turned to face them, then continued, just wait patiently. This formation is not a significant issue. Some intriguing individuals have arrived outside. As Han Lin spoke, an overwhelming aura exuded from him, rendering the others silent. And Jiang Jinghao instinctively fell silent as well. With Han Lin present, he had never harbored concerns for his safety. From the outside, the entire formation resembled a colossal black shroud enveloping the space that included Baiwei Villa. Meanwhile, outside the Great Formation, a throng of martial artists had gathered. Clad in identical attire and wielding various weapons, they were being led by several individuals as they advanced in different directions toward the formation. Behind the multitude of martial artists, there were some individuals in mismatched clothing, clearly the leaders of the group. One of them gazed intently at the formation and softly stated, I have planned for this operation for a long time. The martial arts conference is filled with elite disciples from various sects. If they all perish here, it will inflict significant losses upon their respective sections. At that moment, another individual spoke up, but won't this provoke those righteous sects? If they unite against us, we may not withstand their onslaught. You, Lin Su, as a first-grade grandmaster, are naturally unafraid. But we second-grade practitioners would be in grave danger if targeted by the righteous sections. Lin Su turned to the speaker and chuckled softly. I never imagined the renowned king of the netherworld, Wang Chong, would fear those righteous martial artists. I thought you wished to eradicate them entirely. It seems your courage is rather lacking. In that case, Wang brother, perhaps you should return and cease this endeavor. Who knows? Those righteous martial artists might spare you for your inaction. Upon hearing Lin Su's words, Wang Chong's countenance faltered. Who are you calling coward? When I was slaying righteous martial artists everywhere, you, Lin Su, were likely oblivious to my actions. If anyone should fear, it would be you. I, Wang Chong, would never cower. That would be the most ludicrous notion in the world. As Wang Chong spoke, he summoned his inner strength, and his palms darkened, seemingly engulfed in ethereal blue flames. Do you wish to fight me? Think carefully. Lin Su smiled faintly, his demeanor exuding indifference. At the moment when tension was palpable between the two men, the sole woman in the group stepped forward and advised, Gentlemen, let us not forget the purpose of our gathering. If there are grievances to be settled, we must first eliminate the upright warriors. Afterward, no one will concern themselves with your actions. With a disdainful huff, Wang Chong ceased to speak, while Lin Su, seemingly indifferent, cast a cursory glance at the array. He then addressed the group behind him. Considering the time, it should be about right. The upright warriors within have likely been separated by the formation. The battles among the lower and mid-tier fighters should have commenced. It is now your turn to enter. You have all taken the medicinal pills. The encroaching black mist will not affect you, though it will still suppress your perception and vision. Exercise caution once you enter. Do not allow those upright warriors to defeat you while you hold the advantage. As soon as Lin Su finished speaking, the dozen or so warriors behind them seized their weapons and strode towards the array. Once they departed, only 5 individuals remained. Lin Su continued to instruct the 2 elders behind him, Elder Zhang and Elder Air. You should also proceed inside. Yes, Sectmaster. They replied in unison before entering the formation as well. Now, you 2 may enter as well. Lin Su gestured courteously to a man and a woman behind him. The woman approached Lin Su, raising an eyebrow and feigning intimacy. Oh, Sectmaster Lin, are you truly willing to let a fragile woman like me enter this perilous formation? Lin Su casually turned aside, his brow furrowed, but soon a smile graced his face as he replied, You are no fragile woman. You are the renowned poison mistress, Zhu Yun. Today, I shall witness your formidable skills. Zhu Yun softly responded, naturally. The 2 then turned to leave, but as they were about to depart, Wang Chong suddenly turned around, gazing at Lin Su with confusion. Aren't you going in? You must know that the old man's prized possession is also present. Should anything go awry, you might find yourself in grave danger. Lin Su's expression shifted slightly before returning to normal. I have made the necessary arrangements. I cannot enter just yet. There seems to be a powerful presence within the formation that I cannot discern. Entering now may provoke unforeseen changes. The black mist will consume him for a time, and when I am assured of my superiority, I will enter. Wang Chong coldly remarked, It is best that way. With that, the 2 men entered the formation. As all had now entered, the array appeared more complete. Help! The demonic warriors have breached our defenses. Suddenly, a warrior within the formation cried out. Alarmed, others rushed to investigate, discovering severed corpses strewn across the ground. Such occurrences were not isolated. Injuries and fatalities manifested throughout the array. Chaos ensued, and the warriors, in a state of disarray, banded together to avert further calamity. Chapter 44. I shall guide you to the young master. Trouble looms. The demonic forces have infiltrated. With a frantic shout from an unknown source, the entire formation erupted into chaos. The surrounding black mist hindered the propagation of many sounds, yet whispers still managed to reach eager ears. As news spread like wildfire, the entire formation became aware that the demonic warriors had breached their defenses. Perhaps some still clung to a semblance of hope, believing it to be mere rumors. However, when those demonic fighters confronted them, mercilessly slaying their comrades, reality struck them with a jolt. A formidable warrior, exuding an aura of sixth-tier prowess, roared in fury. Damn those demonic warriors! How dare you come here? Today, we shall eradicate you all. His powerful presence dispersed the black mist to some extent. Yet, it wasn't long before equally potent demonic warriors emerged to meet them, seemingly even stronger, swiftly gaining the upper hand. A voice rose above the chaos, urging the gathered warriors. Stand together. We still outnumber them. Let us demonstrate our might. As anticipated, many warriors responded to the call, their own powers surging forth. Although they could not compare to the formidable 4th and 5th-tier fighters, a collective of 6th and 7th-tier warriors still held considerable intimidation. With our numbers, those demonic warriors will surely hesitate. Over 100 assembled, instilling a sense of security among some, who began to entertain thoughts of superiority over the demonic forces. However, they soon realized their miscalculation. The assembled warriors, though numerous, were vastly outmatched by the nearly 200 demonic fighters that quickly encircled them. Not only were the demonic warriors abundant, but their strength was also formidable. In mere moments, several previously powerful warriors fell to their blades. Run! They are too strong. Scatter! Don't let them succeed. Cries of desperation filled the air. Help! Whoever saves me shall be rewarded with treasures. Spare my life, and I will join you. Within the formation, faced with the overwhelming numbers and ferocity of the demonic warriors, both wandering fighters and so-called elites from various sects found themselves pleading for mercy. As desperate as common folk, some even resorted to sacrificing their comrades to escape the clutches of death. Amidst the black mist, a voice called out, Xianqing. It was Xiancheng, who was currently searching for Xianqing alongside a dozen monks. Initially, they had split into smaller groups, but upon the emergence of the demonic warriors, they quickly regrouped into a formidable team. Nevertheless, Xiancheng remained resolute in his quest for Xianqing. A companion behind him remarked, Xiancheng. The formation is teeming with demonic warriors. Perhaps Xianqing has. Impossible. Xiancheng shot a fierce glare at the one who had spoken, cutting him off before he could finish. Upon witnessing Xiancheng's intense anger, the man hastily waved his hand, saying, I merely spoke in jest. I did not mean we would cease our search. Xiancheng let out a cold snort, declaring, If you are unwilling to search, I shall go alone. The man quickly retorted, What are you saying? Xianqing is also one of our Shaolin brethren. How could we possibly abandon the search? Xianqing ignored him, gripping his staff tightly as he vigilantly scanned the surroundings, calling out for Han Lin. However, just as they had not ventured far, a voice rang out from ahead. Oh, calling out so loudly. Are you afraid of dying too slowly? While others trembled at the thought of being discovered, they seemed to revel in the fear of remaining unnoticed. Before them, the swirling black mist parted, revealing the speaker. Devil Path warriors? The Shaolin monks were momentarily taken aback, for standing before them were a dozen or so practitioners of the dark arts. Xiancheng sneered, I never imagined you cowardly rats would dare to show yourselves. In the past, encountering you was a rarity, as you hid better than mice. Since we have crossed paths today, I shall vanquish you here, thus ridding the world of your evil. They had previously encountered several ambushes by such warriors, but through the formidable strength and cooperation of the Shaolin disciples, those ragtag attackers had proven no match, and they were swiftly dealt with. At this moment, although the number of adversaries had slightly increased, Xiancheng believed the situation would not pose a significant challenge. Ha ha! The leader of the devil warriors erupted into laughter upon hearing Xiancheng's words. That is the most amusing jest I have heard today. Do you truly think you are our match with just a handful of you? How naive. Even if you once boasted great strength, have you not sensed your own power waning? The treasures of the Bai family are quite delectable, are they not? The expressions of the Shaolin monks shifted as they realized their state had indeed deteriorated significantly. Previously, they had attributed their weakened condition to prolonged combat and excessive fatigue. However, upon closer inspection, it became apparent that an unseen force was actively suppressing their inner strength. One among them, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "I knew there was something amiss with the Bai family. I never imagined they would ally themselves with the dark forces. Once we escape, I shall expose their treachery for all to see." The devil warrior's grin widened, mirrored by the others behind him. "Brothers, these Shaolin monks remain as obstinate as ever. It seems we must send them to meet their Buddha. Indeed, let us show these pious bald men the extent of our power. I shall rip out his heart. I shall sever his head." With a command from the leader, the multitude of devil warriors charged toward the Shaolin disciples. As the battle commenced, the confidence of the Shaolin monks was swiftly shattered. This new batch of devil warriors exhibited an unexpectedly formidable strength, quickly overwhelming them in mere moments. Xianzheng, junior brother. In an instant, casualties emerged. A disciple of lesser cultivation fell victim to a demonic warrior's opportunistic strike, meeting a swift demise. "Damn it, I shall avenge you," Xianzheng bellowed, sweeping aside his adversary with a staff, charging towards the one who had slain Xianzheng. "Seeking vengeance? You must first contend with me." The leader of the demonic warriors brandished his long blade, appearing before Xianzheng in the blink of an eye. The clash of the staff and blade reverberated, and Xianzheng felt an insurmountable force assailing him. With a resounding thud, he was sent hurtling to the ground. A fifth-tier warrior? Struggling to rise. Xianzheng's eyes widened in terror. The assailant smirked, snapping his fingers. "Clever, indeed, and at the pinnacle of the fifth tier. However, there shall be no reward. You will still perish beneath my blade, Meng Lang." With a light chuckle, Meng Lang surged into the fray. The manifestation of his fifth-tier prowess rendered him invincible. Among their ranks, the strongest was merely a fledgling fifth-tier disciple. With a single strike, Meng Lang felled the disciple, leaving him lifeless on the ground. "Demon, I shall fight you." Xianzheng rose, channeling his internal energy, launching a renewed assault with his staff towards Meng Lang. "Since you wish for death so fervently, I shall oblige." Meng Lang's figure flickered, materializing before Xianzheng. The fatal blow intended for him seemed a mere jest as he effortlessly evaded it, delivering a kick to Xianzheng's leg while poised to sever his head with his blade. At that moment, a voice echoed through the gathering. "Such a foolish little monk." Meng Lang's blade abruptly halted, a formidable aura locking onto him. Should he dare to move, he would perish on the spot. Following the source of the energy, a slender figure emerged in the distance. The assembly of demonic warriors ceased their actions, fixated on this newcomer, not out of camaraderie, but due to the threat posed. Any reckless movement would result in immediate annihilation. Meng Lang murmured, "Might I inquire the identity of this esteemed senior?" "Me?" The figure gestured to themselves and continued, "I am merely passing by, intending to take a few individuals with me." "Please, esteemed senior." Meng Lang hastily retreated, gesturing in deference. "What a clever child you are. However, you have slain so many of the little monks. I fear I cannot report this to my master." The figure was Jiang Jinghao. As his words faded, his form vanished from sight. The demonic warriors felt a fleeting shadow pass before them, only to be engulfed in darkness, their lives extinguished. A chill of dread enveloped Meng Lang. He would die. As the specter of death loomed over him, he yearned to resist, yet his body remained immobile. "Leave a survivor? Since it is my master's request, I shall spare you for now." Jiang Jinghao's fist hovered just before Meng Lang's nose, mere inches away from shattering his skull. The powerful gust of his punch stinging Meng Lang's cheek. Yet, at that moment, joy filled his heart, for he had just emerged from a life-and-death crisis. Jiang Jinghao casually wiped the blood from his knuckles and addressed the group behind him. "Follow me." With that, he strode forward. Xianzheng, confused, inquired where to. Jiang Jinghao turned with a smile and replied, "Of course, to find the young master." Chapter 45. The Nine Nether Dragon Trap. "My lord, we have brought the people. Soon." Jiang Jinghao led the Shaolin disciples, along with the captured Meng Lang, before Han Lin. "Is this the young master you just mentioned? May I inquire about the purpose of our being brought here?" Upon arrival, Xianzheng fired questions while keeping a wary eye on Han Lin. In this strange formation, apart from his fellow disciples, neither the demonic martial artists nor the unexpected individuals could be trusted. Han Lin, seated comfortably, offered a slight smile. "If I'm not mistaken, that would be me. As for my purpose in being here, I'm afraid I do not know myself." Xianzheng's face remained vigilant, yet he did not flee immediately. After a moment of contemplation, he and his brothers found a place to rest, tending to their injured companions, bandaging wounds, and consuming elixirs to restore their inner strength. After casually responding to Xianzheng, Han Lin turned his gaze to Jiang Jinghao. "Bring the captive over." Jiang Jinghao nodded. effortlessly lifting Meng Lang from the ground as if he were a mere chick, presenting him before Han Lin. With terror in his eyes, Meng Lang lay prostrate on the ground, feeling utterly powerless against Jiang Jinghao's third-tier prowess. Suddenly, his senses reached out towards Han Lin, and to his astonishment, he detected no aura emanating from the young man, as if he were an ordinary person. Such a phenomenon could only indicate that the youth possessed strength far beyond his own, or that he was employing some hidden cultivation technique. Meng Lang concluded that the boy must indeed be concealing his abilities. The notion of anyone surpassing him at such a young age seemed implausible. Take this. Meng Lang's form abruptly surged from the ground, launching towards Han Lin with blinding speed. This was a lethal strike he had meticulously prepared. In the blink of an eye, he found himself before Han Lin. Apologies, kid, but your subordinate is too strong. I have no desire to perish. As this thought crossed his mind, he noticed Jiang Jinghao behind him showed no inclination to intervene. Could it be that he held a grudge against this youth and desired to employ Meng Lang to eliminate him? Doubts flickered in Meng Lang's mind. However, before he could ponder further, a resounding slap materialized before his eyes. Smack! The crisp sound of a palm striking flesh echoed. Bang! Subsequently, Meng Lang crashed to the ground, creating a significant crater upon impact. Had it not been for his formidable fifth-tier cultivation, that single strike could have claimed his life. At this moment, all of Meng Lang's bones lay shattered, with only his head able to move slightly. Han Lin furrowed his brow as he glanced at the prostrate Meng Lang, then turned to Jiang Jinghao, remarking, "Next time you bring someone along, do remember to handle the situation. Otherwise, such sudden encounters can be quite alarming." Jiang Jinghao froze, a look of terror crossing his face as he hastily knelt. "Young master, I acknowledge my mistake. It shall not happen again." Han Lin waved his hand dismissively. "You possess this unfortunate habit of kneeling at the slightest provocation, which I find rather distasteful. Just be cautious next time. After all, he is merely a weakling." Jiang Jinghao rose and stepped aside. "Understood, my subordinate." Han Lin then lowered his gaze to Meng Lang, ensconced within the crater. "Your strength seems fairly adequate. You must be considered a pivotal force among this batch of demonic practitioners. I hope you can enlighten me on certain matters, such as this grand formation and the nature of the black mist. I trust you will answer me truthfully, otherwise I shall find myself quite troubled." Ha ha. Meng Lang twisted his only movable neck to face Han Lin. "In your dreams, even in death, I would never betray my organization." Han Lin paused momentarily, sighing, "I see. In that case, I shall resort to the soul-searching technique to uncover the answers for myself. It may be a bit troublesome, yet it seems unavoidable." As he spoke, a dark mist enveloped his injured hand, exuding an aura of mysterious power. Meng Lang, upon glancing at it, realized that the youth before him was not merely deceiving him. "Humph, even the soul-searching technique does not intimidate me." Meng Lang feigned resilience, continuing, "I shall not disclose that this grand formation is called the Nine-Nether Dragon Trap. Nor will I reveal that the black mist is known as soul-devouring fog, which obscures vision and impedes perception. Moreover, when combined with something called the 100-herb pill, it can weaken one's strength." Han Lin, who was on the verge of rising, paused in astonishment, gazing at Meng Lang with intrigue. "You truly are a talented individual." Meng Lang's composure remained unshaken. "Even with your flattery, I will never betray my organization. This time, the lord of the Tianluan demonic sect, Lin Su, leads the team personally, accompanied by the Grand Elder and the Second Elder, not to mention the formidable king of the underworld and the poison mistress, Zhu Yun, as well as those third-tier innate experts. It is only a matter of time before you righteous practitioners are annihilated." Han Lin's curiosity deepened. It seemed Meng Lang had divulged everything without being prompted. What a shame, yet I remain skeptical. I must see for myself. With that, Han Lin rose, extending his hand, shrouded in black smoke, toward Meng Lang. "Do not." Meng Lang shouted in vain, but it was ineffective. The world faded to black as he lost consciousness. When Meng Lang regained awareness, he found Han Lin seated once more, lost in thought. Meng Lang struggled to turn his head. "Have you completed the soul search?" Han Lin nodded, indeed. After conducting the soul search on Meng Lang, Han Lin discovered that the actual situation aligned perfectly with what he had said. The formation that ensnared them was known as the Nine-Nether Dragon Trapping Array, a composite formation made up of hundreds of trapping arrays, killing arrays, and disorienting arrays. Among others, everything else was identical. Meng Lang had brazenly betrayed his organization. Meng Lang's expression shifted to one of confusion. Isn't it supposed to be that after a soul search, one's spirit suffers a grave injury, resulting in foolishness at best, or death at worst? Han Lin paused for a moment, Who told you that a soul search inevitably leads to death? Such tales circulate in the martial world. Han Lin chuckled. That merely indicates their lack of skill. Young man, I find you quite intriguing. Why not consider joining the Dark Sting? Meng Lang's countenance darkened. I cannot. Master Lin has shown me immense kindness. I cannot betray him lightly. His demeanor was one of righteous loyalty, and any ordinary person witnessing this would likely perceive him as a devoted disciple of his sect. However, upon noticing Han Lin's changing expression, Meng Lang hastily added, "Yet, since you hold me in such high regard, it would be inappropriate for me to decline further. Is there any way I might be of service?" Despite his limited mobility, Meng Lang endeavored to display his talents, seeking an opportunity to preserve his life. Han Lin stroked his chin thoughtfully, then with a grand gesture, a Frostfire holy token materialized in his hand. A surge of internal energy flowed into Meng Lang's body, and his injuries were significantly healed. A testament to Han Lin's perfected rejuvenation technique. Meng Lang's eyes widened. The Frostfire holy token? Han Lin nodded. You have a discerning eye. I now grant you a choice. However, as soon as Han Lin finished speaking, the group, led by Xian Cheng, erupted in commotion. Xian Cheng exclaimed in anger. So you conspire with these fiends, practicing the wicked Frostfire holy token martial arts. His face was a mask of fury. He had sensed something amiss when he witnessed this so-called young master conducting a soul search. And now the revelation of the Frostfire holy token only solidified his view of him as a great villain. I truly misjudged you. I shall. Jiang Jinghao's gaze fell upon him, silencing Xian Cheng's words. Although their duty was to eradicate evil, their foremost priority remained their own survival. Han Lin paid no heed to Xian Cheng's outburst, instead focusing intently on Meng Lang. Stepping forward, Meng Lang directly assimilated the Frostfire holy token into his being. Though there was no immediate change, he understood that his fate now rested in the hands of another. Jiang Jinghao stepped forward with a smile. Welcome to the Dark Sting. Since you are of the demonic path, your task will be to master it. I do not expect you to comprehend the entirety of the demonic arts. I only hope you can acquire all pertinent information regarding it. Should you require anything, feel free to communicate with me. Can you accomplish this? The arrangements concerning Meng Lang were merely a whimsical notion of Han Lin, and while it would be ideal if they proved effective, their failure would not be of great consequence. Upon Han Lin's inquiry, Meng Lang, who initially intended to decline, suddenly felt an ominous sense of impending doom and promptly nodded, affirming his agreement. Subsequently, after tossing Meng Lang a quota of elixirs, Han Lin remarked, "Very well, you may leave. Exercise caution, do not fall prey to righteous warriors." Glancing at the elixirs in his hand, a fiery eagerness ignited within Meng Lang's eyes. His subordinate understood the gravity of the situation. Meng Lang tucked away the elixirs and swiftly vanished into the shroud of darkness. Chapter 46. The 4 second-grade warriors and the resolve of the demonic path. Ha! Old scoundrel Qing Yan, today you shall meet your demise. A boisterous laughter reverberated through the grand formation, followed by the sounds of intense combat. Golden rays occasionally erupted, a testament to Qing Yan's Shaolin techniques. At that moment, Qing Yan had become separated from the other disciples of Shaolin, having been ensnared by the sudden emergence of a demonic martial artist. King Chong, why do you not remain in your mountains? Have you grown weary of life? Today, this humble monk shall vanquish evil and uphold righteousness. Qing Yan scoffed, unleashing a powerful punch toward Wang Chong. As the abbot of the Bodhi Monastery, Qing Yan excelled in the diamond fist technique, having honed it over many years to reach a state of mastery. When executed, his diamond fist radiated golden light, and with his robust physique, he resembled a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Is that all you've got? Even at your peak, you are no match for me, let alone in your current state of poisoning. I could easily slay you, Wang Chong retorted, his hands poised in attack as he relentlessly struck at Qing Yan. His palms, now shrouded in a deep black hue, exuded an aura of dread, the dark energy corroding the ground beneath them. As the two engaged in fierce combat, the remnants of their struggle marred the surroundings, leaving buildings in ruins as if ravaged by a natural disaster. Despite Qing Yan's reliance on Shaolin's formidable techniques, he found himself increasingly at a disadvantage against Wang Chong, a master who had attained the 2nd grade. After a fierce exchange, Qing Yan was forcefully repelled by Wang Chong's overwhelming inner strength. Just as he prepared to retaliate, a voice emerged from the black mist behind Wang Chong. Wang Chong, it appears you are truly faltering. A 3rd-grade monk has managed to delay you until now. Lin Zhongzhu's words were indeed accurate. Instantly, a beautiful woman emerged from the shadows, none other than the venomous lady, Zhu Yun. Qing Yan's brow furrowed in concern as he warily regarded the two. The venomous lady Zhu Yun? I did not anticipate your presence. Zhu Yun smiled coyly. This time, it is not just us, old monk Qin Yan. To think, at your age, your physical form remains quite formidable. Are you not curious to experience the pleasures of a woman? Qin Yan, his expression stern, chose to disregard Zhu Yun's taunts and instead focused on the duo before him. In that moment, it seemed as though two formidable presences lingered nearby. Indeed, two figures soon emerged from behind, revealing themselves to be the Grand Elder and the Second Elder of the Tianluan demon sect, both exuding the aura of second-tier warriors. Qin Yan felt a profound shock. In such a brief span of time, for second-tier combatants had appeared, indicating that the forces of darkness were indeed investing heavily this time. It is essential to recognize that second-tier martial artists are not mere trifles. They are regarded as masters of their generation within the martial world. The sudden emergence of four such formidable beings instilled an unprecedented pressure upon Qin Yan. The Grand Elder spoke, urging urgency. Do not dawdle. Eliminate this old monk first. Then seal the four corners of the formation. Ensure that no one escapes. The other three nodded in agreement and simultaneously launched their assault on Qin Yan. Do not panic. Master Qin Yan, we are here to assist you. With these words, three figures appeared seemingly out of thin air. Among the assailants, Wang Chong engaged Qin Yan in a fierce exchange before retreating to a safer distance. The Grand Elder, having executed a swift strike, turned his gaze toward the approaching trio and remarked softly, Zhang Lingxian of Longhu Mountain, Shen Kong of the Martial Alliance, and Li Yi of the Tiangang Sword. I never anticipated that a mere martial arts tournament would attract such a plethora of experts. Had we not prepared thoroughly, our plans might well have unraveled. With a calm demeanor, the Grand Elder channeled his inner strength and continued, Alas, you are but 3 second-tier warriors, and your abilities have likely been diminished by poison. I fear that after today, the world will lose 3 masters of their caliber. No sooner had the Grand Elder finished speaking than he charged at Shen Kong of the Martial Alliance. The Second Elder and Zhu Yun targeted their respective opponents as well. Wang Chong chose to confront his old rival, Master Qin Yan, resulting in a fierce clash of fists. Meanwhile, Zhu Yun faced off against Zhang Lingxian, while the Second Elder engaged Li Yi of the Tiangang Sword. The Grand Elder wielded a long blade, its crimson aura swirling ominously, complemented by his blood-red eyes, resembling a malevolent specter. Shen Kong, armed with a long spear, unleashed its might, each thrust stirring the very forces of nature and showcasing immense power. As the saying goes, an inch of length translates to an inch of strength. Shen Kong's spear danced through the air with relentless ferocity, compelling the Grand Elder to defend himself against the onslaught. In contrast, Zhu Yun, facing Zhang Lingxian, appeared remarkably at ease. Her weapon, a flowing ribbon, allowed her to maneuver gracefully, evading Zhang Lingxuan's sharp sword strikes with ease. Despite the latter's formidable swordsmanship, he found it challenging to land a blow on Zhu Yun. However, Zhu Yun's reputation as the poisonous enchantress was well-deserved. Throughout the battle, she exuded a kaleidoscope of repulsive hues, and with each flick of her ribbon, a cloud of deadly powder descended. A moment of carelessness could lead to a swift demise from her potent toxins, significantly diminishing one's combat prowess. The Second Elder and Li Yi, both masters of the long sword, engaged in a less spectacular duel. In their continuous exchanges, neither combatant unveiled any formidable finishing moves. Both seemed to be gauging each other's prowess. As practitioners devoted to the art of swordsmanship, their duel was fraught with peril, as a moment's lapse could grant the adversary an opportunity to sever a head with a single strike. With each engagement, the intensity of their martial spirit intensified. However, neither exerted their full strength, merely employing various sword techniques to assess the other's skill and capabilities. In stark contrast, the battle involving the 4 participants was decidedly less strenuous for Wang Chong. His cultivation inherently suppressed Qin Yan, compounded by the latter's affliction from poison, rendering Wang Chong's duel remarkably effortless. Throughout the encounter, Wang Chong maintained dominance over Qin Yan, and had it not been for Qin Yan's mastery of Shaolin's secret techniques and his formidable physical defenses, he would have been vanquished long ago. With a hearty laugh, Wang Chong taunted Qin Yan, Old monk Qin Yan, you must be nearing your limit, feeling increasingly feeble, are you not? Qin Yan remained silent, unleashing the formidable power of the Arhut fist, which radiated golden brilliance. Even Wang Chong, brimming with confidence, refrained from directly confronting the full force of the Arhut fist. Qin Yan, displaying disdain, declared, heretics and demons, today I shall assuredly slay you. Yet, despite his bravado, he sensed within himself that his endurance was waning. However, the gravity of the situation compelled him to persist. If he faltered here, the other three would undoubtedly be overwhelmed and perish. The collective resolve of the 4 second-tier practitioners indicated the demonic faction's serious intent in the martial arts assembly. Gritting his teeth, he produced a large healing pill from his robe and placed it in his mouth, then boldly charged towards Wang Chong. Old fool, you dare to come to your own demise? Allow me to send you to the afterlife. Wang Chong sneered, summoning a ghostly blue flame to envelop his hand. As he waved it, the power of the heavens and earth surged in response, showcasing the extraordinary might of his nether palm. Advancing, he struck out at Qin Yan. Their attacks collided, sending shockwaves through the surrounding energies of the universe. However, this time, Qin Yan could not withstand the force. He was sent flying by Wang Chong's palm. Spitting out blood, hastily swallowing the healing pill, his pallid complexion regained some color. Once steadied, Qin Yan shouted at Wang Chong, "You coward! Dare you to fight in another location?" With that, he turned and swiftly distanced himself. What do you have to fear? Do you think you can escape with such trivial tactics? Truly naive. Wang Chong cast a scornful glance at Qin Yan before activating his own movement technique to pursue. The departure of Qin Yan and Wang Chong did little to alter the tide of battle. Rather, their absence intensified the conflict. Even the 3 second-tier demonic masters harbored no absolute confidence against Wang Chong. Even though Qin Yan is merely a third-rank innate master, it is essential to acknowledge his origins from the Shaolin Temple, a place that has birthed countless legends. Should Qin Yan unleash his formidable combat prowess, it is conceivable that he might severely injure or even eliminate Wang Chong. If that transpires and Qin Yan enters the fray, the dynamics would shift unfavorably for them. Much like the 3 disciples of the demonic path, Li Yi and his companions harbored similar concerns. It is vital to remember that Wang Chong is a renowned second-rank master. How could Qin Yan possibly withstand him? If they cannot conclude their battle within the time Qin Yan might secure, they would likely face the wrath of Wang Chong joining the conflict. A swift resolution is imperative. With this thought, the 3 exchanged glances and unleashed their ultimate techniques. Various powerful maneuvers were directed toward their adversaries, stirring the very forces of nature around them. The black mist within the formation thinned under the onslaught of the 6. A thunderous roar echoed, as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. Within the battleground of these 6 combatants, neither righteous nor demonic practitioners dared to approach. The battlefield of a second-rank master, where the vast forces of nature were manipulated with a mere gesture, was far too perilous for ordinary warriors. Moreover, within the formation, other presences engaged in combat. These were the third-rank innate masters from the demonic path clashing with the leading elders from various sections. Although they were merely third-rank, their numbers were greater, and the residual impact of their confrontations was equally formidable, instilling fear not unlike that of the 6 second-rank masters. Old monk Qin Yan, you are destined for demise today. You may wish to buy them time, but I assure you, it is futile. You cannot fathom the immense force the demonic path has dispatched. Lin Su, the leader of the Tianluan demon sect, is personally involved. None here can escape. Within the formation, Wang Chong relentlessly pursued Qin Yan, his voice ringing out. Initially, Qin Yan's speed could not match Wang Chong's. However, due to his overconfidence, Wang Chong was injured in the leg by Qin Yan's secret technique, significantly hampering his speed. This allowed Qin Yan to elude capture for a while longer. Nevertheless, it would not be long before he was caught. Faced with an enraged second-rank master, Qin Yan could only foresee a path of demise. He contemplated that perhaps he could inflict a wound on Wang Chong, thus alleviating some pressure on Li Yi and the others. Just as he was deep in thought, a multitude of auras suddenly manifested within his perception. Qin Yan's expression shifted. He sensed that these auras were not particularly strong, at least not in comparison to the Wang Chong behind him. Wang Chong exclaimed in surprise, addressing Qin Yan. It seems there are a bunch of little fellows hiding here. I must admit, Qin Yan, you are rather reliable in your endeavors, bringing me to these scurrying rodents so swiftly. However, if you consider this an act of loyalty, I fear it may not suffice to preserve your life. Wang Chong's words were not merely directed at Qin Yan, but also intended for the several presences looming nearby. He sought to tarnish Qin Yan's reputation before his demise. Qin Yan felt a surge of frustration. Curse it! I cannot allow Wang Chong to harm these individuals. Run! He shouted urgently to those ahead, then turned decisively to confront Wang Chong. Once resembling a flickering candle in the wind, Qin Yan suddenly erupted with formidable energy, seemingly returning to his peak. His fists, enveloped in golden light, stirred the very forces of heaven and earth, signaling the might of his impending strike. Do you still believe you are my opponent? Wang Chong scoffed, his cold laughter echoing as he activated the netherworld palm, his hands ablaze with a ghostly blue flame. launching a palm strike toward Qin Yin. With a resounding clash, their attacks met, but it was Qin Yin who was sent flying, spitting blood. Extending his senses, he realized that those presences remained stationary, and some were even advancing toward him, igniting a wave of anxiety within him. Yet, severely injured from Wang Chong's blow, he found it exceedingly difficult to regain control of his body. Summoning his last reserves of strength, he shouted, "Run, children." It was the voice of Qin Yin's master uncle. "Let us hurry to assist." As the threatening presences approached swiftly, Wang Chong remained unfazed, his gaze fixed on the struggling Qin Yin attempting to rise from the ground. "How stubborn you are. Your strength is indeed impressive to have endured this long, but it ends here." With a surge of power, Wang Chong left a deep crater in the ground as he propelled himself toward Qin Yin, unleashing the forces of heaven and earth with reckless abandon. "Old monk, it is time to depart," Wang Chong bellowed as he unleashed the netherworld palm with fervor, directing his overwhelming attack toward Qin Yin's position. Boom! The floor was shattered by Wang Chong's strike, creating a massive pit surrounded by ethereal blue flames. The surrounding darkness was dispelled, revealing the scene ahead where the several presences belonged to Xian Cheng and his companions. Despite the might of Wang Chong's attack, a grave expression crossed his face. For Qin Yin had not succumbed to this blow. Just as the strike was about to land, a swift figure whisked Qin Yin away. "Who are you?" Wang Chong demanded coldly. "Why do you steal from my grasp? Do you know the name of Wang Chong?" Jiang Jinghao hesitated for a moment before striding toward Han Lin, responding, "My lord commanded me to save this person, and thus I have done so. As for who you are, I care not. For soon you shall be a dead man." With remarkable speed, Jiang Jinghao crossed the distance to Han Lin, gently placing the unconscious Qin Yin on the ground. Qin Yin's energy was faint. He had surpassed his limits after battling a second-tier opponent for so long. "Master Uncle Qin Yin, are you all right? Quickly, take out the elixirs." Upon seeing Qin Yin, Xian Cheng and the others rushed forward, producing elixirs to administer to him. After placing the celebratory offerings, Jiang Jinghao stood beside the chair, leaning forward as if reporting to Han Lin, completely disregarding the presence of Wang Chong. Wang Chong's expression grew increasingly grim. He shifted his stance and unleashed the shadow hand, charging towards Jiang Jinghao. "How dare you disregard me? Today, I shall demonstrate my power." At that moment, Han Lin, seated in the chair, suddenly lifted his head, fixing his gaze upon Wang Chong. "Very well, let me witness your might." Suspended in midair, Wang Chong abruptly felt an overwhelming pressure akin to a mountain. His body seemed to lose control in an instant, his internal energy rendered inaccessible. With a thunderous crash, Wang Chong fell heavily to the ground, struggling to rise. Yet, it felt as though an unseen force weighed him down. Despite his continuous resistance, it was futile. "Arise." Wang Chong's internal energies surged, blood coursing through his veins, seemingly invoking some secret technique. With immense strength propelling him, he managed to push himself up with his arms. "I did not grant you permission to rise." Han Lin extended a hand, gently pressing his index finger down. Instantly, the surrounding elemental force within a radius of several meters began to swirl, converging towards a single point, the prone figure of Wang Chong. The immense elemental pressure bore down upon him, causing the ground around him to crack and splinter. Crack! One of Wang Chong's arms could not withstand the tremendous force and shattered, causing him to collapse once more. "Impossible! How can you be so powerful?" Wang Chong's eyes widened in disbelief. Although he had just entered the second tier of cultivation, such effortless suppression was beyond the capability of an ordinary grandmaster. The youth before him merely needed to apply a gentle pressure to render him incapacitated. Such terrifying strength. Why had he never heard of this individual in the martial world? "Is it you?" Wang Chong turned his gaze towards Jiang Jinghao, standing beside Han Lin. Jiang Jinghao shrugged, truly ignorant. "The power of my master is beyond the comprehension of someone like you. I see now, you must be that reclusive old monster. How revolting you people are, clinging to youthful appearances at such an age." Wang Chong lay on the ground, muttering incessantly, his words laced with disdain for Han Lin. To him, Han Lin appeared merely as an ancient being disguised as a youth. Han Lin rose and approached, invoking the soul-searching technique. "Ah, the soul-searching technique. You dare to practice such wicked arts, you will surely face the wrath of the world." Wang Chong screamed in agony, as if enduring unspeakable torment. The sight of Wang Chong's suffering sent a shiver through Meng Lang, who was in the ranks behind. This was the familiar soul-searching technique he knew all too well. After a considerable time, Han Lin withdrew his hand from the top of Wang Chong's head. At this moment, Wang Chong's aura was feeble. Han Lin's soul-searching had just inflicted damage upon his spirit. Han Lin stroked his chin and mused, "So it is." He then turned to Jiang Jinghao beside him and commanded, "Send him on his way." Yes. With that, Jiang Jinghao delivered a decisive blow, and the once mighty second-tier master departed from this world. After taking a few steps, Han Lin suddenly turned to Jiang Jinghao and remarked, "This habit of posturing is unwise. If I am not around in the future, you could easily find yourself in peril." Jiang Jinghao's face was filled with trepidation. "I understand my mistake. It's nothing. As my subordinate, you must carry yourself with a certain flair. Being overly meek is unacceptable." Jiang Jinghao's realization dawned upon him. "I comprehend." At that moment, Qin Yan, having regained some of his senses, hastily struggled to rise from the ground. Yet, as he lifted his head, he beheld an unforgettable scene. Wang Chong's head severed by Jiang Jinghao's blade, his wide-open eyes reflecting an intense unwillingness to accept his fate. Chapter 48. A Sanctuary Within the Great Formation Gulp. Qin Yan silently swallowed, his eyes filled with an indelible shock. It was known that he was a second-tier master, a figure of great renown within the martial world. Yet, this formidable warrior had been slain with such ease. Qin Yan's gaze shifted to Han Lin, who appeared innocuous. He understood that this young man was the true master behind Wang Chong's demise. Although he had temporarily lost control of his body, he had still caught snippets of their conversation. "Senior." Qin Yan struggled to rise, clasping his fists in respect towards Han Lin. Observing Qin Yan regaining some of his vitality, Han Lin could not help but express his admiration. "You've awakened. The Shaolin Temple's extraordinary techniques are indeed formidable. You've managed to survive even this." Listening to Han Lin's words, Qin Yan felt a flicker of confusion, but he quickly dismissed it. This was not the time for such thoughts. "I implore you, senior, to assist the others. This is a nefarious scheme orchestrated by the demonic forces, aiming to eradicate the younger generation of the martial world en masse. Should they succeed, the martial realm will know no peace henceforth." Qin Yan's expression was earnest, and with the support of Xian Cheng and others, he spoke gravely to Han Lin. Han Lin nodded, stating, "I am aware of their plan. However, you must first understand one thing. I am not a virtuous individual. Your disciples have likely perceived this. My cultivation of the ice, sacred fire, and the soul-searching technique are both formidable demonic arts. In your eyes, I must appear as a great villain. What reason do I have to save anyone?" Qin Yan fell silent. When Han Lin employed the soul-searching technique, he had indeed sensed something amiss. Yet, to bring up such matters now would only serve to feign ignorance. With Han Lin proactively addressing these issues, Qin Yan found himself at a loss for how to persuade him. Xian Cheng leaned close to Qin Yan's ear and whispered, "Master Uncle Qin Yan, although he practices dark arts, he does not seem to harbor malevolent intentions. It was he who instructed his subordinates to rescue many of our disciples." He gestured towards the numerous disciples behind him, including not only those from Shaolin but also several who had strayed from their sects and some wandering heroes of the martial world. They bore various injuries and were temporarily unable to engage in battle, seeking refuge in this place. After a brief contemplation, Qin Yan replied, "I understand. Though this individual practices dark arts, his heart appears to be benevolent. In truth, the martial arts themselves are neither righteous nor evil. It is the practitioner who determines their moral alignment. Even those who cultivate orthodox martial arts may commit acts of villainy." Qin Yan continued to speak to the disciples beside him. Xian Cheng, filled with elation, exclaimed, "Indeed, I sense he is a good person. He gives me an oddly familiar and comforting feeling. Let us persuade him to aid others in need." However, Qin Yan paused slightly, his gaze flickering as he glanced at Han Lin. It may not be so simple. If he had such intentions, he would not be waiting here. "We shall observe the situation. Once I have recuperated sufficiently, I will join the fray. You all should remain here. He will likely offer you protection." Xian Cheng hastily replied. But Qin Yan raised his hand to silence him. Hearing the words of the Shaolin disciples, Jiang Jinghao chuckled softly and addressed Han Lin, "Young master, these individuals are quite amusing. Despite your use of dark arts, they regard you as a virtuous person. It all boils down to the size of one's fists. Had we both been 5th or 6th grade martial artists practicing dark arts today, we might have been purged as evil. I have no interest in the struggle between righteousness and evil. As long as they do not provoke me, all is well." In Han Lin's eyes, the conflict of good versus evil held little significance. Were it not for the danger posed to Qin Yan and Xian Cheng, he would not have even considered intervening. Instead, he found greater intrigue in engaging with the esteemed first-grade master beyond the formation. The minions of Qiufeng Pavilion had merely leveraged the power of the formation to elevate themselves to first grade. Their strength had reached that level, yet their combat prowess was sorely lacking. In contrast, the person outside was a genuine first-grade grandmaster. Contemplating this, Han Lin felt an irresistible itch for combat, yearning to rush out and engage in a fierce battle. After recovering some of his strength, Qing Yin bid farewell to Xian Cheng and the others, setting off to assist others. As for persuading Han Lin, a seasoned veteran like him would not indulge in such folly. Understanding their inability to sway Han Lin, Xian Cheng and the others took the initiative to seek out their Shaolin brethren and eliminate dark practitioners. When encountering formidable opponents, they would lure them toward Han Lin. Any dark practitioners that approached would be dealt with by Jiang Jinghao. On one occasion, they attracted a formidable third-grade warrior, and Xian Cheng nearly fell victim to a fatal blow. However, Han Lin ultimately dispatched the foe with a single strike. My lord, it seems they view you as a mere tool to be utilized. Confronted by the incessant provocations from Xian Cheng and others, Jiang Jinghao refrained from voicing his grievances. Yet a sense of discontent brewed within him. It was not merely the frequency of their attacks that irked him, but rather their apparent lack of respect for a master of such high caliber. Despite this, he bore no pretensions. He was more than willing to lend a hand to the Shaolin. With this thought, Jiang Jinghao fell silent, standing quietly to the side, his weapon firmly gripped, ready to intervene at a moment's notice to rescue the reckless Xian Cheng and his companions. As the battle raged on, the situation at Han Lin's location became increasingly known. Amidst the pervasive atmosphere of slaughter enveloping the Grand Formation, this place appeared to be the only sanctuary. The Grand Elder of the Tianluan demon sect had ventured to probe from a distance, only to be met with a fierce glare from Han Lin that sent him retreating. Numerous martial artists began to regard Han Lin's vicinity as a refuge, resting briefly before rejoining the fray. However, they soon discovered that only the disciples of Shaolin received special treatment. If members of ordinary sects approached, while they might inflict casualties upon the demon warriors, they also risked being fatally struck in retaliation. Han Lin and Jiang Jinghao continued to act, creating a sanctuary within a radius of several hundred meters around Han Lin, where no demon warrior dared to tread lightly. Nevertheless, this did little to alter the overall tide of the battle, while a select few managed to approach Han Lin. The majority remained entangled in combat with the demon warriors. A thunderous roar echoed from a distance, signaling fierce clashes between third-grade martial artists, with second-grade warriors pitted against their counterparts. The elemental forces of heaven and earth were violently stirred, hastening the flow of the dark mist. You shall perish with me. A furious shout resonated within the formation, followed by a tremendous explosion, the self-detonation of a third-grade powerhouse. At that moment, the very fabric of the Grand Formation seemed to tremble. Regrettably, the disturbance was but a fleeting tremor before the calm was restored. Had a dozen third-grade warriors detonated simultaneously, perhaps a different outcome could have been realized. But with only one, the impact fell woefully short. The resounding blast reached the ears of everyone within the Grand Formation. It was the voice of the leading elder from the Kongtong sect. A heavy sense of despair weighed upon the hearts of the righteous martial artists, further diminishing their hopes for victory, while the demon warriors intensified their assault. Observing the direction of the explosion, Han Lin murmured, "The battle draws to a close." Jiang Jinghao, perplexed, queried, "Why do you say that, my lord?" Han Lin smiled and replied, "That fellow is about to make his entrance." Chapter 49. The formation is on the brink. Lin Su emerges. Jiang Jinghao was momentarily taken aback, as if a realization struck him, causing his expression to shift. However, upon witnessing Han Lin's calm demeanor, his heart was instantly reassured. The depth of Han Lin's strength was unfathomable. Even the formidable Zishu had been effortlessly vanquished. He reassured himself that even if a first-grade grandmaster were to appear, it would pose no significant threat. After a moment of silence, Jiang Jinghao suddenly remembered something and turned to Han Lin beside him. "My lord, I just recalled something. There were rumors that the Sword Saint's legacy from Bayou Mountain Manor has emerged, ultimately claimed by a grandmaster named Lu Li. I wonder if you are aware of this matter?" Han Lin looked at Jiang Jinghao, puzzled. "I have indeed heard some whispers, but I was not in this vicinity during those days. What a pity. I truly wish to witness Lu Li's prowess." Han Lin spoke nonchalantly, concealing the truth that Lu Li was, in fact, himself. Jiang Jinghao nodded, refraining from further inquiry. "Qing Yan, the old scoundrel, today I shall slay you." Suddenly, a furious roar resonated through the great formation, accompanied by a thunderous sound that seemed to stir the very forces of nature within it. In the heart of the battle, it felt as if the heavens were collapsing. A massive pit appeared on the ground, within which lay the tattered figure of the Grand Elder. Behind him, the Second Elder and Zhu Yun stood armed, both bearing minor injuries. Opposite them stood Li Yi of the Tiangang Sword, Chun Kong of the Martial Arts Alliance, and Zhang Lingxian, the protector of Chun Qingji. The three were equally disheveled. The strength of the three demonic figures was formidable, and their powers were evenly matched, making it exceedingly difficult to determine a victor in such a short time. The protective barrier of the formation in the sky was faintly visible, now marred by numerous cracks. The fierce battle of 6 second-grade fighters, along with the self-detonation of a third grade, had unleashed overwhelming destruction, too much for the formation to bear. "You bald ass," meddling repeatedly. "Today if I do not slay you, my anger shall remain unquenched." The Grand Elder, wielding a massive blade, exuded a violent aura, his hair disheveled, resembling a frenzied specter from the depths of hell. Facing him was Qin Yan, the instigator of this turmoil. "Wang Chong has already met his fate. Do not resist, and allow this humble monk to escort you to the blissful realm," Qin Yan said with a smile, swallowing a large elixir to restore his injuries. After recuperating, he joined the fray among the 6 second-grade fighters. Despite being merely a third grade, the presence of a powerful third grade in battle signified a shift in the balance of the battlefield. As Qin Yan repeatedly interrupted the Grand Elder's attacks alongside Qin Kong, the Grand Elder finally erupted in fury. With a thunderous strike, his demonic energy surged, creating a massive pit in the ground. "Ignorant bald ass, our sect leader is outside. Do you truly believe you can escape? Not only the sect leader, but even we few are too much for you to handle. Since you have sought death repeatedly, I shall send you on your way to meet your Buddha." As he spoke, the Grand Elder charged forward with his massive blade. Li Yi and Zhang Lingxian attempted to intervene, but were held back by Zhu Yun and the Second Elder. The Grand Elder's demonic energy flared as he advanced toward Qin Kong and Qin Yan. Qin Kong's expression darkened. The previous strike had indeed taken its toll. In his endeavor to rescue Qin Yan, he had absorbed a significant portion of the aftermath and was now injured. "Do not be so arrogant. Taste my spear," Qin Kong declared, as he thrust his long spear forward, propelling himself like a thunderbolt, the weapon gleaming with a frigid light, as if to pierce the very heavens. Qin Yan too unleashed the Arhut fist, his fists enveloped in a golden radiance as he advanced toward the Grand Elder. However, the brilliance of his golden aura had diminished considerably compared to before. "Humph," the Grand Elder scoffed. "Do you truly believe you can thwart me in your current state? Such ignorance." With a sweeping motion of his long blade, he summoned the surrounding demonic energy, unleashing a colossal wave of black aura aimed at Qin Kong. The black blade energy stirred the very powers of the earth and sky within several yards, and as it rushed forth, Qin Kong felt an immense pressure bearing down upon him. "Break through," Qin Kong roared, brandishing his spear to barely deflect the onslaught. Yet, at that moment, the Grand Elder turned his attention toward Qin Yan. "Prepare to meet your end, bald monk." The battle raged on as he raised his great blade high and swung it down with tremendous force, channeling the vast powers of heaven and earth into the strike. The clash between the great blade and Qin Yan's fist erupted in a collision of golden Buddhist light and pitch-black demonic energy, stirring the very essence of the world around them. With a resounding boom, Qin Yan, being merely a third-tier warrior and already injured, could not withstand the dark energy. The overwhelming force from the Grand Elder's blade sent Qin Yan hurtling away. With a thunderous impact, he landed on the ground, creating a deep crater, seemingly devoid of any breath of life. "Ha ha ha, you bald monk, you have finally met your demise." The Grand Elder laughed heartily, as if a great burden had been lifted from his heart. Unexpectedly, a spear suddenly pierced through his chest. The Grand Elder's eyes widened in fury as his vital essence ignited in response. He swung his blade backward, infused with his powerful spirit essence, an attack from a second-tier warrior willing to sacrifice his soul, internal energy, and dantian. Even those of the same tier would hesitate to face it head-on. The assailant behind him, sensing the impending danger, hastily retreated. With a forceful strike, the Grand Elder repelled the attacker, quickly creating distance, while simultaneously ceasing the burning of his internal energy. Although he had saved his life, his martial career had come to an abrupt end. Furthermore, due to the damage to his foundation, his cultivation would continue to decline, and it would not be long before he was reduced to merely a third-tier warrior. Gazing at the furious Qin Kong, disbelief etched across the Grand Elder's face, he exclaimed, "How could you possibly be so swift? Humph, you demon, how could you understand? Master Qin Yan fought valiantly to buy me this opportunity. It is regrettable that that strike did not end your life," Qin Kong replied coldly, fixing his gaze upon the Grand Elder. "However, after suffering from this spear, you must be in a dire state. Today, I shall slay you to avenge Master Qin Yan." With a swift sweep of his spear, Qin Kong charged towards the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder and Zhu Yun were visibly alarmed, especially Zhu Yun, who gazed at the Grand Elder, now with a gaping wound in his chest, as his subordinate's techniques suddenly shifted in intensity. The second elder's face was marred with fury, his long sword becoming increasingly fierce, seemingly determined to cleave through all before him. However, Li Yi was no pushover. He wielded his sword deftly, continuously parrying the second elder's assaults, and for a time, neither could gain the upper hand. The clash between the Grand Elder and Chen Kong erupted with a thunderous impact, as their weapons collided with a force akin to a natural disaster, reducing the surrounding structures to rubble. Ultimately, Chen Kong's spear inflicted a grievous blow upon the Grand Elder, whose internal energy was now significantly diminished. With a relentless surge of power, Chen Kong struck the Grand Elder, sending him hurtling through the air, blood spewing from his mouth, mingled with fragments of internal organs. "Die, demon!" Chen Kong proclaimed, relentlessly pursuing his adversary, his spear glinting ominously, poised to deliver a fatal strike. Yet, it was not the Grand Elder who faltered first, but rather Zhu Yun, who bore the least injuries. The second elder, enraged, bellowed, "Zhu Yun, what do you mean by this?" "Second elder, this is not in accord with what you have stated. I harbor a true hatred for righteous martial artists. But I shall not accompany you to your demise," Zhu Yun retorted. Engaging in a brief skirmish with Zhang Lingxian, she swiftly distanced herself, heading towards the periphery of the formation. From afar, the Grand Elder, narrowly evading Chen Kong's lethal onslaught, glared furiously at the retreating Zhu Yun. "Are you not afraid the sect master will execute you? Fleeing from the battle, can you truly face the memory of those fallen comrades?" The Grand Elder seethed with rage, yearning to slay Zhu Yun, yet he dared not divert his attention from Chen Kong's relentless attacks. A moment's carelessness could result in his demise. "I will certainly explain myself to Sect Master Lin, but he should also ponder how to justify this to the righteous world. Everything contradicts his words. Despite the imminent danger, the mightiest Sect Master remains outside, unwilling to intervene. Do you dare claim there are no secrets afoot? I have no desire to become the next Wang Chong." Zhu Yun spoke sharply to the Grand Elder before retreating, disappearing into the encroaching darkness. Zhang Lingxian chose not to pursue her. Instead, after her disappearance, he turned his focus back to the second elder, whose expression shifted dramatically, just as he prepared to unleash a secret technique in desperation. A resounding crash echoed from within the black mist. Boom! A scream followed, a woman's anguished cry. The atmosphere shifted palpably, as all present recognized that the voice unmistakably belonged to Zhu Yun. The combatants ceased their attacks, the Grand Elder and Second Elder aligning themselves, warily observing the 3 second-rank fighters before them. Meanwhile, Li Yi and his companions tightened their grip on their weapons, eyes fixed on the direction where Zhu Yun had vanished. Soon, a figure emerged from the black mist, clutching a woman with a shattered spine, none other than Zhu Yun. "Master! Master!" The Grand Elder and Second Elder spoke, their expressions tinged with a hint of shame. Lin Su casually discarded Zhu Yun's lifeless body onto the ground and, gazing at Li Yi and the others, whispered, "What a bother! Would it not be simpler for you to meet your demise quietly? Must you compel me to act and injure my subordinate in the process? How shall I deal with you three?" Chapter 50. The Battle of the First Rank. Chen Kong furrowed his brow and questioned Lin Su. "Are you Lin Su, the master of the Tianluan demon sect? How did you come to be here?" Lin Su clenched his fist and directed a punch towards Chen Kong. Instantly, a forceful shockwave erupted, stirring the powers of heaven and earth, reaching Chen Kong in the blink of an eye. With a resounding thud, Chen Kong attempted to parry with his spear, but was sent flying by the blow. "Humph," Lin Su scoffed. "Do I need to report my whereabouts to you? A mere second-rank master. What audacity you possess to provoke me. Even Chen Daonan would not dare to be so arrogant in my presence." Li Yi and Zhang Lingxian furrowed their brows, gripping their swords tightly, as a formidable killing intent brewed around them. However, when Lin Su turned his gaze upon them, they realized they dared not move an inch. A powerful aura had them firmly ensnared. Any slight movement would mean certain death. "Zhang Lingxian, your foundation has been compromised. It is unlikely you will ever ascend to the first rank in this lifetime. I presume you have come to protect Qin Qingji, the so-called genius rarely seen in a century. It seems you have staked your entire future on this disciple," Lin Su remarked, revealing Zhang Lingxuan's secrets. After addressing Zhang Lingxian, he turned his attention to Li Yi, the heavenly sword. Li Yi, such an illustrious title. Yet, the invincible heavenly sword that once swept the younger generation of the martial world is now reduced to this. You are still haunted by that incident, are you not? With your obsession, you shall never reach the first rank in this life. Do you dare to draw your sword against me now?" Li Yi gritted his teeth, veins bulging in his hand as he clutched the sword, his gaze fixed fiercely on Lin Su, yet he refrained from making a move. The Grand Elder and the Second Elder stood silently behind Lin Su, the Grand Elder continuously consuming medicinal pills to restore his strength. Lin Su strolled casually, seemingly indifferent to the three. His gaze shifted towards the other end of the black mist. After taking a few steps, he suddenly turned toward the pit where Qing Yin lay. And you bald monk, do you think feigning death will allow you to escape unscathed? I have little patience for you Shaolin monks, always prattling on about righteousness and morality, yet how much better are you really? In the pit, Qing Yin seemed to sense something, his lifeless fingers twitching slightly, but soon fell still again. Lin Su, do not be so arrogant, Zhang Lingxian warned in a deep voice. Lin Su turned his head, casting a disinterested glance at him, and replied nonchalantly, do you dare to wield your sword against me now? You are no longer the person you once were, nor is Li Yi beside you. Both of you have long transcended your former selves. Veins throb on their foreheads, yet they refrain from recklessly drawing their swords. A formidable swordsman typically envisions countless confrontations with their adversary within the confines of their mind. By the moment a swordsman unsheathes their blade, the outcome is already predetermined. Both have rehearsed this scenario innumerable times. However, each attempt culminates in their immediate demise, without exception. Do not fret, I shall not take your lives just yet. My true target lies with a certain hidden figure. Friend, it is time for you to reveal yourself. I have traversed this distance alone. If you continue to lurk in the shadows, it may be deemed rather inappropriate. Li Yi and Zhang Lingxian exchanged perplexed glances. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the depths of the black mist. Moments later, a youth stepped forth from the obscurity, devoid of any discernible aura, appearing as an ordinary individual. Han Lin inquired, are you the first-grade Grandmaster from beyond the formation? Lin Su nodded. If there is no third Grandmaster present here, then that would indeed be me. I observe that you two have cultivated demonic techniques. Logically, we ought to be on the same side. However, since you have slain so many of my subordinates and disrupted my plans, it seems we cannot simply let this pass. At the very least, I deserve an explanation. Upon hearing Lin Su's words, Han Lin inhaled deeply, unleashing his internal energy. The aura of the Ice Saint Fire token surged forth, a torrent of demonic energy emanating from him, transforming Han Lin into a formidable demon lord. A powerful presence enveloped the area, characteristic of a first-grade Grandmaster's domain, instilling a sense of tremendous pressure even in Li Yi and Zhang Lingxian. Very well, if that is the case, let us engage in combat. If you can vanquish me, you shall have the power to slay everyone present here. The Ice Saint Fire token serves not only as a means of control, but also as a formidable internal martial art, accompanied by potent offensive techniques. At this moment, I am the Shadow Master of the Dark Stab, and I can no longer rely on the series of Shaolin techniques. Since you insist on courting death, I shall not hold back. Allow me the honor of sending you on your journey. It is time for the world, which has lain silent for decades, to awaken, beginning with the death of a Grandmaster. Lin Su spoke coolly, a surge of dark green internal energy radiating from him, clashing against Han Lin's formidable presence. Soon after, Lin Su gathered two orbs of dark green flames in his hands. At first glance, they appeared mundane, yet upon closer inspection, the very space around the flames seemed to warp. This nether profound fire technique has only recently been perfected. You shall be the first to witness its power. I hope you do not perish too swiftly. With that, Lin Su moved, vanishing from his position. He reappeared before Han Lin in an instant, a speed that even the second-grade Grandmasters Li Yi and Zhang Lingxian found difficult to perceive. Sensing Lin Su's impending strike, a smile graced Han Lin's lips. Impressive, truly impressive. Han Lin summoned his inner strength and launched an attack from a distance of 10 feet. With mastery over dozens of palm techniques, Han Lin effortlessly unleashed a formidable strike. The impact resonated as their palms met, the forces of nature colliding with explosive sounds echoing through the air. Centered around the two combatants, waves of shock from their confrontation radiated outward, the tumultuous energies of the world sweeping away everything in their path. Crack! The residual force struck the Grand Formation's protective shield, causing additional fissures to appear. Bang! 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 After a prolonged absence of worthy adversaries, Han Lin felt a surge of excitement and continued his relentless assault. His immense inner power manifested in each strike, each blow capable of shattering mountains and splitting stones. Lin Su, however, was no weakling, enveloped in dark blue flames. Especially concentrated around his hands, he retaliated vigorously, successfully countering Han Lin's attacks. With a firm fist, Han Lin aimed a powerful punch at Lin Su. The Dragon Elephant Sutra technique surged within him, yet its extraordinary manifestation was suppressed. The tremendous force surged toward Lin Su, who, straining against the blow, was nonetheless pushed back. his body carving a deep trench into the ground. Such immense power. Lin Su leapt up, gazing at Han Lin with admiration. Your flames are impressive as well. Observing his charred palms, Han Lin felt a spark of surprise. At last, someone had managed to injure him. Although the singed skin quickly began to heal under his formidable recovery abilities, the potency of the fire was undeniably remarkable. It was noteworthy that Han Lin possessed numerous defensive techniques, such as the indestructible diamond and the iron cloth shirt, rendering his body harder than many divine weapons. Yet, despite such formidable defenses, he had still been scorched, revealing Lin Su's considerable strength. Watching Han Lin's hands rapidly heal, Lin Su furrowed his brow slightly before returning to his usual demeanor. You possess exceptional regenerative abilities. A master of your caliber must be hard to overcome. However, if this is all you can muster, you may not leave here alive today. The flames surrounding Lin Su flared even more intensely, enveloping him entirely. With a swift motion, he dashed toward Han Lin at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Unwilling to yield, Han Lin summoned his inner power to meet the challenge head-on. Both warriors unleashed their energies freely, the forces of nature swirling chaotically, and powerful strikes erupted with each movement. A first-tier expert could now hover briefly in the air. Their battleground ascended from the ground into the skies, the reverberations of their clash echoing through the heavens, akin to thunder on a clear day. Crack! Crack! The Grand Formation's shield could hardly withstand the full force of two first-tier fighters. The surrounding cracks expanded relentlessly. Finally, the long-suffering formation shattered under the weight of their combined onslaught. A formation that had previously withstood 6 second-tier and dozens of third-tier combatants now obliterated by the struggle of 2 first-tier warriors. The esteemed Grandmaster is indeed terrifying. Chapter 51. The Power of the 9 Nether Mystic Fire. As the Grand Formation crumbled, the surrounding black mist gradually dissipated. The scene finally revealed itself to the onlookers. The entire Baiwe Mountain Manor had been transformed into a desolate ruin by the fierce battles of numerous upper-tier warriors. The ground was littered with corpses, some belonging to disciples of various sects, while others were of demonic martial artists. In such a brutal conflict, the fate of the wounded warriors was invariably grim. To prevent any from feigning death, a final strike was often delivered after vanquishing foes, rendering the bodies on the ground a horrifying sight. These accursed demonic warriors would one day face annihilation, avenging our fallen brothers. A voice filled with rage cried out, and one struck at a nearby demonic warrior. Junior brother, rise. Another wept bitterly, cradling a mangled corpse in sorrow. As the black mist cleared, the suppressed emotions of the crowd seemed to be unleashed all at once. However, it soon became evident that their most pressing concern was not to engage with nearby enemies, but rather to distance themselves from the epicenter of the battle. The unfettered clashes of first-tier powerhouses generated shockwaves capable of splitting mountains and shattering stone. Lower-tier warriors were directly slain by the aftermath, while mid-tier warriors faced dire consequences. Only a few formidable upper-tier warriors could barely withstand the onslaught, yet they dared not venture closer. For a single strike from the two masters could spell doom even for a third-tier innate warrior. A monk from the Shaolin temple rushed to carry the critically injured Qingyan away, fleeing towards safety. Is this truly the might of a first-tier powerhouse? It is utterly terrifying. Miles away, some warriors witnessed the massive craters left in the ground by the two warriors' attacks and could not help but express their awe. We must flee. This place is not safe. Yet, before long, he was pulled away as a fiery inferno soared towards them. This was the flame conjured by Lin Su's 9 nether mystic fire, propelled back during his confrontation with Han Lin. What's the fear of a mere flame? A 4th-tier warrior, demonstrating his lightness skill, leaped into the air, channeling all his internal energy to assault the fire. This was an opportune moment for Yang Ming. Withstanding the shockwave would allow him to boast of having clashed with a first-tier grandmaster. Icy palm, he shouted, a chilling aura emanating from him, which was his source of confidence. Bang! The two attacks met, and the man screamed in agony, instantly reduced to a cloud of ash. The azure-black flames landed on the ground, scorching a crater several yards wide, within which flickered azure-blue flames. In the sky, the figures of the two were shrouded by an overwhelming miasma. Amidst the swirling dark energy, they continued to engage in fierce combat. Accompanied by the sounds of thunder and lightning, a phenomenon born from their tremendous collision of power. Han Lin chuckled, a formidable flame indeed. Why not try my Sacred Ice Fire command? Immediately, a powerful aura erupted, resonating like thunder. The two were engaged in a fierce clash. Ice-blue crystals descended, signifying the dispersal of the Sacred Ice Fire command's power. Any martial artist unfortunate enough to encounter them was instantly encased in ice, shattering upon the lightest touch. Meanwhile, dark blue flames danced wildly, incinerating ordinary warriors into mere ashes. As the two continued to unleash their might, the surrounding area transformed into a veritable hell on earth. Warriors below the 5th rank dared not linger in this vicinity, while even those of the 4th rank could not claim survival. Shin Kong of the Martial Alliance addressed Li Yi and inquired, "What shall we do? Should we assist the Grandmaster?" Zhang Lingxian shook his head. "The realm of Grandmasters is beyond our reach. To intervene in such a battle would likely result in our own devastating injuries or death." Li Yi nodded in agreement. Yet he tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, his gaze fixed upon the swirling demonic energy above. He spoke slowly. "If I could participate and survive, I might glimpse the path to the 1st rank." Zhang Lingxian regarded him quietly. "No, you would perish. You are no longer the celestial sword Li Yi of yore. Do you dare to strike at the two at the 1st rank?" Li Yi lifted his head, ready to retort. But the weight of Zhang Lingxuan's gaze compelled him to lower it once more. He understood. He was not capable. Not far from the trio, the Grand Elder and 2nd Elder of the Heavenly Wheeled Demon sect stood side by side. The 2nd Elder inquired, "Grand Elder, shall we not deal with those righteous martial artists?" The Grand Elder glanced at the two shrouded in black mist and replied, "None of that matters now. The Grand Master is exceedingly powerful, and our sect leader lacks absolute certainty. Once our sect leader achieves victory, none present will escape. You should comprehend the significance of a 1st-rank Grandmaster. We wait, just as they do." The 2nd Elder nodded, "I understand." He tightened his grip on his sword. Casting a contemplative glance toward Li Yi, "You are quite formidable," Han Lin exclaimed, marveling at Lin Su amidst the swirling demonic energy. At that moment, Han Lin's palms were charred black, a testament to Lin Su's flames. Numerous burns marred his body. Although he would recover swiftly, he remained astonished. Conversely, Lin Su did not fare much better, as patches of ice adorned his form, remnants of the sacred ice fire command's assault. While his flames could swiftly melt the ice, the injuries to his flesh were not so easily remedied. Lin Su spoke calmly, "I did not anticipate your physical prowess to be so formidable, nor your inner strength so profound. Your sacred ice fire command must be near perfection. Indeed, it has not been long since the successful completion of the task." Han Lin nodded earnestly, acknowledging that the ice fire order was attained just recently from the demonic tower's successful registration. After an intense battle, he had finally grasped the full extent of the ice fire order's power at a consummate level. "You are a formidable warrior. With your physical strength and the ice fire order, as long as those ancient beings do not emerge, you could likely rank within the top 20 among all 1st-tier fighters." Lin Su remarked with admiration in his eyes. Han Lin murmured to himself, "Only the top 20? Although this was not his entire strength, the notion of merely being in the top 20 left him somewhat disheartened. However, reflecting on the fact that he had only diligently practiced for a decade, he felt reassured that he had ample time to surpass those individuals. Lin Su continued, "You possess remarkable strength, and your physical form is exceptionally powerful. Next, I shall demonstrate to you the true might of the 9 nether mysterious fire technique." As he spoke, the dark blue flames enveloping him surged with intensity. If Lin Su had previously resembled a mere flickering flame, he now transformed into an immense fireball, saturating the entire space with an aura of flames. The scorching heat rendering Han Lin somewhat uncomfortable. Crackle! The air resonated with sharp sounds as Han Lin observed his demonic energy igniting. Consumed by the flames emanating from Lin Su, not only was Han Lin's demonic energy being incinerated, but even the fear surrounding Lin Su appeared to warp and twist. Han Lin became cautious, silently activating his unyielding diamond body, while simultaneously unleashing a multitude of hard techniques. Layers of protective barriers manifested on his skin, akin to the effects of the iron cloth and golden bell techniques. "Come forth, let me witness your prowess," Han Lin growled, clenching his fists, preparing to unleash the 7 injuries fist acquired from the demonic tower. This technique, which inflicts harm upon both the opponent and oneself, possessed tremendous power, and Han Lin's robust physique was the foundation for executing this martial art. His previously scorched palm had healed, and with a punch, the air erupted with a thunderous sound. Xian fire raging, Lin Su bellowed, charging towards Han Lin, his flames distorting the surrounding space. "Bring it on!" Han Lin summoned all his strength, delivering a punch towards Lin Su. As he struck, he felt a formidable resistance not merely from the air, but from the very fabric of space itself. Boom! The collision of their attacks produced a cataclysmic sound, as if the heavens were collapsing. The energies of the universe were frantically stirred, and dark blue flames began to rain down from above, residuals of Lin Su's assault. Upon touching the ground, these flames created deep craters, and when they landed upon boulders, the stones were reduced to ashes. This deluge of dark blue flames, reminiscent of a natural disaster, utterly devastated the land for miles around. Except for the formidable warriors of the upper three tiers, no creature could possibly survive under such an assault. This was the overwhelming power of the 9 Nether Profound Fire technique, a testament to Lin Su's desperate strike. The devastation, spanning several miles, was akin to a natural disaster. Li Yi gazed at the obliterated earth, his face a canvas of astonishment. Shin Kong cast a glance at the flames still raging upon the ground, shaking his head as he remarked, "While a typical first-tier Grandmaster is indeed powerful, they do not reach such heights. The true strength lies not within Lin Su, but rather in this profound fire. I surmise he is cultivating a technique that harnesses the fire of heaven and earth, a method that rapidly bestows formidable power with a mere wave of the hand." Beside them, Zhang Ling pondered for a moment before speaking. "I recall reading about this cultivation method in the ancient texts of our sect. However, as the profound fire of heaven and earth gradually faded, so too did the knowledge of this technique. Lin Su of the Heavenly Demon sect must possess extraordinary fortune to have acquired such a level of profound fire." The three of them fixed their gazes upon the sky, where the sounds of battle continued to echo amidst the demonic energy. The second elder, with a face full of anxiety, looked up, then turned to the Grand Elder. "Grand Elder, the sect leader has resorted to such a move, yet the battle rages on. It bodes ill." A hint of worry creased the Grand Elder's brow, yet he steadied his emotions and calmly reassured the second elder. "The sect leader is powerful and will surely be unharmed. He once told me that his technique is at its peak. Few in this world can slay him. He will be fine." Nevertheless, as he observed the fierce battle continuing overhead, uncertainty gnawed at him. They knew Lin Su's fighting style, and when he deployed that move, it represented his utmost strength. In such circumstances, Lin Su's ongoing combat with that individual suggested a grim fate loomed ahead. Several miles away, a group was witnessing the demonic energy in the sky and the ravaged earth. This was the company of Chu Tian and Qin Qing, who had gradually gathered together after the formation appeared. Even third-tier warriors could contend when united. Chu Tian exclaimed, "So powerful, so domineering." The others wore expressions of awe and admiration, as this was their first encounter with such a grand battle. Qin Qing, with an unperturbed demeanor, stated, "It's nothing remarkable. I shall surpass them in due time." Yet, despite his words, the envy in his eyes betrayed his true feelings. The others cast him incredulous glances. On that day, the young men set their ambitions. Within the swirling black mist overhead, Lin Su coughed up a mouthful of blood, which was quickly evaporated by the flames before it could travel far. The blaze enveloping him was no longer as vigorous as before, having receded to merely a thin layer upon his surface. At this moment, the flames were remarkably solid, emanating a vibrant essence as if they were poised to break free from Lin Su's grasp. Lin Su, with a faint breath, remarked, "I never anticipated that you had mastered the indestructible technique of Shaolin. No wonder you were able to withstand that blow. I underestimated you." After unleashing that strike, his vitality began to wane. Had it not been for the suddenly solidified flames enveloping him, he would have been slain by Han Lin. A shadow, charred from head to toe, spoke to Lin Su, "You are formidable as well. Just moments ago, you nearly brought about my demise." This figure was none other than Han Lin, whose skin had been scorched by Lin Su's flames. With a crack, the burnt surface of his body began to fissure, revealing pulsating flesh beneath. Through Han Lin's remarkable regenerative ability, the charred remnants gradually sloughed off, replaced by fresh, tender skin. In no time, Han Lin returned to his former state, exuding a fragrant aroma. Moreover, it seemed that some of the martial arts he practiced were continuously merging, with overlapping elements being harmonized. The internal transformation of his cultivation technique occurred in an uncanny manner, strengthening him, while his physical form grew increasingly powerful with this metamorphosis. Lin Su, struggling to lift his heavy eyelids, gazed at Han Lin in astonishment. "The scent of your flesh is remarkable. According to the teachings of Shaolin, your body is on the verge of reaching the Arhat stage. Once this transformation is complete, you will have traversed the path of the celestial being. At this moment, relying solely on your physical form, you could easily vanquish numerous first-tier opponents. I never imagined that my desperate strike would ultimately empower you." The path of the celestial being? Han Lin pondered, turning to Lin Su in search of enlightenment. Sensing Lin Su's current condition, he realized that Lin Su did not have long to live. The only reason Lin Su could still engage in battle was due to the vibrant flames surrounding him. However, it was evident that his body and soul could no longer endure this fiery essence. With a resounding boom, Lin Su, shrouded in dense mystical flames, charged once again at Han Lin, and they clashed with intensity. Undeniably, under the enhancement of the lively mystical fire, Lin Su was extraordinarily powerful. And Han Lin's fortified flesh was once more scorched. Your fire seems to have undergone a qualitative transformation. This is no longer an attack characteristic of a first-tier practitioner. Han Lin observed gravely. If each of Lin Su's assaults bore such sharpness, with this intensity of mystical fire, another instance of his previous fiery onslaught could very well spell his end. Indeed, it is a formidable flame. Lin Su's voice emerged hoarsely, imbued with an air of exhaustion. Even from a distance, Han Lin could sense the profound weakness radiating from Lin Su. As Lin Su launched another attack, he spoke. This fire has accompanied me for quite some time. Had it not been for it, I might not have reached this juncture. Yet, it appears that I ultimately cannot journey alongside it any longer. Lin Su recounted in a hoarse voice, as if conversing with Han Lin. Yet it seemed he was also confiding in the flames that danced upon him. Speaking to flames? How peculiar. Han Lin was startled by this audacious notion. The mysterious fire enveloping Lin Su appeared to possess a consciousness of its own, flickering in response to Lin Su's words, as if acknowledging something profound. I have one final strike, Lin Su suddenly proclaimed, raising his gaze towards Han Lin. Prepare yourself. The enigmatic flames coiled around him, and he transformed from a weakened state into a figure bursting with vitality. In an instant, a flash of fire surged forth, and Lin Su, ablaze with the mysterious flames, stood before Han Lin. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a punch, the air reverberating with a violent crack. Han Lin activated his indestructible aura and all his formidable techniques. Invoking the power of the dragon and elephant, embodying the strength of 21 dragons and 21 elephants, he too delivered a punch. With the air resonating with the sounds of dragon roars and elephant trumpets, the ethereal forms of dragons and elephants entwined around Han Lin, bestowing upon him an aura akin to a divine being. The two fists collided, unleashing a shockwave that dispersed the surrounding malevolent energy. A figure was sent hurtling backward. It was Lin Su. A look of relief spread across Lin Su's face. So this is your true power. In the following moment, Lin Su's body began to disintegrate. He transformed into swirling black ashes, cascading through the sky. The mysterious flames on him coalesced into a dark azure flame, which flickered towards Han Lin before swiftly vanishing. Did that flame seem to gaze upon me? It appeared to possess a spirit. In that fleeting instant, Han Lin sensed the flame's intent observing him. How strange. Yet, this individual was undeniably formidable. Gazing down at his own fist, exposed to the bone, Han Lin couldn't help but admire Lin Su's might. Had Lin Su's body been even stronger, capable of withstanding more of the mysterious fire's power, he might have met his end here today. As the flesh around his wounds pulsated and began to heal, Han Lin controlled his descent from the sky. After retrieving a garment from his spatial storage and donning it, he departed hastily from the heart of the battlefield, seeking the location of Jiang Zhenghao. Once the malevolent energy dissipated from the battlefield, all present were made aware of a singular truth. The confrontation between the two first-tier warriors had concluded. Chapter 53. How could you bring a girl back for me? Impossible. The Grand Elder appeared dazed, seemingly unable to comprehend the spectacle before him. We must leave promptly. Lingering here may lead to trouble. The second Elder, equally astonished, quickly regained his composure, grasping the Grand Elder's shoulder, and together they hastened away from the battlefield. Shortly after their departure, Li Yi and Zhang Lingxian, along with others, pursued them to this location. Qin Kong's countenance was grim. It was unfortunate that these two individuals managed to escape. During the previous battle in the skies, they had pinpointed the positions of the two adversaries. Yet, in a moment of distraction, the two elders of the Tianluan demon sect had eluded capture. Li Yi attuned his senses, meticulously discerning the rhythms in the air. After a brief moment of concentration, he softly remarked, "Their presence lingers here. It seems they have not ventured far." Zhang Lingxian, displaying a look of skepticism, inquired, "You can still sense their residual aura?" Li Yi nodded. "Typically, a swordsman's perception is quite acute. Over these years of grappling with the second tier, I have diligently honed my perceptive abilities, allowing me to temporarily track them by their lingering essence." Qin Kong, momentarily tempted, surveyed the surroundings before shaking his head. "No, it is best to refrain. This incursion from the demon faction has likely resulted in substantial losses. Outside the battlefield, the disciples of various sects may still be clashing with the demon warriors. Should the three of us pursue those two, it could lead to even greater casualties." Li Yi and Zhang Lingxian nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the trio each chose a direction and sprinted towards the periphery of the battlefield, where fierce confrontations were underway. At that moment, outside the combat zone involving Han Lin and Lin Su, disciples from various sects were engaged in desperate battles against the demonic warriors. The outcome of the first-tier conflict had no bearing on these skirmishes. Initially, the fighters had retained some semblance of rationality, but as their brethren fell, they gradually succumbed to madness. Kill. Avenge our brothers. Slay these demonic fiends. Return the lives of our disciples. I will fight you to the death. The clash of blades and the deluge of blood painted a chaotic scene, with each individual seeming to have succumbed to a frenzy of slaughter. Among the most prominent figures were four formidable prodigies: Chun Qingji from Longhu Mountain, Chu Tian from the Martial Alliance, Zhao Qian from the Divine Sword Valley, and Xian Kong from the Shaolin Temple. These four acted as a veritable meat grinder on the battlefield, leaving a trail of defeated demon warriors in their wake. The powerful upper-tier warriors were naturally occupied dealing with their respective sect elders, while the weaker fourth-tier fighters stood little chance against these titans. Retreat. A voice rang out among the ranks, prompting an immediate and orderly withdrawal of the demon warriors, as if they had rehearsed this maneuver beforehand. Those consumed by bloodlust were left behind to cover the retreat. Within mere moments, the vast battlefield was left with only a small contingent of demon warriors and a multitude of righteous disciples. The remaining demon forces were swiftly eradicated, reduced to a carpet of fallen bodies. One martial artist, dazed, surveyed the surroundings before exclaiming, "We have won. Victory! We have finally defeated these accursed demon warriors. The demons are destined to fall." This proclamation rapidly ignited a chorus of cheers, as numerous fighters clenched their fists and waved them skyward. The elation of triumph in battle stirred a profound exhilaration in many hearts. A faction of martial artists even resorted to trampling the corpses of the demonic warriors on the ground, ultimately expelling their frustration with a spittle. The entire battlefield was swiftly engulfed in the euphoria of victory. However, this joy was fleeting, dissipating just as quickly as it had arrived. Soon, the clarity of thought returned to the people, as they beheld the lifeless bodies of their fellow disciples scattered across the ground and the battered forms of their comrades. An overwhelming sadness began to replace their elation. All that remained was sorrow and a profound resentment towards the demonic warriors. These wretched beings, these accursed demonic practitioners, deserved complete annihilation. Indeed, as long as I draw breath, I shall hunt down these demonic warriors to avenge my fallen brothers. Until the demonic scourge is eradicated, there shall be no peace in the world. The atmosphere grew charged with indignation. With one person's fury igniting the passion of many, a multitude of eyes, now red-rimmed with anger, turned towards the direction in which the demonic warriors had fled. Yet, this turmoil was of no concern to Han Lin, who found himself embroiled in a far greater predicament. At least, that was how Han Lin perceived it. "You have truly landed me in a significant dilemma," he lamented, rubbing his forehead in exasperation as he gazed at Jiang Jinghao before him. In but a brief moment of absence, this fellow had managed to conjure a considerable complication. Behind Jiang Jinghao stood a slender, fair-faced maiden. This rascal had brought back a girl, shamelessly dubbing her a trophy. Han Lin felt a headache coming on. Jiang Jinghao's expression shifted, and he hastily exclaimed, "My lord, I assure you this is for your own good. You are such a formidable master. Surely it is unseemly for you to handle everything by yourself." Han Lin nodded, understanding that this was precisely why he had taken Jiang Jinghao under his wing. "Indeed, it is for this reason that I established the Dark Stinger. Yet, what does your acquisition of this maiden have to do with it? I entrusted you with patrols on the battlefield to mitigate casualties, and instead, you return with a girl. What is the meaning of this?" "A girl? What girl? Is she not the attendant I have found for you, my lord?" Jiang Jinghao responded, bewildered, before launching into an explanation. "Yes, my lord. I was following your orders to patrol the battlefield when I discovered this enchantress mercilessly slaying righteous disciples. How could I turn a blind eye? I captured her on the spot." As Jiang Jinghao spoke, he looked expectantly at Han Lin. Han Lin gestured for him to continue. "At that moment, I contemplated slaying the enchantress with a single stroke. However, I reconsidered. While I may be able to assist with various tasks, there is yet no one to attend to your daily needs. As a mere man, I could hardly manage such affairs. Thus, I concluded that I would bring her to you as an attendant." Jiang Jinghao wore a broad smile, seemingly awaiting Han Lin's commendation. Realization dawned upon Han Lin. "I see now. However, I require no attendant. You may dispose of her instead." The woman behind Jiang Jinghao suddenly knelt down, her voice quivering with tears as she implored, "I am but a pawn in this cruel game. My family has been taken hostage by practitioners of the demonic arts. If I do not participate in this battle, they will slaughter my loved ones. I am left with no choice." Her lament was heart-wrenching, stirring sorrow in all who heard it. Han Lin, who could not bear to see a woman weep, gently patted the girl's head and said, "Do not cry. I shall ensure that Jinghao does not harm you. Now, rise and tell me your name." The girl ceased her tears, standing up to respond, I am Chen Weining. If it pleases you, you may call me Weining. Han Lin nodded approvingly. Very well, little Chen. Until I devise a way to ensure your safety, you shall accompany me. With that, he turned to join the Shaolin contingent. Little Chen? Chen Weining was momentarily taken aback, finding the term of endearment unfamiliar. Han Lin, sensing her hesitation, inquired, "What is it? Is it unsuitable? I have heard many maidens referred to as Little Red or Little Green. I think Little Chen suits you quite well." Chen Weining stiffly nodded. "If you find it agreeable, then it shall be so. Zheng Hao, your mission upon returning is to further develop the dark sabers. This is of utmost importance, and you must not slacken your efforts." Zheng Hao clasped his hands in understanding. "I shall comply." He then turned and departed, moving with a speed that nearly matched Han Lin's own silent footfalls. Han Lin examined Chen Weining's attire, noting that it appeared entirely ordinary, devoid of any markings of demonic affiliation. "Let us proceed." As they walked, Han Lin pondered how to explain Chen Weining's presence to his fellow disciples. "Xianxing, where have you been? We have searched for you everywhere." A voice broke through his thoughts, pulling him back to reality. Xianxing, visibly agitated, embraced Han Lin tightly. Taken aback, Han Lin felt a surge of emotion upon seeing the worry etched on Xianxing's face. "I got separated from everyone in the black mist. Fortunately, I did not encounter any formidable foes and managed to escape amidst the chaos of two powerful warriors clashing." Xianxing nodded, his face alight with excitement. "Our Shaolin suffered minimal losses. Some great master must have shielded us, as many of our brothers have survived." However, Xianxing's expression darkened as he continued. "But our beloved Master Qianyan." At this moment, Xiankong approached and placed a reassuring hand on Xianxing's shoulder. "Do not speak such nonsense. Master Qianyan has not passed on. He is gravely injured and merely in a state of slumber. Upon our return to the Shaolin Temple, the abbot will surely have a remedy." Xianxing's face brightened with hope. "Yes, indeed. Master Qianyan will surely recover." The other monks echoed his sentiments, their faces reflecting a shared anticipation as they prayed for Master Qianyan's well-being. Yet, amidst all this concern, no one paid heed to Chen Weining, merely assuming she was a disciple from another sect. The martial arts tournament had reached a point where it could no longer proceed. Numerous sects suffered grievous losses. After exchanging accounts, they prepared to return. Some expressed their sorrow over the departure of their brethren, while others displayed fury, their eyes seemingly aflame. It was evident that the conflict between righteousness and evil would not conclude so easily. Chapter 54. Divine Agility. The return journey was considerably slower. Many brothers sustained injuries during the battle, and the medicinal elixirs had long been depleted. Some were in even greater need. Furthermore, with the unconscious Qingyan among them, the entire group's pace diminished significantly. A young monk approached Xiankong, his voice tinged with distress. "Brother Xiankong, Uncle Qingyan appears unwell." Is it possible? At that moment, among the Shaolin, Xuankong's strength was unparalleled, making him the pillar of support for all. Xuankong's expression shifted, and he admonished, "What nonsense are you spouting? Do not speak foolishly. Uncle Qingyan is perfectly fine. I have already stated that he has merely fallen into a temporary slumber. Do not worry, we must continue on our journey." After being reprimanded, the young monk felt considerably reassured. "That is good, that is good," he murmured softly before moving ahead in the line. However, once the young monk departed, Xiankong's countenance grew grave. Qingyan's condition was far from what he had portrayed. Surviving such a powerful assault was already a stroke of fortune. Had it not been for an inexplicable force sustaining his life, he likely would have succumbed long ago. What could that force be? Was it the influence of some esteemed predecessor? Xiankong gazed at the unconscious Qingyan, lost in contemplation. Perhaps out of concern for Qingyan's injuries, the group maintained a steady, albeit not swift, pace. Xiankong utilized his internal energy to safeguard Qingyan's body, propelling the entire party swiftly toward the direction of Shaolin. At the rear of the group, Chen Weining and Han Lin trailed at a distance. With a puzzled expression, Chen Weining turned to Han Lin. "You clearly possess the ability to revive him. Why merely sustain his life with a faint force?" She admired Han Lin's skill in disguise, as he had seamlessly transformed from a dashing youth into a Shaolin monk without any flaws. Had she possessed such abilities, many troubles would have been averted. Yet, she could not fathom why a distinguished first-tier grandmaster would associate with these Shaolin monks. Han Lin cast a sidelong glance at Chen Weining and replied coolly, "Little Chen, some matters are far too intricate for you to comprehend as a mere servant." Even he, for the time being, was unable to remedy Qingyan's condition. The physical injuries had largely healed under his regenerative energy. What truly troubled Han Lin were the wounds to Qingyan's soul. During the battle, Qingyan's spirit had been harmed, and at present, Han Lin lacked the means to heal the soul. In his heart, Han Lin mused, although it is not feasible at this moment. Surely it will be attainable in the future. As long as I persist in signing in, I shall eventually possess the means to heal the soul. Throughout the journey, there was a profound silence among the group, a theme that enveloped their path. After 2 or 3 days of travel, Han Lin suddenly turned to Chen Yuanying and said, "I shall impart the art of disguise to you." Startled, Chen Yuanying paused momentarily. Really? She felt a wave of bliss wash over her, as if she had been struck by a bolt of happiness. Just days prior, she had wished for the ability to disguise herself, never anticipating that her dream would materialize today. Han Lin nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I have contemplated this for quite some time along our journey. I have yet to find a suitable arrangement for you. Thus you must accompany me to Shaolin for the time being. However, the monastery does not permit women to enter, so you will need to disguise yourself." "Oh, so that is the reason." Chen Yuanying pouted, surprised that it was for this purpose. She then continued, "The difficulty of this technique must be considerable. Do you believe I can master it?" Despite her trepidation, her interest in the art of disguise was palpable. Han Lin, brimming with confidence, replied, "Not a problem." As he spoke, he reached out towards Chen Yuanying, though at first glance, it appeared his hand was extending in an unusual direction. "What are you doing?" Chen Yuanying exclaimed, clutching her chest in alarm, her expression filled with wariness as she regarded Han Lin. Her exclamation caught the attention of the Shaolin disciples ahead. "What is the matter, Xianqing? Is something amiss?" Han Lin's expression darkened as he responded to the front. "It's nothing. This lady has twisted her ankle while walking." "Ha ha. Xianqing, you must be cautious. The abbot warns that the women below the mountain are like tigers. You must be careful not to be devoured." After a round of jesting, they managed to move past the moment. Turning to Chen Yuanying, he admonished, "What are you doing? Shouting like that? You must remember your position. You are here to serve as a maid." Chen Yuanying feigned innocence. "I was merely afraid you would take liberties with me." Observing her pitiable demeanor, Han Lin found himself somewhat speechless. He extended his hand, placing it gently upon Chen Yuanying's head. As he activated the technique, a flash of light enveloped them. Soon after, Han Lin withdrew his hand, while Chen Yuanying remained with her eyes closed, lost in contemplation. In an instant, a plethora of information flooded Chen Yuanying's mind, various insights regarding the art of disguise materializing within her memory. The depth of these recollections was profound, as if she had wielded this technique for decades. In the blink of an eye, she had grasped the essence of the art of disguise. What a remarkable skill! Chen Yuanying exclaimed, truly astonished, for it was the first time in her life she had encountered such extraordinary prowess. Although she had met many grandmasters, none possessed abilities quite like this. Han Lin smiled broadly, though his words remained modest, a mere trick, hardly worth mentioning. Observing the smug expression on Han Lin's face, Chen Yuanying was immediately disinclined to engage with him, choosing instead to focus on the plethora of newfound information swirling in her mind. After a while, she declared, "I have largely mastered this disguise technique. As I anticipated, it is indeed a formidable skill. It is only due to my exceptional intellect that I was able to grasp such a remarkable art in just half a day." Hearing Chen Yuanying's self-congratulatory remarks, Han Lin smirked, contemplating whether to disclose to this confident young lady that he had mastered it in a mere quarter of an hour. Ultimately, he decided against it, reasoning that it would be best not to dampen her spirits too much. That evening, an unexpected visitor arrived. The abbot, Qing Yuan, personally came with a multitude of disciples in tow. The head of the Damo Institute inquired anxiously, "How is Qing Yan's condition?" Qing Yuan shook his head. "It's hard to say at this moment. I cannot be certain. We should take Qing Yan back to Shaolin. Perhaps the treasures of Shaolin can provide a remedy." The head of the Damo Institute nodded in agreement. Subsequently, accompanied by numerous disciples, they set off to return to Shaolin with the injured disciple. The others followed closely behind. Despite the circumstances, the pace of their journey remained brisk, and they soon arrived back at Shaolin. Upon their return, a collective sigh of relief was heard among the crowd. Someone inquired, "Xianqing, where is that female benefactor?" The response was straightforward. "She has naturally returned home. Where else would she be?" "Do you think I could summon a female benefactor to join us in monastic life?" Xuanqing's hopes seemed destined to be dashed, as it was well known that Shaolin did not accept female disciples. Laughter erupted among the group, and the matter was quickly set aside. Han Lin glanced at Chen Yuanying, who was feigning the demeanor of a novice monk, and felt a sense of relief. However, he realized that arranging a suitable identity for her would require some effort. After temporarily settling Chen Yuanying, Han Lin made his way directly to the Mahavira Hall. "It has been far too long since I last signed in, Mahavira Hall. How I have missed you." As he gazed upon the resplendent hall, a wave of familiarity washed over him. System, initiate sign-in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the divine ability, divine footwork. Would you like to learn it? Chapter 55, Medicine King's Son Meow, Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the divine ability, divine footwork. Would you like to learn it? Upon seeing the notification from the system, Han Lin felt as though he had been blissfully struck by fortune. A divine ability. Its name alone sounded remarkably impressive. I choose to learn it, he thought. Only a fool would decline such an opportunity. As a vast amount of information flooded into Han Lin's mind, he began to comprehend the essence of divine footwork. This ability differed from the divine powers he had previously conceived. It was not akin to the extraordinary feats of moving mountains or filling seas found in the primordial realms. Rather, it was an understanding that could be attained upon reaching a higher level of prowess. Those with exceptional talent might grasp it during the celestial being stage, while even those slightly less gifted could attain it upon entering another realm beyond the celestial being stage. However, among those who can comprehend divine abilities at the first rank, Han Lin is undoubtedly the foremost. His speed seems to have increased. A mysterious and potent energy envelopes him, merging into his being. There appears to be some peculiar transformation occurring in his legs. He carefully avoids the crowd and seeks out a secluded spot. With a swift motion, it feels as though an unseen force has connected with his legs. As the surrounding space begins to shimmer and ripple, Han Lin's form abruptly vanishes from sight. When he reappears, he is already several hundred meters away. Such astonishing speed, and this is merely a casual movement. It rivals my full exertion of the snow tracking technique. If combined with the snow tracking technique, I fear no one in the martial world would be able to catch me. With this certainty, Han Lin feels a wave of relief wash over him. His recent battle with Lin Su has revealed many of his shortcomings. Firstly, the levels of the Dragon Elephant Prajna still fall short. Further enhancement is necessary. Although Lin Su could not withstand such overwhelming power, the mysterious fire on his body was capable of resisting it. This was the reason Han Lin sustained multiple injuries without succumbing. Secondly, his speed still requires improvement. But now that he possesses the divine foot technique, this deficiency has been addressed, significantly enhancing his combat agility. The thought of the formidable speed granted by the divine foot technique brings a smile to Han Lin's lips. Surely, his adversaries would find themselves troubled by such swiftness. Lastly, his physical defenses need fortification. Had it not been for the diminished power of Lin Su's mysterious fire, he might have been turned to ashes. Reflecting on the times he was scorched by Lin Su, Han Lin feels a pang of dread. While he yearns to find someone to test his skills, he does not wish to court disaster. Clearly, there are many skilled practitioners in this world. He resolves to continue cautiously improving. In the end, Han Lin reaches a conclusion. Oh no, it seems I have forgotten about Xiao Chun. Hastily, he employs the divine foot technique and races towards the location where Chen Weiniang was placed. Soon, he arrives at the servants' courtyard. Upon his arrival, he overhears the words of the head of the courtyard, Qing Huan. This master seems unfamiliar. He is likely not a monk of our Shaolin temple. Just as Han Lin arrives, he realizes he has been discovered. Alarmed, he strides forward. At that moment, Chen Weiniang, with her head bowed in silence, casts a pleading glance in his direction upon seeing him. Qing Huan turns to Han Lin. Xianqing, your timing is impeccable. I have heard from others that this young master seems to be brought back to Shaolin by you. You must provide me with a thorough explanation. Han Lin pondered for a moment before speaking. This young master is someone I encountered at the previous martial arts tournament. He is without a school or sect, having been taken in by a master for training. Originally, the master intended to bring him to the tournament to broaden his horizons, but tragically, during the massacre perpetrated by the demonic sect, the disciple narrowly escaped alongside him. Realizing he was now utterly alone, he decided to return to Shaolin with me, seeking nothing more than to serve as a humble sweeper under my uncle's guidance. Han Lin's tone was sincere, imbued with sympathy for the so-called master of Chen Weiniang and her plight. Qing Huan sighed softly and remarked, I see, he too is a victim of fate. In that case, let him stay. I've always perceived Xianqing as a kind-hearted child. Henceforth, he shall assist you in your cleaning duties. As for joining the Shaolin temple, we shall discuss that at a later time. Disciple obeys, Han Lin replied. Qing Huan casually issued a few more instructions before departing in haste, as if burdened by pressing matters. Once the crowd dispersed, Chen Weiniang shed her previous silence. She approached Han Lin, her face alight with astonishment as she exclaimed, I never expected you to be so gifted in deceit. Had I not known the truth, you would have nearly fooled me. Yet, it stands to reason. A grand master of your caliber should be adept at such things, lest they be deemed inept. Han Lin frowned slightly. Are you not afraid that I might strike you down with a single blow? According to your words, I am indeed a grand master, and it is quite typical for such experts to exhibit unpredictable tempers. Han Lin felt a twinge of frustration, sensing a lack of the respect he deemed appropriate. Chen Weiniang shrugged. You are not one of those ancient relics. By now, I have come to realize you are likely in your 20s, and furthermore, a pure young body. I can only imagine the expressions of those old monsters upon discovering that a grandmaster in his 20s exists. Noticing Han Lin's increasingly displeased demeanor, Chen Wanning instinctively fell silent. Attend to your own responsibilities. Since Jiang Jinghao has brought you here to serve as my maid, fulfill your duties accordingly. In the future, I shall delegate the cleaning I wish to avoid to you. Han Lin coldly tossed her a broom. You, a grandmaster, are going to clean? Chen Wanning asked incredulously. Is that so strange? Well, perhaps it is somewhat normal. But are you truly willing to have a frail girl like me accompany you in such tasks? I assure you, I am quite proficient at serving others and could easily be a competent maid. Han Lin replied frostily, that is unnecessary, simply clean alongside me. He gritted his teeth, regretting not allowing Jiang Jinghao to dispose of this troublesome girl with a single strike. Despite his inner reluctance, he found it difficult to bring himself to harm her. What a sin, he muttered repeatedly, invoking a few Buddhist chants within his mind as he began to familiarize Chen Wanning with the terrain. He needed to show her the area where they would be assigned their future tasks. Meanwhile, within the Great Hero Hall, the heads of various academies wore anxious expressions, their brows furrowed. In the center, Abbot Qing Yuan's brow was tightly knit, as he continuously channeled his internal energy into Qing Yan's body. After a brief moment, Qing Yuan ceased the flow of his inner strength. What has happened? How is Brother Qing Yan's condition? Is there any hope for him? The sight of Qing Yan so grievously injured stirred a deep-seated anger towards those vile demons. Before Qing Yuan could utter a word, a throng of sect leaders gathered, clamoring for answers. Among them, the abbot of the Damo Institute, Qing Fan, clenched his fists, his expression betraying a fierce desire to exact vengeance on the malevolent martial artist responsible for Qing Yan's plight. Raising his hand gently to quell the uproar, Qing Yuan finally spoke. Qing Yan's condition is not overly complicated. His injuries are not severe, or rather, they have already begun to heal. Within him resides a potent life force, continually sustaining his physical form. Eyes widened in realization among the assembly. Could it be one of the revered monks from our temple? Others exchanged speculative glances. However, Qing Yuan shook his head. It is likely not that esteemed monk. That figure is elusive, and if Qing Yan had been subjected to any lingering effects, he would surely be aware of them. I suspect this life force is a legacy left by a grandmaster who appeared on the battlefield. The fusion of demonic arts and the restoration of inner strength suggests that a formidable figure has emerged in the martial world. Worry clouded Qing Yuan's gaze. The rise of such a powerhouse could herald an era of unrelenting bloodshed. One of the sect leaders interjected. It is said that prior to the martial arts tournament, a grandmaster named Lu Li took possession of the Sword Saint's legacy from Baiwa Villa, wielding a peerless divine sword. His prowess may be equally formidable. With a sigh, Qing Yuan replied, it seems the world is on the brink of transformation, and I cannot discern the full extent of it. Our priority should be to safeguard Shaolin. Let us return to discussing Qing Yan's situation. His greatest challenge lies not in his physical injuries, but rather in his soul. Soul? Has he sustained injuries to his very soul? This complicates matters significantly, came the murmurs of concern. Indeed, it is known that below the heavens, few possess the ability to heal such wounds to the soul. The sect leaders voiced their apprehensions, and the atmosphere grew increasingly somber. The abbot, Qing Yuan, furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation on how to resolve the predicament. At that moment, someone suggested, why not seek the assistance of the Medicine King? Qing Fan's eyes lit up. The Medicine King? Are you referring to Sun Miao, the Lord of Shenong Valley? Even he had heard tales of this renowned healer. In the realm of martial arts, it was almost impossible not to know of Sun Miao, the Medicine King. Many masters, gravely wounded, had been revived by his exceptional skills. It was said that as long as one still drew breath, he could restore life. The previously speaking sect leader nodded in affirmation. Precisely. If we could summon him, his medical expertise could indeed save Brother Qing Yan. The abbot appeared momentarily swayed but then shook his head. Sun Miao's temperament is notoriously capricious, and our Shaolin has had little interaction with him. Should we approach him in such a manner, he might refuse our request. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the back of the assembly. I have an old acquaintance with Sun Miao. I am willing to descend the mountain to seek his aid. Qing Yuan nodded. That is well. You may depart now, for I am uncertain how long Qing Yan can endure. The individual clasped his fists in salute before turning and exiting the grand hall. With Qing Yan's predicament resolved, Qing Yuan appeared to exhale a sigh of relief. He then addressed the assembly. The onslaught from the demonic faction will not conclude so easily. Further significant movements are undoubtedly on the horizon. To prevent calamity upon the innocent, our Shaolin must also prepare. Should the demonic forces emerge, we shall descend the mountain to eradicate evil and uphold righteousness. The crowd felt the palpable intent of vengeance in Qing Yuan's tone and collectively responded. We shall comply with the command of the abbot, senior brother. Their eyes sparkled with excitement, particularly Qing Fan, the head of the Dharma Institute, who clenched his fists, eager to rush forth and engage the practitioners of the demonic path. Qing Yuan slowly stepped outside, gazing contemplatively at the darkening sky. Chapter 56. The old demon emerges within Shaolin. Chen Weining abruptly cast aside her broom, her face etched with displeasure as she regarded Han Lin. Who is that? Sweeping is exhausting. I refuse to continue. Han Lin finished sweeping the fallen leaves and turned to Chen Weining. Firstly, I have no name of that sort. You may soon call me young master like Jiang Jinghao, or simply refer to my Dharma name, Xinqing. Secondly, as a maid, you must embrace the responsibilities that come with your role. What sort of decorum is this, dawdling about? Chen Weining, exasperated, retorted, what made ever undertake such labor? You are surely the first grandmaster throughout history to employ such a beautiful maid for sweeping. Beautiful? It is merely average. Han Lin dismissed her comments. Enough chatter, sweep properly. At this juncture, Han Lin's thoughts wandered to a certain girl he had encountered on the back mountains of Shaolin, Lin Ruoxi. He pondered her current state, a smile creeping onto his lips. In the distance, Chen Weining pouted, ultimately picking up the broom to continue her task. She had contemplated fleeing, yet none of her devised plans seemed feasible. She could hardly conceive a method to escape the presence of a first-rate grandmaster. Resigned to her fate, she had not anticipated that he would truly require her to sweep. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, causing her sweeping efforts to intensify. Observing this, Han Lin could not help but advise. That is not how one sweeps. The ground remains unclean, and you waste your energy. What concern is it of yours? Chen Weining snapped back, turning away to sweep sullenly, sending leaves scattering across the ground. Han Lin shook his head, both amused and exasperated, ultimately following behind her to re-sweep the area. Meanwhile, in a secluded valley, there lay a small courtyard. Within the courtyard, a young girl suddenly sneezed. Is it that restless fellow thinking of me again? How bothersome, she murmured to herself. Suddenly, Ruoxi, you have been slacking again. If you do not memorize this formation by the end of today, you shall forfeit your meal. A voice, robust and commanding, resounded from within the room. Lin Ruoxi stuck out her tongue playfully. Oh, naughty master, all you do is bully me day after day. I shall ignore you. The occupant of the room fell into silence, seemingly accustomed to Lin Ruoxi's demeanor. After her attempts at coaxing bore no fruit, Lin Ruoxi resumed her recitation of the intricate formation. If only the little monk were here, he would surely come to comfort me. She pouted. Master is the most detestable. The silence persisted, and moments later, a gentle snore could be heard, indicating that the person had succumbed to slumber. In the distant region of Yunzhou, before a mountain shrouded in swirling demonic energy, stood two figures, the Grand Elder and the Second Elder, who had fled from the martial arts tournament. The Second Elder cast a wary glance at the tumultuous peak and whispered, Grand Elder, must we really awaken that demon? We all know the temper of old demon Shun is quite formidable. A flicker of fear crossed the Second Elder's eyes at the mention of old demon Shun. The Grand Elder turned to regard the Second Elder with an air of calm assurance. Fear not, we come here with purpose. The conflict between righteousness and evil will not simply cease. The tournament initiated by the sect leader is merely a prologue. Not only the sect leader, but many sects and demons have plotted for a considerable time. Should the sect leader succeed, he would become the vanguard of this righteous demonic war. After a brief pause, the Grand Elder continued, I never expected that such a fierce adversary would emerge from a mere martial arts tournament. The sect leader met an untimely demise, and it is a grave injustice. In such a battle, any sect leader would have perished. It is our duty to fulfill the sect leader's last wish. The righteous demonic conflict is on the brink of eruption. All it requires is a spark, a leader. Many sects are hesitant to take the first step. Thus, we must seek out someone with sufficient power to emerge. A look of sudden comprehension crossed the Second Elder's face. So, we are in search of old demon Shun. It is said that before his seclusion, he was already a peak grandmaster. Judging by the demonic energy surrounding this peak, his strength must have reached unfathomable depths. Moreover, his reputation once echoed throughout the martial world. In terms of both power and renown, old demon Shun is indeed suitable for this leadership role. Yet, how shall we persuade him to emerge willingly? Though the Second Elder grasped the rationale, concern shadowed his expression. A peak grandmaster is notoriously capricious. How could they possibly entice old demon Shun out of his retreat? A faint smile crept onto the Grand Elder's face. I would not have come here without confidence. Perhaps you have forgotten. But old demon Chen's daughter is affiliated with the external sections. The sect leader and old demon Chen share a close bond. Prior to his seclusion, old demon Chen entrusted his daughter to the sect leader's care. Now, with the right circumstances, old demon Chen's daughter has also been brought along. And it seems she did not return when we retreated. Do you grasp the implications of this? Upon seeing the smile on the Grand Elder's face, the second elder instinctively took a step back, astounded by the Grand Elder's scheme. After a brief pause, he licked his lips and softly spoke. Are you suggesting we fabricate a story about Chen Weining being slain by the righteous path, in order to lure the elder demon Chen out of seclusion to lead us against them in battle? The Grand Elder nodded, then shook his head. You are partially correct. I indeed wish to summon the elder demon, yet we are not fabricating anything. Chen Weining's death was indeed at the hands of the righteous path, was it not? A smile crept across the second elder's face. Understood, Chen Weining did indeed perish at their hands. The two exchanged a knowing smile. Then, the Grand Elder channeled his inner strength and shouted towards the mountain peak. Grand Elder of the Tianluan demon sect seeks an audience. Please allow the demon sovereign Qinyu to appear. Qinyu is the true name of the elder demon, while demon sovereign is his self-bestowed title. However, he is still more commonly referred to as the elder demon in the martial world. Suddenly, a figure materialized before them, shrouded in swirling demonic energy. The figure slowly spoke. Who summoned you here? Did Lin Su not inform you not to disturb me lightly? Had it not been for my favorable mood today, I would have crushed you two children without a second thought. The voice seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, sending a chill through their bones. The elder demon's formidable presence was overwhelming, and the Grand Elder and Second Elder were taken aback by his sudden appearance. The Grand Elder stepped forward and spoke. Predecessor Qinyu, we did not intend to interrupt your seclusion. We are here to convey an urgent matter. Our sect master Lin Su has fallen at the hands of the righteous path. Lin Su is dead? Qinyu furrowed his brow, and the demonic energy around him surged, creating an immense pressure that bore down upon the Grand Elder and the Second Elder. They nodded frantically. Indeed, we witnessed it with our own eyes. He was slain by a Grand Master of the righteous path. Sighing, Qinyu lamented, another friend lost. The righteous path has grown increasingly arrogant. Do they truly believe we possess no temper? As he spoke, his fury became palpable, and the Grand Elder and Second Elder felt a pang of anxiety, unsure whether to reveal the fate of the elder demon's daughter. With determination, the Grand Elder pressed on. In truth, we have another matter to report. Qinyu raised an inquisitive brow. What else is there? Taking a deep breath, the Grand Elder continued. Your daughter was killed by the righteous path during battle. What? Qinyu roared, his form vanishing only to reappear instantaneously before the Grand Elder, seizing him by the throat and lifting him into the air. Qinyu's eyes glowed crimson, his demonic energy swirling violently, his presence exuding raw power. Speak again. The Grand Elder, unable to resist, turned a deep shade of red. With great effort, he managed to utter, Predecessor, it is indeed as I say. We learned of this only after the sect master conveyed it to us. When he fell to the righteous path as first-rate assassin, he asked us to deliver his apologies to you, expressing regret for failing to protect your daughter. In that moment, the Grand Elder knew he had to weave a web of lies. Having Lin Su serve as a shield was the best course of action. Qinyu let out a furious roar. Lin Su, you worthless fool. He then hurled the Grand Elder to the ground, creating a substantial crater. The Grand Elder wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and crawled out of the pit, continuing, Senior, these righteous martial artists do not regard you at all. It is said that the warriors at the martial arts conference have complex backgrounds. If your daughter encounters those hypocritical righteous disciples, it may be manageable. However, if she meets those wandering heroes of the rivers and lakes, the Grand Elder hesitated, for Qinyu's impending attack had already locked onto him. If he continued, death would surely follow. Get out. With a wave of his hand, Qinyu sent the Grand Elder and the Second Elder flying with a tremendous force. The two crawled up and bowed in the direction of Qinyu before turning to leave. The Second Elder, somewhat perplexed, refrained from asking further questions. They had not ventured far when Qinyu's voice echoed from behind. You two halt. Lin Su has prepared for so long. Surely, he has more than this. The conflict between righteousness and evil has been dormant for too long. It is time to stir things up. Mobilize everyone. I intend to invade the Central Plains martial world and eradicate those hypocritical righteous warriors. Qinyu spoke each word with conviction, to avenge my daughter. The Grand Elder bowed to Qinyu, saying, Understood, I shall ensure that your commands are executed. He then departed with the Second Elder. After their exit, they began to reach out to other demonic sects, igniting a movement throughout the dark forces. On this day, a shocking piece of news spread through the rivers and lakes. The long-retired Chen Laoma had emerged from seclusion. Chapter 57. Gathering of the demonic sect at this moment. Within a pitch-black grand hall, a group of individuals clad in black robes engaged in fervent discussion. Isn't it a bit premature to instigate the conflict between righteousness and evil? We must recognize that the power of the righteous is formidable. Indeed, the strength of the righteous exceeds our expectations. A reckless assault would be akin to striking a rock with an egg. We must devise a foolproof strategy. This might very well be a scheme orchestrated by the righteous to lure us out. As numerous voices chimed in, none could provide a definitive answer. In their discourse, they began to shift responsibility, as no one wished to be the first to step forward. Esteemed colleagues, the one at the head spoke. The affairs of the Tianluan demon sect are merely the beginning. You must have realized by now that as long as the righteous martial world exists, we shall remain irreconcilable foes. A heavy silence fell upon the assembly, with glances exchanged among the attendees. After a moment, someone spoke up, Tian Kuei's sect leader. I acknowledge that your blood demon sect is indeed powerful. However, to put it bluntly, it may not be sufficient to lead us to victory against the righteous. It is essential to remember that there are ancient monsters lurking within the righteous martial world. Though no celestial beings have appeared for over a century, it is possible that some old monsters remain dormant within their sections. Our advance may merely lead to our untimely demise. The assembly exchanged apprehensive looks. This also explains why they have been repeatedly besieged by the righteous factions, as their conflicts transpire only outside the major sections. Within those formidable sects, there exist powerful, enigmatic beings who seldom intervene. However, should one provoke them, a devastating retaliation is assured. The leader of the blood demon sect, Tian Kuei, resting his chin upon his hand, surveyed the assembly and spoke softly. I am aware of your numerous concerns. However, regarding the celestial beings, I trust you are all well informed. It has been over a century since such beings vanished from the martial world. Both the righteous and our demonic paths have long since departed in pursuit of opportunities, rendering the emergence of celestial beings in the martial realm utterly impossible. This time, as we, the various demonic factions, unite to unleash an overwhelming force upon the world, no righteous sect dares to confront us head-on. Furthermore, the leader of the heavenly virtue demon sect, Lin Su, has inadvertently accomplished a significant feat during the martial assembly. He eliminated a considerable number of the new generation within the martial world, inflicting substantial losses on their core strength, though it is unfortunate that he met with misfortune himself. A pained expression crossed Tian Kuei's face, seemingly mourning for Lin Su. Yet, some remained anxious. Who among the strong could have slain Lin Su? When they appear, will they aid the righteous or support us? Such an unpredictable Grand Master's strength could be a tremendous variable in battle. Tian Kuei chuckled and replied, You may not fully grasp the details of that battle. The one who killed Lin Su exuded demonic energy. What does this imply? Naturally, they are aligned with us. Regardless of their personal views, to the righteous, they will be perceived as a demon. Thus, the confrontation with Lin Su will merely be regarded as a clash between two demons, alleviating our concerns about them opposing us. If managed wisely, we may even secure a formidable first-grade combatant. This is reassuring. With this, many uncertainties are alleviated. However, as the demonic factions gather, someone must assume leadership. Surely, Tian Kuei does not presume to be that leader, as that would be difficult to accept. Even if I were to acquiesce, others in the same vein might harbor dissent. Tian Kuei turned to the speaker, who wore a smile while gazing at him. This individual was a powerful first-grade demon cultivator, unaffiliated with any sect. Yet their formidable prowess rendered Tian Kuei unable to dismiss their words. After a moment of contemplation, Tian Kuei addressed the crowd. In truth, this matter has long been settled. I initially intended to gather everyone to discuss this, but since you are so eager to know, I shall share it with you. The audience displayed sardonic smiles. Had they not broached the subject, would Tian Kuei have claimed this position for himself? Tian Kuei continued. This elder is none other than the long-retired Chun Lao Mo, or the demon sovereign Chinyu. Gasps of astonishment filled the room. Chinyu? The one infamous for slaughtering an entire sect and escaping unscathed, the demon sovereign Chinyu? Tian Kuei nodded. Indeed, it is this person. Unforeseen was the emergence of this individual. It is truly astonishing that he has reappeared. It is rumored that prior to his seclusion, he had already attained the pinnacle of mastery. With his return, his strength must have undoubtedly surged. Under his leadership, the impending battle between righteousness and malevolence is certain to crush the forces of virtue. Who could have imagined that after all these years, our dark sect would finally taste victory? Indeed, it is time to show these righteous forces a glimpse of our might. Joy illuminated the faces of the gathered assembly. For years, they had endured suppression by the righteous, and a pent-up frustration had long been festering within them. To think that an opportunity for retribution would arise so swiftly. Tian Kuei cleared his throat, and the crowd immediately fell silent. He then spoke. In light of this, the meeting shall conclude here. You should be well aware of your responsibilities. Return to lead your subordinates and gather all possible allies. This matter pertains to the future of our dark sect. Under the leadership of the demon lord Chinyu, we shall undoubtedly sweep across the central plains and deliver a resounding defeat to the virtuous martial world. Agreed. The crowd responded in unison, and one by one, They departed, smiles gracing their faces as if they could already envision the moment of triumph. Once all had left, an individual approached Tian Kuei from behind. It was the Grand Elder of the Tian Lin Demon Sect. Casting a glance at the departing figures, the Grand Elder inquired, "Sect Master Tian Kuei, what is your level of confidence this time?" Tian Kuei extended 6 fingers. If it were merely a matter of defeating the righteous, he had at least a 60% assurance. Even if they intended to assault the sect, the probability remained significantly high. Humph, the Grand Elder scoffed. I recall you expressed similar sentiments to our sect master Lin Su back then, yet what are we left with now? A trace of displeasure flickered across Tian Kuei's visage, but he quickly regained his composure. Turning to the Grand Elder, he remarked, "Last time, I miscalculated. I did not anticipate the presence of a Grand Master at the martial arts conference. My investigations revealed that this Grand Master seems to be affiliated with a newly emerging organization known as the Dark Sting, with him as their enigmatic leader, referred to as the Dark Lord. The encounter between Lin Su and the Dark Lord was merely a coincidence. This time, our plan is foolproof. There shall be no unforeseen occurrences." "That would be for the best," the Grand Elder declared, sweeping his long sleeves as he strode towards the exit. Tian Kuei's countenance darkened. Teeth clenched in frustration. Yet, he soon quelled his agitation. "Were it not for the fact that Elder Chun was summoned by you, I would have undoubtedly slain you here today. How dare a mere second-tier master exhibit such arrogance before me?" However, a nostalgic expression crossed Tian Kuei's face as he continued. "That Elder Chun is indeed formidable. With my first-tier strength, I could not withstand even a single strike from him. Such prowess is likely unmatched in this world, a truly terrifying force." With the conclusion of the Blood Demon Sect meeting, the entire Dark Sect was set into motion. Simultaneously, a name began to resonate among various sects. The Bloodhand Butcher, Demon Lord Chinyu. Whether known or unknown, all gradually gathered under the powerful charisma of Chinyu. Despite the passage of many years, Chinyu's return still draws numerous followers. It is not due to his charismatic persona, but rather his formidable strength. Across the vast expanse of continents, the presence of demonic martial artists has become increasingly evident in every county, city, and town. Reports of their malevolent deeds abound. But even more alarming is the sheer number of these practitioners in action. Although they operate under the cover of night, their overwhelming numbers inevitably evade the gaze of the righteous. News of the demonic congregation seems to have sprouted wings, swiftly reaching every sect. Naturally, the esteemed Shaolin Temple, as a major martial arts faction, received this intelligence. Within the Great Hero Hall, the heads of various halls engaged in fervent debate. "Abbot, we cannot remain idle in the face of this demonic assembly. Should we allow them to wreak havoc, it would undoubtedly lead to widespread suffering. Indeed, Abbot Shixiao, as a prominent sect, we must take action." The hall heads were agitated, their fists clenched tightly. However, after many voices had spoken, Abbot Qingyuan shook his head. "We shall not attend this demon extermination assembly." "Why is that?" The head of the Dharma Hall, Qing Fan, exclaimed, eyes wide with confusion. "The speed at which the demonic forces have gathered is alarming. At our current pace, we would likely arrive too late. Moreover, our Shaolin lacks the necessary strength to confront the heir of the Demon Lord, and many hall heads have already sustained injuries. With Qing Yin now unconscious, we cannot afford to divert our attention." Qing Fan attempted to interject, but yet Abbot Qing Yuan raised a hand to silence him. "I sense that this demonic incursion is not simple. It feels as though an unseen hand is propelling it from behind. I cannot discern the true nature of this plot, and should we act rashly, we might fall into a trap." Qing Fan opened his mouth, ready to respond, but upon seeing Qing Yuan's expression, he obediently fell silent and stepped aside. The news of the Elder Demon Qin's emergence, aiming to lead the demonic factions in an invasion of the Central Plains, had reached the upper echelons of Shaolin, as well as many disciples. Such information could hardly be concealed. As Han Lin swept the floor, he murmured to himself, "Elder Demon Qin? What kind of nonsense is this?" Behind him, Qin Weiniang's expression shifted slightly. She paused, lost in thought. Suddenly, Han Lin turned to her, "Little Qin, I just realized that this Elder Demon Qin shares your surname, and you are both practitioners of the demonic arts." His face lit up with astonishment, as if he had uncovered something monumental. Qin Weiniang's expression changed, and she was about to explain when Han Lin continued, "You can't possibly be distant relatives, could you? It might actually be the case. If only you had known you had such a powerful relative, you wouldn't have had to fight tooth and nail alongside Lin Su." Hearing Han Lin's words, Qin Weiniang finally regained her composure. "You jest, my lord. I could hardly claim such a formidable relative. It is merely a shared surname." Han Lin nodded, "True enough." He then resumed sweeping the floor, choosing not to elaborate further. Behind her, Qin Weiniang seemed to exhale in relief. Chapter 58, The Onslaught. Swift and ruthless. The practitioners of the demon path were advancing. They must not be allowed to act so arrogantly. These wretched rodents dared to show themselves. And I shall ensure they return with nothing. In the past, they scurried like mice, making them difficult to find, but this time they shall face the consequences. Indeed, I seek vengeance for my fallen brothers at the martial arts tournament. Not a single one of these cursed fiends shall escape. In contrast to the rapid gathering of the demon faction, the righteous sect was equally resolute. The Kantong sect was the first to step forward, being the closest sect to where the demons congregated. The sect's leader issued a call to arms, summoning heroes from across the realm to join forces against the demons. Countless gallant heroes made their way to the Kantong sect. Similarly, sects that had suffered losses at the martial arts tournament dispatched their strongest warriors to join the cause. Within a few days, an immense number of formidable fighters had gathered at the Kantong sect. The inns at the base of the mountain could no longer accommodate them, and many resorted to pitching tents in the outskirts. The final count of warriors was staggering, excluding those of the lowest tier. There were over tens of thousands of mid-tier fighters. More than 100 were of the upper tier, and over 30 were of the second tier. The most formidable among them were 7 first-tier grandmasters. This assembly was incomparably more powerful than that at the martial arts tournament. Notably, the 7 first-tier grandmasters represented the pinnacle of combat prowess in the world today. Each grandmaster alone commanded respect and fear, reigning supreme in their respective territories. As long as no celestial beings intervened, a first-tier grandmaster was invincible. With 7 such unparalleled warriors gathered, any formidable practitioner of the demon path should surely be vanquished. This was the belief shared by all mid- and low-tier fighters, and even most high-tier warriors felt similarly. Importantly, the 7 first-tier grandmasters shared the same conviction. Today, all gathered here for a singular purpose, to exterminate the demons. At the foot of the Kantong sect, countless warriors of the Demon Extermination Alliance were engaged in their final oath-taking assembly. The leader of the Kantong sect raised his voice, proclaiming, "Victory is ours in the upcoming battle. We shall eradicate the demons." The crowd echoed his fervor, chanting, "Victory is ours. We shall exterminate the demons." The collective roar of tens of thousands seemed to shake the very clouds from the sky. Each face radiated excitement, weapons gripped tightly in hand, as they envisioned themselves striking down the fiends. The leader of the Kantong sect transmitted his voice through internal energy, his words resonating in the heavens. "It is said that the demon path has been sighted near Tiangu Pass. Let us set forth and show these fiends our might." In unison, tens of thousands responded, "Yes." Led by the 7 grandmasters, the vast procession made its way towards Tiangu Pass. Those from the imperial court who witnessed this turned a blind eye. This epic confrontation between the forces of righteousness and malevolence has transcended the realm of their participation. Soon, tens of thousands flocked to Tiangu Pass. However, they were astounded to discover that the so-called demonic army was not present. Instead, they encountered a middle-aged man clad in black robes, his hair streaked with white. Had it not been for the overwhelming aura of malevolence emanating from him, the crowd might have mistaken him for a mere passerby. A voice rang out from the ranks, demanding, "Who approaches?" The middle-aged man lifted his gaze and spoke slowly. "I am Qinyu, and I have awaited your arrival for quite some time." His voice, though not loud, reverberated in the ears of all present. "Qinyu, how could the infamous demon Lord Qinyu be here? Was he not supposed to be amidst the demonic forces?" The sheer magnitude of his presence was terrifying. A single glance from him left many struggling to breathe. Qinyu's declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. The mere mention of his name instilled fear in many hearts, as the pressure from a first-rate grandmaster caused their legs to weaken. Recollections of his past exploits sent shivers down spines, including those of the 7 grandmasters present. The leader of the Kantong sect spoke up, "Demon Lord Qinyu, you are truly courting death. If you insist on this path, we shall grant your wish today." Qinyu smirked dismissively. "I have come to challenge you all. I trust there are 7 grandmasters among you." The Kantong sect leader frowned slightly. "And what of it? You may bring all 7 of you. If you can slay me, the demonic forces shall retreat without question." Laughter erupted from the ranks. "Huh? Do you think you, Demon Lord Qinyu, are someone of consequence? The decision to retreat lies not with you, but with us." Such arrogance. Qinyu, visibly impatient, remarked, "Do you dare to face me? I am quite irritable today and feel an urge to eliminate a few of you, or perhaps be slain myself." Surely, 7 grandmasters should have no trouble dealing with a single individual. The 7 exchanged glances, and their leader spoke, "We should engage you on equal terms, for it is beneath us to overpower the few. However, as the insidious villain you are unworthy of our principles of fairness. We shall end your life here today to provide justice for those you have mercilessly slain." The remaining 6 nodded in agreement, adopting a righteous demeanor. Qinyu scoffed, "You lot remain as hypocritical as ever. Very well, come forth." I shall grant you a quarter of an hour to withdraw these weaklings, lest they fall victim to the aftermath of our battle. The Kongtong sect leader gritted his teeth, ultimately instructing his followers, everyone, step back to avoid collateral damage. Though seething with rage, he was compelled to ensure the safety of the crowd, for the aftermath of a battle between first-rate grandmasters could be devastating. Meanwhile, the demonic forces were gathering once more several miles away, preparing for what was to come. Tian Kuei glared at the Grand Elder with fury. What does old Demon Shen mean by this? Did he go alone? The Grand Elder shrugged. That is his intention. Do you think I could persuade him otherwise? However, I have a feeling that those seemingly righteous individuals may not necessarily be his match. Tian Kuei shook his head, but they are 7 grandmasters. Our demonic path is not without grandmasters either. Regardless, the battle should commence soon. We shall observe from the sidelines. If old Demon Shun is defeated, their strength will be considerably diminished, and we can surely prevail. The others nodded in agreement, recognizing it as their only viable strategy. With a resounding rumble, the clash between Chun Yu and the 7 grandmasters began. A torrent of demonic energy surged forth, enveloping the sky. The 7 stood out like suns amidst darkness, their formidable auras colliding with explosive intensity. The shockwaves of the battle between the 8 first-tier grandmasters were terrifying, akin to the very heavens and earth collapsing. The force was even more intense than natural disasters. For miles around, no one dared to approach. This power surpassed that of the 2 first-tier combatants at the martial arts convention by a significant margin. The aftermath of their conflict stirred clouds of dust, obscuring the view of the battle. Observers could only gauge the unfolding events through the relentless sounds of combat and the booming collisions of their strikes. The battle raged on for an entire day without resolution. The hearts of the righteous faction grew heavy. After all, they were facing a 7-to-1 scenario. Yet they remained locked in a stalemate with old Demon Shun for so long. As they watched the battlefield erupt in flames, an ominous premonition arose within them. On the following day, a piece of news sent shockwaves through the martial world. The battle at Tiangu Pass resulted in a resounding defeat for the righteous sections. Old Demon Shun fought valiantly against 7 foes, resulting in 3 grandmasters dead, 3 injured, and 1 missing. Taking advantage of the chaos, the demonic forces launched an offensive, decimating the righteous warriors and inflicting casualties in the tens of thousands. Each report was more shocking than the last, akin to a bombshell dropped into the realm of martial arts. The righteous army, once filled with hope, was obliterated with ruthless efficiency. The Kongtong sect quickly faced retribution, their entire faction slaughtered, with only a few disciples able to escape. Fear permeated the martial community, as everyone dreaded becoming the next sect to face annihilation. In Shaolin Temple, Han Lin listened calmly as Jiang Jinghao reported the news. The gist of the situation was as follows. The details of that battle remained largely unknown, even to the spies infiltrated within the demonic faction. Only old Demon Shun and the 7 grandmasters were privy to the specifics. However, it was confirmed that the missing grandmaster had fled, severely injured by old Demon Chen's powerful strike. Han Lin's companion, Chen Waning, displayed an expression of admiration. Old Demon Shun is truly impressive. He is indeed one of our Chen family. With pride radiating from her, it was as if she herself had triumphed at Tiangu Pass. Han Lin cast a sidelong glance at Chen Waning. What does that have to do with you? There are many with the surname Chun in this world. Chen Waning opened her mouth, seemingly to explain something. Humph, I can't be bothered with you. With a scoff, she turned her head away, disregarding Han Lin. Han Lin looked innocently at Jiang Jinghao. Look at this. This is the maid you found for me. What an attitude. I've never encountered such a temperamental maid before. Jinghao, perhaps you should take her to Dark Sting. I really don't need anyone to attend to me. Jiang Jinghao appeared unperturbed, lifting his gaze towards Han Lin. Young master, if there are no other matters, I shall take my leave. I will inform you of any news at the earliest opportunity. With that, he turned and departed, showing no signs of reluctance. Jinghao. Han Lin wanted to say more, but Jiang Jinghao had already vanished. This fellow. Day in and day out. Han Lin sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. He glanced at Chen Weiniang, still pouting, and felt uncertain about how to proceed. Finally, he picked up a broom and began sweeping the floor. There is no vexation that cannot be resolved by sweeping. If there is, then one should sweep twice. Chapter 59. The demonic path enters the central plains. These demonic forces are so audacious. If they were to infiltrate the central plains martial world, it would undoubtedly lead to catastrophe. A call was made to gather heroes from all corners to eradicate the demons and protect the righteous path. Numerous sects issued statements urging martial heroes to rise against the demonic forces. Witnessing the fate of the Kongtong sect, many martial sects were thrown into disarray. The Kongtong sect, despite being a second-rate sect with a first-tier master, should have thrived for decades, if not centuries. Yet, such a sect was so easily annihilated. leaving only a few disciples fleeing in panic. They began to panic, calling upon all heroes to join them in resisting the demons. They shouted loudly. But this time it was different. Unlike the Kongtong sect's call, this time few responded. Even those who did were merely inexperienced youths aspiring to uphold justice. The leader of a third-rate sect wept bitterly. What use are these people? His sect happened to lie directly in the path of the demonic forces. It is worth noting that he had previously slaughtered numerous demonic warriors under the banner of righteousness. Now, he was surely facing retribution. One disciple suggested, "We can seek aid from the major sects, like Longhu Mountain or Wudong Mountain. These great sects would surely not refuse." Yes, let us hurry to seek assistance. The leader seemed to grasp a lifeline. However, soon a disciple knelt and said, "Master, we have already sought help. But even the nearest major sects will take considerable time to arrive. The fastest, Wudong Mountain, will still require 2 days. It's over." The leader collapsed onto the ground, his gaze vacant as he stared at the sky beyond the great hall. The clouds in the distance seemed to darken. "I am Tian Koei of the Blood Demon sect, sent by the Demon Alliance's Lord Shinyu to come and wash away the Quanglong sect in blood." A voice, resonant like a great bell, echoed through the heavens, heard by every soul within the ranks of the Quanglong sect. The oppressive aura emanating from the formidable adversary left them gasping for breath. The forces of the demonic path have arrived. A cry, the source of which was unknown, sparked chaos throughout the sect. The disciples, who had been standing on high alert, descended into disarray. Feeling the overwhelming presence approaching from the horizon, they hastily fled, fully aware that it might lead to their demise. Yet none wished to await their end passively. One disciple earnestly urged, "Master, we must flee. We are no match for the demonic army." However, the sect leader shook his head resolutely. "I have founded the Quanglong sect for decades, mastering the art of the Quanglong blade to reign supreme in the world. As a third-grade innate master, if I were to retreat without a fight, my reputation would be irrevocably tarnished." The leader, gripping his long blade, leaned against the door, his eyes betraying no hint of battle fervor. What he clung to seemed but a matter of pride. Several disciples shook their heads in dismay and turned away. The ominous black clouds loomed ever closer, the suffocating atmosphere thickening, making it difficult to breathe. In the distance, a figure appeared to descend from the skies. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a silhouette. With a thunderous crash, the figure landed not far from the sect leader, creating a large crater. The burly man, his voice deep and resonant, declared, "I am Tu Lai, the second elder of the Blood Demon sect. You must be the leader of the Quanglong sect." The leader raised his long blade, battle intent igniting in his eyes. "Indeed, it is I. If you seek my life, let us settle this with blood." With a furious roar, he unleashed a devastating blade aura, as if intending to cleave through anything before him. Tu Lai remained unfazed, merely lifting his iron hammer slightly. How could this be? Within just 2 days, news erupted once more within the martial world. Following the obliteration of the Kongtong sect, the forces of the demonic path split into several factions, targeting those smaller sects that had previously opposed them. In a single night, 17 third-rate sects were decimated by the demonic forces. The leaders perished in battle, while the disciples scattered in all directions. How could the demonic path strike so swiftly? Where did they summon such overwhelming strength? It was utterly inconceivable. The demonic path could not possibly be this powerful. Had they not previously been subdued by our might? Doubts echoed in the air, yet many soon regained their composure. This was no mere rumor. It was a message dispatched overnight by the celestial mechanism Pavilion's oracle doves, undoubtedly authentic. The brazen actions of the demonic path were unlike any prior occurrence. This time, they seemed utterly unrestrained, exhibiting no concern for the righteous path's retribution. Observing the trajectory of the demonic forces, numerous individuals reached a shocking conclusion. They intended to invade the Central Plains? The demonic path was advancing into the heart of the land, as if soaring on wings. Whispers echoed in the ears of all. Within the hallowed grounds of Shaolin, Han Lin glared at Zhang Zhenghao with uncontainable fury. "What did you say? Those scoundrels actually dare to do such a thing." Chapter 60. The desire to assault Shaolin? Han Lin's face was a mask of indignation, struggling to comprehend the shocking news he had received. After a brief moment of contemplation, he turned to Zhang Zhenghao in confusion. How could they possibly have the audacity? Zhang Zhenghao shook his head. "I am unaware, my lord. I merely compiled the information I gathered and presented a conclusion. As for the reliability of this news, I cannot ascertain." Han Lin cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Zhenghao, realizing that he could not rely on him in such critical moments. Last night, after the demonic forces had decimated 17 sects, Zhang Zhenghao arrived at Shaolin, his face betraying a sense of urgency. Once he had recounted the grim events, Han Lin was struck by the staggering revelation. Why would the demonic faction choose to attack Shaolin? Even now, he struggled to fathom why the formidable coalition of demonic forces would target an unrelated temple, especially one so deeply entrenched in the heart of the Central Plains. The distance was hardly advantageous for the many battles waged by the demonic army. Moreover, the gathering of numerous sects in the Central Plains would render the demonic forces' strength inconsequential. The destruction of Shaolin could not be permitted. Even the loss of a single brick was unacceptable. The moment Han Lin received this news, he resolved to protect Shaolin at all costs. Regardless of the accuracy of the information, he could not allow those malevolent forces to harm the temple. This was integral to his aspirations for power. Although he had achieved mastery through diligent effort and unwavering dedication, losing Shaolin, his sanctuary, was simply not an option. He had to devise a means to prevent the battle from encroaching upon Shaolin. Han Lin rose, intent on thwarting the demonic incursion. However, after taking only a few steps, a sudden realization struck him. No. Han Lin's expression transformed into one of clarity. Jiang Jinghao looked at him quizzically. My lord, what has occurred? After delivering the news, Han Lin had appeared perplexed, and now he exclaimed in astonishment. Chen Wanqing, puzzled, set down her broom and inquired, My lord, have you remembered a place that still needs sweeping? Han Lin shook his head. It is nothing. I simply recalled a few matters. He returned to his chair. Having come to a crucial understanding, he could not leave Shaolin at this moment. Though Shaolin now had the esteemed Qing Yuan to bolster its defenses, it was still insufficient against the might of the demonic army. Should those adversaries seek to lure him away from Shaolin only to lay waste to it, it would spell disaster. Despite the slim likelihood of such a scenario, Han Lin could not afford to take that risk. After a moment of thought, he turned to Jiang Jinghao. What progress have you made in investigating the Baiwa villa? They orchestrated quite a performance. And now it seems that a multitude of pursuers from the martial world is after them, particularly regarding the affair at Baiwa villa. Han Lin has not forgotten. After acquiring the ability of divine speed, he once traversed the old site in mere half a day, yet yielded no results. The other Baiwa villa, which had once obtained the mystical Nine Heavens Xian iron, has also vanished without a trace. Jiang Jinghao shook his head, stating that his subordinates had mobilized all members, yet scarcely uncovered any information about Baiwa villa, which appeared to have suddenly evaporated from the martial realm. However, it was reported that some warriors had come across weapons forged by Baiwa villa in the wild. Those who have caused such a significant calamity must surely be hiding somewhere. Grant me a fortnight, and I assure you, we shall locate them, Jiang Jinghao vowed with determination. Han Lin waved his hand dismissively. No need for that. Let us focus on the Dark Army first. I cannot shake the feeling that they harbor ill intentions. The thought of the Dark Army potentially attacking Shaolin filled him with resentment. Had Shaolin provoked them? Why must they seek to annihilate a peaceful sect? Both the previous heir of the Demon Lord and the current Dark Army are certainly no benevolent entities. After a few more instructions, Jiang Jinghao took his leave, for there were numerous matters awaiting his attention amidst the shadows. At this moment, within the Dark Army's encampment, a figure reclined slightly in a chair, his expression tinged with concern. This individual was none other than the leader of the Demon Alliance, Demon Lord Xinyu. Before him, a gathering of high-ranking members of the Dark faction had convened, all of whom were undoubtedly formidable first-tier warriors. The leader of the Blood Demon sect, Tian Kuai, furrowed his brow and spoke softly. Leader, have you truly made your decision? Xinyu opened his eyes and regarded Tian Kuai. Do I need to consult you on my decisions? If anyone is dissatisfied, come forth and challenge me. If you can best me, the position of leader is yours to claim. Tian Kuai quickly clasped his fists. I dare not, esteemed leader Chen. It is most fitting for you to retain this position. Xinyu turned his gaze to the others. And what of you? We share the same sentiment as sect leader Tian, they replied in unison. Xinyu let out a cold laugh, declaring, I am here solely for the purpose of avenging my daughter. Let us strike at this sect first. He pointed to a valley on the map, speaking softly. Chapter 61. I must intervene. The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. No, leader. Please reconsider. They implored. Indeed, leader. Think this through. The Divine Sword Valley possesses immense strength. It is not a foe we can conquer at present. Not to mention the three lords of Divine Sword Valley. Their legendary sword formation has endured through the ages, capable of annihilating even the celestial beings. Moreover, the three lords are extraordinary swordsmen, under their combined efforts. None in the realm can rival them. Just as Xinyu began to speak, the gathered members hurriedly urged him to reconsider. It seemed as if the Sword Valley was inhabited by fierce and malevolent spirits. Xinyu murmured to himself, unrivaled in the first rank? I truly wish to test whether they are indeed unmatched. Having reached such a level of strength, Xinyu felt a tinge of solitude. There were few formidable opponents in the world who could command his respect. Within the first rank, no one stood as his equal, yet the path ahead remained obscured. He took a step forward, only to find the way forward shrouded in uncertainty. Chen Yu's fist clenched slightly, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. Is it truly impossible for another celestial being to emerge? Our martial path cannot simply come to an end. Ignoring the numerous pleas from the sect leaders, he cast his gaze once more upon the map. A fleeting glance revealed the territory he knew intimately. Chen Yu spoke calmly. I will visit the Sword Valley, but not at this moment. A collective sigh of relief seemed to wash over the crowd. In that case, let us proceed to Shaolin. Chen Yu's eyes sparkled with determination as he pointed to a location on the map. Tian Kuei's face reflected confusion. Shaolin? Indeed, Shaolin, Chen Yu affirmed. This temple, claiming to uphold righteousness, has frequently exterminated our demonic warriors, taking countless lives. Today, we shall seize this opportunity to annihilate Shaolin. It will be the first of the great sects to fall, though certainly not the last. Chen Yu spoke with an air of indifference, though his eyes hinted at deeper thoughts. What a fine target this is. Although Shaolin is one of the most venerable sects, its strength has diminished significantly after enduring several assaults by the Demon Lord's successors. Rumor has it that their strongest warrior is merely the newly ascended Abbot Qing Yuan. With our thunderous might, we shall swiftly eliminate them before the orthodox sects can arrive. Very well, let us set forth tonight. The orthodox forces are already gathering, and it would be troublesome if we were intercepted. Despite having vanquished 17 minor sects, this bore little weight within the realm of Central Plains martial arts. The orthodox sects had secretly amassed numerous powerful warriors, hastening towards them. Should they delay too long, they might indeed encounter those forces. Some in the crowd still harbored doubts, but it is said that there are slumbering holy monks within Shaolin. Should they awaken, it would pose a significant obstacle. Bah! They have been asleep for so many years. Do you think they still possess any combat strength? With so many of us in the first rank, even a mere spit from each would suffice to bring Shaolin to its knees. You need not worry. Our true concern lies with the approaching orthodox forces. Chen Yu interjected. I shall handle matters concerning the orthodox sects. You all hasten to arrange for your subordinates and make your way to Shaolin. With Chen Yu's assurance, the crowd dispersed to organize their followers. Among them, one person bore a peculiar smile before quickly returning to normalcy. Chen Yu cast a glance at the departing crowd, his indifference palpable, and turned his gaze towards the direction of Shaolin Temple. Murmuring softly to himself, Inger, I faintly sense a presence akin to yours, albeit faint. Yet I can feel it. I shall undoubtedly seek it out. Chen Yu clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. The news of the demonic army's advance could not possibly elude the spies of the various martial sections. Many were taken aback by the announcement of their impending assault on Shaolin, for it was difficult to fathom that the forces of darkness could set their sights on such a venerable sect, one that had flourished for over a millennium. However, within their hearts, there was a greater sense of relief, grateful that it was not their own sect facing annihilation. As for the righteous warriors gathering from all corners, they were largely disregarded. At their current pace, by the time they arrived, the sect would likely have already fallen. At Shaolin Temple, in the rear mountains. Did Chen Yu truly say that? Observing the seething Han Lin, Jiang Jinghao stammered. The spies from the demonic faction witnessed it firsthand, judging by their demeanor. They seem intent on swiftly obliterating Shaolin. Han Lin suppressed the tumultuous energy within him, exhaling deeply. Since they are so determined to approach Shaolin, I must take action. Keep a close watch on their movements and inform me when they near the temple. Jiang Jinghao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Are you planning something, my lord? Han Lin smirked. Turning to the eager Jiang Jinghao, his fists clenched, veins bulging on his forehead. Chapter 62. Descending the mountain to exterminate evil. Jiang Jinghao's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Are you truly going to? Han Lin stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on Jiang Jinghao's shoulder, and softly declared, I intend to descend the mountain and eliminate evil. A look of joy spread across Jiang Jinghao's face as he bowed deeply to Han Lin. Thank you, my lord, for your willingness to save the common folk. His expression was filled with genuine gratitude, devoid of any pretense. Han Lin waved dismissively. No need for thanks. I act solely for my own purposes. Yet, Jiang Jinghao remained unconvinced, his eyes reflecting admiration. At that moment, Han Lin had become his idol. My lord's righteousness. Willing to descend the mountain to rid the world of evil, there is perhaps no one else in this realm with such heroic spirit. Although Jiang Jinghao was a disciple of the thieving sect, he harbored a deep-seated hatred for the practitioners of the demonic path, many of whom had caused the demise of his fellow disciples. Moreover, who among them did not possess a heart yearning for chivalry? He had long desired to voice his thoughts, but ultimately remained silent. He had witnessed the frenzied Han Lin and was uncertain if this version of Han Lin would be inclined to rescue the common people. Just then, Chen Weiniang, who had just finished tidying up, approached with a broom in hand. You spend your days flattering the young master. Does he truly care for such empty fame? Han Lin smiled faintly, saying nothing. In truth, Chen Weining was correct. He held no regard for such superficial accolades. If he truly cared, he would not have allowed those demonic practitioners to wreak havoc unimpeded at Baiwa Manor. If he truly cared, he would not have allowed the demonic army to annihilate the Kongtong sect and subsequently the 17 other sections. His concern was merely for the preservation of the Shaolin Temple. Nothing more. Jiang Jinghao paused, observing Han Lin's unperturbed expression, and chose to remain silent. Yet, within him arose a sense of impending danger. This maid, having been in the presence of the young master for far less time than he, now seemed to be favored even more than himself. He realized he must take action. Was it indeed the old demon Chen leading the charge to destroy the Shaolin Temple? Chen Weining approached Jiang Jinghao with an inquisitive look, seeking information regarding the situation. In the relatively uninformed environment of Shaolin, Jiang Jinghao was her sole source of knowledge about the martial world. He recounted to her what he had previously discussed with Han Lin. Chen Weining's face displayed confusion. Why would the old demon Chen suddenly contemplate an assault on Shaolin? It is one of the most esteemed orthodox sects in the realm. Even if the demonic army were to conquer Shaolin, it would incur significant losses. And given its proximity to other major sects, it would easily become surrounded by righteous forces. Has the old demon lost his sanity to entertain such folly? A smile crossed Chen Weining's face, as if she found the old demon's strategies somewhat amusing. Jiang Jinghao pondered for a moment before speaking. Rumors in the martial world suggest that the old demon Chun emerged from seclusion due to the murder of his beloved daughter. His daughter had accompanied Lin Su, the leader of the Tianluan demon sect, to a martial arts convention, where she encountered righteous warriors and was slain. Following this, the old demon unleashed a bloody campaign against numerous sections. Perhaps his visit to Shaolin is driven by a desire for vengeance. Chen Weining's expression shifted slightly, as if a realization struck her, but she soon regained her composure. Han Lin waved his hand dismissively. None of this matters, regardless of the reasons behind it. Any intention to obliterate Shaolin is a direct challenge to me. In that case, I must intervene. I hope the old demon's strength proves to be somewhat engaging. In these past few days, after the battle with Lin Su, his physical form had reached its limits. It felt as though he stood at a precipice, unable to advance even a fraction further. Yet, the next step was visible to him, separated only by a thin veil. If he could pierce through it, a new world would unfold before him. Jiang Jinghao departed to gather intelligence on the movements of the demonic forces. Han Lin's concern compelled him to take this seriously. Under the formidable intelligence capabilities of the Dark Assassin, the actions of the demonic army fell well within Han Lin's grasp. The following dawn, Jiang Jinghao delivered the final letter, detailing the movements of the demonic army. It was time to act. They could not allow the enemy to draw any closer, as unforeseen complications might arise. Han Lin rose, aware of the whereabouts of the righteous warriors, though he could not rely on reinforcements that would not arrive until the afternoon of the next day. It would be more prudent to confront the issue directly. Let us go, little Chun, and witness firsthand the true might of the old demon Chun. Han Lin's demeanor was unruffled, his gaze directed toward the approaching demonic army. Behind him, Chen Weining displayed a hint of hesitation, as if she were on the verge of expressing something significant. After a moment of deliberation, she bit her lip and spoke up. Young master. Han Lin paused, turning his head in curiosity. What is it? He inquired. With a determined lift of her chin, as though overcoming an internal struggle, Chen Weining articulated, actually. Old Demon Chun, Chapter 63. How annoying, young master, what about Old Demon Chun? Han Lin queried, perplexed. Are you suggesting that Old Demon Chun is, in fact, your long-lost father? Do not be foolish, child. You are merely a solitary and forlorn demonic maiden, now serving as my attendant. Do not indulge in such fanciful dreams of being a lost child. Chen Weining stood frozen, momentarily at a loss for words. After some reflection, she concluded that it likely was not of great consequence. I can't be bothered with you, she huffed, turning her head away. Is that all it takes to anger you? What do you think about day in and day out? If this is the case, I shall go alone. After all, you have no desire to accompany me, Han Lin declared, preparing to depart. Suddenly, Chen Weining approached, grasping the sleeve of Han Lin's attire. Wait, I was merely jesting. A generous person like you would surely not mind. Please, take me with you, won't you? Taken aback by Chen Weining's abrupt change in temperament, Han Lin pushed her away with an air of disdain. Yet, he soon placed his hand on her waist. Chen Weining's cheeks flushed. Young master, what are you doing? How annoying. It's for your safety. We'll be moving swiftly, and without some protection, you might struggle to keep up, Han Lin explained earnestly. Just as Chen Weining was about to retort, Han Lin suddenly moved, vanishing from sight. Utilizing his supernatural agility, he executed a silent departure. The onlookers at Shaolin merely felt a gust of wind pass by. At the Daxiong Baodian, The head of the Dharma Institute, Qing Fan, suddenly remarked, "Abbot, did you feel something rush by?" Qing Yuan furrowed his brow and shook his head. "I did not notice anything. Let us not dwell on trivial matters. We must focus on how to withstand the onslaught of the demonic army before the righteous reinforcements arrive." The heads of the various institutes remained silent, unable to conceive any feasible means of survival against the vast and formidable demonic forces. "We shall confront them head-on. We stand with Shaolin in life and death," Qing Fan exclaimed, his fists clenched, veins bulging on his forehead. Qing Yuan turned to him, visibly irritated. Impulsive. Faced with Qing Fan's reckless bravado, he hesitated, uncertain how to admonish him. With a final sigh, he murmured to himself, "Descending the mountain to battle the forces of darkness is undoubtedly unwise. We must acknowledge that the number of adversaries gathered this time is vast. The previous alliance of righteous sects has been shattered, and our Shaolin clan cannot possibly contend with them. However, we shall not permit them to annihilate Shaolin. Shaolin is our home, and even if we perish here, we must thwart those demonic fiends." Qing Fan spoke again. "The abbot is right. Let us descend the mountain and confront these malevolent beings. Even in death, we shall have fulfilled our duty to eradicate evil and uphold righteousness." This time, a portion of the assembly concurred, their eyes gleaming with the fervor of battle, yearning to engage in a mutual demise with the dark forces. Qing Yuan shook his head. "No, we are not devoid of hope. Within Shaolin, there exist various formations left by our revered ancestors. Those fiends may not breach our defenses easily. Moreover, we are not entirely defenseless. My first-tier realm has stabilized, and with the presence of the holy monk hidden in the back mountains, we can certainly endure until reinforcements from the righteous path arrive." Pausing, Qing Yuan cast a glance toward the rear mountains and solemnly declared, "If it truly comes to that, we can awaken several of our ancestors." Qing Fan's eyes widened, his expression now revealing hesitation. "Brother, have we truly reached such a juncture?" Qing Yuan sighed. "There are no alternatives left." A deep sigh emanated from the various heads of the sects, yet they found themselves powerless. Outside Shaolin, within the ranks of the demonic faction, the demon lord Chun Yu sat upright, observing the numerous sect leaders below as they engaged in incessant debate. He found no interest in their petty squabbles. It had already been nearly half an hour since he arrived, and these individuals continued to argue over trivial matters. Chun Yu rose. "Continue your discussions. Just inform me of the conclusions you reach." Tian Kuei hastily stood. "No, my lord. If you are absent, we may be deemed overstepping our bounds." Chun Yu shook his head, resolutely walking towards the exit. Shortly thereafter, his voice echoed from outside the tent. "Discuss as you will. This is my command. Furthermore, I became the leader solely due to my unparalleled strength. As long as that remains unchanged, who would dare to rebel?" Silence enveloped those within the tent. After a moment, they exchanged glances and resumed their prior discussions. Chun Yu's figure flickered as he swiftly exited the demonic enclave. These individuals are untrustworthy. The aura of anger is growing increasingly potent. I must personally investigate. Resolute in his decision, he headed towards Shaolin. "Hey you, stop right there." Not long after, Chun Yu was abruptly called to a halt. Chapter 64. The formidable Chun Yu regarded the two bald monks before him, his gaze shifting between uncertainty and determination. The reason he paused was not due to the small monk's call, but because he sensed his daughter's presence emanating from these two individuals. What are these young masters up to? Suppressing the urge to strike down both individuals before him, Chun Yu resolved to first inquire of them. He endeavored to control the aura surrounding him, fearful of being recognized. The two monks before him were none other than Han Lin and Chun Wanning. Upon seeing Chun Yu, Han Lin maintained a calm demeanor, yet a peculiar expression crossed Chun Wanying's face, though Han Lin remained oblivious to it. However, Han Lin did not respond to Chun Yu's question. Instead, he inquired, "That person over there, I can sense the demonic energy emanating from you. You must be a practitioner of the demonic path." Demonic energy? Chun Yu was taken aback. He believed he had concealed his true nature well, suppressing his demonic aura so that it was undetectable. How could it be that he was still perceived as a practitioner of the demonic arts? Did he recognize me? Chun Yu pondered, yet did not dwell on it, for few could command his attention at the level of a first-grade grandmaster. "I am not a practitioner of the demonic path. I merely wish to ask you both a few questions," he stated. Han Lin's expression hardened as he released his hold on Chun Wanning. "You are speaking nonsense. Your entire being is suffused with demonic energy, and it emanates from the direction of the demonic faction. Who would believe you are not a practitioner of the demonic path? Why can't there be more honesty between people?" Han Lin's face was etched with the pain of betrayal. Upon hearing this, Chun Yu finally confirmed his suspicion. The monk before him was toying with him. Han Lin had recognized him, yet feigned ignorance, mocking him. This was intolerable. "You shall pay for your insolence." Chen Yu's expression turned icy as he unleashed a palm strike towards Han Lin, channeling 3/10 of his power. A dark, shadowy imprint of demonic energy surged forth at great speed towards Han Lin. A surprise attack? Han Lin, clutching Chen Yuanying, executed a swift maneuver. In the blink of an eye, they were several hundred meters away, narrowly evading Chen Yu's onslaught. The tremendous dark palm imprint crashed into the ground, leaving a substantial crater. I cannot believe you actually dodged that. Even a second-grade grandmaster would find it challenging to withstand such an attack. Little monk, your agility is commendable. Yet it only seals your fate further. Chen Yu's conviction that the monk was mocking him grew stronger. Humph, Han Lin scoffed. You demonic fiend, utterly unreasonable. I merely wished to pose a question, and yet you resort to violence. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. He moved to advance, but was halted by Chen Yuanying, who suddenly grasped his clothing. Young master, can we avoid fighting? Actually, Chen Yuanying hesitated, seemingly on the verge of revealing something. Han Lin gently patted Chen Yuanying's head. Do not worry, little Chen. I shall surely defeat this demonic fiend. Just wait and witness my prowess. With that, he activated his swift movement technique and vanished from sight. Chen Yuanying's mouth opened slightly as if to speak. Yet upon gazing at the empty space before her, she could only close it again. Han Lin clenched his fists and charged toward Chen Yu, exclaiming, Beware of the demon. With the combination of his extraordinary agility and the art of leaving no trace, Han Lin's figure became almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Even in that moment, Chen Yu perceived him as merely a fleeting shadow. What incredible speed! Chen Yu marveled inwardly, yet his movements remained swift and calculated. Channeling his demonic energy, he struck in a particular direction with a powerful palm. A thunderous roar erupted as if he had collided with something formidable. From the epicenter of their clash, a tremendous shockwave radiated outward, transforming the surrounding earth into a desolate landscape of dark brown soil, as though ravaged by a tempest. Witness the might of my Arhut fist, Han Lin exclaimed, his inner force surging as he unleashed a barrage of strikes, each accompanied by celestial phenomena. It was as though an immense Arhut was relentlessly pummeling the air. Boom, boom, boom. Indeed, Chen Yu was worthy of his title as the Demon Lord. With a demonic aura that surged like an ocean, he remained unfazed in the face of Han Lin's onslaught. He countered with a series of palm strikes that collided with Han Lin's attacks, his movements fluid and devoid of any discernible flaws, making him a challenging opponent to track. Little monk, with this alone, you may find it insufficient to overcome me. Chen Yu deftly evaded the strikes, while simultaneously harnessing the forces of heaven and earth to retaliate. Along this path, he encountered nothing but a mere rabble, not a soul worthy of his serious consideration. However, the young monk's formidable prowess did pique his interest. As for the tender flesh beneath that youthful exterior, he cared little. Chen Yuanying, a martial artist of no insignificant skill, ranked at the 4th tier, could navigate the martial world with a degree of confidence. Had it not been for an unfortunate encounter with Jiang Zhenghao during the martial arts tournament, she might have emerged unscathed. Amidst the residual chaos of their battle, Chen Yuanying glanced at Han Lin, then at Chen Yu, her visage reflecting dissatisfaction. Her lips parted slightly, as if she wished to voice something. Chapter 65. The limits of the physical form fight on. Let the two of you battle to the death. Chen Yuanying huffed disdainfully, stamping her feet on the ground before striding away into the distance. Yet, her departure did not capture the attention of the two combatants. Perhaps it did register, but they paid it no heed. A thought flickered in Chen Yu's mind. That stamping motion seems so familiar. But before he could ponder further, a dazzling golden fist appeared before him. Chen Yu hastily raised his own fist to block. Boom. The colossal forces of nature collided. Dark, swirling demonic energy enveloped Chen Yu, radiating outward from him like a tempest. In stark contrast, Han Lin shone with a golden light. Whether employing the indestructible Vajra technique or the Arhut fist, his execution was akin to the presence of a Buddha, illuminating the surroundings with a celestial glow. Bang! The two struck with their fists. Han Lin was sent reeling backward, accurately described as being forcefully repelled. With a brief glance at Han Lin, who remained unscathed despite bearing the full brunt of his strike, Chen Yu couldn't help but exclaim, "This must be the perfected level of the indestructible Vajra skill. No wonder he can withstand such blows." Han Lin, stabilizing his form, nodded slightly, his heart filled with astonishment. He had believed that his peak physical prowess would allow him to contend with this individual, yet he found himself at a disadvantage, even being momentarily repelled. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for achieving the first level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna, current level 23 of the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. Noticing the grand notification as he signed in while passing by the Great Hero Hall, Han Lin resolved within himself and addressed Chen Yu, saying, "Though I am yet unaware of your name, you are indeed formidable. I shall now amplify my strength." I hope you do not meet your demise." As he spoke, a spectral image of a dragon elephant began to materialize around him. With each cycle of the Dragon Elephant Prajna, the spectral figures multiplied behind him. When the manifestation reached the 13th dragon and 13th elephant, Han Lin ceased his exertion, feeling that this was sufficient. The pressure exerted by the person before him was immense, and he sensed a transformation beginning within his own physique. He needed to sustain this transformation rather than hastily conclude the battle. Qin Yu's eyes widened in surprise. The perfected level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna? I did not expect that this technique could truly be mastered by someone. It is said that Master Yuan Meng possesses extraordinary talent and has cultivated the Dragon Elephant Prajna to profound depths. To encounter such a gifted Shaolin monk today is indeed a rewarding experience. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yu seemed to recall something. Once I defeat you and locate Inger, I shall spare Shaolin. The emergence of a powerhouse like you signifies the necessity of its existence. Otherwise, in a century's time, the absence of worthy martial artists would render it rather desolate. Disregarding Qin Yu's murmurs, Han Lin charged forward with a fierce punch. The spectral dragon elephant behind him roared, and the air resonated with the sounds of dragon and elephant. The forces of heaven and earth were fervently summoned by Han Lin, and this punch appeared imbued with the power to annihilate the very heavens and earth. Come forth and witness the might of my celestial demon technique. Suddenly, the malevolent aura surrounding Qin Yu thickened, as if transforming into a viscous liquid poised to drip down. The surrounding demonic energy also intensified, creating a palpable resistance to Han Lin's advance. Subsequently, Qin Yu's form began to morph, black patterns emerging upon his skin. These markings seemed to harbor a mysterious power, drawing the observer into their depths with a single glance. Celestial Demon Palm, Qin Yu proclaimed, unleashing a massive, inky handprint that surged toward Han Lin. As Han Lin pressed onward, he felt the weight of overwhelming pressure. The enormous handprint carried with it a torrent of celestial energy, as if the very universe were converging upon him. Arhat Fist. As he executed the perfected level of the Arhut Fist, Han Lin's golden aura intensified, radiating with renewed vigor. Like a fist forged from gold and iron, it struck towards the inky black palm print. Behind Han Lin, the dragon and elephant phantoms rolled incessantly, the 13 dragons and 13 elephants manifesting an ever-changing spectacle. A thunderous crash ensued as fist met palm, reminiscent of the very heavens and earth collapsing. With a fierce growl, Han Lin summoned his power, unleashing a punch that shattered the palm print before him. With a swift step, he employed the divine foot technique, instantly closing the distance between himself and Qin Yu. Rather than being alarmed, Qin Yu felt a surge of joy. This is splendid. His dark hands moved rhythmically, conjuring a flurry of shadowy palm prints directed at Han Lin. The enigmatic runes adorning his body flickered, seemingly amplifying the potency of these strikes. Come on, Han Lin roared, channeling his inner strength. His formidable martial skills surged, radiating a resplendent golden light. He unleashed the pinnacle of Shaolin techniques, Luohan Fist, Vajra Palm, the staff techniques of Bodhidharma, and the Bodhidharma sword. Mastering the essence of Shaolin's divine palm 8 strikes and the great strength Vajra hand, Han Lin was no longer confined to mere forms or weaponry. Even with his fists, he wielded the essence of staff techniques. Boom. The overwhelming force continued to obliterate the palm prints, yet they relentlessly struck Han Lin as well. With each assault, it felt as if something within him was shattering. Crack. As Han Lin pressed on, he suddenly heard a sound of breaking. It seemed something had fractured with that noise. A sharp pain surged through his entire being. Ah! He howled, gritting his teeth against the agony. Channeling every ounce of strength towards Qin Yu's onslaught, charging into the storm of palm prints. Boom. Han Lin continued his relentless assault. But now he was not merely clashing with the palm prints. He was facing Qin Yu's attacks head-on with his flesh and blood. Qin Yu, taken aback, remarked, "What a bold lad, daring to charge like that. Very well, let me show you my true strength." Observing Han Lin, he sensed a transformation occurring within him, and his own strikes seemed to catalyze this change. A smirk graced his lips as his attacks grew increasingly ferocious. With a low growl, Qin Yu invoked Heavenly Demon Transformation. Suddenly, the billowing demonic energy coalesced around him, forming a dense aura that enveloped his figure like armor. The dark runes adorning his body appeared even more sinister, and it seemed a pair of black horns sprouted from his forehead. Heavenly Demon Palm. Qin Yu unleashed a strike, identical to his previous techniques yet imbued with a different essence. This time, the palm print appeared even smaller, yet the pressure it exerted was entirely transformed. As he struck, a multitude of palm prints filled the air, each emanating an aura of profound danger. Every strike from an ordinary grandmaster brings forth a headache, resulting in injuries at best and demise at worst. Han Lin discerned the transformation in Qin Yu. Yet, in the face of Qin Yu's newfound strength, his eyes betrayed no fear, only an overwhelming thirst for battle. Come, allow me to demonstrate the true essence of the Dragon Elephant Prajna. What is the Yuanming national master compared to this? A hint of pride flickered across Han Lin's visage. Suddenly, his form expanded, muscles swelling with power. Behind him, phantoms of dragons and elephants began to materialize, culminating in the manifestation of 23 dragons and 23 elephants. Roar. The resonance of dragon roars and elephant trumpets echoed through the air, instilling an immense pressure that enveloped the surroundings. With a thunderous punch, Han Lin propelled forth a torrent of force, warping the very fabric of space before him. A tremendous surge of cosmic energy surged with this strike, obliterating a substantial portion of the myriad palm imprints in the sky. Such formidable power was unmistakable. It was only fitting that a being of such strength warranted his utmost effort. Chen Yu's face twisted with madness, his armored visage exuding an otherworldly aura as he unleashed the celestial demon palm upon Han Lin. In an instant, a multitude of palm imprints filled the heavens, confining Han Lin in all directions. This was a lethal maneuver, one that could only be met with brute force. Evasion was not an option. Chen Yu continued his relentless assault, dark palm imprints crashing toward Han Lin. Unfazed, Han Lin summoned the dragon and elephant phantoms to retaliate, his strikes resonating with extraordinary might. The ethereal phantoms danced behind him, radiating an aura of mystique. With each blow, under the enhancement of his formidable power, every punch and kick unleashed tremendous force, dispersing the encroaching dark palm imprints. Yet, even after shattering dozens, an unending tide of palm strikes surged forth. In that case, he would withstand it. Han Lin shimmered with golden light, his formidable inner strength transforming him into a miniature sun amidst the darkness. Even from dozens of miles away, the Shaolin Temple and the demonic factions could see him engulfed by the myriad palm imprints. Chen Wanning cried out in alarm, no? Seemingly sensing something amiss. Chen Yu momentarily faltered, yet his onslaught remained relentless. In the midst of this barrage, Han Lin relied on his indomitable physique to endure the blows. However, the strikes were immensely powerful. Each impact carved a wound upon his body. The golden radiance within him shattered repeatedly, only to coalesce anew. The pain was not solely from the relentless attacks, but also from the agony of his body undergoing transformation. His flesh was being torn apart and reborn. The torment akin to being rent asunder, compelling Han Lin to cry out. Yet, through every reconstruction, his body grew stronger. Han Lin was utterly captivated. At this moment, he began to comprehend the situation. Previously, he had merely breached a threshold. The true metamorphosis was only just commencing. As his body continually reorganized and restored itself, a faint golden luminescence seemed to envelop him. This was not the result of any external force or technique, but rather a natural manifestation of his physique, determined by the attributes of his inner strength. Alongside the enhancement of his corporeal form, a fragrant aura emanated from Han Lin, radiating outward. Suddenly, a palm strike landed upon him, yet it left no mark or wound. His transformation was now complete. Those palm strikes could no longer inflict harm upon him. Simultaneously, Han Lin's consciousness drifted into the distance, sensing a peculiar tremor in that direction, as if something were calling out to him. Chapter 67. The golden body of the Arhut, however, he could not afford to dwell on that sensation. Han Lin swiftly regained his focus, summoning all his strength to fend off the assaults from all sides. At this moment, he radiated golden light, resembling a descending Buddha. Every punch and kick was accompanied by a burst of brilliance. Behind him, the ethereal forms of dragons and elephants swirled, their roars echoing through the air. With a single punch, the forces of the heavens were unleashed, as an overwhelming fist imprint surged forward, shattering the palm strikes ahead. Indeed, it had been many years since such a formidable physique had been witnessed. For a time, I thought no one could transcend to this level through sheer physical prowess. Chen Yu wore an appreciative smile as he observed Han Lin, who was steadfastly countering the palm strikes and advancing towards him, a feeling of ineffable complexity stirring within him. In the distance, Chen Wanning, who had been watching the battle unfold, sighed in relief upon seeing Han Lin successfully break through and repel Chen Yu's attacks. Although Han Lin's demise would grant her freedom from servitude, an inexplicable reluctance to see him perish lingered in her heart. After a moment's contemplation, she suddenly called out to him, "Young master, do your best." However, her words did not capture Han Lin's attention. Instead, they diverted Chen Yu's gaze towards her. This whimsical demeanor bore a resemblance to Ying Er. Perhaps she was a friend of hers. Once this young man was subdued, he would have the opportunity to inquire further. Chen Yu formulated a plan in his mind. Thus, he summoned the dark energy within him, the runes of his dark armor swirling and pulsating. Behind Chen Yu, the dark energy surged forth. With a swift motion, he charged towards Han Lin, taking the initiative to confront him directly. Excellent. Han Lin, having just dispersed a multitude of palm strikes, wore an exuberant smile. With his physical breakthrough, he felt an inexhaustible reservoir of strength coursing through him. As I prepared to seek out this individual, I was pleasantly surprised when they arrived uninvited. A surge of joy filled my heart. With a resounding thud, I brought my foot down, instantly creating a large crater in the ground. Harnessing this momentum, Han Lin sprang into the air. His fist shone with a golden light as he executed the Arhut fist, appearing like a diminutive titan at over 2 meters tall. Chen Yu's expression twisted into a snarl. Heavenly demon palm. A layer of pitch-black demonic energy enveloped his palm, starkly contrasting with Han Lin's radiant golden aura. In this encounter, both combatants engaged in close-quarters combat, devoid of overwhelming demonic power or extravagant phantasms of dragons and elephants. It was as if they were merely exchanging mundane blows. Yet, within the simplicity of their strikes lay an ominous and formidable threat, palpable even to the distant onlookers who felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. The clash of their fists and palms echoed like the cataclysmic rending of heaven and earth, despite the seemingly gentle contact. An eerie silence enveloped the heart of their confrontation. Suddenly, a sharp crack pierced the air, as if something had shattered. Dark lines began to materialize around the two, followed by an explosive shockwave radiating outward from their epicenter, obliterating everything in its path. Even Qin Wanning, a fourth-tier warrior, struggled to muster her full inner strength to withstand the force from a considerable distance. Qin Yu, eyes wild with fervor, exclaimed, "Excellent." Just like that, he unleashed a flurry of palm strikes towards Han Lin. Unyielding, Han Lin summoned his formidable physical prowess. His muscles taut with intensity. The Arhut fist enveloped him in a golden glow as he retaliated with a barrage of punches. The sound of their fists colliding stirred a tempest, as if the very heavens themselves shuddered in response. From over 10 miles away, numerous practitioners of the demonic arts gathered, sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from the battle. Could this be the might of a top-tier grandmaster? It seemed even more than that. Qin Yu was on the verge of transcending to the legendary realm of celestial beings, mere steps away from the pinnacle of supreme grandmaster status, truly a terrifying prospect. It was as if the invincible Vajra of Shaolin had emerged, the combatant having attained the revered state of the Arhut's golden body, capable of contending with the formidable Chun Laoimo. Who would have thought that such a powerful figure resided within Shaolin? As they observed this epic confrontation, they initially anticipated a one-sided massacre, only to discover the presence of such a formidable warrior among the Shaolin ranks. Unbeknownst to them, the Shaolin side was equally astonished. Could it be? Had that revered monk stepped forth? His physical prowess was astounding, and his indestructible Vajra technique must have reached perfection. It seemed he had indeed stepped into the legendary Arhut realm, possessing the unrivaled defense of the Arhut's golden body. Truly formidable. Indeed, heaven has not forsaken Shaolin. The hearts of numerous abbots swelled with joy. However, they dared not descend the mountain lightly, for the strength of Shaolin paled in comparison to that of the demonic sect. The heads of the various halls joined their hands in prayer, reciting sutras for the esteemed monk below. Your prowess is commendable, yet your endurance will falter soon. Han Lin remarked with a smile, continuously throwing punches at Qin Yu. Qin Yu replied with a cold laugh, "Youngster, you are overly arrogant." As he spoke, his internal energy surged violently. Chapter 68. Do not continue this fight. The demonic energy surrounding Qin Yu suddenly intensified, though still restrained around his body. It resembled a pot of boiling water. As Qin Yu's opponent, Han Lin was the first to sense the immense pressure. With a loud bang, he clashed with Han Lin. Yet Qin Yu chose to create distance. Unlike you, who relies on your physical form to attain your level, I have achieved my prowess through formidable internal energy. My cultivation of the heavenly demon strategy has reached perfection. My internal force is overwhelming, rivaling even the legendary celestial beings. Qin Yu retreated while speaking, the vast demonic energy serving as his foundation. Otherwise, he would not have been able to unleash that all-encompassing demonic palm imprint earlier. In the midst of his words, Qin Yu unleashed dozens of palm imprints, blocking Han Lin's path. With his hardened skills fully honed, he tightened his muscles and threw a punch forward, obliterating all the palm imprints before him. Han Lin gazed at Qin Yu with an odd expression. You don't intend to come over here, strike me, and then flee, do you? Previously, he had endured so many palm imprints merely because his body was on the verge of transformation. Now that the transformation was complete, he would not allow the person before him to act arrogantly. Humph, Qin Yu scoffed disdainfully. You, who have tempered your flesh, think you can compare with my speed? Such delusion. I simply do not wish to toy with you. Otherwise, do you truly believe you could land a hit on me? Han Lin refrained from retorting. The truth would reveal itself in a moment, as he executed the flawless technique of snow treading without a trace, transforming into an ethereal specter and vanishing from sight. With astonishing speed, he charged towards Qin Yu, arriving before him in the blink of an eye. Clenching his fist, he swung at Qinyu. The space ahead appeared to thicken, the golden light upon his fist growing ever more radiant. Qinyu remained unfazed, a commendable speed. In the very next instant, as Han Lin's fist approached, Qinyu channeled his internal energy and swiftly evaded. Boom! Han Lin's punch struck nothing but air, creating a massive crater several dozen feet wide in its wake. Such raw power defines you. Let me demonstrate the might of my heavenly demon strategy. With a cold smile, Qinyu unleashed dozens of palm strikes, each aimed directly at Han Lin, moving with such rapidity that there was no time to evade. Huh! With a low growl, the formidable physique shimmered with golden light, seemingly indomitable. Thunderous sounds reverberated. Unlike Han Lin's attacks, Qinyu's palm strikes landed squarely upon Han Lin, whose towering figure of over 2 meters instantly transformed into a living target. Countless palm strikes descended, and even Han Lin, endowed with immense strength, felt a slight pause in his body. Is dodging all you can do? With a surge of energy, he stepped forward, charging towards Qinyu. However, Qinyu deftly sidestepped Han Lin's onslaught. Did you truly believe I would engage in a futile contest of strength with a brute like you? You underestimate me. If this were when I first emerged from the mountains, I might have been inclined to engage in a fierce battle with you. However, at this moment, I have far more pressing matters and shall not linger here any longer. As Qinyu spoke, he began to unleash his strikes with increasing fervor, the number of palm prints multiplying. Notably, a hint of crimson seemed to permeate these palm strikes. Bang, bang, bang. The palm strikes landed on Han Lin, and the once impenetrable Arhut golden body now bore numerous fine wounds. As the relentless barrage continued, Han Lin gradually sustained injuries. My blood-chi heavenly demon palm possesses boundless power. Even with your transformed Arhut golden body, you will find it difficult to withstand. Why not concede? I, Qinyu, am not so cruel as to trouble a junior. Despite his words, the palm strikes showed no sign of abating, even intensifying. Struggling to fend off the attacks, Han Lin suddenly heard something, raising his gaze towards Qinyu. You are Qinyu? The commander of the Demon Path Alliance intent on annihilating that formidable figure of Shaolin? At Han Lin's series of inquiries, Qinyu was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded. These descriptions seemed to pertain to him. Han Lin acknowledged, so it is truly you. In that case, I cannot afford to waste any more time here. If the Demon Path forces seize this opportunity to invade Shaolin, my journey will be in vain. While defending against the onslaught, Han Lin muttered to himself, causing Qinyu to furrow his brow. Suddenly, Han Lin fixed his gaze on Qinyu. Old Demon Shun, I offer you a chance. If you concede now and agree to lead the Demon Path forces away, I shall let you go. Otherwise, for the sake of Shaolin, I shall have no choice but to suppress you here. Your strength is commendable, but I cannot guarantee your survival. With a cold snort, Qinyu intensified his assault. Arrogant junior, so be it. Today, you shall meet your demise here. Fury flickered in both their eyes as the battle escalated. Stop fighting. At that moment, a voice suddenly emerged between the two.